Ch001 Douluo, I, Huo Yuhao, the master of the Spirit-Chapter 001. The Duke of White Tiger's mansion is a huge mansion covering an area of more than 3,000 acres. Every brick and tile here emits a hazy golden glow under the sunlight. The sunlight shines through the glazed tiles on the eaves and casts ripples on the ground like water. Any piece of tile or stone here would cost the common people of Douluo continent half their lifetime to buy. After all, this is the territory of Duke Beihu. When thinking of the Xingluo god of war who guards the Mingdu mountains and the ancestor daimyo Bai who ascended to heaven 10,000 years ago, even the lowest serfs will puff out their chests with pride. Of course, in such a large territory, not all places can bathe in the sun's grace. In a simple house near the back door of the Duke's mansion, a slightly thin, black-haired boy about 10 years old sat on a stool and looked out the window with melancholy. The servants coming and going are like the extended roots of a tree, absorbing nutrients from the earth to nourish the big tree of the White Tiger Duke's mansion. Watching them busy, Huo Yuhao's mind, which had been a little dazed by the huge amount of information, regained its clarity. Douluo continent? Or during the peerless Tang sect era? Now it's so bad. If netizens in the previous life were asked to discuss which period in the Douluo series is the most suitable for time travel, there would probably be a lot of debate. But if we were to ask which period is the least suitable for time travel, there would be no doubt that it is the peerless Tang sect period. There is no other reason. The time travelers of this period all faced the great threat of Tang Buddha. This pure and innocent man would spy on the entire continent whenever he had the chance, and regarded Douluo continent as his own back garden. For those geniuses who want to become gods in Douluo continent, the Buddha's amazing wisdom is something they must appreciate. As we all know, the most important thing about astonishing wisdom is not wisdom but astonishing the world. I'm 10 years old now, and I have level 9 soul power, which means there's still about a year until the story begins. The only thing we know now is that in the original novel, Huo Yuhao left the Duke's mansion at the age of 11, when he had just reached level 10 in spirit power. Then I met two big cheats, Tian Meng I Silkworm and Ilex, in the Xingda Great Forest. Huo Yuhao, who had regained some clarity of mind, immediately began to recall the original work and roughly planned the route to obtain the original work's plug-in. Yes, the current Huo Yuhao is a time traveler, but strictly speaking, his soul is not traveling across time and space. In his previous life, he was also called Huo Yuhao and even had a good brother named Wang Dong. As for why they traveled through time, it was because the Earth in their previous life was not peaceful either. Their sun experienced a helium flash crisis and began to age rapidly. The whole world started the Wandering Earth project, but when using Jupiter for turning, it was captured by Jupiter's gravity. A large number of planetary engines stopped working and his mission was to rescue the Singapore 1 steering engine. Unfortunately, when they were still 100 kilometers away from the planetary engine, their rescue team encountered a large-scale geological collapse caused by the influence of Jupiter's gravity. Huo Yuhao used all his strength to push Wang Dong and other team members to a safe area, while he himself fell into the crack. Countless rocks fell around him, and the biting cold wind penetrated through the cracks in his protective suit, sucking away his remaining life like a vampire. Fortunately, before his vision became completely dim, he saw a beam of blue light shooting into the sky. It was the light from the planetary engine. It was a saturation rescue, someone must have restarted Singapore's engine 1 before them. Amidst the faint cries and the roar of the refusion tearing through the atmosphere, he forced his stiff facial muscles into an ugly smile before completely losing consciousness. After his death, his soul came to this world under the guidance of a certain voice, and then entered Huo Yunar's body to give birth to a new body. I don't know if it was because his soul was worn out during the time travel or for some other reason, but it was not until yesterday after Huo Yunar passed away that he regained his memory out of grief. After pondering the current situation, Huo Yuhao shifted his gaze from the busy servants outside to an exquisite short blade with an overall dark green color on the table in front of him. The White Tiger Dagger, a level 5 melee soul guide, is the token of love that Yuhao gave to Huo Yuner. It is also the most valuable item that Huo Yuhao currently owns. Huo Yuhao pulled out the white tiger dagger. Some strange inscriptions could be vaguely seen on the thin blade. He guessed that it should be a soul guide circuit. He injected a little soul power into it, and soon a hazy blue light appeared out of thin air on the white tiger dagger, and then a white blade light formed on the blade. The blade light was faint and transparent, making people worry that it would be blown away by the wind. Although it looked very fragile, Huo Yuhao could clearly feel the danger contained in the blade light. As a spiritual soul master whose martial soul is the spiritual eye and who is also a time traveler, his spiritual power is estimated to have reached the spiritual realm according to the spiritual power level of the Dragon King legend. The spiritual power of the spiritual realm can already allow him to sense dangerous situations around him, which is considered a beggar's version of spider sense. In his perception, the faint blade light on the white tiger dagger conveyed an extremely terrifying sense of oppression, as if there was a chainsaw running at full power standing straight in front of Huo Yuhao. As a 5th-level melee soul guide, the white tiger dagger can undoubtedly easily break through the defense of ordinary 1,000-year-old soul beasts. As an early-stage weapon, it can be said to be an over-the-top numerical monster. Unfortunately, Huo Yuhao in the original work was too powerful, and the white tiger dagger had no presence at all. Looking at the blade in front of him that reflected half of his face, Huo Yuhao realized that he now had 2 paths to choose from. The first path is to do nothing, but simply practice 3 times as hard as Huo Yuhao in the original work, until he reaches the 10th level of soul power, then leave the White Tiger Duke's mansion and go to the Stardo Great Forest to obtain the 2 most critical opportunities. The second path was to leave the White Tiger Duke's mansion now and venture out on your own for a year before heading to the Stardo Great Forest to obtain the 2 great opportunities of the Heavenly Dream Eye Silkworm and the Electrolux. With the White Tiger Dagger, the spiritual power of the Lingtong realm, and the combat skills forged in extreme environments in his previous life, Huo Yuhao is confident that he can escape unscathed as long as the opponent is below level 30. As long as you don't go to big cities like the Sun Moon Empire, Shrek, and other famous cities in the original novel, and travel to remote small places that do not appear in the original novel, your safety can still be guaranteed. The half of the face reflected by the White Tiger Dagger showed a smile distorted by the blade's light, making him look like a clown or a madman. In his previous life, Huo Yuhao lived in Hefei Underground City No. 1. He was taken into the dungeon when he was 3 years old and grew up in an orphanage. I have no recollection of my father, who I believe died during the lunar crisis. My mother, Huo Yuner, died of type 2 radiation sickness. Blue sky, white clouds, warm sunshine, endless grasslands and forests, and animals that are not soaked in formaldehyde are things that people of Huo Yuhao's generation can only see in virtual reality. But data is just data after all, it can never simulate the warmth of the world and the pulse of nature. After taking off the helmet, it was still a cramped room with dried earthworms of various flavors. Continuity, endurance, and survival were the dominant themes of that world. Most entertainment activities were cancelled, and people could only find solace in watching online novels or movies from before the Great Depression. Now I have been reborn into a world with a stable sun. I no longer need to suppress my personal nature for the sake of the world's future. Now Huo Yuhao wants to live a different life. So the answer is obvious. The original plot is just a reference. I want to go my own way. The blade light of the White Tiger Dagger slowly dissipated. Huo Yuhao put the knife back into the scabbard and decided to take the second path. Post views, 140. CH002 Douluo I, Huo Yuhao, the master of the Spirit-Chapter-1-60. Huo Yuhao did what he said and immediately stood up and started packing his luggage. After rummaging around in the room for a while, he suddenly realized that as the mule and horse kneeling tribe in the White Tiger Duke's mansion, Huo Yuner and Huo Yuhao could not be said to be rich and powerful, but they could only be said to be very poor and humble. The most valuable thing in the whole house, apart from the White Tiger Dagger, is the pottery jar on the table. He had almost vacuumed all the dust in the room but only found 7 silver soul coins and 20 bronze soul coins. That's right, not even a single gold soul coin. This amount of money is not small for an ordinary family, but for a soul master who wants to travel far away, this amount of money can probably only last for a week. No wonder Yuhao in the original novel still had to catch fish to eat in the Xingde Great Forest. He really didn't have money to buy dry food. Yuhao looked at the money on the table and fell into deep thought. It seems I have to pick up my old skill of grilling fish again later. Although he didn't have much money, it still couldn't stop Yuhao from leaving the White Tiger Duke's mansion. There was no way. Even if there was no reason from the previous life, any normal person would not choose to stay in the White Tiger Duke's mansion after seeing Yuhao's memories. Yuhao and his mother regarded the White Tiger Duchess as a thorn in their side. She basically sent people to cause trouble every other day, and her methods became more and more brutal. From verbal abuse at the beginning to physical beatings later, she became more and more unscrupulous. She was certain that Yuhao, without awakening his White Tiger spirit, would go unnoticed by Dai Hao, who was far away in the Mingde Mountains. Even if he died, with her overwhelming power in the White Tiger Duke's mansion, she had countless ways to deal with him. As for resistance, the Duchess is a genuine soul saint. Even if she is not a strong attack soul master, her realm is there. She can crush Yuhao hundreds of times with her pressure alone. Of course, revenge is definitely necessary. Based on the experience of these years, when I grow up, I will give the Duchess and Dai Huobin the ultimate humiliation. It also needs to be recorded using soul guides and copied into hundreds of millions of copies for the world to enjoy. Just thinking about that kind of scene made him feel so excited that he almost raised his flag. Forget it, let's quickly prepare our luggage. Yuhao shook his head and put his thoughts back into his pocket. He then hung the White Tiger dagger around his waist so that he could use it at any time when in danger. The next most important thing is to check the status of your mental strength and soul power. Soul power and mental strength are the foundation of one's existence and there must be no mistakes. Yuhao opened his spiritual eyes, and his deep blue eyes suddenly became clear. If you look closely, it seems that there are stars flowing in them. After activating his martial soul, the world became extremely clear in Yuhao's eyes. The tiny lines on the table, the dust floating in the air, and every detail were within Yuhao's sight. At the same time, the soul power in the body flows along the meridians to the brain, transformed into mental power, and then flows inside the spiritual eyes. Yuhao used his mental power to perceive his entire body, and every part of his flesh and blood had a specific image in his brain. After a rough examination of himself, he frowned. His mental power sensed a sense of incongruity when examining himself. It was as if something was inside him. If he didn't possess the spiritual power of the spiritual realm, he probably wouldn't have noticed the strange feeling at all. Yuhao began to use his mental power to examine every inch of his flesh and blood. Although his mental power was very strong, his soul power was only at level 9. After a thorough examination, his face turned pale. The strange thing is that I can clearly feel that strange feeling, but I can't find anything. Yuhao frowned. He would never allow his body to have hidden dangers that he didn't know about. If this hidden danger suddenly broke out during the battle, it would be Yuhao's life. So he ignored the body that had begun to sound the alarm, and forcibly squeezed the soul power of his body to transform it into mental power and then injected it into his spiritual eyes to explore deeper levels of his body. He used his mental power to carefully explore various organs in his body. Fortunately, his hard work paid off and he finally discovered a mysterious line in the sea of mind located in his brain. That line roughly divided the pure white sky of the sea of spirit into 2 parts, with countless light spots surrounding it. After the mental power tried to touch the line quickly expanded into a huge door, and then an extremely strong suction force burst out from behind the door. It was as if a black hole suddenly appeared in the sea of spiritual consciousness, and the light spot suspended in the sea of spiritual consciousness along with Yuhao's consciousness was sucked into it. After regaining consciousness, he felt like he was being stuffed into a washing machine running at full power and being tortured madly. While his consciousness felt dizzy, Yuhao vaguely felt that some indescribable higher-level existence had established a connection with his soul. Before Yuhao could feel what it was, his consciousness was thrown back into the sea of spirituality. I almost lost my consciousness. He suppressed the nausea that came from the depths of his soul, and then explored the sea of his spirit again. It turned out that the pure white space was empty. If it weren't for the disappearance of a large number of light spots in the sea of spirituality and the discomfort coming from the soul, no one would know what had happened here. Yuhao originally wanted to investigate further, but he had no soul power left in his body, and his mental strength was almost gone, and his spirit eye's martial soul also sounded the alarm. With no other options, he had to shut down his martial soul and regain his consciousness. Yuhao used his hands to forcefully lift his head off the table. His face was extremely pale, a sign of overdrawn mental and soul power. He refocused his pupils and planned to look at the trees outside to refresh himself, but the scene before him made his pupils shrink suddenly. A transparent light curtain suddenly appeared in front of him. After the shock comes ecstasy. Since he had browsed countless online novels from the Golden Age on the virtual reality network in his previous life, he had already experienced enough of this kind of development. This is the symbol of the protagonist of the panel flow. My brain, which had been a little sore due to mental overdraft, suddenly became clear, probably because of the adrenaline taking effect. Yuhao began to read the contents on the light screen with great concentration. Name: Yuhao. Race: Human, God. Soul power: 15, level 9. Spiritual power: 300. Martial soul: Spirit eyes. Ability: None. Authority: Dream, unique fantasy of life, mastery 2%. Understanding: the desire to master the unknown, mastery 1%. Fantasy: distortion of reality, mastery 1%. Lottery: random manifestation based on fantasy, number of times *3. Conclusion: Lord of the former higher dimension. Please ascend to the throne. After browsing the panel, Yuhao focused his attention on the last sentence. Lord of the higher dimension? Are you talking about my past life? As if possessed by some mysterious force, Yuhao gently pointed at the last sentence of the conclusion with his finger. The entire panel began to ripple violently from the finger, and the last sentence of the conclusion gradually disappeared in the distortion of the ripples, and then a large amount of information poured into Yuhao's brain from the panel. Having previously experienced the awakening of past life memories, Yuhao's brain has adapted to the impact of this information. This information is mainly about the origin of the panel and how to improve the control of authority. This panel was composed of the three major authorities based on Yuhao's memories. Dream is the main body of the panel, understanding fills the content of the panel, and fantasy gives the panel function. Yuhao was originally a high-dimensional being. After arriving in this universe, he underwent dimensionality reduction. In the process of dimensionality reduction, he captured the spiritual laws of this universe and left his own mark. In short, Yuhao is now the spiritual master of this universe, but he has not yet mastered the power. In the words of other worlds, Yuhao only has status but no authority or power. As for how to master the three major powers, the dream power requires Yuhao to collect dreams and weave a dream kingdom to improve his control. Understanding requires one to explore the unknown, which is very broad and includes unknown realms, unknown places, and unknown knowledge. Fantasy is very simple and crude. You only need to keep drawing lots to improve your control. The number of draws you get is related to your unique spirit. Any intelligent and spiritually awakened creature has its own unique spirit, which comes from its memory and soul. The easiest way to obtain this unique spirit is to kill. Huo Yuhao thought about it and realized that he definitely couldn't kill civilians to gain lottery points. The education he received in the underground city in his previous life did not allow him to do this. However, this was the era of the peerless Tang sect, and it had its own local specialty evil spirit masters. He had no psychological burden in killing these guys. If we kill all the evil soul masters, there may be some innocent people, but if we kill 9 out of 10, there will definitely be some that slip through the net. After roughly planning how to get the number of draws, Huo Yuhao turned his attention to the 3 draw opportunities that came with the panel. After thinking about it, I decided to start using it now. So he put his hands together and began to chant silently, "May the 3 pure ones bless you, may the Buddha bless you, may God bless you, may Allah be praised, may our ancestors bless you. Get out." Huo Yuhao's face became ferocious and his finger suddenly pointed at the lottery button on the panel. After 3 consecutive ripples of golden light, the names of the 3 items appeared on the panel. Faceless Man Mask. Once worn, you can change your appearance and adjust your height at will, but the maximum range cannot exceed 10 cm above or below the user's height. Yulin Concentrated Potion, Douluo Special. You know what? Even the air in that country is sweet. After taking this injection, your mind will be filled with the glory of Shrek. Mangekyo Sharingan, a transcribed image of Amaterasu, Kagutsuki no Mikoto, Tsukuyomi, and Kamui. If the user experiences a severe mental shock, they can also awaken their own eye techniques. Note: excessive use will cause blindness. Looking at the 3 items on the panel, Huo Yuhao's mouth curled up harder than AK could suppress. Apart from the Yulin Concentrated Potion, whose uses are currently unknown, the Faceless Man's Mask and the Mangeki Sharingan are both golden legends. Moreover, this Mangeki Sharingan has transcribed many eye techniques. Since soul technology had not yet been invented, the soul masters of the peerless Tang sect period did not explore spiritual power too deeply, and few people took the initiative to cultivate spiritual power. The spiritual power realms of this era are roughly divided into invisible and intangible, visible and intangible, and visible and substantial. The lack of a systematic spiritual practice has led to no one discovering that the ultimate spiritual power can actually give birth to the spiritual realm. Therefore, Tsukuyomi's illusionary eye technique is absolutely effective against soul masters below the level of soul sage. As for soul masters above the soul saint level, Huo Yuhao was not sure how much of a spiritual bonus the martial soul's true body would bring, and he couldn't guarantee it. Amaterasu and Kagutsuki no Mikoto are complementary eye techniques. Although Amaterasu's black flame has never burned anyone to death in Naruto, its power is still quite considerable. Amaterasu's temperature is set to be comparable to the sun. Judging from the performance of Naruto, it is probably comparable to the surface of the sun. That is to say, it is around 5500 degrees Celsius, while the temperature of Douluo's ultimate fire is 3000 degrees Celsius. As for Kamui, this eye technique can be regarded as one of the pinnacle eye techniques of the Sharingan in Naruto. It has a mechanism, a value, strong life-saving ability, strong output, and even a certain degree of mobility. It comes with a different space, which should be called a demi-plane in Douluo continent. However, considering that spatial capabilities are not particularly rare in Douluo continent, Shinwei's actual performance in this world is a bit questionable. It's a pity there aren't 8,000 spears. Huo Yuhao sighed regretfully. If he had 8,000 spears, he would not even have the last soul power shortcoming, and he might be able to shock Douluo with the infinite moon reading. His thoughts returned to the panel. And Huo Yuhao muttered to himself. Fuse it for me. Post views, 107. CH003 Dalu, I, Huo Yuhao, the master of the Spirit Chapter 003. As Huo Yuhao silently recited, the Mangeki Sharingan on the panel transformed into a huge stream of information, materialized into this world through imagination, and then rushed into Huo Yuhao's brows. Huo Yuhao felt as if his brain was hit hard by a heavy hammer. A huge flow of information entered the sea of spirituality, sweeping away the light spots in the sea of spirituality into pieces. Then countless negative emotions began to flood into Huo Yuhao's heart. The disappointment of awakening the spirit eye's martial soul and the innate half-level soul power. Anger when being insulted. The mother was powerless when she was beaten by Dai Huabin's servants in order to protect herself. And the despair I felt when my mother died. These negative emotions quickly entered Huo Yuhao's spiritual sea, dyeing the originally pure white spiritual space into grey-red. All kinds of roars and cries resounded throughout the entire spiritual sea. Huo Yuhao's spirit eye martial soul automatically activated at some point. The martial spirit is a reflection of the master's soul and is a part of the soul. Similarly, the martial spirit is always loyal to the master. This kind of power is also the core rule unique to Douluo continent. The spiritual eyes sensed the abnormality in Huo Yuhao's spiritual sea and automatically began to circulate soul power to interfere with those negative emotions. The soul power belonging to Lingmu began to fight against those negative emotions in the sea of spirituality. Unfortunately, even with a top-level spiritual attribute martial soul, the spiritual eyes could hardly block the endless stream of negative emotions. The spiritual eyes that were originally like the starry sky began to turn blood red, and 3 small dots like commas began to appear in the eyes and then rotated rapidly. The 3 megatama began to connect together while spinning rapidly, forming 3 diamonds connected to each other. Then a huge Manjiki Sharingan appeared in Huo Yuhao's sea of consciousness, and the pattern was the same as the one in Huo Yuhao's eyes. Dark, evil forces surrounded Huo Yuhao. If anyone from Shrek Academy was here at this moment, Huo Yuhao would be labeled an evil soul master on the spot. Although his eyes had completely transformed into the Manjiki Sharingan at this time, his spiritual eyes had never given up and were still resisting the erosion of the Manjiki Sharingan. Lingmu tried to wake up Huo Yuhao, who was dragged into the illusion by negative emotions, but its power was too weak to have any effect. In the end, the spirit eye, which was at an absolute disadvantage, chose to give it a try. It also formed a huge spirit eye projection in the sea of consciousness and then slammed into the Manjiki Sharingan. After all, the Manjiki Sharingan is not a martial soul, it lacks the spirituality of a martial soul. In the sea of spirituality, after the projection of the spirit eye martial soul hit the Manjiki Sharingan, it did not continue to choose to resist but instead began to actively merge. The Manjiki Sharingan, without any spirituality, could only passively accept the guidance of the spiritual eyes, and the 2 different powers began to merge. The extreme yin of the Manjiki Sharingan began to be slowly neutralized by the pure spirit of the spirit eyes. The spiritual eyes are endowed with powerful pupil power by the Manjiki Sharingan, as well as the power of Yintun with infinite possibilities. Huo Yuhao didn't know how long it had been. He only remembered that after the Manjiki Sharingan began to merge, his spirit was pulled into an illusion. He was forced to witness the pain sealed deep in his heart without any ability to fight back, but soon another force turned into a sharp sword in his dream to accompany Huo Yuhao in fighting against those damn dogs. The dream was shattered the moment he killed the donkey Dai Huabin. Huo Yuhao opened his eyes and found that he was not in the outside world but in the sea of spiritual consciousness. The spiritual sea, which was originally dyed grey-red, turned into a strange starry sky color. It reminded Huo Yuhao of the star color from the Thulhu series in the golden age of his previous life. The light spots that were originally suspended in the air began to sink down and gathered into a golden ocean. The spirit turns into the sea, the spiritual sea realm. Huo Yuhao can now defeat an ordinary 10,000-year-old soul beast in a one-on-one fight on the spiritual level. Of course, this is only possible on a spiritual level. The consciousness body bathes in the sea of spirit, the body and mind feel peaceful, and all the scars left by negative emotions are slowly healed. Huo Yuhao felt the activity of his spirit eye's martial soul, which seemed to have evolved. With a thought, he exited the sea of spiritual space and returned to the real world. He found a worn-out mirror in the room. A corner of the mirror's edge was broken, and spider web-like cracks were spreading across it. Facing the mirror, Huo Yuhao opened his spirit eye's martial soul. At this time, the spiritual eyes have changed a lot. The eyes with the color of the starry sky have 3 tiny megatama surrounding the star colors. The 3 megatama are connected into one and rotate continuously around the pupil. At the same time, Yuhao felt that there was some kind of alienated special soul power in his eyes, and he soon realized that it was pupil power. Yuhao gently injected soul power into his eyes, and his spiritual eyes began to change dramatically in an instant. First, a bluish-white flame emanated from around the pupil, like a burning blue star. The 3 megatama rotated rapidly and then connected around the pupil to form 3 sword-shaped patterns. Information about Amaterasu and other eye techniques also flooded into Yuhao's brain, even including the 3rd power Susanoo. At the same time, due to the strong negative emotions, Yuhao's unique pupil technique was also born. The left eye pupil technique is the root country. After performing the pupil technique, all negative effects on the body are transformed into dreams. The pupil power is extremely consumed. Every use will cause a burden on the martial soul, and the burden cannot be transformed into dreams. Right eye technique, Tenruo Hayashi, consumes pupil power to condense a golden giant bow. The arrows fired are causally guaranteed to hit the target. The pupil power consumption is average. Seeing the effects of the pupil technique, Yuhao instantly understood why they were born. The kingdom of roots is a denial of reality due to despair. Tenwaka Hayashi is the rage of revenge hunting. The eye of the soul. Ha 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 ha. For some reason, Yuhao suddenly started laughing wildly with his head tilted back. After the laughter subsided for a long time, Yuhao reopened the panel to see if there were any status updates. Name, Yuhao. Race, human, god. Soul power, 15, level 9. Spiritual power, 800. Martial soul, spirit eyes kaleidoscope. Abilities, Amaterasu, Tsukuyomi, Kagutsuki, Kamui, Root Kingdom, Umwaka Hayashi, Susanoo. Authority, Dream, Unique Fantasy of Life, Mastery 2%. Understanding, the desire to master the unknown, Mastery 1.5%. Fantasy, distortion of reality, Mastery 1.5%. Lottery, random manifestation based on fantasy, number of times *0. Conclusion, a V8 engine supercar, and you actually use soybean oil. When he saw the last sentence, Yuhao's eyes twitched involuntarily. Although it was a bit difficult to hold it in, there was really nothing wrong with what was said above. Yuhao's current panel looks extremely gorgeous, with all sorts of buggy abilities. If anyone saw Yuhao's skill descriptions, they would definitely complain, what a dung monster designed by that brilliant guy. However, although the mechanism and the value are maxed out, the blue bar is not good. Having only 15 points of soul power is a big pain for Yuhao. It is powerful, but it is very uncomfortable if he cannot release it a few times. Now that the spiritual eyes have just evolved, they have a certain amount of pupil power that can be consumed by pupil techniques. However, if the pupil power is overconsumed, Yuhao will need to slowly convert the soul power into pupil power himself. Yes, the fused spirit eyes kaleidoscope eliminated the shortcoming of non-renewable pupil power, but it did not obtain the endless pupil power of the eternal eye. Once Yuhao's pupil power is exhausted, he must use his soul power to transform it. And if all of his current 15 points of soul power were converted into pupil power, he probably wouldn't be able to even release a single Amaterasu flame. So now it's best to save the kaleidoscope's pupil power as much as possible. Post views, 98. CH004 Douluo I, Yuhao, the Master of the Spirit-Chapter-1-60. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. I roughly felt the current pupil power reserve of the Spirit Eye Kaleidoscope. Low to medium cost eye techniques like Amaterasu and Kamui can still be used quite a few times. Of course, it's a different story if Amaterasu is used in conjunction with Kagutsuki. However, for a pupil technique like the Izanagas in the Kingdom of Roots, Yuhao estimated that his pupil power could only be released 4 times. After the pupil power is used up, you need to replenish it slowly by yourself. The most urgent thing now is to improve my soul power. Just like the panel said, Yuhao has a supercar but he is a poor guy. He can't even afford 92 gasoline and can only use soybean oil to fuel the car. Sometimes, Yuhao really wanted to grab the Tianmeng ice silkworm and refine it in an instant. Although Tianmeng ice silkworm has little combat power, it is still an ultimate boiling sheep, and it licks its own natural enemy. But the other party's cultivation is indeed high enough. Not to mention the quality of his soul power, the amount of his soul power is absolutely unique. The original novel clearly states that no matter what age of spirit ring Yuhao absorbs, with its million-year origin, it can forcibly pull all of Yuhao's spirit rings to the 100,000 year level. This is just a pure power bank. If Yuhao obtains the Tianmeng ice silkworm, he can use the million-year-old origin, and all the pupil techniques of his spiritual eyes kaleidoscope can be used at will. Some people might say, my cultivation level can't improve, and my body can't withstand such strong soul power. There is indeed nothing wrong with what he said. Just like in the original novel, the Tianmeng ice silkworm suddenly burst a titled Douluo. But Yuhao possesses the pupil technique of the Kingdom of Roots. With this pupil technique, he can completely ignore all side effects. He will be invincible until the burden on his spiritual eyes reaches its limit. No matter what, as long as he has the Tianmeng power bank, Yuhao can basically roam the Douluo continent, and even if he can't win, he will definitely have no problem saving his life. He has long wanted to use his own strength to bring chaos to the entire world. Of course, all this will take a year until Yuhao obtains Tianmeng before it can be put into practice. And even with Tianmeng, Yuhao still couldn't be too ostentatious on the mainland. After all, he has the pure and innocent Tang Buddha above him, so Lao Deng would spy on the entire Douluo continent whenever he has time. The Haoshan sect also has 2 priest-level pawns left by the Buddha of Tang. Of course, it is unlikely that they can use their power beyond their limits without limit on the Douluo continent. But who knows whether Tang San left behind any wonderful tools. The most important thing is that Tang San can actually interfere with the lower plane by force. For example, Tang Wutong's 9th soul skill, the descent of the sea god, is really something that cannot even be acted out. Even though Tang San is not the one who has the final say in the god realm now, there is still the god of destruction to restrain him. However, based on Yuhao's research on the Douluo series of novels in his previous life, the god of destruction was not a very smart guy. There is a reason why Tang San is called the god of wisdom in the god realm. There are really not many gods in the god realm who are smarter than Tang San. Therefore, even if Tang San ignored the rules of the god realm and interfered with the lower realm, at most he would only be criticized by the god of destruction. It was basically impossible for a war between gods to break out because of this. Before fighting against the power of Tang Fozu, it is better to restrain yourself and develop stealthily. After confirming his pupil technique and physical condition, Yuhao stood up again, walked to the wooden door and pushed it open with force. The glaring sunlight illuminated the boy's pale face, and his thin body cast a long shadow on the ground. As he walked, the shadow extended, eventually flowing to a small pot of flowers on the window of the woodshed. That was an unknown flower planted by Yuner and Yuhao themselves. The little flower was the only witness of the boy's departure. It began to sway in the wind as if it wanted to say something, perhaps wanting the wind to tell the boy, "Be careful on your journey." Of course, the response it got was Yuhao's loud laughter. "Douluo continent, you're here. Third brother, how is the situation in Douluo continent recently?" A stunning girl with long hair braided into a scorpion braid and exceptionally bright eyes was questioning the man next to her who was wearing a gorgeous blue robe and had azure hair. This is exactly Tang Buddha and his scabbard. More than 20 years have passed in the God realm, and 10,000 years have passed in the Douluo continent. The Tang sect has already withered by this time. Tang San sighed and looked at the person beside him with a bit of doting. Xiao Qi is really something. He is such a worry to me. He secretly ran to the lower realm. It really makes me worried. Xiao Wu snuggled up to Tang San and looked into the distance with a worried look on her face. Hearing Xiao Wu's words, Tang San's mouth twitched suddenly. He didn't know whether he should tell Xiao Wu. He had split Xiao Qi's soul into two, one part became Wang Donger in Haoshan sect, and the other part entered the body of the imperial auspicious beast in the Star Do Great Forest. Could it be that he was saying, Xiao Wu, for my daughter's future, I have cut her soul. Although there are now 2 daughters, don't worry. Although she lost her life in a sense, she gained a bright future. That's definitely not possible. No matter how stupid Xiao Wu was, she knew that having her soul split was no different from being dead. If she knew about this, she would probably make a fuss. As for why Xiao Qi's soul was split in 2, Tang San had his own plan. Well, actually it was Tang San who made a mistake. He underestimated the precision of the soul. He originally hoped to let Xiao Qi achieve the effect of 1 soul and 2 bodies, so that Xiao Qi could have a clone of an auspicious beast while his original body was not affected. Through this auspicious beast clone, he attempted to seize the luck of the Soul Beast clan and the bloodline of the Dragon God. But after a confident try, I discovered that it was broken. The 2 souls did not connect as expected, and they were directly broken in half. Tang San suddenly realized that he seemed to have made a big mistake. He realized that this news must not be leaked and he had to find a way to put the 2 souls back together. Otherwise, let alone Xiao Wu, the God King of Life and the God King of Destruction would probably attack Tang San. The couple had no children, and there were basically no children in the divine world, so they regarded Xiaoqi as half a daughter. So Tang San set his sights on the Son of Fortune, whom he had always been paying attention to, and decided to use him to complete this task. The only option is to make Yuhao suffer more. Tang San suppressed the corners of his mouth that were almost tense and said to Xiao Wu, "Don't worry, Xiao Qi will be fine down there. There won't be any danger. And we have Daming and Erming to protect us at any time." Xiao Wu kissed Tang San affectionately on the cheek and then stood up and said, "You are the enforcer of the Divine Realm Committee, one of the 5 Divine Kings. There will definitely be no mistakes. I'm going to look for Rong and the others." Tang San watched Xiao Wu skipping away with a smile on his face, and only put away his smile after she completely disappeared. Then he looked towards the Douluo continent with a gloomy expression and said, "I didn't expect the soul to be so complicated. I was careless. Son of Destiny, please don't let me down." Then, Tang San planned to observe the fortune of Douluo continent again. The result made him a little confused. The fortune of Douluo continent was completely disrupted and could not be observed. Who on earth did this? There's already a way to get killed. After the attempt failed, Tang San planned to forcibly observe the Son of Destiny of Douluo continent through the center of the God realm. Pucci, before Tang San could figure out what was going on, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Backlash. The Douluo continent's plane consciousness is being taken over by my father, and my mother is also replacing the plane's life source. How could there be a backlash? This is impossible. Who on earth is it? Destruction. Tang San didn't believe that the plane consciousness had any counter-attack capabilities, and could only guess that it was the god of destruction who did something. In this situation, he would never have thought that Yuhao's status was the Lord of Spirit, which was much higher than his status. Tang San looked towards the location of the destroyed residence with a sinister expression and muttered to himself, "Destruction, you're reaching a bit too far. Do you really want to have a fight with me?" Post views, 90. Ch005 Dalu, I, Yuhao, the Master of the Spirit Chapter 005. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Huo Yuhao tiptoed to the back door of the White Tiger Duke's mansion. As it was noon, many servants were working in the mansion. As for those servants who might expose his whereabouts, he directly used the spirit eye kaleidoscope to cast an illusion to make them completely ignore his existence. These illusions are all inherent to the Manjiki Sharingan. After all, it is the Manjiki Sharingan, so knowing illusions can be said to be a natural instinct. After being fused with the spiritual eyes, they are also passed on to the new martial soul. The principles of these illusions are somewhat different from those in the Naruto world, and should have been improved for localization. In Naruto, illusion is to interfere with the opponent's chakra. In this world, Huo Yuhao mainly uses his spiritual eyes to directly nail the transformed special mental power into the opponent's spiritual sea to interfere with the opponent's perception. The back door of the Duke of White Tiger's mansion is usually not guarded, which can also be seen in the original book. In the original novel, Huo Yuhao, who was at level 10, simply slipped out of the back door of the Duke's mansion without being noticed. Sure enough, when he arrived at the back door, he found that there was really no one guarding it. Sometimes Huo Yuhao really wanted to complain about the nonsense in this world. This was the territory of a duke of a country, and a duke who held important military power. As a result, the guards of his duke's palace were so lax. This is the god of war of Xingluo. He can't even protect his own home, but he claims to be protecting a huge empire. If the Sun Moon Empire sends a few soul masters with strong hidden abilities, they can blow up the entire Duke's mansion without anyone noticing. Dai Hao's household registration book suffered heavy losses on the spot. Gently pushing open the solemn lacquered red gate, Huo Yuhao rushed straight to the official road of the Star Luo Empire. The Duke of White Tiger's mansion is not far from Xingluo City, located about 500 miles to the southeast. However, Huo Yuhao did not plan to go to Xingluo City this time. Instead, he planned to head north to the Tian Hun Empire. There are many things in the Tian Hun Empire that can be of great use to Huo Yuhao at the moment. For example, the Xian Shui pill and the more powerful Suan Mu Shendan refined by the Xianming sect. These pills can help him cleanse his meridians and expand his marrow. The meridians are thin and narrow, and some parts are even disordered. These are important factors that hinder Huo Yuhao's cultivation speed. Suan Shuiden can solve these problems without any side effects. The 10,000-year-old black ice marrow beneath the Dragon Gate in Dragon City is an even rarer treasure, which is of great benefit to spiritual practice. If it was Huo Yuhao at the beginning, he would not dare to have any thoughts about these things. The only way to go to the Heavenly Soul Empire is to join the Body Sect. The powerful strength of the Body Sect and the character of Du Bulletin Si are enough for Huo Yuhao to safely pass through his growth period. But things were different after Kaleidoscope successfully awakened. The Spirit Eye Kaleidoscope gives Huo Yuhao powerful illusion abilities, which are enough to deal with low-level soul masters. If he were to be threatened by a powerful being above the level of Soul Sage, the Kaleidoscope's pupil technique would surely bring him an unexpected surprise. Now Huo Yuhao still has some confidence to get some resources for cultivation. Who would choose to live under someone else's roof when they can be free? As for the Yin-Yang Eyes of Ice and Fire and Shrek Academy, Huo Yuhao currently has no idea. The Yin-Yang Eyes of Ice and Fire are Tang San's back garden, and it is impossible to find the place without a map. Shrek Academy is even more powerful, and Huo Yuhao would never dare to join Shrek easily. He had suffered enough in his previous life, and he didn't want to go there and fight with 400 people for a toilet, experience Shrek's super running, and always be on guard against the conspiracy of the Holy Spirit Church's Supreme Elder. Not to mention that there is Tang Fozu's dog chain waiting for him over there. If you say that Tang San didn't do anything, he would never believe it. No matter how you think about it, it is impossible for the eyes and the butterfly to have a martial soul fusion technique, and a 100% fusion. Isn't this obviously a trap for Huo Yuhao? In the original novel, Tang San said that everything Huo Yuhao had, Tang Wu Tong would also have. Huo Yuhao's spiritual soul core was even directly stripped away, which almost destroyed his spiritual power cultivation. There is also the heaven-defying Qiankun Wenqing Valley, where one does not gain many opportunities but suffers a lot of sins. Before the Qiankun questioning Love Valley, Huo Yuhao still had some backbone. After experiencing the ultimate humiliation of Douluo style here, he completely became a good dog of the Tang family. As for these two places, if you don't want to join Shrek, you can take a look at Shrek City. After all, it is one of the most prosperous cities in Douluo continent. Qiankun Wenqing Valley cannot be touched at all, and the Haoshan sect is almost the same. Huo Yuhao ran all the way along the official road of the Xingluo Empire. The roads in the Xingluo Empire are well built, spacious, straight, and without any potholes. It seems that Su Jiayi has put a lot of effort into this aspect. Walking from day to night, occasionally stopping to admire the unique scenery that you couldn't see in your previous life or observe the unique creatures here. There are basically no soul beasts around the official roads of the Xingluo Empire. Even if you encounter a soul beast, it is only a 10-year-old digging rat or a 3-colored cat. This kind of soul beast has no combat ability at all. Ordinary people can easily kill it with a kitchen knife, so no one cares about them. Huo Yuhao walked and looked like this, and when the moon rose, he had walked about 200 miles. With the support of soul power, Huo Yuhao can easily reach a distance of 300 miles a day if he is willing. Fortunately, Huo Yuhao doesn't need to sleep in the wild tonight, as there is a city not far away from him. There are many cities around the Duke of White Tiger's mansion, which form a large urban circle around and protect the Duke of White Tiger's mansion. The mayors of these cities would often send people to deliver various rare treasures to the White Tiger Duke's mansion to please the White Tiger Duke. Of course, Dai Hao didn't know about this because the Duchess of White Tiger pocketed it all for him. I just don't know if the current Xingluo Emperor Su Jiayi knows about this matter, and what he would think if he knew. After passing a simple inspection at the city gate, Huo Yuhao successfully entered the city. It was called an inspection, but in fact it was just a quick glance, without even asking for the name. How should I put it? This country feels like the relaxed France of a bygone era. Huo Yuhao did not delay and went straight to the prosperous area of the city. Wherever he looked, there were dazzling businesses. The shouts of merchants and the conversations of the crowd mixed together and filled the entire street. Many people walked together, got drunk, staggered on the road and talked loudly to their companions. Huo Yuhao was also a soul master with spiritual power at the Spirit Sea realm. With his spiritual power, he could easily sense that there were quite a few soul masters here. Although their general levels are not high, compared with the aura felt in the White Tiger Duke's mansion in the past, the soul masters here should basically be around level 20, and there are no soul masters. Huo Yuhao frowned. It was normal to have soul masters in a city, but such a large number was a bit unusual. This place is still a bit far from Xingluo City, and there are no large forces around except the White Tiger Duke's mansion. Huo Yuhao found a restaurant and spent 10 copper soul coins to order a cup of tea and a bowl of clear soup noodles. I originally wanted to get some meat, but I found that the prices here are a bit expensive. If I buy meat, I will probably have to sleep under a bridge tonight. Looking at the shabby food in front of him, Huo Yuhao couldn't help but shed tears of poverty. Huo Yuhao seemed to be showing off the food in front of him in revenge, but in fact he was using his mental power to sense the conversations of the people around him. The reason why he came to this restaurant was because he felt that the number of soul masters was the highest here, otherwise he would not have entered this expensive-looking restaurant to have a meal. Ghost Bear, I heard that you recently accepted a big order to accompany the young master of the Wang family in Xingluo City to the Xingda Great Forest to hunt spirit rings. Haha, that's right. A member of the War Fang Soul Hunters died unexpectedly during a soul battle, and my martial soul was suitable to be absorbed by them as a replacement. They just happened to receive an order to help the young master of the Wang family hunt for his first spirit ring. The first soul ring. That young man doesn't look very old. Speaking of which, This job is easy. You can get a lot of money by hunting a 100-year soul beast in the outer area. Brother Steel Teeth, you are wrong. This is the Great Stardo Forest. Even in the outskirts, you might encounter 1,000-year-old soul beasts. Bloodshed is inevitable. Yes, Brother Ghost Bear is right. In our line of work, we have to live a life of blood and swords. Yuhao ate very slowly, mainly collecting information. By eavesdropping on the conversations of the people here, Yuhao learned that this was actually the garrison city of the soul hunting group and the mercenary group. After all, this city is located on the official road leading to the Stardo Great Forest, and many people will get supplies here. According to the people here, the strongest person here is the leader of the Dragon Soul Hunting Group, a Soul King, whose martial soul is the plate armor Earth Dragon. Another important piece of information is that there is a team at the east gate of the city every morning recruiting people or accepting commissions. However, most small teams will choose to temporarily team up with strangers to carry out the commission. Although this has certain risks, it can quickly make up for the gap in combat power. After finishing his meal, Yuhao walked out of the restaurant directly. He decided to go to the East Gate tomorrow to see if he could come across a commission to go to the Tian Hun Empire. Post Views, 83. CH006 Douluo Yuhao, the Master of the Spirit-Chapter-1-60. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. The next morning, Yuhao got up early. Outside the window, unknown birds chirped and searched for food. Yuhao opened the window of the hotel, and the unique morning breeze mixed with the scent of dew and earth blew on his face. This makes the brain much clearer after a night of deep sleep. Yuhao simply washed up and then went to the hotel front desk to check out. Just one night cost a gintama coin, which made the already poor Master Huo even worse off. But there was no time to mourn the lost gintama coin. He needed to set off for the city's east gate immediately. After learning yesterday that a mercenary group had formed a team to take on a mission at the east gate of the city, he decided to go over there and take a look. However, Yuhao did not go there directly. He first walked into an empty alley, called up the interface, and then took out the faceless mask he had won in the last lottery. Yuhao has mastered the essence of the fantasy online novels of his previous life vests. When you are out, you give yourself an identity. Which good person would use his real name to venture into the world? The last person who left his real name behind while traveling and doing great things was Song Jiang. The faceless man's mask appeared directly in Yuhao's hand. The facial features of this mask are extremely blurred, as if a mask was made of mosaic. Yuhao put on the mask without hesitation, and then the mask automatically connected to Yuhao's mental power. He automatically knew how to use the mask. He only needed to imagine the person he wanted to become in his mind, and the mask would automatically adjust to the user's body. Yuhao thought for a while, and soon the image of the character he wanted to transform into appeared in his mind. The mask, which originally couldn't distinguish the facial features, immediately began to change after receiving the information. A cross-shaped scar appeared on his chin, and his once clear eyes became slightly elongated, his gaze cold and cunning. Yuhao's short black hair turned brown, his originally thin body bulged slightly and showed strong muscles, and his overall height increased by 10 centimeters, which was the limit of the mask. If I put bandages on my right eye and right arm at this time, I'm afraid that guy with cosmetic contacts from Family Mart would have PTSD on the spot. That's right, the person Yuhao transformed into at this moment was none other than the Dark Lord of Konoha, the blame for everything in this world, the 5th generation Hokage, the one whose death was caused by sealing a bridge. Shimura, it's all my fault, Danzo. After confirming that the changes were indeed perfect, Yuhao walked out of the alley and headed straight for the east gate along the main road. Before reaching the east gate, Yuhao's spiritual power clearly sensed that there were more and more soul masters around him. Many of these soul masters were in groups of 3 or 5, and only a few were alone like Yuhao. After arriving at the East Gate, we discovered that this was not only a place where mercenaries accepted missions, but also a large soul master market. Many people can be seen selling precious body parts of soul beasts everywhere. The scales of a 100-year-old mandrake snake, the meat of a 10-year-old soft-bone rabbit, the horn of a 100-year-old wildebeest, and the whip of a 100-year-old blazing bull. Most of the stalls were deserted, except for the stall selling century-old blazing bull whips, which was packed with people. It seems that it is said that the whip of the blazing bull has pure yang power and can effectively enhance a man's sexual function. Yuhao shook his head. He was not interested in these soul beast parts, and it was definitely not because he had no money. He walked on the street, searching with his disguised cold eyes for any mercenary groups heading to the Tian Hun Empire. He soon found his target. A middle-aged man wearing a precious silk robe and a gold-rimmed monocle was surrounded by many mercenaries, one of whom was suspected to be the mercenary leader and was talking to him. Yuhao saw someone next to him holding up a sign that read "Escort to Xianfeng City of the Tian Hun Empire." So Yuhao walked straight over. The two people who were originally talking stopped communicating after seeing Yuhao. The man who was obviously the mercenary leader smiled rudely and asked Yuhao. "Hello, I'm the leader of the Blood Wolf mercenary group. Are you here to join this escort mission?" "Yet." Yuhao narrowed his eyes and nodded slightly, always playing the role of Danzo Shimura. The big and strong mercenary leader with unusually hairy face did not care about Yuhao's attitude. It was very normal for soul masters to have their own personalities. He waved his hand and said, "Brother, I won't beat around the bush. Show me your strength. If you have a second ring, join us in carrying out the commission." Yuhao didn't say anything. He opened his squinting eyes, looked at everyone here, and then successfully cast an illusion. Then, in the eyes of the mercenary leader and the employer, two soul rings, one white and one yellow, appeared on Yuhao's body. In Shimashi village, Danzo. My martial soul is the vacuum jade, which can control the wind. Soul master. The well-dressed employer pushed his glasses up with his fingers and said, "My name is Xiao Ding Yuan, the president of the Ding'ai Chamber of Commerce. I'm going to Xianfeng City to do business. The reward for this mission is 30 gold soul coins. If you accept, please come with us." Yuhao nodded and said, "It's a reasonable price. I accept it." The leader of the Blood Wolf mercenary group laughed, then scratched his head and said, "Now that you've joined us, let me introduce myself. Brother Danzo, my name is Lang Shan, my martial spirit is the Blood Wolf, and I'm a level 37 battle spirit master. Please take care of me on the road." Yuhao looked at the captain and muttered to himself, "A soul master? He seems completely defenseless against illusions. Is it because he doesn't have a martial spirit possessing him yet?" On the surface, he still nodded in response and said, "No, Captain Lang Shan is quite powerful. I still hope you can take care of me, my brother." This sentence seemed to resonate with him very much, and he laughed even louder. "Brother Danzo, go talk to the other members first. Mr. Xiao and I need to discuss the route and departure time." Yuhao nodded and walked to the back to talk with the next person to come with him. There were not many people who were carrying out the commission together, only 10 in total. During the conversation, we learned that the participating members include 7 Great Soul Masters and 3 Soul Masters. The strongest one is level 35 and is called Lanjian. His martial soul is the Blood Wolf like Langshan's, and he is Langshan's younger brother. Yuhao had some idea of these people's strength, and he mentally estimated his chances of winning if he were to engage in a fight with them. 30/70. Using pupil power, cut all of them into 7 pieces in 3 minutes. Therefore, it is likely that we do not need to be on high alert against them on this journey, and we need to focus on the enemies we may encounter. So Yuhao chatted with the mercenaries under the guise of Shimura Danzo, and inquired about the threats they might encounter on this journey. "Brother Danzo, Don't worry so much. We have been walking this road for more than 10 years. Occasionally we encounter some bandits, but they are not very strong. We show our spirit rings and they will retreat on their own. Before Yuhao could ask more, a mercenary nearby interrupted, chin in hand. I recently heard that the wolf bandits have reappeared in the Tiandu plains, and I've seen people say that these wolf bandits have very strange postures, like they are hybrids of multiple soul beasts. His companion waved his hand and said, Shrek Academy is right next to the Tiandu plain. These wolf bandits won't survive for long. Besides, we're not crossing the Tiandu plain this time, we're just passing by. There's nothing to worry about. Yuhao remembered all kinds of information they said and was a little concerned about the wolf thief with a strange posture. In the original book, there was an evil soul master who used soul beasts for experiments. I wonder if it was related to this. Just as he was lost in thought, he felt someone pulling the corner of his clothes. He turned around but saw nothing. Yuhao looked around vigilantly, trying to find his target. Where are you looking? Yuhao suddenly heard a clear female voice from beside him, and suddenly realized something. He lowered his head like a machine, and found a petite girl with a side ponytail and light green eyes looking at him with a pout. Post views, 79. CH007 Douluo I, Yuhao, the Master of the Spirit-Chapter-1-60. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Yuhao said to the little girl in front of him with a hint of apology. Kid, your hiding skills are pretty good. I didn't even notice you. The little girl with black hair and green eyes seemed to be intimidated by the cold eyes of Yuhao, who was playing Shimura Danzo. Her body was a little stiff for a moment, but she quickly reacted and her mouth puffed up like a balloon. You adults are such a nuisance. The petite girl turned her head away and stopped looking at Yuhao. She thought to herself. Their heights are already set, but I can still grow. When I'm taller than them in the future, I must look down on them fiercely. The black-haired girl, having changed her mindset through AQ's method of spiritual victory, turned to look at Yuhao again, hands on her hips, and said. My name is Xiao, may I ask who you are? When he heard her name, Yuhao's eyes changed slightly. He had never expected to meet her here. According to the plot, they should have met at Shrek Academy. Yuhao, who now has no plans to join Shrek Academy, originally thought that they would have no contact in this life. Even if they did, they met at the Continental Advanced Soul Master competition, but he was sitting in the audience watching Xiao and the others compete. Yuhao had no intention of participating in this kind of competition. Being coveted by a bunch of people just for a few unknown soul bones was not in line with his way of dealing with the world. Taking part in such a meaningless competition would be an insult to his amazing intelligence. Yuhao hid the strange look that flashed across his eyes, and then said. In Shimashi village, Danzo. Xiao tilted her head a little confusedly, a hint of curiosity flashing in her clear green eyes. Shimura Danzo? What a strange name! As if realizing that what he said was a little wrong, Xiao quickly waved his hand and said. That's not what I meant. I just think your name is very, very, very unique. Yuhao found it a little funny to see Xiao talking incoherently. It's okay. I don't mind. By the way, what is your relationship with President Xiao? Seeing that Yuhao didn't care, Xiao breathed a sigh of relief, then straightened her expression and said. He is my brother. Brother. A hint of understanding flashed in Yuhao's eyes. Xiao turned her head and looked at Xiao Dingyuan, a look of loss flashed in her eyes, and her tone was a little sad. My brother is very capable, but he has changed in recent years. Xiao obviously didn't want to dwell on this topic for too long, and her tone became energetic again as she changed the subject and asked. Uncle Danzo, could you tell me how you got the scar on your chin? Of course, if this question is a bit presumptuous, forget it. Seeing Xiao Xiao's expression of "I'm very curious," Yuhao thought for a moment and said, "Okay, this is going to be a story about Konoha's hard-to-hide tears. I have a close friend named Sarutobi Hiruzen. We live in a village called Konoha. We often practice together, but I am better than him in every aspect." I told Xiao Xiao about the somewhat wild past of Konoha village, and seeing her admiring look, I felt a little relieved. Yuhao thought that he could try writing novels in the future, and maybe he could make some money. "Uncle Danzo. I have to go pack my luggage. We'll chat next time." Xiao Xiao suddenly realized that it was getting late and almost forgot that he had not packed his luggage yet. After saying this to Yuhao, he left immediately. Yuhao watched Xiao Xiao run to a house in the distance and shook his head. He was about to turn around and look for Lang Shan to ask about the mission plan when he suddenly found Xiao Dingyuan walking up to him with a smile on his face. Yuhao nodded slightly at him. Xiao Dingyuan returned the greeting and then gazed at the energetic Xiao Xiao in the distance. Even though he tried his best to hide it, Yuhao still caught a glimpse of envy in his eyes. "Danzo-sama, I troubled you to take care of Xiao Xiao just now. This child has been locked up at home for training because of his talent. Now that he's finally out, he's very curious about everything in the world." Yuhao shook his head and said, "It's not a problem. It's a good thing for children to be curious about the world. As soul masters, we all need to explore the mysteries of the world. The young lady's future is bound to be immeasurable." After saying this, Yuhao secretly used his mental power to carefully observe the changes in his facial expression. Surprisingly, he did not show any jealousy or hatred, but was relieved instead. "Then I will take your kind words. Xiao Xiao and I are different. My martial soul has undergone a malignant mutation and my talent is extremely poor. I am only a great soul master. But she is regarded as the hope of the family's future. But as a brother, I hope she can live happily in the present rather than in the vague future." Yuhao secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that there would be no bloody plot of brother and sister killing each other. However, he was a little puzzled as to why Xiao Dingyuan would tell him, a stranger whom he had only met once, these obviously private matters. As the president of a chamber of commerce, Xiao Dingyuan was very perceptive. After noticing Yuhao's doubts, he explained. "Although Xiao Xiao is young, due to his martial spirit talent, he is very sensitive to the malicious intentions of others. Although your face isn't very friendly, you are willing to patiently tell a child stories from the past. And the most important thing is that I trust my intuition, which I've honed over the years of traveling around the country. So I think you can be trusted. I've said all this just to hope that you can take good care of Xiao Xiao during this period. I can increase your reward to an additional 50 gold soul coins." Yuhao nodded without hesitation and agreed to his request. After all, it wasn't a particularly troublesome matter, just something that could be done easily. Besides, he would rather miss out on the gold soul coins he picked up for free. 50 gold soul coins. How many grilled fish would he need to sell to earn that much? "Employer Xiao, brother Danzo, you can come over now. We'll be leaving soon." After Lang Shan handled the division of labor within the mercenary group, he shouted at Yuhao and Xiao Dingyuan in a rough voice from a distance. "Danzo-sama, let's get ready to leave." After hearing Lang Shan's urging, Xiao Dingyuan exchanged a glance with Yuhao, and the two returned to the escort team together. Led by Lang Shan and Xiao Dingyuan, a convoy of 100 people officially assembled on the official road of the Xingluo Empire outside the East Gate. The Blood Wolf mercenaries served as outer guards on both sides, while 21st Ring Soul Masters were arranged in the inner circle to guard the central convoy. The core of the convoy stored several carriages of precious medicinal materials and rare metals. Lang Shan, as the Soul Master with the highest cultivation level, is at the front of the convoy and is responsible for early warning and deterrence. Yuhao was appointed by Xiao Dingyuan to go to the core area of the convoy to protect Xiao and other important members of the Chamber of Commerce. Their planned route this time was to enter the Tian Hun Empire from Beiming City in the Xingluo Empire, and then go around the Tiandu Plain directly to Xianfeng City. Along the way, they will never leave the official roads of the Xingluo Empire and the Tian Hun Empire. The official roads of every empire are regularly patrolled by strong men, so there are basically no old soul beasts roaming around the roads. Moreover, as the face of a country, there will basically be no high-level spirit masters who will openly cause trouble on the official road. After all, the three major empires now all have titled Douluo loyal to them, so they can still maintain the empire's appearance and not let anyone step on it. Post views, 72. CH008 Dalu, Yuhao, the Master of the Spirit Chapter 008. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Brother Danzo, we are about to enter the Tian Hun Empire. A young Chamber of Commerce guard reminded Yuhao beside him in an enthusiastic tone. Yuhao rode a tall white-scaled horse with a simple balancing soul guide installed on its back, allowing Yuhao, a newbie, to easily control the horse. During this period of time, Yuhao successfully became acquainted with some members of the Ding'ai Chamber of Commerce. These Chamber of Commerce members often traveled between the three original Douluo kingdoms, and some even went to the Sun Moon Empire. They know most of the places on the continent, many of which are not described in detail in the original book. For example, in the central part of the Xingluo Empire, there are the Tiger Fury Mountains, the Tiger Might Mountains, and the Tiger Roar Mountains. These three mountain ranges form the core delta, which is an important gathering place for soul beasts in the Xingluo Empire, mainly tiger soul beasts. To the south of Beiming City where they were was a large mountain range consisting of the Natural Disaster Mountains and the Catastrophe Mountains. Various natural disasters often occur in that mountain range. It is said that a soul master once went deep into that mountain range and encountered a strange lion-dog soul beast. The soul beast was 6 meters long, with golden hair all over its body. It looked like a giant lion, but its face was a black dog-like mask like that of an Asura. That soul master is a super Douluo of level 96, and his martial soul is the Terror Armor Rock Bear. Just by hearing the name, you can tell that he is a titled Douluo who excels in strength. In his perception, this soul beast has only been cultivated for 30,000 years, and with his cultivation as a super Douluo, he can definitely kill it easily. So at the beginning he did not take this soul beast seriously and just released soul power fluctuations in an attempt to force the other party back. Unexpectedly, it angered the opponent. The soul beast opened up a unique domain, in which it directly lost its mind and confronted the super Douluo head-on. What is incredible is that this super Douluo was seriously injured by the opponent, and half of his body was almost blown into meat paste by some huge force. If he didn't have the soul bone skill of long-distance displacement, he would probably have died there. Since then, almost no high-level soul masters have gone to explore that mountain range. The Chamber of Commerce member who told Yuhao this story said that it was just a story for listening, because it happened too long ago and its authenticity could not be verified. Many people did not believe that a 50,000-year-old soul beast could defeat a super Douluo. Furthermore, that soul beast lacked dragon characteristics, indicating it lacked dragon bloodline. How could a lion-dog soul beast possibly accomplish something that even dragons could hardly achieve? However, Yuhao knew that this story should be true. As soon as he heard the description of this soul beast, he realized that it was the extinct soul beast Golden Lion Mastiff that appeared in the legend of the Dragon King. The golden-haired lion mastiff is the ancestor of all dog-like soul beasts. In the original novel, Tang Wulin, a level 90 soul beast with the blood of the Golden Dragon King, was almost killed by a 10,000-year-old golden-haired lion mastiff. This shows how powerful this soul beast is. This is exactly the purpose of Yuhao getting acquainted with these Chamber of Commerce members, to understand the various secrets on the continent and extract useful information from these secrets. For example, he now knew that there was a golden-haired lion mastiff over 30,000 years old in the Calamity Mountain range. If he needed it in the future, he wouldn't have to run around. Soon, the convoy passed through the Baiming Canyon ahead, and across the canyon was the territory of the Tian Hun Empire. While crossing the canyon, Yuhao saw many abandoned military fortifications. Judging from the degree of oxidation and damage on the metal, it seemed that no one had maintained them for thousands of years. Yuhao turned around and asked the enthusiastic Chamber of Commerce guard, "Brother Li, this place, as the border between Tian Hun and Zillow, should be a strategic location. Why are these fortifications so dilapidated? And there's no army stationed on either side of the canyon." Hearing Yuhao's question, Li Fei pointed to the west and said, "Brother Denzo, you may not know that almost all of the Zillow army is currently in the Mingdu Mountains. The military defense against the Sky Soul Empire was cancelled 1,000 years ago. It is said that it was the powerful people from Shrek Academy at that time who persuaded the two empires to focus their energy on defending against the sun and moon." Yuhao nodded thoughtfully. Leaving Baiming Canyon, what comes into view is a vast expanse of lush grassland that stretches as far as the eye can see. The green waves surged like waves with the wind, and occasionally a few unknown butterfly-like soul beasts fluttered among the leaves, like stars leaping out of the blue waves. Yuhao, who had never seen such a scene in his previous life, couldn't help but be stunned. The rich fragrance of soil and grass in the air made him feel like he was in a dream. Or perhaps in his previous life, even in his dreams, he didn't dare to imagine such a beautiful scene. Li Fei couldn't help but say upon seeing Yuhao's intoxicated expression, "I'm also shocked every time I pass by here. My hometown is in the eastern desert of the Zillow Empire. It's nothing but sand and rock there. Sometimes you can't even see a bird for hundreds of miles. But you can only see it along this stretch of road. There are mountains behind it." Yuhao did not continue to talk to him. He slightly expanded his mental power on horseback and carefully felt the breeze passing by him. This was the first time that Yuhao truly felt that he was living in a brand new world, a world full of vitality, which made him realize that this world was by no means the fixed ink on paper in his previous life. An unknown transformation occurred deep within Yuhao's mind. If he opened the panel at this moment, he would find that his original 800 points of mental power was slowly increasing. Understanding the degree of control over authority has also reached 3%. After a whole day of travel, we are still 900 miles away from our destination, Xianfeng City, and we will arrive there tomorrow afternoon. The Tian Hun Empire was not as safe as the Zillow Empire at night. The caravan did not dare to travel rashly and could only spend the night in a valley. In a remote corner of the valley, Yuhao and Xiao sat by the campfire and roasted food. Li Fei, who had just set up a tent in the distance, walked over. Yuhao picked up a string of grilled fish from beside the campfire and handed it to him. Li Fei wiped the sweat off his forehead, sat opposite the campfire, took a bite of the fish and started chewing. Then his eyes lit up and he said, "Brother Denzo, your grilled fish is simply amazing. I have traveled all over the country and never tasted anything as delicious as this." Xiao nodded in agreement. She had never eaten such delicious grilled fish in the Chamber of Commerce. "I agree. This is even better than the grilled fish at the God of Cookery restaurant in Tiandu City." She shook her little head and spoke incoherently while chewing the fish. Yuhao shook his head slightly to express his disapproval. Then, as if thinking of something, he looked at Li Fei and asked, "By the way, aren't there any cities around here? We've been walking for so long and haven't seen a single one." Yuhao was not the only one puzzled by this question. Xiao also stared at Li Fei with sparkling eyes to express her curiosity. Although Xiao is a lady from the Chamber of Commerce, she has basically never left home for various reasons. She is also curious about the situation in the Tian Hun Empire. Li Fei looked at the bonfire in front of him helplessly and said, The Tian Hun Empire and the Douluo Empire used to be one country called the Tiandu Empire. During the split, the two empires fought for hundreds of years, causing their national strength to decline. After the war, the two empires were just about to recuperate when the Sun Moon Empire arrived. The war that swept across the continent completely destroyed the economies of the Tian Hun and Douluo empires at the time. The prices in the Tian Hun Empire have skyrocketed. Refugees are everywhere in the cities, and cannibalism has even occurred. As a result, a large number of residents have fled the cities to survive in the more fertile Tiandu Plains, where Shrek Academy is located. This resulted in the fact that there were basically no cities on the border of the Tian Hun Empire. A large number of cities were concentrated on the Tiandu Plain. The cheap civilian labor even made Shrek City one of the most prosperous cities on the continent. After explaining the reason to the two, Li Fei quickly finished the grilled fish in 2 or 3 bites. Without even wiping the residue from his mouth, he stood up and said to Yuhao, "All right, bro. I'm going to guard the outer area. I'll leave the inner area to you." After Li Fei secretly entered the darkness, Yuhao drove Xiao, who was reluctant to stand guard with him, into the tent like a chicken. "Tisk, uncle is so inhumane." Xiao made a face at Yuhao before closing the tent and turning off the soul guide lamp inside. Yuhao sat cross-legged beside the tent and entered a meditative state. At the same time, he slightly summoned his mental power and coordinated it with his soul power to vibrate the surrounding air, emitting silent special waves. Then it receives these reflected waves to explore the surrounding situation. This move was recently figured out by Yuhao. After all, he was a planetary engine maintenance worker in his previous life, so he was familiar with the principles and methods of generating ultrasonic waves. Through the CO frequency vibrations of mental power and soul power, ultrasonic waves are simulated. The reflected ultrasonic waves are received by mental power and then transmitted to the brain for analysis. Although this method is not as convenient as the mental detection in the original work, it is beneficial for the extremely low consumption of soul power and the long detection range. The disadvantage is that the brain needs to process the large amount of information brought by the returning sound waves accurately and quickly. In other words, Yuhao's martial soul is the spirit eye, and after evolving into the kaleidoscope, it can finally control mental power. A normal person would probably need 10 years of practice to master this skill. In the second half of the night, the moon was covered by dark clouds at some point, and the bonfire had long since burned out, leaving only the dark red glow of the charcoal fire in the valley. Yuhao's mental power suddenly moved, and his mental detection sound waves sensed that something was approaching rapidly in the east of the valley. 1 2 3. Yuhao suddenly opened his eyes and looked towards the east of the valley. In the dark night, he could vaguely see some birds startled. Yuhao didn't hesitate at all and shouted to everyone in the valley. "Everyone, pay attention! Something's happening in the east of the valley." Post Views, 74. CH009 Dalu, I, Yuhao, the Master of the Spirit-Chapter-1-60. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Yuhao's voice was mixed with spiritual power, and because of the echo structure of the valley, everyone could hear Yuhao's warning. Wolf Mountain on the outskirts looked towards the east of the valley. His blood wolf was not a martial spirit that excelled in perception, so he could not confirm the truth of Yuhao's warning. However, as a soul master who has been in the soul master world for decades, he is still willing to trust his companions. After all, the most taboo thing for mercenaries is mutual suspicion. Lang Shan didn't hesitate at all. Almost immediately after hearing Yuhao's warning, he started yelling at the people in the valley. Except for Lanjian and Danzhou, all other great spirit masters will immediately go to the east of the valley to defend it. Lanjian and Danzhou are leading the members of the Ding'ai Chamber of Commerce to the south exit of the valley to ensure there is no danger behind them. Although the average soul power of the members of the Blood Wolf mercenary group is not high, their execution ability is still very strong. The 2 soul masters and 7 great soul masters except Lang Yan quickly found their positions and formed a formation to fight the enemy. The 21st ring soul masters of Ding'ai Chamber of Commerce were ready inside to ensure that each mercenary could have 3 first ring soul masters to support them at any time. Huo Yuhao, along with Xiao and other core members of the Ding'ai Chamber of Commerce, evacuated to the south exit of the valley. Sasha. From the distant forest, a sound could be heard, whether it was the wind or a spirit beast ruffling leaves. And the sound was approaching at an extremely fast speed, like the footsteps of the Grim Reaper. The sound was particularly clear in the silent valley. Huo Yuhao could clearly see beads of sweat appearing on Langshan's forehead, and the expressions of the other members of the mercenary group became increasingly serious. They formed a mercenary group and traveled together for more than 20 years. Although they were not strong and could only take on low-risk missions, they still had some knowledge of the speed of soul masters of different levels. In their impression, those who can reach this speed are either soul masters of the agility attack system, soul sectors, or even soul kings. Lang Shan stared at the eastern forest with his eyes fixed, veins bulging on his forehead, and he kept praying in his heart. Don't be an enemy. He knew that neither the soul sect nor the soul king could contend against them, the soul lords and great soul masters. If they really had to fight to the death, they would probably suffer heavy casualties. At some point, the rustling sound stopped abruptly, and 4 soul masters in tattered black robes suddenly rushed out of the forest. These soul masters were surrounded by a cold and evil aura, and within that pitch-black, yet tangible aura, one could faintly hear the cries and roars of wronged souls. A chill that came from nowhere made everyone in the valley's scalps tingle. Langshan's heart was finally at peace. If they were robbers, then they could still talk and avoid fighting. As for the evil soul masters, the only option left for them is a fight to the death. Because in the eyes of these evil soul masters, their lives and souls may be more important than property. The muscles on Langshan's face twitched involuntarily, revealing an ugly expression. He yelled, "Evil soul master! Prepare to fight!" As soon as he finished speaking, 3 soul rings, 1 yellow and 2 purple, rose from his body. Blood-red hair instantly covered his entire body, his pupils turned dark green, his fangs protruded, and cold, sharp claws extended from the ends of his 10 fingers. His figure became more burly, and his muscles almost burst through his clothes. Immediately afterwards, a large number of yellow soul rings began to appear in the valley, mixed with several purple soul rings. One of the evil soul masters saw this scene and let out a shrill laugh from under his cloak. "Hee, third brother, your perception is correct. There are so many blood foods here." The black-robed evil soul master known as the third brother also laughed. "My martial soul is the heart-eating rat. It is very sensitive to smells. I can smell these delicacies from a long way away." The leading black-robed evil soul master snorted coldly, interrupting their conversation and saying, "If you have anything to say, tell me later. Hurry up and eat them to recover your injuries and soul power. That damned golden crow woman will probably catch up to us soon. If you don't want to die at her hands, move quickly." When the people in the valley heard their words, their hearts sank, and they realized that they were about to fight for their lives. Lang Shan clenched his fists, opened his mouth with exposed fangs, and then the purple soul ring behind him lit up. "You want to kill me? Let's see if you have what it takes." Third soul skill, Blood Wolf Break. A blood-red energy wave condensed from Langshan's mouth, and then the violent energy attacked the black-robed man in the lead with a hissing sound in the air. Faced with this attack, those men in black robes didn't even try to dodge, but just watched coldly as Lang Shan accumulated power and launched the weapon. Just as the blood-red energy wave was about to strike the black-robed figure, the leading evil spirit master raised his arm slightly and opened his palm. His palm was like dry bones, devoid of any blood, and the grey skin revealed the hideous joints. The moment the two sides came into contact, the scene that Lang Shan had expected, where the opponent's palm was blown into pieces, did not happen, but it disappeared directly. There wasn't even a trace of wind, as if Lang Shan had never released any soul skills. The leading evil spirit master lowered his arms and said coldly, "Is the show over? Then just be food." The 4 men in black robes immediately swooped down the mountain wall and unfolded their spirit rings. These evil soul masters all have 4 rings, only one has a white first ring, and the rest basically have the best combination that ordinary people can get. Upon seeing this, Lang Shan lit up all his spirit rings and roared as he rushed towards one of the evil spirit masters. The others also activated their soul skills and attacked their respective enemies. Basically, every evil soul master will face the firepower of 3 to 5 soul masters. Even though it was obvious that these evil soul masters were in poor condition, the level gap was not so easy to bridge. Every time the evil soul masters swing their arms, blood spurts out, and they don't even need to use soul skills. They would only dodge when the third soul skills released by several soul masters of Lang Shan were used. This is a one-sided crushing. Huo Yuhao and Lang Yan protected the core members of the Ding'ai Chamber of Commerce behind them and watched the battle inside at the south exit, which was no different from a massacre. Lang Yan was so anxious that his face turned red and he wanted to rush over to help. It was obvious that he was more talented than his brother, but his experience was too limited. His brother arranged for him to go to the south exit in the hope that he could escape. Xiao Dingyuan covered Xiao Xiao's eyes, his face ashen. He knew that if Lang Shan and his men were killed, they would not be able to escape. Huo Yuhao looked at Xiao Dingyuan and shouted, "President Xiao, now is the time to evacuate." Xiao Dingyuan shook his head helplessly and said, "It's useless. There's no way to escape. The Tian Hun Empire is different from the Xingluo Empire. The nearest city is 700 miles away. There's no place to hide on the way, either in the plains or the mountains. You also heard that one of the enemy's spirits is the heart-eating rat, which is good at tracking." Huo Yuhao sighed and looked back at the situation in the valley. His friend Li Fei, whom he had just met, was lying on the ground, covering his arm. At the current rate, everyone inside will be dead in 10 minutes at most. Huo Yuhao turned to look at Lang Yan and said, "Let's go help. Since we can't escape, we can only risk our lives." As soon as he finished speaking, Lang Yan rushed over with his martial spirit to help his brother. Huo Yuhao's eyes twitched, and he was about to say something, but in the end he could only shake his head and say, "This idiot." Huo Yuhao no longer hesitated to use his mental power, locking onto the evil spirit master whose spirit was the heart-eating rat. He then began to quietly approach him. "We must kill him. Otherwise, there will be nowhere to escape." The evil soul master, the heart-eating rat, seemed to be so absorbed in this near-massacre battle that he didn't notice Huo Yuhao, the little mouse with a faint breath. So he easily got around the evil soul master of the heart-eating rat. It was not until this time that he discovered that there was another person next to him. "Hey, there's one more." He smiled evilly and was about to turn around and give Huo Yuhao a claw. Now, Huo Yuhao was calculating the timing in his heart, and when he saw Huo Yuhao's eyes meet his, he used illusion without hesitation. The special mental power transformed by the spirit eye kaleidoscope was like an iron nail that directly penetrated into the spiritual sea of the heart-eating rat evil soul master. Then, use the nails to disrupt the opponent's mental and soul power to remove the opponent's physical defenses, and control his 5 senses and thinking bit by bit. After consuming about 2/3 of his mental strength and almost all of his soul strength, Huo Yuhao completely destroyed the opponent's consciousness and completely turned him into a puppet that completely obeyed Huo Yuhao's will. Because of the faceless man's mask, no one could see that Huo Yuhao's face was extremely pale. Consuming 2/3 of your mental energy in an instant is a huge burden for anyone. In fact, most of these 2/3 of mental energy are wasted. The main reason was that the Manjiki Sharingan's inherent illusions were instinctive and not systematic at all. If it truly had a built-in illusion system like the one in Naruto, Huo Yuhao wouldn't have wasted so much mental energy on trial and error. Fortunately, the result was not unexpected. Yuhao breathed a sigh of relief as he looked at the soul master whose eyes had become lifeless. Then, Yuhao transmitted an order to him through the nail in his spiritual sea, "Go give your eldest brother a surprise." A light appeared in the eyes of the heart-eating rat evil soul master, and then he rushed straight to the evil soul master leader who was fighting with Lang Shan and Lanjian. "Humph, if your martial spirits hadn't been severely damaged by that damned golden crow woman, you wouldn't have lasted even a minute." The evil soul master leader found that he was being delayed by 2 soul masters and several first-ring soul masters, and he couldn't help feeling angry. Soon, he seized the opportunity, and his mummy-like palm shrank into sharp claws and grabbed Langshan's chest fiercely. A large piece of skin and flesh was torn off, and blood gushed out of Langshan's chest. "Brother!" Lang Yan became extremely anxious when he saw his brother being seriously injured, and the rhythm of his attack began to become chaotic. The evil spirit master leader sneered and licked the blood and flesh on his hands. Almost visibly, his dried-up body began to show a faint red color. What high-quality flesh and blood! He looked at Lang Shan, who was half kneeling on the ground with his hands covering his chest, with satisfaction in his eyes. Post Views, 71. Ch010 Douluo I, Yuhao, the Master of the Spirit-Chapter 010. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. I really still like you strong attack type combat soul masters, with abundant blood and strong vitality. The evil soul master leader squinted his eyes in ecstasy while casually resisting Lang Yan's attack. "Don't worry, little wolf cub. It will be your turn soon." The second soul ring of the evil soul master leader lit up. The second soul skill, Ghost Swamp. As soon as he finished speaking, the air around him became stagnant and sticky, squeezing Lang Shan and Lanjian. The 2 men's eyes turned red and their breathing became disordered. Lang Yan wanted to launch an attack but found that he could not move his body at all. The evil soul master leader walked slowly to Lang Shan, pointing his sharp claws at Lang Shan's head. At the moment when he was about to swing, the evil soul master leader felt the approach of the third brother and said in a very unhappy tone, "Third brother, I remember reminding you not to disturb me when I am hunting." Of course, the third brother who was controlled by Yuhao would not respond to him. When the two were about 50 meters apart, the third brother released his strongest 4th soul skill. Bloody Claw. The third brother's body was filled with blood-red light, and then he rushed towards the back of the evil soul master leader at an extremely fast speed, leaving a red afterimage in the narrow valley. The evil soul master leader obviously did not expect that his third brother would choose to launch a sneak attack on him. When he realized that something was wrong, it was too late. The blood-red claws instantly pierced through the chest of the evil soul master leader, giving him a chilling feeling. It was not until the end that the evil soul master leader turned around and looked at his third brother in disbelief. He was about to say something but the gushing blood drowned him out and he could only stammer. He had already been severely injured by the Golden Crow Saint Wu Ming, and after a brief struggle, he died with an unwilling look on his face. Everyone around was stunned, both the mercenaries and the evil soul masters stared at the scene with wide eyes. The mercenary group could not have imagined that the other side would actually have an internal conflict, and the evil soul masters could not have imagined that their third brother would rebel under such circumstances. It was not until the third brother casually threw the corpse of the evil soul master leader to the ground that everyone suddenly woke up. The other 2 evil soul masters immediately distanced themselves from the surrounding mercenaries, then looked at the third brother and shouted, "Third brother! What have you done? Without the boss, how can we fight against the Shrek supervisory group?" The third brother had no self-awareness and of course it was impossible for him to just smile and start reciting poetry to everyone. He activated his 4th soul ring again and used his soul skill Bloody Claws, charging straight towards the other 2 evil soul masters. The 2 evil soul masters were horrified. As companions who had been with the third brother day and night, they were of course aware of the power of the third brother's 4th soul skill. This move is the strongest single target breakthrough ability among the 4 of them, and even the Soul King cannot withstand it. The reason why the four of them were able to escape from the Shrek Supervisory Corps was because the third and eldest brothers joined forces to severely injure a Soul King of the Shrek Supervisory Corps. Taking advantage of the distraction of the Golden Crow woman, several people were able to successfully evacuate. One of the evil soul masters immediately used his fourth soul skill without hesitation, Evil Chi Armor Defense. A grey energy tortoise shell appeared in front of the third brother's charge and then confronted the bloody claw head-on. The energy tortoise shell began to emit a sharp wail, and then faint cracks appeared. The evil spirit master immediately shouted, "Fourth brother, what are you doing? Hurry up and take action. Third brother is going crazy." After hearing what the second brother said, the fourth brother finally woke up from his dream and activated his fourth soul skill, Devil Vine Strangulation. Countless dark green vines with sharp spikes shining coldly at the tips attacked the bloody figure. The third brother, who had weak defense, was directly pierced through the abdomen by the vines. The bloody light on his body gradually disappeared, and then he was thrown aside by the vines. A large amount of blood spurted out from the wound in the abdomen, and in the blink of an eye, a pool of blood formed around it. The third brother's vitality was visibly fading, and it was obvious that he was not going to survive. Just when the second and fourth brothers breathed a sigh of relief, the third brother stood up again. He didn't care at all about his injuries and his fading vitality. He forced his body to release the fourth soul skill once again. The two evil spirit masters across from him were nearly paralyzed. Seeing the second brother still trying to attack, the third brother really wanted to ask, "No, buddy, why didn't you look so fierce when we were chased by the Shrek Supervisory Group together? If you're going to fight me now, I'll use my fourth soul skill without regard for my life." The second and fourth brothers retreated immediately. After seeing this, the third brother rushed straight towards the weakest fourth brother without any hesitation. When the fourth brother saw the third brother behind him, he was so scared that he said hurriedly, "Third brother, I didn't do anything to let you down. It was my eldest and second brothers who forced you to massacre your own people. I have nothing to do with them. Don't chase me. And weren't you enjoying it back then?" The fourth brother naturally didn't know that the third brother was now controlled by Yuhao, and he thought that he betrayed him because of past hatred. When Yuhao wiped out the third brother's consciousness, he implanted in him a supreme will: kill all his companions. So before the third brother died completely, even if he could only move one finger, he would hunt down the two of them. The fourth brother's martial soul was obviously of the plant type, and naturally its speed was not as good as that of the agile attack type martial soul such as the heart-eating rat. In the blink of an eye, the third brother had already arrived behind the fourth brother. The fourth brother felt the chill coming from behind and realized that he could not escape. His second soul ring lit up and his arm turned into a black wooden spike. He turned around and fought against the third brother. Just as the black wooden thorns and the bloody broken claws were fighting, countless sharp spikes burst out of the fourth brother's body and stabbed towards the third brother. The fourth brother thought that the third brother would choose to dodge his attack, but he found that the third brother did not dodge at all and let the sharp spikes pierce into his body. At the same time, the bloody claws began to slowly break through the black wooden thorns, and were about to tear the fourth brother into pieces. Seeing this, the fourth brother's eyes were completely fierce. "Third brother, if you don't want me to live, then let's die together." Wood explosion technique. The fourth brother's third soul ring lit up, and then the black wooden thorn on his arm emitted a creepy red light and began to expand, emitting a terrifying aura. After a brief accumulation of power, a violent explosion swept through the two of them, and the dark green light enveloped an area of 50 meters. Yuhao could clearly feel the violent energy inside through his mental power from a distance and couldn't help but be amazed. Wow, he actually has a spirit skill similar to corpse explosion and ice explosion. Luckily I didn't choose to confront him head-on. With this kind of power, I would have used the Root Kingdom if I had been hit by it. You really can't underestimate the heroes of the world. Yuhao clearly felt that the nail that had pierced into the third brother's sea of spiritual power had completely disappeared, indicating that the third brother was dead. Yuhao headed towards the direction where the second brother escaped. He planned to kill him. After all, there was still a long way to go, and he didn't want to leave any hidden dangers. The second brother should have a turtle-type martial spirit, but that alone wouldn't allow him to run fast, not to mention that he was already severely injured and a lot of his soul power was consumed by the blood-colored claws. Finally, Yuhao found him under a big tree. He was catching a rabbit-like soul beast to absorb its vitality to heal his injuries. He was still cursing and muttering, "What on earth is going on? Why did the third brother suddenly go crazy? I'm so unlucky. Without my boss, I have no choice but to join the Holy Spirit Church on my own." Yuhao tapped the ground lightly with his toes and quietly approached him. When he was about 50 meters away from him, the second brother sensed something was wrong and suddenly turned his head towards Yuhao to be on guard. "Who?" The second brother dropped the rabbit soul beast in his hand, without even wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and looked towards Yuhao with a fierce look in his eyes. When he was about 5 steps away from a bush, he stopped and lit up his second soul ring with a ferocious look on his face. The dazzling yellow light was extremely conspicuous in the dark forest. Xiao! The dark blue flames instantly swept across the entire area, burning all possible hiding places in front of it. The second brother was breathing heavily, his lungs making a tearing sound like a broken bellows. It was obvious that he was now struggling to even release his second soul skill. However, the expected roar of an enemy being burned by flames did not appear before him. Instead, there was only the crackling sound of branches in the flames. The second brother was worried and waited until the flames completely died down and confirmed that there was no one around before turning around. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart. The second brother's eyes were bloodshot. He lowered his head slowly in disbelief and saw that his heart was pierced by an exquisite short blade. The pain made him dazed, and the scenery in front of him suddenly changed. The rabbit soul beast that had been thrown aside was still in his hands. He was still sitting under the big tree. There was no sign of fire in front of him. He had never moved. At this moment he suddenly realized the whole truth. The second brother wanted to turn his head to see who killed him, but the exhaustion of vitality made it impossible for him to do so. He could only utter a few trembling words in the last few seconds. So, that's how it is. The spiritual system. Soon, Lao Er lost all his strength, lowered his head, his eyes became cloudy, and the blood gushing from his heart drew an enchanting flower around him. Yuhao pulled out the white tiger dagger behind him and swung it casually to shake off the blood beads attached to it. He didn't say anything, didn't even look at the body, and after confirming death, he turned and left. Post Views, 68. Ch011 Douluo Yuhao, the Master of the Spirit Chapter 011. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Number of draws *1. A piece of information, to be completed. The moment Yuhao killed the second brother, 2 lines of words appeared on his retina. However, Yuhao did not intend to check them immediately. He decided to return to the valley to check the casualties of the Chamber of Commerce and the mercenary group. The valley at this time was no longer as lush as it once was. It was filled with gravel and earth pits, as if it had been blown by an 8-4 scale. Not far from the valley, there is a large pit with a diameter of 50 meters. It is the trace left by the fourth brother's wood explosion technique. When Yuhao passed by there, he couldn't help but be amazed and marvel at the terrifying power of this kind of corpse explosion-like soul skill. Whether it is the ice explosion technique, the corpse explosion technique, or the wood explosion technique that I have witnessed with my own eyes, none of them are good. The corpse explosion technique, in the hands of the Death Messenger, created the strongest record in the history of Douluo continent, single-handedly raising the value of explosive soul skills. Of course, the Holy Spirit Church's Supreme Elder Suanzi made an indelible contribution to this. Huo Yuhao came to Lang Shan, who was lying on the ground. A healing soul master was bandaging his wounds nearby. After seeing Huo Yuhao, he forced himself into an ugly smile. The wound on his chest, so deep that the bone could be seen, was still oozing blood. If it weren't for the fact that beast soul masters have such strong vitality, an ordinary person would have gone to the underworld to draw lots after being hit like this, but he could still laugh. Huo Yuhao said helplessly, "Captain Lang Shan, you'd better lie down and don't let your wound get worse. Also, I've killed the evil soul master who escaped, so you don't have to worry about the rest of the journey." After digesting Huo Yuhao's words, Lang Shan, who was originally grinning, narrowed his eyes slightly and was a little bit unbelieving. But he soon calmed down, and ignoring the dissuasion of the healing soul master next to him, he supported himself on the ground with both hands and half sat up. He looked at Huo Yuhao earnestly with bloodshot eyes, then said solemnly, "Thank you very much, Brother Danzo." Huo Yuhao nodded at him, and without saying anything else, he left and walked to Li Fei's side. "How's the wound?" Hearing the familiar voice, Li Fei stopped bandaging and looked up and said, "It hurts so much. But luckily I can still feel the pain." Li Fei showed a relieved smile, his chest heaving violently because he had survived the disaster. He looked at Huo Yuhao, who was squatting and sitting cross-legged beside him, and said, "I'm really lucky this time. Those evil soul masters didn't apply corpse poison to their claws, otherwise I would really die here this time." Huo Yuhao smiled at him and said, "They didn't apply corpse poison, which means those evil soul masters probably intend to eat us." Li Fei nodded in agreement, but still maintained his optimistic and sunny expression as he said, "Yeah, it's a good thing they had an internal conflict. It seems I'm not destined to die. Brother Danzo, when we get to Xianfeng City, I will treat you to a meal at the best restaurant there and a play at the most luxurious brothel. I guarantee you will be satisfied." Huo Yuhao patted his shoulder without responding to his invitation. Out of the corner of his eye, he unexpectedly saw Xiao hugging her knees and covering her face under a big tree in the distance. "I'll go check on the young lady. She's probably terrified." Xiao curled up her legs and buried her head in her knees, biting her lips tightly. Her face was pale and her calves were shaking uncontrollably. Her mind was full of the scene of the evil soul master killing everyone. She felt someone sitting down next to her, so she raised her head a little to see who it was. As soon as he raised his head, his eyes met Huo Yuhao's. "Ah!" She was suddenly startled, and then used her tender little hands to wipe away her tears and snot. "The result is that your face becomes more and more messy." Finally, he simply gave up and said in a low voice, hugging his knees, "You didn't come here to laugh at me, did you? Well, laugh all you want. I don't mind." Upon hearing this, Huo Yuhao looked at her dirty little face and burst out laughing. Amidst the laughter, Xiaoxiu's legs kept tightening, her fingers turned white, and she revealed an aggrieved expression. Suddenly, she felt a warm big hand touching her head. The laughter beside her disappeared, and a gentle voice flowed into her ears like a stream. "Look, don't you care a lot? It's normal to be scared when you see that kind of scene. The fact that you can feel fear shows that you still have a reverence for life in your heart. This is a good thing. Only by respecting life can we cherish life, and only by cherishing life can we transcend death. Never get used to seeing blood and gore flying everywhere. Some people will be worried." Huo Yuhao signaled Xiao with his eyes to look behind him. Xiao turned around and saw Xiao Dingyuan looking at them with a worried look on his face. Xiao pursed her lips, turned her head back and stared at her toes, saying, "Besides being afraid, I hate my own weakness even more. Uncle, do you know? I'm actually already level 20. Only one spirit ring away from becoming a great spirit master. From the time I awakened my martial spirit until now, I've always been considered a genius by everyone. They say I can become a titled Douluo in the future. In battles with my peers, I rarely lose. But those were just performances. Today, I realized that in the face of a true life or death crisis, I didn't even have the courage to summon my martial spirit. Those with lower soul power levels than mine are fighting bravely, while I, who's a bit stronger, can only tremble and hide behind, trying to control my legs from shaking. I hate myself like that. It's so embarrassing. Yuhao rubbed her head and said, "No one is born strong. My former captain once said to me, a truly strong person is someone who realizes they are weak but still charges towards the ice and snow." Xiao was silent for a moment, then looked up, her emerald green eyes staring intently into Yuhao's, and said, "Uncle, I want to become a strong man. Next time I encounter something like this, I don't want to just stand there and watch weakly. I decided to go to Shrek Academy." Yuhao's face froze when he heard Xiao's words. He had not expected the situation to unfold in this way. But he soon felt relieved. For Xiao, Shrek Academy was barely a good choice. However, Yuhao still planned to remind Xiao. "Kid, if you go to Shrek Academy, you must avoid freshman class too. There's a teacher named Zhou Yi over there who treats her students like members of the Sun and Moon Empire. If you were to encounter this, I'd be hard-pressed to handle it." Xiao tilted his head in confusion, but nodded solemnly. Yuhao and Xiao sat for a while, and the sky in the east began to turn pale. The Chamber of Commerce and mercenary group in the valley are ready to set off. But at a glance, almost everyone was injured, and Lang Shan was lying down, with his younger brother Lanjian taking over his duties. Li Fei waved directly to Yuhao as a signal, telling him that the convoy was ready to depart. Yuhao brought Xiao back to the crowd, then got up and mounted his horse, guarding the left side of the convoy and continuing along the originally planned route. Post Views, 63. Ch012 Dalu, I, Yuhao, the Master of the Spirit Chapter 012. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. On the back of the white-scaled horse, the gentle breeze caressed his cheeks, and the unique smell of earth in the early morning boosted Yuhao's almost exhausted mental strength. The pale face under the faceless man's mask began to regain color. The convoy, having experienced the attack by the evil soul master, significantly sped up its pace. Now everyone was in urgent need of a warm room and a soft bed to soothe their bodies and souls. Some people were seriously injured and urgently needed treatment at Xianfeng City's medical facilities. After all the going and coming, the journey that originally took a day was compressed into half a day, and we expected to arrive at noon. Yuhao finally had time to check the spoils of killing the second brother on horseback. Name, Yuhao. Race, human, God. Soul power, 15, level 9. Spiritual power, 950. Martial soul, spirit eyes kaleidoscope. Abilities, Amaterasu, Tsukuyomi, Kagutsuki, Kamui, Root Kingdom, Umwaka Hayashi, Suzanu. Authority, Dream, Unique Fantasy of Life, Mastery 2%. Understanding, the desire to master the unknown, Mastery 4%. Fantasy, distortion of reality, Mastery 1.5%. Lottery, random manifestation based on fantasy, number of times *1. Item, Yilin concentrated potion, Douluo special, a piece of information, to be completed. Compared with the previous panel, the mental power has been improved again. In fact, Yuhao can always feel that his mental power is slowly increasing, and there is no sign of decline at present. It is probably the result of the evolution of his martial soul. What surprised him was that the authority of understanding actually reached 4%. Yuhao, who originally wanted to draw the lottery directly, was suddenly attracted by a piece of information in the inventory. He retrieved this special item from the panel. The moment his thoughts touched the panel, a piece of text appeared directly in Huo Yuhao's mind. This passage was not long, but its content aroused Huo Yuhao's great interest. Bloodlines maintain strength, genes conceal everything. Martial soul is the embodiment of bloodline, engraved into the human evolutionary map along with genes. What is the essence of a martial soul? These questions seem to be related to a certain pair of chromosomes. Note: obtaining more genetic information of different humans can unlock subsequent content. After reading the message, Huo Yuhao raised his eyebrows and thought to himself. Isn't Douluo continent a fantasy world? How can it be related to genes? I was an engineer in my previous life, not a biologist. This doesn't quite fit. Collecting human genetic information, it seems we can start with blood. Huo Yuhao rubbed his brows and looked up at the tall city wall that was already faintly visible in the distance. Even though it was dozens of miles away, he could still feel the heavy and wild atmosphere. Since there was still some time before entering the city, Huo Yuhao suddenly had an idea and decided to use the number of draws he had obtained. Brilliant golden light rippled in front of the retina. As the light dimmed, the information about the extracted items appeared in front of Huo Yuhao. Reversal spell, local modification 2 negatives equal 1 positive, water and fire, wind and earth, light and darkness, life and destruction, spirit and body. Seeing this, Huo Yuhao's eyes lit up. Just looking at the ability description, this is definitely a gold card that reverses attributes to gain conflicting abilities. If you obtain the ice element, you can obtain the fire element, and the combination of the two can control the water element. Thinking of this, Huo Yuhao's mind moved, and all the information about the reversal technique appeared in Huo Yuhao's mind. This ability or technique is essentially the use of the mutual generation and restraint of elements. It uses special techniques to enrich the elements and speed up the circulation to reach the state of extremes. At the same time, one principle is to convert the difference while keeping the quality unchanged. For example, the reversal of ultimate ice must be ultimate fire, but the enrichment and circulation in the transformation will inevitably consume some energy. It may take 10 parts of ultimate ice soul power to be transformed into 1 part of ultimate fire soul power. Although the loss is great, it still does not prevent it from being an extremely powerful technique. Judging from the current quality of Huo Yuhao's spiritual soul power, if it were reversed, he could achieve extremely strong self-healing ability of the body and powerful strength. After digesting this technique, Huo Yuhao suddenly thought that he could set up a small stall to heal people after entering Xianfeng City. Not only can he practice reversal techniques, but he can also collect human blood to obtain genetic information. More importantly, he can make money. Huo Yuhao is really tired of being poor in his 2 lives. It's a perfect plan to kill 3 birds with 1 stone, but I don't know if there is any such thing as a medical qualification certificate in Douluo continent. At noon, the sun was hanging high above our heads, and the scorching sun licked the dry earth wantonly, taking away every bit of moisture. Cicada-like soul beasts chirped loudly on the ancient trees on both sides of the gate of Xianfeng City, and the shrill sound fought against the hot weather. Huo Yuhao and his convoy were neatly lined up on the path in front of Xianfeng City, undergoing inspection by the guards. They said they were checking, but in reality they were just flipping through the items without a close look. Xiao Dingyuan was talking to the gatekeeper, and judging by their familiarity, he figured the Ding'ai Chamber of Commerce would often come here to trade. President Xiao, why are there so many injured people in your Chamber of Commerce this time? The gatekeeper pointed at the convoy in confusion. Xiao Dingyuan sighed helplessly and said, General Qin, I'm lucky to have saved my life this time. We encountered an evil spirit master a few hundred miles from Xianfeng City. If they hadn't suddenly started fighting among themselves, everyone in our team would have died there. Hearing Xiao Dingyuan's words, General Qin's eyes narrowed and he said in a deep voice, Evil Soul Master. Xiao Dingyuan saw his expression and immediately responded, could it be that General Qin knows something? General Qin said directly without any hesitation, President Xiao, you may not know that a while ago, people from Shrek Academy came here. They destroyed an evil soul master's den not long ago, but accidentally let many evil soul masters escape. The escape directions are very scattered. They can't clear it out in time, so we have to be more careful." Hearing his words, Xiao Dingyuan sighed, "What an unexpected disaster." General Qin nodded in agreement, then looked at him and said, "President Xiao, when you have time to settle down, go to the city lord's mansion to make a report." He paused and continued, "This is a request from the Shrek Supervisory Group. You also know the temper of the Shrek Supervisory Group. It's not easy for us to disobey." Xiao Dingyuan bowed to him and said, "Of course, I will definitely not forget it." General Qin nodded and shouted to the guard at the gate, "What are you still standing there for? Let Chairman Xiao and his convoy pass." As soon as he finished speaking, the guards beside him immediately put away their weapons, stood beside the city gate, and guided the convoy into the city. The convoy arrived at a large open space outside Xianfeng City. Xiao Dingyuan ordered the still mobile personnel of the Chamber of Commerce to arrange the goods and bring the wounded down. Then he walked over to Langshan's bed and said, "Captain Lang, I have sent someone to contact the medical clinic in Xianfeng City. I will ensure that the brothers recover. Thanks to you this time." Langshan waved his hand carelessly and said, "The mercenaries are paid to do the job, but it's us who are not providing adequate protection." Just as the two were talking, Yuhao walked over. Post Views, 69. CH013 Douluo, Yuhao, the master of the Spirit-Chapter-1-60. After seeing Yuhao coming over, the two stopped talking. Yuhao didn't beat around the bush and simply said to Xiao Dingyuan, "President Xiao, we've arrived at Xianfeng City, and it's time for me to leave." Xiao Dingyuan paused and said, "I understand. Lord Danzhou, are you really not going to have dinner with us to celebrate?" Yuhao waved his hand and said nonchalantly, "No, I appreciate President Xiao's kindness. I have some personal matters to attend to, so I won't stay long." Seeing Yuhao's resolute attitude, he did not continue to persuade him to stay. After adjusting his glasses with his hand, he took out a large bag of money from his storage soul guide and said with a smile, "Sir, here is 1,000 gold soul coins as payment for this escort." Yuhao did not take the gold soul coins immediately. He did not want to receive a reward without doing anything. After all, the originally agreed price was 50 gold soul coins, which was far more than the expected reward. "President Xiao, this is far more than the agreed compensation." Upon hearing this, Xiao Dingyuan responded, "You've helped Xiao so much along the way, and you put in so much effort when the evil spirit master attacked. If you don't accept it, I'd actually be a little worried. If you hadn't warned us in time, it would have been a question how many of us could have survived. Compared to my life and property, this amount of money is already stingy on my part." After a moment of silence, Yuhao took the bag of money. The heavy weight showed its value. Yuhao said, "Then, we'll meet again if we're destined to." After putting the money into the bag on his back, Yuhao turned and headed towards the main intersection of Xianfeng City. He planned to find a place to stay, and then see if he could open a temporary clinic to practice reversal techniques. The most important thing is to find out information about elixirs such as Xian Shui Dan. After all, his main purpose in coming to the Tian Hun Empire is to find a way to improve his meridian disorder and innate soul power problems. Just as he took a few steps, a clear female voice came from behind him. "Wait a minute, Uncle Danzhou." Yuhao stopped and looked back. Xiao had caught up with him without him noticing. She stood not far away, her hands folded and placed lightly in front of her abdomen, her slender fingers entangled restlessly like butterfly wings. After a while, she looked at Yuhao earnestly with eyes as delicate as green agate, and said word by word, "Uncle Danzhou, the next time we meet, I will definitely become a stronger man, and then raise my sword against someone even stronger." Huo Yuhao looked at her serious expression, and the corners of his mouth lifted up involuntarily, with a hint of relief in his eyes. Well, I believe you. Huo Yuhao turned his head again and walked slowly towards the main road, leaving only a sentence that echoed in the scorching sun, lifting the girl's hair like the wind. Xiao nodded heavily towards Huo Yuhao's back, her eyes burning with unprecedented determination like a sword being sharpened. After leaving the Chamber of Commerce, Huo Yuhao first wandered around Xianfeng City. After staying in the wild for such a long time, he missed the bustling atmosphere of people coming and going. Just taking a few casual glances on the street, you can clearly feel that Xianfeng City is a big city in the true sense. Although it certainly cannot be compared with big cities like Shrek City and Xingluo City, it is definitely one of the most prosperous cities in the Tian Hun Empire. Because every time Huo Yuhao took a few steps, he could see nobles in gorgeous clothes followed by a group of servants pointing and talking at the shops around. The surrounding shops are lined up like a jungle, with signs of various colors stretching their arms towards the sky, squeezing the sunlight into mottled light and shadow. The use of soul guides can be seen in many places, and some streets have even been installed with soul guide street lights. Huo Yuhao only had to walk down one street, and he could sense with his spiritual power that there were many individuals with soul power nearby. Most of them were extremely weak, with only a few levels of soul power, but there were also a few whose soul power levels were beyond Huo Yuhao's estimation, and they should be very high. After discovering this situation, Huo Yuhao no longer dared to extend his perception too far. If he angered a strong man, he would have to engage in a meaningless battle. However, what surprised Huo Yuhao the most was that almost all the shop facades in Xianfeng City were carved with patterns of turtle creatures. There are no strict requirements for specific types of turtles. There are land turtles and sea turtles. In short, any turtle will do. As the setting sun left its last rays of light on the horizon, Huo Yuhao unknowingly arrived at a large square in the center of Xianfeng City. After some inquiries, I learned that this is the place where 6-year-old children awaken their martial spirits. Every year, soul masters come here to station there and then awaken the martial souls of the public. The price is 3 gold soul coins, and you can awaken your martial soul by paying the money. As for which force the soul masters stationed here belonged to, Huo Yuhao was a little confused at first, but after seeing the statue in the center of the venue, he understood. The statue was a majestic giant turtle with a ferocious shell and a head that looked like a dragon but wasn't. A giant snake was wrapped around the shell, with its tongue sticking out and its eyes ferocious. Xianming sect. A line of words slowly emerged in Huo Yuhao's mind. Without staying here for too long, he planned to find a place to stay while there was still some light in the sky. With 1,000 gold soul coins on him, he doesn't have to worry about money in the short term. In fact, as long as he doesn't have anything to do with soul masters, 1 gold soul coin is enough for an ordinary person to spend for several months. But once it gets involved with the soul master, millions of gold soul coins are just like a stream in the sea, unable to create any waves. All these phenomena made Huo Yuhao feel that the society in this world was very divided and the class gap was too huge. Especially since the extraordinary powers in this world are linked to blood, ordinary people have almost no power to turn things around. While thinking, Huo Yuhao walked into a small alley and changed the appearance of the faceless man's mask. Danzo Shimura's mission has come to an end, and it's time to get a new identity. Soon, a handsome young man with black hair walked out from the dark alley. He looked 70% similar to Huo Yuhao. After confirming that the transformation was correct, Huo Yuhao went to a nearby hotel. The price of this hotel is not cheap. An ordinary room costs 5 Gintama coins per night, which is not affordable for ordinary people. Fortunately, the environment here is quiet and close to the core area of Xianfeng City, so we can get any news here first. This amount of money was nothing to Huo Yuhao at the moment, so he readily paid for half a month's rent. With the help of the receptionist, I quickly found my room. As she was about to close the door, she asked, "Guest, would you like the daily breakfast service? Huo Yuhao waved his hand to indicate that he didn't need it, then closed the door and hung his bag on the wall opposite the bed. After checking the room and making sure it was safe, I sat on the bed and began to meditate. Post views, 66. Ch014 Douluo I, Huo Yuhao, the master of the Spirit-Chapter-1-60. A few days later, a small clinic named Xiao Huo Clinic was quietly opened in the South District Market where signs were arranged like a forest. Xianfeng City is a famous economic city in the Tian Hun Empire, so there are naturally many medical clinics in the city. Therefore, the competition in the city's medical industry is still quite fierce. If you want to attract customers under such circumstances, you must come up with some unique tricks. During this period, the business of Douluo continent was still in a conservative period as a whole, and the spectacle of demons dancing wildly and immortals lining up like those in the information age had not yet appeared. Therefore, Huo Yuhao deliberately added a slogan to the sign at the entrance compared to other clinics. The Huo family's magic hands can cure all diseases. Are you still worried about headaches, chest tightness, palpitations, kidney deficiency, and leg weakness? Come to Huo's magic hands, and all your troubles will be solved with just one touch. The child has awakened a useless martial soul with low soul power. Others say it's useless, but Dr. Huo tells you that everything is stable. Dr. Huo will personally guide you and point out the direction for your future. All services are only 3 Gintama coins, and you're guaranteed to leave satisfied. It turns out that the effect is quite good. Almost everyone who passes by will be attracted by the slogan written by Huo Yuhao and be captivated for a few seconds. However, for now, no one dares to easily step into an unfamiliar medical clinic to seek treatment. There is no such thing as a medical qualification certificate in Douluo continent. It's just that you think you have the skills to do the job. All medical standards are completely empirical, and there is no so-called medical union to set unified standards. Even so, Douluo continent can still guarantee an extremely high post-operative survival rate. Huo Yuhao even witnessed an unsterilized craniotomy at a clinic in Xianfeng City some time ago. This is entirely due to the powerful extraordinary power of the martial soul, for healing soul masters. Whatever bacterial infection or difficult to treat illness, just talk to me about my healing soul skills. Because of this, in this world, most diseases can be properly solved. As for the confidence that gave Huo Yuhao the courage to open a clinic, in addition to the reversal technique, he was a planetary engine maintenance worker in his previous life and often stayed alone in the surface safe house for several months at a time. If you get sick in this situation and don't have medical knowledge, your life may be in danger. Therefore, planetary engine maintenance personnel will be required to study medical knowledge carefully during training to ensure their life safety. Huo Yuhao sat bored behind the counter of the clinic, propping up his head with his hands and looking at the bustling crowd outside. The inside of the clinic was filled with the refreshing aroma of medicine, which was left by the previous owner. This store used to be a medical clinic, but the business was not very good. The owner heard that Shrek City was developing well, so he moved there with his family. Before leaving, he took away the rare medicinal herbs, and left all the common medicinal herbs to Huo Yuhao. He even kindly gave Huo Yuhao some medical notes. And then left with the convoy that day. Just when Huo Yuhao wanted to meditate to pass the time, a young woman in plain clothes hurried in, supporting a strong man. The man was of sturdy build, with a dark face and powerful arms. The blue veins spread up from his forearms like a dragon. It was obvious that he was an expert archer. However, the man's left thigh was pierced by some sharp object, leaving a black bloody hole surrounded by rotten flesh dripping with yellow water. Seeing this, Huo Yuhao quickly guided the young woman to help the man lie flat on the bed at the back of the clinic. The young woman said to Huo Yuhao with tears in her eyes, "Doctor, you must save my man and save his legs." Huo Yuhao asked her, "Don't worry. Was this injury caused by an attack from a spirit beast?" Without waiting for the woman to speak, the man on the bed said with slightly trembling pale lips. Doctor, I'm a hunter. This morning, while hunting outside the city, I was attacked by a 10-year-old carrion spider. Other clinics told me to cut off my leg to save my life. After saying this, the man excitedly grabbed Yuhao's sleeve, his voice trembling. Doctor, I can't lose my leg. I'm a hunter, I have children and a mother to support, and this year there's a severe drought. If I lose my legs, my home will fall apart. Yuhao gently comforted him and loosened his sleeves. Don't worry, I can cure it. After saying that, Yuhao asked the young woman to go outside to the waiting room and wait. Yuhao took out the anesthetic powder from the medical cabinet and anesthetized the man. I covered his eyes with gauze and said, "Relax, it will be fine in a moment." Yuhao took out the white tiger dagger and removed all the rotten flesh as deftly as a hot knife cutting butter, also obtaining a little blood. After sensing a slight increase in the progress of the information, he began to operate the reversal technique. Densely packed strange blue runes appeared on Yuhao's hands. These were the model circuits of the reversal technique composed of soul power, and were prepared techniques that had been engraved in advance. Then he began to control the man's mental power, slowly reversing it and strengthening his physique, allowing him to gain self-healing abilities. However, it was obvious that the man could not complete the regeneration with his own mental power alone, so Yuhao injected his own high-quality mental power into his body and then reversed it. The flesh on the man's left leg began to wriggle, as if it had a will of its own. As it squirmed, fleshy buds began to emerge, then grew and connected, creating a scene that made one's sanity level plummet. As time went by, new flesh with a noticeable color difference from the surrounding skin color grew out of the originally dark blood hole. When the growth was complete, Yuhao gently wiped the sweat from his forehead. Although mental power is the main force used, soul power is used to maintain the reversal technique. Even though the model circuit greatly reduces the consumption, it cannot be stopped because Yuhao's blue bar is too short. After confirming that there was no problem, Yuhao removed the gauze from his eyes, helped him sit up, and let him confirm for himself that the injury on his leg had been healed. Although he couldn't move for the time being, one could still see excitement in his eyes. When Yuhao walked out of the room, the young woman saw him and quickly stood up and grabbed Yuhao's hand. "Doctor, how is my man?" Yuhao pointed behind him and said, "It's okay. Go and take a look yourself." The young woman almost knelt on the ground and kowtowed to express her gratitude, but fortunately Yuhao quickly supported her. It is a doctor's duty to cure illnesses and save lives. There is no need to kneel. Come in and see your man. The young woman entered the back room with red eyes, while Yuhao returned to the counter, closed his eyes and rested to recover his soul power. Soon, the two men walked out of the back room side by side. The man hurriedly grasped Yuhao's hand and said, "Miraculous doctor! Thank you for saving my leg. If it weren't for you, the sky would have fallen on this family." Yuhao waved his hand and said, "It's a small matter. Just follow the sign, 3 silver soul coins." The man hurriedly thanked him, then asked the young woman next to him to take out 3 silver soul coins and hand them to Yuhao respectfully. Yuhao watched the two people leave, knowing that his clinic had become famous, and it would be much easier to collect genetic information in the future. Post views, 61. Ch015 Douluo I, Yuhao, the master of the Spirit Chapter 015. Doctor, I've been experiencing soreness in my waist and knees, weakness in my limbs, and dizziness lately. What do you think of me? Yuhao looked at the complexion of the man in front of him, picked up his palm to look at the palm and the color of the nails, and confirmed his symptoms. Kidney deficiency. Do less of that work, and make tea with cinnamon, amaranth, and snake fruit every day. Drink 3 liters a day, and you'll be cured in a month. If you can afford it, go buy some whale jelly. A small piece of century-old whale jelly can keep you from developing kidney deficiency forever. The man smiled brightly and said, "Please give me some herbs to make tea. I can't even afford 10-year-old whale glue, let alone a 100-year-old one." During this period, ever since the hunter's wound was healed, everyone in the southern area of Xianfeng City knew that there was a doctor with superb medical skills here, who could even heal the wounds left by poisonous soul beasts like the carrion spider in an instant without any sequelae. In addition, the price is not expensive and it also provides spirit consultation services, so many people flock to Yuhao's clinic to treat their injuries and seek medical treatment. There are even quite a few of them who are soul masters. There is a large soul fighting field next to the South District, and it is inevitable that soul masters will be injured in the soul fighting. When they saw that there was a clinic nearby that could heal injuries instantly without any sequelae, they were immediately excited. Even though those soul masters were beaten half to death on the stage, they still insisted on being sent to Yuhao's clinic. Although the fighting spirit arena provides free medical services, the quality is average and the treatment of serious injuries may leave hidden dangers. For soul masters, they would rather suffer pain for a longer period of time than leave hidden dangers in their bodies. Avoid compromising your potential. Yuhao was also happy to treat these injured soul masters. These soul masters have mental and soul powers far exceeding those of ordinary people. When performing reversal techniques on them, Yuhao basically does not need to use his own mental power. Moreover, the genetic information provided by these soul masters is far more than that of ordinary people. The progress of special information has been increasing rapidly, and new information will be unlocked soon. At the same time, during this period of research on the reversal technique, Yuhao discovered that soul power itself can also be reversed. However, the soul power after the reversal is extremely disordered, and can only be forcibly stabilized by using a large amount of mental power. When the reversed soul power touches the plants, they begin to decay and rot rapidly until they turn into ashes. Seeing this, Yuhao conducted experiments on animals and inorganic substances in turn. Ordinary animals show obvious degeneration in the reversed soul power and then decay into dust. Inorganic matter can last longer in the reversed soul power, but will eventually break apart. Decay, death, and degeneration are the characteristics of reversed soul power. Yuhao pondered for a long time and decided to name it entropy power. The disordered opposite of all ordered energy is entropy. Yuhao also tried to combine his soul power and entropy power, but just as he was about to do it, a strong palpitation made him stop. Something seemed to be telling him not to do it now. After thinking for a moment, Yuhao stopped the combination experiment and planned to try again after he became stronger in the future. Then turn around and study how to reasonably use entropy force as a means to fight the enemy. The Western District of Xianfeng City. In Xianfeng City, the South District is where soul masters gather, with many fighting soul arenas and markets. The East District is where taverns and brothels are concentrated, with lights and wine and women everywhere in a luxurious atmosphere every night. The North District is where power is concentrated, and the city lord's mansion is located here. The West District is where civilians live. The roads here are narrow, the houses are scattered, and sewage is flowing everywhere. It is like heaven and hell compared to other places. In a small house in the West District, a woman was lying on the bed, her face was pale, her lips were bloodless, and her long golden hair was dry and dull. Judging from the interior decoration of the house, this family is as poor as Yuhao's family in the White Tiger Duke's mansion. The woman was so weak that she couldn't even utter a moan. Sweat covered her entire body, and her life force was as weak as a candle in the wind. Not long after, the wooden door of the house creaked, and sunlight poured in from the door, filling the room with light. Then a hurried female voice suddenly rang out, "Mom!" A beautiful girl with long golden wavy hair dropped the bag of bread in her hand and hurried to the bed, holding the woman's hand tightly. "Mom, how are you?" The girl was so anxious that tears were about to come out. When she left, her mother was still fine. How could she suddenly become like this? The woman half closed her eyelids, raised her arm with great effort, and stroked the girl's head, saying weakly. Nanan, it's okay, it's just an old problem. It will be fine in a moment. Zhang Nanan didn't believe it. They had been dependent on each other for more than 10 years, and she knew her mother's illness very well. My mother has a congenital heart problem and she would feel pain from time to time, but it has never been as serious as today. Zhang Nanan realized that her mother's illness had worsened. She bit her lip tightly, looked at her mother with tears in her eyes and said, "Mom, wait a moment, I'll find someone to treat you. I've saved some money by working part-time at Shrek Academy, and I'm sure I can help you get well." After saying that, Zhang Nanan helped her mother get up from the bed, then carried her on her back to the North District. Although she is a soul master of the agility attack type, she is worried that her mother cannot withstand the high-speed movement, so she can only move forward carefully. After arriving at a clinic in the North District, she gently placed her mother on the bed with the help of the clinic's apprentice. This can be said to be the best clinic in Xianfeng City. It has been in Xianfeng City for hundreds of years. The inherited martial spirit of the clinic owner is the 9 green vine. It is a powerful healing martial spirit, and the gym owner's strength has reached the soul sage level. After Zhang Nanan covered her mother with a blanket, she went straight to the pharmacy to find the owner, hoping to ask him for treatment. The owner of the clinic is called Su Wei. He was studying a prescription at the moment. When he saw someone coming, he took off his glasses. "Are you Miss Zhang?" Zhang Nanan was a little surprised, and looked at him with red eyes and said, "Do you know me?" Su Wei chuckled, stroked his beard and said, "There are only so many people in Xianfeng City who can enter Shrek Academy to study. Of course I remember you." Zhang Nanan bit her lip lightly, then bowed deeply to Su Wei and said, "Master, I would like to ask you to help save my mother. No matter what the cost, I am willing to bear it." Looking at her like this, Su Wei thought for a moment, then stood up and went to her mother's bed to take action himself. For him, Zhang Nanan's potential and future are worth his help. If he wants to establish a good relationship with her, he might get unexpected rewards in the future. After arriving at the bed, Su Wei immediately determined that there was a heart problem based on his many years of medical experience. But you have to try it to know the specifics. He summoned his martial soul, and 7 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple and 3 black, appeared under his feet. The turquoise light covered Zhang Nanan's mother's whole body. Post views, 71. Ch016 Douluo I, Huo Yuhao, the Master of the Spirit-Chapter-1-60. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Zhang Nanan clenched her fists in front of her chest and looked at her mother with a worried look on her face. The turquoise light symbolizing healing adjusted her mother's body bit by bit, blocking the ever-flowing vitality. Zhang Nanan was very excited when she saw her mother's face getting redder and redder, but when she saw the serious expression on the owner's face, her heart, which had sank, rose again. 10 minutes later, when the woman on the bed's breathing gradually stabilized, her pale face regained its rosy color, and her vitality circulated normally in her body, Su Wei dissipated his healing soul power. Su Wei stood in front of the bed and thought for a long time, and finally could only sigh. Hearing this sigh, Zhang Nanan's heart was completely relieved. In the clinic, I am not afraid of the doctor's complaints, but I am afraid of the doctor's silence and sighs. Zhang Nanan asked in a trembling voice, "Master, how is my mother?" Su Wei took Zhang Nanan out of the ward and shook his head at the door and said, "Your mother is fine now. I used my soul skills to lock the loss of her vitality and replenished her vitality. But Miss Zhang, your mother's heart is a congenital problem, which involves the origin of life. In this case, relying solely on healing spirit skills is only a temporary solution, not a permanent one. Furthermore, your mother's heart is still deteriorating, and its function is constantly weakening. It is estimated that in a week, the situation today will occur again, and it will be even more serious in the future." Zhang Nanan felt her body go limp and she almost fainted, but fortunately, Soul Master's physique was not that fragile. "Master, is there any other solution?" Seeing Zhang Nanan's fragile and unwilling eyes, Su Wei closed his eyes and began to look for relevant medical books. Soon, he opened his eyes and said, "Throughout history, there has been only one way to resolve this kind of congenital problem, and that is to strengthen the body's foundation and improve its physical condition. For example, some spirit masters have flaws in their spirits, but they can be supplemented by absorbing spirit rings and taking corresponding natural treasures. As for your mother's congenital heart problem, the only remedy that I can recall that is definitely effective is the Suanwu divine pill from the Xianming sect. But the Xianming sect has long been residing in the dense forest, ignoring the affairs of the mainland. Finding them and exchanging them for the Suanwu divine pill is as difficult as ascending to heaven." When Su Wei mentioned the Suanwu divine pill, a man who was picking up herbs accompanied by an apprentice in the clinic shuddered and secretly glanced at Zhang Nanan out of the corner of his eye. After seeing Zhang Nanan's appearance clearly, he suddenly became excited. "Exquisite! Absolutely beautiful! With this appearance and temperament, it definitely meets the requirements of the sect master and the second young master. This person's name is Chen Wen, and he is the personal servant of Su Sanqi, the second young master of Xianming sect. During this period, he has been worrying about Su Sanqi's martial soul evolution ceremony. The sect leader requires him to find a girl with decent talent and beautiful appearance to perform martial soul evolution for Su Sanqi. Once the second young master's martial spirit evolves into the black tortoise shield, he will be able to become the young master of the Xianming sect, and he, the first follower, will be able to take off directly with the help of this relationship." With a burning desire in his heart, he immediately left and returned to Xianming sect after buying the herbs. He heard that the girl needed the Suanwu divine pill, although for the Xianming sect, the Suanwu divine pill was also a rare and top-grade pill. But considering how much the sect leader values the second young master, a Suanwu divine pill is nothing. He immediately went to report to the sect leader, and then took out a Suanwu divine pill from the warehouse in exchange for this beautiful girl's willingness to become a key part of the ceremony. Chen Wen's departure did not alarm anyone in the pharmacy. Zhang Nanan's body trembled slightly, not knowing what to do. She was worried that her mother might leave her, even though she had promised her that she would become a strong person in the future and lead her to a good life. But now, Su Wei felt a little sorry for her as she looked like she would break at the slightest touch. He was very optimistic about the potential of this girl. "Miss Zhang, you actually have another place to go. A Xiaohuo clinic has opened in the market town in the southern part of Xianfeng City. It has become quite famous in Xianfeng City recently, and many people go there to seek medical treatment and medicine. According to some soul masters in the fighting arena, the owner of that clinic can cure any injury without any side effects. He can even regenerate lost fingers. His medical skills are truly extraordinary. Although I haven't seen it with my own eyes, I believe that there is no false reputation behind such a great reputation." After hearing his words, Zhang Nanan's dead eyes were filled with hope again. She bowed deeply to Su Wei, then entered the room and helped her mother leave slowly. The direction they were heading was the South District. At this moment, Yuhao didn't know that another familiar person would soon come here under the attraction of fate. He is currently giving people spirit consultation. "Master Huo, what do you think we should do with my son?" A middle-aged woman in gorgeous clothes looked at Yuhao with a worried look on her face. Beside her was a 13-year-old boy with a look of disdain on his face. "You mean, your son's martial soul is blue-silver grass, and his innate second-level soul power, and now he wants to hunt for a venomous snake spirit ring?" Yuhao had an expression that he couldn't hold back. The middle-aged woman sighed, looked at the boy next to her with dismay and said, "This brat, after reading a few stories about the sea god, is determined to hunt snake spirit rings. Your mother and I are from the Tang sect. Throughout the generations of the Tang sect, none of the blue-silver grass spirit masters who imitated Tang San's ancestor have reached the 6th ring. The boy was immediately displeased when he heard his mother's words and retorted. They are trash, but I am different. Yuhao is really an old man now, subway, mobile phone. You are a prisoner of the 9 gates martial soul with only the 2nd level soul power. How could you have the courage to say that? Yuhao would only trust you a little bit if you had some blue silver king bloodline. However, speaking objectively, Yuhao still wants to offer a few suggestions. Madam, and this, young friend, the blue-silver grass with the innate 2nd level soul power indicates that his martial soul origin is relatively weak. Absorbing a venomous snake spirit ring can indeed allow his martial soul to evolve to a certain extent, because this martial soul is simply impossible to degenerate. However, venomous snake spirit rings usually contaminate your body with toxins, and your martial spirit is too weak to suppress these toxins. These toxins can make you feel incredibly miserable. Words alone were not enough, so Yuhao took out the book 100 Ways of Death for Soul Masters that he had bought from the Xianfeng City bookstore some time ago and showed it to him. The book included a case of a blue-silver grass soul master being poisoned to death by his own martial spirit. I heard that the author of this book was a titled Douluo from 100 years ago. It is widely circulated and authoritative. After seeing Yuhao's painful death, which was highlighted in bold, the boy became afraid. You think I'm afraid of this? It's just a toxin. But then again, after careful consideration, it seems that the venomous snake martial spirit is indeed not suitable for me. Can you recommend me something else? Yuhao was at a loss for words and said, Sunflower is a good first soul ring. Its recorded soul skills include photosynthetic healing and absorption. It's a good life-type soul beast. After saying that, Yuhao took out a foot-thick encyclopedia of soul beast and soul skills and turned to the side with the sunflower. This book was bought second-hand by Yuhao from a businessman. Worth 100 gold soul coins. Post views, 64. CH017 Dalu, Yuhao, the Master of the Spirit-Chapter-1-60. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. This second-hand book alone is worth 1/3 of a medical clinic, which shows how expensive things related to soul masters can be. But this book is really amazing. Basically all the common soul beasts and soul skills are included. When he first got this book, Yuhao flipped through it and found out that the author was a extreme Douluo who traveled around the continent 1,000 years ago and recorded soul beasts and soul skills. The boy carefully read the detailed introduction of Sunflower and the possible effects of the soul skills. After discovering that most of the soul skills were healing or auxiliary types, a dissatisfied expression appeared on his face. Ah! Support department. No, Gym Master, can you use some offensive spirit skills? Although he did not recommend that ordinary blue-silver grass go for the offensive or control system, since the other party requested it, adhering to the principle that the customer is God, Yuhao still patiently introduced other soul beasts to him. This is the Phantom Dream Flower. It usually grows in the cold caves outside the Stardo Great Forest and produces illusion-type soul skills. How is it? Illusion soul skills are not bright enough. They are the skills of a villain. I don't want them. When Yuhao heard his words, a number sign appeared on his forehead. These words really hit him hard. He controlled his temper and continued, the angry thunder vine grows in the Thunder Canyon and usually produces lightning-inducing spirit skills. How is it? It also depends on the weather. There's too much luck involved. Not good. Sword grass grows in the Calamity Mountains. Drawing spirit rings from it can grant the plant's martial spirit a sharp edge and also grant defense-breaking spirit skills. How do you do it? The boy hesitated a bit but still shook his head and said, the range is small and the distance is close. It's not good. Yuhao was truly furious. He slammed the book onto the table and said, Hiss no, you're not going to give up on a number 1 soul skill. You're not going to do this or that. How about this, you go to the Xingda Great Forest and walk straight to the core area. Once you reach the Lake of Life, kill the myriad monster king. The soul skills you gain will surely satisfy you. The boy's eyes lit up, and just as he was about to say something, his mother covered his mouth. Then he said to Yuhao embarrassedly, "I'm sorry, Master Huo, this kid has been reading those knight-errant novels in the mansion and his brain has become confused. I think the sunflower is pretty good. It's easy to obtain, and the soul skills gained are very useful." When the boy heard this, he was about to make a fuss, but his mother glared at him and he became quiet. After taking a look at the boy, Yuhao wrote down the precautions and locations related to the sunflower with a pen and paper and handed it to the middle-aged woman. The middle-aged woman took it and expressed her gratitude profusely. She took out 3 silver soul coins and a book from the small bag behind her and handed them to Yuhao. "Master, I'm sorry for bothering you just now. This book is considered extra compensation. It's the Xian Tian Gong that my grandmother brought from the Tang sect when they split up. In fact, there are some unique skills, but unfortunately they were lost in the subsequent travels. Only this Xian Tian Gong is preserved. If you don't mind, then take it." These days, the Tang sect no longer exists, and no one cares about the leakage of their skills. After Yuhao watched the 2 people walk out of the clinic, he looked at the book in his hand with a somewhat amusing and helpless look. Even though he had not joined the Tang sect, he was able to obtain the Tang sect's most core skills so easily. This made him wonder if it was the Buddha who was exerting his power. Since he had nothing to do, Yuhao looked through the Xian Tian Gong. The meditation method recorded in it is indeed much better than the one Yuhao is using now. It involves more tendons and meridians and is more reasonable. However, Yuhao discovered that there was something wrong. The general outline clearly mentioned the outline of the 8 extraordinary meridians, but the subsequent content only introduced a few major meridians used in cultivation. The core knowledge of the 8 extraordinary meridians and the related diagrams are not recorded at all. In addition, the text in many places can be clearly felt to be inconsistent, as if part of it has been deleted. Yuhao immediately understood that the Tang sect's Xian Tian Gong might have been castrated, and coupled with its decline later on, the Xian Tian Gong in his hand might be a world of difference compared to the original version. It's useless to eat it, but it's a pity to throw it away. This is Yuhao's evaluation of it. The only thing that is useful to him at the moment is the recorded knowledge about tendons and meridians. He really didn't dare to practice this technique, for fear that some small ingredients might be added to it and cause problems for himself. It's not a big deal if you have problems during practice, but if you are caught by the God King's dog chain without knowing it, then you are really doomed. At this time, Zhang Nanan finally brought her mother to the door of Yuhao's store. After seeing the nonsensical slogan on the sign, he gritted his teeth and walked in with his mother. "After all, this is my last hope." After Zhang Nanan entered the store, she called out to Yuhao, who was reading a book at the counter. "Master, please help me take care of my mother. Please." When Yuhao looked up, he saw a beautiful girl with long wavy golden hair supporting her mother with tears on her face, looking at him with pleading eyes. When he saw her, Yuhao's brain CPU started working like crazy and instantly retrieved several keywords. Blonde hair, beautiful, sick mother, Xianfeng City, Xianming sect. Oh my goodness, this is Zhang Nanan's hometown. Yuhao finally figured out the time point. Zhang Nanan was in the 3rd grade and would be in the 4th grade when school started. That is to say, there are still 4 months until the normal plot begins, and Tianmeng Ice Silkworm and Alex will gather in the Star Do Great Forest. The 2 biggest plugins of my original work are about to be launched. Seeing Zhang Nanan's pleading eyes, Yuhao temporarily put his thoughts aside, quickly stood up and helped her mother to the hospital bed in the back room. Then asked about the patient Zhang Nanan's condition. Zhang Nanan hurriedly repeated to Yuhao every word of Su Wei's diagnosis. "Master, please save my mother. She has suffered so much." I. Yuhao interrupted her uncontrolled emotions and said. Go out for a while. I'll see what's going on. Zhang Nanan nodded heavily, then stopped sobbing and retreated to the front hall. After Yuhao closed the curtain, he slowly used his mental power to investigate her mother's condition bit by bit. Especially the heart position, you won't know it until you check it, and you'll be shocked when you do. Oh my god! Ventricular septal defect, atrial septal defect, patent ductus arteriosus, pulmonary valve stenosis. All the diseases that congenital heart disease can encounter are now covered. How on earth did she survive until now? How could she survive? Medical science no longer exists. Yuhao looked at the woman on the bed in surprise. To be frank, in her previous life, this woman would have won at least 5 Nobel Prizes in medicine. Any one of these diseases would be enough to make an ordinary person suffer, but she was lucky enough to have a grand slam and has been alive and well for more than 30 years. As long as we can figure out the basic principles that have allowed her to live to this day, medical research on the heart can leap forward 50 years. Out of curiosity, Yuhao continued to explore, and then realized why she was still alive. This woman's martial soul is the same as Zhang Nanan's, the soft-bone rabbit. Her innate soul power is not underestimated and it seems to be at level 6 or 7. The beast martial soul and the high innate soul power brought by the source continue to support her survival. However, as time passed, his physical fitness weakened, the decline of his martial soul essence could no longer make up for his body's functions, and heart problems began to erupt. Post Views, 60. Ch018 Douluo Yuhao, the Master of the Spirit-Chapter-1-60. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Judging from her current strength of origin, she will die of heart failure in a month at most. It now seems that conventional treatment is definitely not effective. Conventional medicine and surgery are all useless for this congenital heart problem. There is no such specialized equipment as cardiac resynchronization therapy, CRT, in this world. Without the equipment, she couldn't even survive, so she had to find a way to fundamentally solve this problem once and for all. As Yuhao pondered, he looked at the woman lying on the hospital bed. Her long, dry, split golden hair, her frail body, and her face lined with wrinkles carved by time. In fact, he has an ultimate solution, which is to directly transplant the heart. Since it is a congenital heart problem, it cannot be treated with conventional methods. Then just turn the table over. If I can't solve the disease, can't I solve the problem of a heart? Yuhao quickly formed a general implementation plan in his mind. He dug out her heart as quickly as possible, using his extremely precise mental power and soul power to temporarily replace the heart's function, while at the same time using the reversal technique to the maximum extent possible to allow her to complete heart regeneration during this period. This process cannot be completed by Yuhao alone. This kind of extremely high precision control is not easy even for Yuhao, who has the spirit eyes kaleidoscope. Yuhao's mental power is now invisible and intangible and must be replaced by soul power, but Yuhao only has soul power of level 9.5. So he needs Zhang Nanan to provide soul power support. So, Yuhao gently opened the door and said to Zhang Nanan, who was walking back and forth in the front hall. I have an idea, but I don't know if you can accept it. Soon, Yuhao told Zhang Nanan his treatment method in detail. After Zhang Nanan heard this, she was stunned. Change your heart. Even though Zhang Nanan had studied at Shrek Academy for so many years, she had never heard that humans could have their hearts transplanted. Yuhao shook his head helplessly and said, strictly speaking, it's not a heart transplant, it's a kind of regeneration after destruction. Girl, this is my only solution at the moment. Zhang Nanan lowered her head and thought for a while, then raised her head, looking at Yuhao seriously with her watery eyes and said, Master, how confident are you? Yuhao did not answer this question directly. A doctor won't set a clear success rate or failure rate. I will just give it my all. Zhang Nanan gritted her teeth and nodded. In this case, I will rely on you to provide me with soul power support. Two people walked into the back room one after the other. In theory, they should put on protective clothing and perform the operation in a sterile room. But when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Let me talk about bacteria and my reversal technique. Yuhao stood in front of the bed and explained the upcoming operation in detail to her mother. The woman turned her head to look at Zhang Nanan, then looked back at Yuhao and said, "Doctor, please, give me some relief no matter what." Yuhao applied anesthetic to her. After the drug took effect, he lifted the quilt, took off her top, and exposed her left side. Yuhao took out the white tiger dagger and concentrated his mental power completely on her heart. The removal of the heart must be quick and precise, without any room for error. The tip of the white tiger dagger was covered with a sharp white light, which was the sign of the activation of this 5th level soul guide. Yuhao looked back at Zhang Nanan to make sure she wouldn't make any mistakes. Although Zhang Nanan was scared at this moment, she still used her willpower to stop her hands from shaking. When Yuhao made a move, she transferred her soul power. Yuhao's eyes suddenly became fierce, a flash of white lightning flashed through the air, and the white tiger dagger slashed across the middle of the woman's chest. His mental power had long locked onto her heart, and the white tiger dagger in his hand danced like a butterfly, without any obstruction in her chest. The entire process took only 5 seconds to completely remove the heart without damaging the lungs or spine. After Yuhao took out the heart, he injected mental power and soul power into her body. Under the guidance of mental power, soul power formed a blood pump to replace the function of the heart. Then the reversal technique was activated, and the mental power was continuously converted into physical energy, allowing it to regenerate the heart. It was visibly apparent that Yuhao's originally rosy face had turned pale. The consumption of mental and soul power is too great, even greater than when using the spirit eye kaleidoscope to control the third brother. As expected, any fine-grained control of energy is far more difficult than large-scale release. Fortunately, a very gentle soul power soon came from behind, replenishing the soul power consumed by Yuhao. In fact, the attributes of the martial soul itself have an impact on the nature of soul power. Soul masters with fire-attributed martial souls usually have violent and difficult to control soul power. On the contrary, soul masters with water attributes have soft soul power that is easy to control. Yuhao didn't know whether Zhang Nanan's soft bone rabbit spirit had any attributes, but the soul power carried by this spirit was also extremely peaceful. It is quite good as a soul power replenishment and is a high-quality power bank. If her martial soul had the attributes of fire or thunder, Yuhao would never use her soul power as a supplement. If you are not careful, you may damage your tendons and veins. Under the effect of the reversal technique, high-quality mental power is reversed into physical energy of the same level. The energy of the flesh grants regenerative abilities comparable to Wolverine. Yuhao's mental power could clearly sense countless scarlet threads being drawn out of her chest. These threads converge on the left side of the chest cavity and intertwine to form the outline of the heart. The threads began to expand and evolve, and the left atrium, right atrium, and aorta began to appear one by one. Until the flesh and blood solidified and the thread-like state could no longer be seen, a brand new and fully functional heart appeared in the middle of the chest cavity. The new heart began to connect with the woman's body. Yuhao gradually dispersed his mental and soul power, allowing the new heart to take over the blood circulation. They didn't breathe a sigh of relief until they both heard the newborn heart beating strongly in the woman's chest. Zhang Nanan looked at the miracle on the hospital bed with tears in her eyes. She felt that she had fallen in love with the feeling of listening to the pulse of life. Looking at Yuhao's exhausted back, she had never felt so clearly that a miracle was not far away from her. She opened her mouth to say something thank you, but found that no words were enough to express her gratitude. Yuhao noticed this and waved his hand with difficulty, saying, "All right, I'm going to rest for a while. You take care of your mother. Your mother will be staying here for the time being." We need to observe for a week whether the newborn heart can support the body. Don't let her eat spicy food or do strenuous exercise during this period. Her body hasn't adjusted to this heart yet. Zhang Nanan nodded and carefully helped Yuhao to the bedroom on the second floor to rest. From her gentle movements, Yuhao clearly felt that this girl seemed to have an extra feeling of longing for him. Post Views, 57. CH019 Douluo I, Yuhao, the Master of the Spirit Chapter 019. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Nanan, go to the pharmacy and buy 3 ounces of evergreen cordyceps, 5 ounces of red maple leaves, and 4 ounces of earth dragon fruit. Yuhao was dealing with the customer who was asking for medicine. According to the customer's request, he asked Zhang Nanan to go to the pharmacy to weigh some positive herbs to replenish qi and blood. Half a month had passed since her mother's illness was successfully cured. When her mother was discharged from the hospital, she almost knelt down in front of him with Zhang Nanan. She said that she had never felt that living was so easy. But then again, with such a kind heart, it would be impossible to live an easy life. As usual, Yuhao charged the mother and daughter 3 silver soul coins for the surgery and 1 gold soul coin for the medicine. However, Zhang Nanan thought that Yuhao took too little and insisted on giving all her savings to Yuhao. Yuhao did not accept it. On the one hand, he had already obtained a large amount of genetic information from the mother and daughter. On the other hand, it was a question whether the combined assets of the mother and daughter were enough to hold 50 gold soul coins. There was no point in accepting it, but Zhang Nanan was determined to repay the favor. There was really nothing he could do, but then he thought about it. The clinic's reputation had been growing, and Yuhao alone was a bit too busy to handle it. So he simply asked her to come to the clinic to help, and assist him while he was treating patients. When encountering more difficult problems, it can also serve as a soul power charger. And we can chat together occasionally, which makes the boring life in the clinic less monotonous. From time to time, I can listen to her talk about some knowledge taught by Shrek Academy, which enriches my understanding of the world. Sometimes, when Yuhao looked at the bustling crowd outside and the busy girl next to him, he would feel that life in this other world was not bad. After Zhang Nanan brought the herbs over, Yuhao mixed them together, ground them into powder, and handed them to the waiting guests. Adding a little powder to your tea or soup every day can effectively replenish yang energy. Don't take more than 1 or 2 ounces a day, or you'll get a nosebleed. After seeing off the guests, the clinic returned to silence once again, and the only sound was the leisurely music played by the breeze on the door curtains. At this time, Yuhao would always make a pot of tea, drink it while flipping through the medical books or the encyclopedia of soul beast soul skills of this world. This unfamiliar yet interesting knowledge not only improved Yuhao's understanding of the world, but also gradually increased his understanding of power. He had a hunch that when his understanding of authority reached 5%, it would grant him some new abilities. Just as Yuhao was leisurely flipping through a book, Zhang Nanan came over holding a medical book. During the time spent in the clinic, Zhang Nanan began to learn medical skills from Yuhao. She seemed to like the profession of doctor, which really surprised Yuhao. I can't help but sigh that this foreign butterfly has finally brought a new and different wind to this continent. Yuhao was happy to see such changes. He had always believed that the development of the world could not be determined by fate. For any matter, as long as you make different choices, it will definitely lead to different outcomes. This world is chaotic and full of randomness, and the future is always unknown. Anyone who wants to plan his destiny and control the future, even if he is a high and mighty God King, will surely be harmed by fate. So whenever Zhang Nanan asked Yuhao about medical knowledge, he would always try his best to break the knowledge down and feed it to her bit by bit. He wanted to know whether Zhang Nanan would embark on the path of saving lives because of him. Looking at Zhang Nanan, who was studying hard with a medical book in her arms, Yuhao asked, "Nanan, when does Shrek Academy start school?" Zhang Nanan tilted her head, her delicate face filled with doubt as she said. There are still 40 days until school starts, and no later than a week after school starts. Brother Huo, do any of your relatives want to go to Shrek? Huo Yuhao nodded thoughtfully and said. There is indeed someone I know who is going to Shrek. If you meet a girl named Xiao in Shrek Academy in the future, please help me take care of her. Of course, within your ability. Zhang Nanan silently repeated the word Xiao in her heart, then remembered it firmly and nodded to Huo Yuhao. Well, I'll definitely help take care of it if I have the chance. Huo Yuhao glanced outside the door. The last rays of sunlight were completely shrouded in darkness. He said to Zhang Nanan. Nothing much today. It's getting late. You can leave work and go back to look after your mother. Zhang Nanan hesitated for a moment and then said. Then, Brother Huo, I'll leave first. Oh, by the way, can I take this medical book back and borrow it? I won't lose the book. Huo Yuhao waved his hand gently and said to her, take it. It's not some rare medical book. It's worth 10 silver soul coins. Go back and read it slowly. Zhang Nanan happily left the clinic holding the medical book and walked on the avenue towards the West District. After watching Zhang Nanan leave, Huo Yuhao muttered to himself, 40 days. In 1 month, regardless of whether or not you have achieved a breakthrough to level 10 in spirit power, you must go to the Stardo Great Forest. My 2 cheats haven't arrived yet. Huo Yuhao stood up and walked to the door, looked at the bright moonlight, closed the shop door, and began his meditation practice tonight in the bedroom on the 2nd floor. The bright moonlight pierces the darkness of the night with its silver-white sword, and the cold light adds a bit of silence and desolation to the world. Zhang Nanan was walking on the way home. The roads in the West District were complicated and the houses were not planned at all, resulting in mostly small alleys. Perhaps the underdeveloped economy in the West District is also related to this unplanned construction. Usually, there is hardly anyone walking on the streets of the West District at night, and the deep alleys are always a den of dirty deeds. In other words, Zhang Nanan is very capable and is not afraid of these things. After all, Soul Master's strength is close to that of Soul Sect, and he is also from Shrek family, so he is considered a strong man in Xianfeng City. Just as Zhang Nanan was passing by a small alley, a man's voice suddenly came from inside. Ms. Zhang Nanan, I want to make a deal with you. Zhang Nanan stopped, her eyes alert, her soul skills ready to go. She knew exactly what kind of people were in the alleys of the West District at night. Come out and speak. I won't make a deal with someone who hides his true identity. The man chuckled and slowly emerged from the darkness, the silvery moonlight casting a shadow on his face. It turned out to be Chen Wen, who had heard the conversation between Zhang Nanan and Su Wei some time ago. He looked at Zhang Nanan with confidence and said, That's a deal you can't turn down. I heard that your mother has a heart disease that no one can cure, and she needs the Suanwu Divine Pill. And I happen to have the Suanwu Divine Pill here. But you need to promise me to do one thing. Zhang Nanan looked at the confident man in front of her with a strange expression and said, My mother's health problem has been solved, and I no longer need the Suanwu Divine Pill. Goodbye. After saying that, Zhang Nanan left without even looking at him. She felt that this man was definitely not a serious person. There's definitely something wrong with the deal he's talking about. Post Views, 57. CH020 Douluo, I, Huo Yuhao, the Master of the Spirit-Chapter-1-60. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Hearing Zhang Nanan's decisive refusal, Chen Wen's face became gloomy. After he returned to Xianming sect and reported the situation to the sect master, he was allowed to use a Suanwu Divine Pill in exchange for the voluntary sacrifice of a beautiful girl. It was just because it took some time to travel back and forth to Xianfeng City, but in the end, it was discovered that the other person's mother's illness was cured. Chen Wen felt like a clown. But now Chen Wen discovered a serious problem. There is only 1 week left until the second young master's spirit evolution ceremony begins. He had vowed in front of the clan leader that he would find a beautiful girl with top-notch appearance and temperament for the second young master as a key part of the ceremony. When I first discovered Zhang Nanan in the clinic, I was stunned by her beauty. She met all my requirements perfectly. Moreover, his mother had an incurable disease, so Chen Wen opened a bottle of champagne at half-time. I feel like everything is stable. He had already begun to imagine that the second young master's spirit would evolve into the Black Tortoise Shield, and after being designated as the young sect master, he would follow suit and become the sex manager. Completely get rid of the status of servants. He used to not believe that a cooked duck could fly, but now he does. The duck really flew away. Chen Wen became anxious and suddenly felt his head hanging. I have made a life or death pledge in front of the sect leader. If I can't find a suitable woman in the end, the sect leader will definitely kill me. You must know that the current leader of Xianming sect is not a kind person. He is decisive in killing and will not show any mercy to servants like himself. Damn, I should have stopped bragging. Where can I find a virgin who meets all the requirements in terms of talent, appearance, and temperament within a week? Shrek Academy isn't a brothel. How could there be so many students from poor families? Chen Wen squatted on the ground, holding his head in his hands, feeling that he could see the end of his future at a glance. I don't want to die. People always choose to take risks when they are in desperate situations. Chen Wen suddenly looked up and stared at the direction where Zhang Nanan left. Oh, sorry. Then he stood up and sped away, heading towards the eastern district of Xianfeng City. There gathered many frustrated soul masters who vented their frustrations in the midst of feasting and drinking. There just happened to be a soul emperor he knew who was hanging out there all day. Because of his low innate soul power, he has been stuck at level 69 for decades. Breaking through level 70 had long been his obsession. As long as the Black Tortoise Divine Pill is used as a reward, there is no way he won't take action, and his target is only a soul master. The Soul Emperor's martial soul is called the Dream-Eating Tapir, a spiritual beast spirit. This martial spirit can prevent all these activities from being exposed to the sun. Early that morning, Zhang Nanan came to Yuhao's clinic as usual with a gust of fresh breeze. Holding a breakfast in hand. Brother Huo, this is the breakfast my mother prepared for you. The girl raised the breakfast in her hand slightly, with a bright smile on her face, like a cat waiting for praise. Yuhao raised the corner of his mouth, took the breakfast from her hand and said, "Thank you, Nanan." The breakfast was not luxurious, just a few buns and eggs, but I could feel the other person's intentions. What are your plans for today? Yuhao ate his breakfast, thought for a moment, and said, "Today there will be a competition at the Great Soul Fighting Arena. I expect quite a few people will be injured. I'll be busy later." As expected, there were a lot of soul masters coming to the clinic for treatment today. Many people were beaten to a bloody mess, with their clothes and flesh stuck together, making cleaning the wounds a big hassle. Fortunately, Zhang Nanan has nimble hands and can clean the wounds quickly. Yuhao continued to use reversal techniques to treat these soul masters. For a while, the clinic was filled with pig slaughtering screams. For these soul masters, the anesthetic has no effect at all, and they can only be forced to clearly feel the pain caused by the movement of their own flesh and blood. What is surprising is that these soul masters seem to enjoy it. In their opinion, it is normal to feel pain. How could such a powerful healing soul skill not have a price? They regard the amplification of the whole body's nerve sensation brought about by the influx of physical energy as the price of treatment. Yuhao was too lazy to explain and just considered it as a price. It hurts so much. A soul master whose martial spirit was the blazing bull bared his teeth and trembled as he gave Yuhao a thumbs up. Your healing spirit skills are still powerful, Gym Master. It will be ready in a moment. I have a game tomorrow. Yuhao smiled and said, "Oh, there's still a competition going on. You haven't been beaten enough yet." This is your third time this week. The Soul Master of the Blazing Bull Martial Spirit smiled brightly and said, "That's what a Soul Master is like. They're either bleeding or on their way to bleeding. The clothes of Soul Masters without background always smell of blood. Master, I have to leave first. I still need to study tomorrow's opponent." Yuhao shook his head. He didn't quite understand the passion of these Soul Masters for fighting. He turned around and performed a reversal spell on the others. Whether in his previous life or now, Yuhao actually doesn't like fighting, but if fighting is inevitable, then he firmly believed that he would be the one standing to the end. He will stop at nothing to crush any enemies in his path. After all the wounded had left the clinic, Yuhao opened the door curtain to dispel the bloody smell in the clinic. Zhang Nanan was cleaning in the back, carefully wiping off the blood stains on the ground with alcohol. After breathing in some fresh air, Yuhao was about to turn around to help Zhang Nanan clean up the remaining debris when his mental power suddenly moved. Being extremely familiar with mental power, he instantly realized that someone was using mental power to sense his clinic. Yuhao silently opened his spiritual eyes, but found that the target of this mental power was not himself, but Zhang Nanan behind him. The other party is very strong. Judging from the range of his mental power, the other party's cultivation is very high. Compared with those evil soul masters, he is at least a soul emperor. Yuhao had a gloomy expression. He didn't expect that trouble would come so soon. And the target was someone close to him. This undoubtedly touched upon his inner minefield. After pulling the door curtain again, Yuhao regained his usual kind smile and cleaned up the bloodstains on the ground with Zhang Nanan. The night grew darker, and the spiritual power lingering around the clinic locked onto Zhang Nanan. Only after Zhang Nanan finished her work for the day and left the clinic did the mental power disappear from around the clinic. Yuhao quietly appeared on the roof of the clinic and looked at Zhang Nanan's receding back. The faceless man's mask turned into a vortex-shaped mask, revealing only his right eye. The same type of martial spirit as mine. Interesting. Then let's see who can use their mental strength better. After saying that, a dark figure moved rapidly on the roof beams of the block, locking onto the situation around Zhang Nanan. Post Views, 65. CH021 Douluo I, Yuhao, the Master of the Spirit Chapter 021. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. A ghostly figure was moving across the rooftops of residential buildings. The speed was extremely fast, but the footsteps were light, so as not to alarm any residents. Yuhao always kept a distance of about 300 meters from Zhang Nanan to ensure that she was within his sight. Use mental power to cover your body, isolate yourself from external perception, and ensure that you will not be discovered by the unknown soul master first. Yuhao also used his mental power and mental detection sound waves to reversely detect the opponent's position from time to time. But nothing was found. All we could hear were drunk passers-by chatting with their companions and wives and husbands in the residential buildings on both sides discussing their daily lives. It is obvious that the other party will also use mental power to block external perception. The current situation is very unfavorable for Yuhao. The enemy hiding in the dark is obviously a spiritual soul master. Yuhao's cultivation level is much higher than his, at least in terms of the range of his mental power, he is far inferior to him. Because even though he was about 300 meters away from Zhang Nanan, he was still within the other party's mental perception range. Fortunately, the quality of the other party's mental power is not as good as his own. Even if his cultivation is much worse, the other party has no way to break through his mental power shield. Another advantage he had was that the other party didn't know of his existence, but Yuhao knew of the other party's existence. The current situation is like two hunters meeting each other in a dark forest. Whoever fires the first shot is halfway lost. Moreover, the other party's target is very clear, which is Zhang Nanan, so when the other party is unaware of Yuhao's existence, he will definitely take action at some point. That is the best time to lock on to the opponent. But there is also a serious problem. Most of the spiritual soul skills are weird and like to use mechanisms to kill. Yuhao couldn't judge how or when the other party would attack. Or maybe the action has already been taken, but the means have not yet been taken. Alas, these are troubled times. Yuhao quickened his pace to follow Zhang Nanan's steps, his eyes keeping a close eye on any suspicious movements around her. Half an hour later, Zhang Nanan arrived at the West District. The Soul Master hiding in the dark still did not show up. If Yuhao had not been able to sense the other party's mental power, he would have thought that the other party had no intention of taking action tonight. Strange, you haven't made a move yet. Are you planning to wait until Zhang Nanan goes home and falls asleep before you take action? As soon as this thought came to mind, it was rejected by Yuhao. If you were going home to do it, why would you spend so much mental energy monitoring Zhang Nanan on the way? Obviously looking for an opportunity. As Zhang Nanan walked further and further away, the surroundings were still silent, without even a breeze, and the sticky darkness made it hard to breathe. Zhang Nanan's steps were steady, her breathing coordinated, and the distance of each step was neither too much nor too little, as precise as a robot. At this time, Yuhao realized something was wrong. He had not heard Zhang Nanan say that Shrek Academy had any training in footwork. So he increased the soul power output of his spiritual eyes to make his vision clearer. It's so coordinated. It's like copying and pasting in action. Without any conscious effort on our part, humans will certainly have subtle differences in their walking movements. This kind of extremely coordinated movement only appears in major ceremonies, and it is impossible to walk like this when going home. Not to mention Zhang Nanan, whom Yuhao was familiar with. Her soft-bone rabbit spirit made her an active girl by nature. Even if she deliberately suppressed it, it would still be reflected in some small movements. Yuhao understood something in his heart. It seems the other hunter has already opened fire. Hunters don't fire meaningless shots, it's all about hitting the prey. Once the prey has been shot, it's time for the hunter to appear and claim it. But unfortunately, you are not the only hunter this time. Yuhao held his breath, and the powerful dynamic vision of his spiritual eyes allowed him to take in all the changes in the world. The brain works at high speed, analyzing every bit of information contained therein. When a small piece of blue-silver grass appeared to bend uncoordinatedly 100 meters behind Zhang Nanan, Yuhao breathed a sigh of relief. When the hunter reveals himself, he becomes the prey. Yuhao's figure quietly blended into the thick night without causing a single ripple. Only the full moon in the sky was silently watching everything. Yu Hongji felt that his good luck, which had been delayed for many years, had finally arrived. Some time ago, Chen Wen, a drinking buddy I met over drinks, brought me good news. He wanted to use a Suanwu divine pill in exchange for being able to control someone. And you also have to make sure that the other party will not realize what you have experienced during this period later. This is easy for Hongji, as he is the owner of the spiritual spirit dream eating taper. Making people fall into dreams and weaving false memories is his specialty. Especially since the opponent is just a soul master, he has no ability to resist his own martial soul. But Yu Hongji still hesitated for a whole night, because his target was a student of Shrek Academy. You have to know that the Shrek Supervisory Group has been in Xianfeng City these days. If something happens to the other side, once the Shrek Supervisory Group learns about this, they will definitely conduct a serious investigation into the matter. His own strength was good, but it was still not enough when facing a group of Shrek inspectors. If he attacks the Shrek Supervisory Group, they will be killed. Even if I was lucky enough to escape, I would be on the mainland's wanted list, and I would have no place to stand in Douluo Three Kingdoms. He also has to face the pursuit of powerful people from Shrek Academy and Douluo Three Kingdoms. Yu Hongji drank an unknown amount of alcohol at home. He wanted to give up on taking on this mission, but under the influence of alcohol, he kept thinking about his friends who had been in the same team with him and had all become soul saints. Many people have already headed towards Contra. But I have been stuck at level 69 for 20 years without making any progress. Was it because he wasn't working hard enough? Of course not. He had been practicing diligently over the years, even participating in numerous death matches in the soul fighting arena in search of a breakthrough. But all these were useless, as his innate 4th level soul power talent severely restricted his upper limit. If I don't get other opportunities in this life, I will stop at this level. He was very unwilling to accept this, as his martial soul, the dream-eating tapir, was a top-tier spiritual martial soul. It was only because of his frequent illnesses during his childhood that his innate soul power was low. After traveling all over the continent for so many years, I finally found a few spiritual soul beasts that were most suitable for me, and also obtained rare soul bones. Soul rings, soul bones, martial souls, every one of his configurations is no weaker than those of the students who graduated from Shrek Inner Academy. But it was just an innate soul power that locked him in the Soul Emperor level. How could he accept this? Yu Hongji gritted his teeth at the thought and accepted the commission. He really didn't want to stop at being a soul master. Chen Wen was also quite kind. After hearing that he had accepted the task, he directly used a Xian Shui pill as a deposit, and would give him the Suan Wu pill after the task was completed. The Xian Shui pill is useless for someone at his level, only the Suan Wu divine pill can help him break through. So he carried the Xian Shui pill with him, planning to sell it for resources after completing the mission. Post Views, 69. CH022 Douluo I, Huo Yuhao, the Master of the Spirit Chapter 022. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Yu Hongji stared at the figure in front of him. He had already used his first soul skill, Spiritual Amplification, and his second soul skill, Deep Dream, to control the opponent. Let her fall into the dream quietly and weave a beautiful dream that is no different from reality. In her dream, she was walking back home, but in reality, she was heading to the secret room that Chen Wen had prepared long ago. As for his method of hiding his body, it was his third soul skill, Dream Bubble. Wrapping the whole body with foam can not only achieve invisibility, but also block the perception of others to a great extent. To put it bluntly, with this set of soul skills, he would only have the possibility of losing when facing a strong attacking Soul Emperor of the same level in the soul fighting competition. But outside the arena, he can use the cunning of spiritual soul skills and the advantage of large venues to directly kill those soul masters who can only rush around. Yu Hongji was very cautious about this mission. To deal with a soul master, he activated all three of his soul skills and used his mental and soul power without any expense. Maintaining such a large range of mental perception along the way was extremely exhausting for him. The prerequisite for triggering the second soul skill, Deep Dream, is that the enemy must be within the range of one's spiritual perception. Once beyond the range, the soul skill will become ineffective. Yu Hongji led Zhang Nanan into a carefully set trap. It's almost there. It's almost here. The Suan Wu divine pill will be in our hands soon. After decades of obsession, there is finally a glimmer of light in the darkness. This made him feel an uncontrollable ecstasy. He had made up his mind that after he obtained the Suan Wu divine pill and broke through to level 70, he would immediately leave Xianfeng City and head to the Duling Empire. There are fewer strong people there, so it is easier to stand out, and it is far enough away from Shrek Academy. If something happens one day, I can escape in time. If it were the Tian Hun Empire and the Xingluo Empire, he wouldn't even have a chance to escape. The Tian Hun Empire is the hometown of Shrek Academy. There are many powerful people in the Xingluo Empire, and the official roads are crisscrossed. If you want to flee to the Sun and Moon Empire, there is nowhere to go. It is like there is no way to go up to heaven and no door to enter the earth. It was when Hongji had already begun to fantasize about his future life. Huo Yuhao had already touched his back. Hey, friend! Following a little girl all the way, isn't that a bit despicable? This sudden voice immediately made Yu Hongji's tailbone feel cold, and a sudden chill spread all the way to his brain. When did you come behind me? I knew this mission wouldn't be that easy. Yu Hongji retreated immediately, not paying attention to Zhang Nanan who was still walking forward in the distance. He looked up and saw Huo Yuhao standing on a roof beam. Who is it? He's wearing a mask, hiding his true identity. Huo Yuhao chuckled and said, Interesting, you've covered yourself up so well. But you say I am a person who hides his head and shows his tail. My friend. You are a bit hypocritical. Huo Yuhao's spiritual eyes stared at a discordant transparent light and shadow in front of him through the holes in the mask. To be honest, if it wasn't for the full moon tonight and the bright and clear moonlight, I wouldn't have been able to spot him at all. As long as he retreats into the darkness, and with his ability to shield his senses, no one can discover him. Yu Hongji seems as steady as an old dog, but he is actually very nervous inside. There was no way. He saw the masked man standing on the roof beam very relaxedly and with full of momentum. This was a posture unique to a strong man. Just by looking at the appearance, the other party feels that the strength is extremely high. However, Yu Hongji has also been struggling in the world of soul masters for decades. There is no lack of courage to charge towards the strong. In other words, people who don't have the courage to challenge the strong can never break through level 60, and those who are timid and cowardly can only stop at Soul King. Yu Hongji knew that he had to strike first. Hiding his abilities against someone who might be stronger than him was simply courting death. He removed his third soul skill, the dream bubble, and revealed his true form. Then he directly lit up his fifth soul ring, and a mysterious and deep black light lit up. He started with his fifth soul skill, Dream Clone, and 3 Yu Hongjis of slightly lighter colors appeared on both sides of him. Huo Yuhao's eyes grew serious, because he felt that the aura of the 3 clones was no different from that of the original body. What a unique soul skill, one breath transforms into 3 pure ones. Yu Hongji ignored Huo Yuhao's doubts and rushed directly towards Huo Yuhao. Huo Yuhao began to retreat, but suddenly found that he could not move. Looking down, he saw a dark chain binding his shadow. Only then did he realize that one of the other party's clones was squatting in the distance, connecting the 2 people's shadows through a black chain. You can still use soul skills? No, the soul ring is not lit, it's a soul bone skill. With the speed of a soul emperor, the 3 Yu Hongjis had already reached Huo Yuhao. The 3 people formed a strangling force, locking onto different fatal points. The head, heart, and spine were all locked in murderous intent. Yu Hongji was overjoyed when he saw that Huo Yuhao still had no reaction. Success! Then the 3 men thrust their palms hard, trying to kill him with one blow. However, the scene of blood and flesh flying everywhere that Yu Hongji had expected did not occur. He was shocked to see the 3 people's palms entering each other's bodies as if they were sinking into the air. There was not a ripple, as if the people were not in the same space at all. Divine power! Immediately afterwards, Huo Yuhao's hand began to move in the opposite direction towards Yu Hongji's body. The hand moved neither hurriedly nor slowly, but Yu Hongji's entire body was on alert, his hair stood on end, and his mental strength was wildly agitated. He gritted his teeth and used his 6th soul skill, Clone Replacement. Under the black light, Yu Hongji's clone, who was controlling Huo Yuhao from afar, replaced Huo Yuhao with his original body. Huo Yuhao's hand fell on the clone. Then I saw that half of the clone's body began to be twisted by an invisible force, and it let out a scream that pierced the eardrums. Oh! The clone still feels pain. The other clones immediately moved away. The clone in Huo Yuhao's hand turned into foam and disappeared. Yu Hongji in the distance suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. It seems that the death of your clone has backfired on you. Yu Hongji wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and the scene became eerily calm. You can use soul skills such as clones, replacement abilities, invisibility, suspected mental power amplification, and shadow binding. There's still 1/4 soul skill left to be displayed. What's the trump card? Yuhao's eyes moved slightly as he analyzed the other party's soul skill combination. Yu Hongji's hands and feet felt cold at this time. He realized that the other party had some kind of spatial ability that allowed him to become invisible for a long time and distort space. Especially since the opponent's soul rings are not exposed, it means that it is either a soul bone skill or a martial soul characteristic. This time, I have met a tough opponent. The eerie calm was soon broken as Zhang Nanan walked out of Yu Hongji's mental range and escaped from the dream. As the one who released the soul skill, he naturally knew that this mission had failed. I guess I can't even save my life. Thinking of this, Yu Hongji's eyes were filled with renewed fighting spirit. As the soul master with the blazing bull spirit said, soul masters are either bleeding or on their way to bleeding. This profession has always been a symbol of violence. Dying in battle, dying in the process of challenging the strong, will always be the highest honor for a soul master. Post views, 66. Ch023 Douluo, Yuhao, the master of the Spirit Chapter 023. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. The remaining 2 clones and the original body formed an encirclement around Yuhao. Yu Hongji stared at all the vital parts of Yuhao, looking for a way to kill with one blow. Soon the 2 clones began to attack, and one used the soul bone skill shadow seal to lock the enemy. Another person used the same trick again and directly hit Yuhao's heart. But the result remained unchanged. The clone's hand went straight through the other person's body, as if the other person was just a projection. After these 2 tests, Yu Hongji was able to confirm that the other party had abilities similar to the Void Soul skill. Yu Hongji had seen the Void Soul skill when he participated in the Continental Advanced Soul Master competition. However, the other party only made the body temporarily turn into nothingness, which did not last long, and there was no way to interfere with the outside world. However, the one-eyed masked man in front of him showed that he could distort space while remaining virtual. Tricky. Sweat kept dripping from Yu Hongji's face and he was already sweating profusely. He was certain that this one-eyed masked man possessed an extremely rare space attribute, martial spirit. Martial spirits of this attribute are extremely rare, even rarer than those of darkness and light. No one with this type of martial spirit is weak. He had been in the mainland for many years, and had only fought against soul masters of this nature in the Continental Advanced Soul Master competition. However, at that time, I was mainly in a supporting position, and the one who really faced this kind of ability was the former captain of the team. But even if the captain's martial soul is the top true dragon martial soul, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, it took a lot of effort to defeat the opponent. His dream-eating tapir martial spirit is pretty good, but it's still a long way behind the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. However, he is not without advantages. His martial soul with spatial attributes means that his mental power is inferior to his own. As long as I seize the opportunity and use my first and second soul skills to affect him so that he cannot enter the virtual state, I can kill him. The 2 clones can still use their soul skills 3 times in total. We must find a way to let our mental power affect the other party's brain. Yu Hongji's 5th soul ring was obtained from the 10,000-year-old mirror beast in the far north. The soul skill he obtained was that he could summon 3 clones. The clones had the same level but only 1/3 of the soul power of the original body. Moreover, a clone can only use 2 soul skills, including soul bone skills, and can only use the first 3 soul skills. This ability can only be used once in 24 hours. As for the 4th soul skill that he had never used, Yu Hongji gritted his teeth. If possible, he would never want to use this soul skill in his entire life. His 4th soul skill is called the Broken Dream Sword, which he hunted from a mutated demon-eyed tree. Once this soul skill is used, one's body will inevitably transform into a dream state. In simple terms, it will turn into foam bit by bit. Just like the little mermaid in Yuhao's previous life, she completely disappeared. The whole process is irreversible and there is no turning back once it is used. So no matter what kind of competition he encountered before, he had never used this soul skill. The effect of this soul skill is worthy of its overbearing side effects. Pull out a knife from the dream, and this broken dream knife will cut the reality all the time, turning reality into a dream, and turning the real into the virtual. Yu Hongji passed his will to his two clones. The two clones who obtained the will of the original body began to attack Huo Yuhao desperately. Huo Yuhao was a little confused at this time. The other party should know that this behavior was useless. But he could only continue to maintain his divine power, as his body could not withstand the attack of a soul emperor. Not only Yu Hongji wanted to find an opportunity to kill him with one blow, Huo Yuhao also thought so. During the period of maintaining divine power, he could clearly feel the consumption of his pupil power, which meant that his pupil power reserves were still relatively sufficient and did not affect his vision. In order to save pupil power, Huo Yuhao had to find an opportunity to end the battle quickly. Otherwise, if the pupil power is overconsumed, you will be the one who suffers. So this time, Huo Yuhao did not simply passively take the beating. Instead, he passed through the two clones like a ghost and headed straight for the opponent's real body. If he really couldn't touch him, Huo Yuhao could only grit his teeth and use high-cost eye techniques such as Amaterasu, Tsukuyomi, or long-range Kamui to kill the opponent. Just when Huo Yuhao was still a little distance away from him, Yu Hongji moved suddenly, and his enormous mental power invaded Huo Yuhao's sea of consciousness. The first and second soul rings on Yu Hongji's body emitted a yellow light in the dark night. Huo Yuhao realized that the other party seemed to have misunderstood something and made a wrong judgment, attacking him with mental power. Just in time. The spiritual power that reached the spiritual sea realm in the spiritual sea instantly resisted the attack, and the extremely high-quality spiritual power even came over to erode the opponent. Yu Hongji obviously had not expected this situation and his eyes widened. Damn it, you're also a spiritual attribute soul master. Yu Hongji had no time to regret. Only 2 minutes had passed and the cooldown of his sixth soul skill had not yet ended, so he could not replace it. Upon seeing this, the two clones immediately used their soul bone skill Shadow Sealing Curse to chase Huo Yuhao, hoping to buy time for the original body. Unfortunately, Huo Yuhao was one step faster. The inky black pupils reflected a large hand slowly approaching. Ah! In that case, I'll let you be the first person to experience my fourth soul skill. Kenmen Sword. Faced with the crisis of life and death, he burst out with his last courage and lit up the fourth soul skill that emitted a noble purple light. In an instant, Huo Yuhao's mental power erupted, and the strongest sense of crisis since he traveled through time surged into his heart. The last time I felt this sense of crisis was when I faced a large-scale geological collapse in my previous life. Huo Yuhao watched with his own eyes as Yu Hongji pulled out a long sword from the colorful bubbles. The blade of the sword reflected all kinds of bizarre images. The handle and hilt of the knife are interwoven and changing colorful ribbons. The moment the knife appeared, the surrounding space emitted a hissing sound. The knife slashed across the ground, and the stones and soil on the ground disappeared without a trace as if they were erased by an eraser. Yu Hongji's eyes were fierce, his hand was just holding the handle of the knife, and his body had already begun to enter a dream state. He was doomed, but he still wanted to take someone with him. If you get hit, you'll definitely die. This thought was suddenly engraved in Huo Yuhao's mind. Huo Yuhao gritted his teeth and began to prepare the root kingdom of his left eye pupil technique. If he couldn't avoid being hit, he would use the root kingdom to save his life. At this moment, Huo Yuhao finally stopped being stingy with his pupil power. Amaterasu. Pitch-black flames instantly appeared on Yu Hongji's body, and the flames from hell licked every inch of his flesh. Yu Hongji screamed and hurriedly used his soul power to resist, but the extremely high temperature not only burned his flesh, but also burned his soul power. When he realized that he couldn't put out the fire, he looked at Huo Yuhao and turned his wrist holding the knife, wanting to throw it away. Tsukuyomi. Huo Yuhao's eyes were filled with blood and tears, which stopped him. Amaterasu's black flames crackled, but Yu Hongji did not make a sound. His will was trapped in Tsukuyomi. Just like that, his body was reduced to charcoal in the flames. Huo Yuhao closed his left eye, took off his mask, wiped away the blood and tears, and said, "Thank you for letting me know that I am not yet a strong person. I'm just a stinking cheater. My magnanimity, will, and determination are far inferior to yours. You taught me one thing. Even a lion fighting a rabbit uses all its strength. Otherwise, the rabbit will bite back if it gets angry." If Huo Yuhao had used Amaterasu as soon as he discovered him, he would not have had a chance to struggle. It's really embarrassing. Huo Yuhao smiled helplessly. He had been thinking about saving his pupil power since the beginning of the battle, but this idea ended up consuming a lot of his pupil power. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly discovered that the knife was still in the flames and had not disappeared with the death of its owner. Post Views, 64. Ch024 Douluo I, Huo Yuhao, the Master of the Spirit Chapter 024. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Yu Hongji's completely carbonized body was still burning with the black flames of Amaterasu. The divine fire from hell greedily devours every inch of the target's matter. The carbonized body also slowly sublimated under the extremely high temperature. Only that strange sword, with its bizarre blade and colorful handle, blocked all the black flames of Amaterasu. No, not isolated. After Huo Yuhao approached, he suddenly realized that all the Amaterasu black flames that were close to the knife were silently wiped out. But Amaterasu's black flame is not matter, it's energy. Can this knife even erase energy? That man is dead, why does this knife still exist? Huo Yuhao secretly felt lucky. If he hadn't cheated hard enough, he would have been in big trouble this time. Next time I encounter this situation, I will definitely start with Amaterasu and use Tsukuyomi for control. Questioning Suzuki, mocking Suzuki, understanding Suzuki, and finally joining Suzuki. Amaterasu is really useful. In my hands, this ability finally helped me kill someone successfully. I have a record of victory and it is finally not just an assist. But then again, he had never heard of a knife that could obliterate matter and energy. I have never seen a similar theory in my previous life. This is a completely unknown area. Dream. After the fight just now, he also discovered that the enemy's martial soul had a strong connection with dreams. The authority of dreams is one of one's three major authorities. He clearly knows how to improve his control over the two major powers of understanding and imagination. Discover new knowledge and win new items through lottery. However, he had no idea how to weave a dream kingdom as required by the dream authority. The only ability of his spiritual eyes, the kaleidoscope, that can connect with dreams is the root kingdom. Huo Yuhao did not dare to use this ability easily, as it was a life-saving skill that consumed a lot of energy. After all this time, Huo Yuhao knew very little about the power of dreams. At this moment, this knife is obviously connected to dreams, and it is very likely to be the key to unlocking the power of dreams. Back to the present, Huo Yuhao had already approached the ball of charcoal that was still burning with flames. Kagutsuki no Mikoto. The sword-shaped pattern in Huo Yuhao's eyes began to spin. The eternal black flames of Amaterasu began to dissipate. A pile of black ash was revealed, the air was filled with the smell of coke, and the knife stood next to the black ash. Moreover, it is dissolving the ground at a speed visible to the naked eye and slowly falling. No, buddy, don't tell me this thing might go straight through the center of the earth if no one takes care of it. Huo Yuhao was a little anxious. He didn't dare to pick up the knife directly. What if it got contaminated by something? He could only hope that the root kingdom could resist the dream state. Judging from the fact that the Soul Emperor just now couldn't withstand this knife, it is estimated that soul power is simply unable to withstand the terrifying power of this knife. Huo Yuhao was unwilling to give up the key that was so close to him. If he missed this opportunity, he would have to rely on hunting soul beasts with relevant characteristics in the future if he wanted to gain access to the power of dreams again. Spiritual power is useless. First, use your mental power, which you are best at, to see if you can communicate with this knife. It was obvious that this thing wasn't a Zanpakuto, so communication was useless. The mental force will be wiped out as soon as it gets close, and the entire knife will become a perception black hole. Soul power. Secondly, the pitifully small amount of soul power in his body was, as expected, shattered by the knife before he even got close. Hey, quite arrogant. Let Brother Huo check whether the development is normal. The knife still maintained its cold refusal, sinking into the ground bit by bit. The colorful light bands intertwined and flying on the hilt had a hint of irony in the air. Huo Yuhao was now at his wits' end. It seemed as if he had no power that could defeat the knife. Seeing that most of the blade had already sunk into the ground, Huo Yuhao suddenly remembered that he still had a kind of energy that he could use. That is the entropy force generated by reversing the soul power. Disorder, chaos, and uncontrollable entropy seem to be somewhat similar to the symbolic meaning of this knife. Dreams are always disordered and are life's wild imagination of the world. It is a mixture of all kinds of bizarre things. Chaos and difficulty in control are also characteristics of dreams. Thinking of this, Huo Yuhao felt that it was worth a try. There was no other means anyway. Since he was already here, he couldn't go back empty-handed. Reversal technique, activate. His right hand began to be wrapped with dense blue runes, mysterious and noble. Then the scarce soul power in the body began to reverse, and order turned into disorder. Gray-black entropic force appeared in his right hand, and Huo Yuhao barely managed to control it by using a lot of mental strength. As soon as this ball of entropy appeared, the surrounding air began to be torn by it, making a harsh sound. All the surrounding blue-silver grass lowered its body as if it had seen a natural enemy. The unknown bat-like soul beasts in the sky were also rampaging in the night, and all life was instinctively moving away from this ball of energy. It's like students actively moving away from their class teacher when they see him on the street. Huo Yuhao's face turned pale as he covered his right hand with entropy power, using a membrane around his mental power to prevent it from touching his body. Then he stretched out his right hand and carefully approached the hilt of the knife, which was made up of interwoven colorful light bands. If the knife shows no reaction, he will immediately retreat and never touch it. When your right hand is only one finger away from the handle of the knife. The knife, which was originally cold and exuding a terrifying aura, suddenly trembled violently. Although it was just a lifeless knife, Huo Yuhao could feel the strong desire emanating from it, just like a traveler in the desert finding a drop of sweet water. It seemed to have eyes. Seeing that Huo Yuhao didn't touch it, it anxiously moved the hilt of the knife to touch his right hand covered with entropy. Huo Yuhao was startled and wanted to retract his right hand, but found that his hand seemed to be stuck to the knife. Can't take it back. Then the entropy in his hand was quickly absorbed by the handle of the knife, and the blade of the knife began to emit a colorful halo. It's broken. There's not enough entropy. Huo Yuhao, who didn't have much soul power to begin with, naturally couldn't convert much entropy. As the entropy in his hand became less and less, the handle of the knife began to slowly approach his hand. Huo Yuhao was a little panicked. Fortunately, this knife seemed to have self-awareness. After noticing that Huo Yuhao's soul power was exhausted, it stopped absorbing entropy. After the suction on his hand disappeared, he quickly withdrew his right hand and gasped for breath. I watched as the knife in front of me began to emit colorful light and began to change. The colored light bands that made up the handle slowly gathered and compressed until they burst into white light. The white light revealed surging colorful waves, layer upon layer, which was a strange thing that could only appear in dreams. And there was no longer that terrifying aura of wiping out everything on the hilt. Huo Yuhao felt that the knife actually conveyed a sense of intimacy towards him. He wanted Huo Yuhao to take the initiative to hold the hilt of the knife. Huo Yuhao took a step forward, hesitated for a moment, grasped the hilt of the knife, and pulled it out from the ground. It really worked. The knife really did not wipe out Huo Yuhao, but instead took the initiative to convey some information to him. Gray, delicious. People, the knife likes it. Huo Yuhao's mouth twitched as he said. Good boy, you really have self-awareness. Bull enforce it. However, Huo Yuhao discovered another problem. This knife was too flashy and attracted a lot of attention when he walked. The knife. Can it be a little darker? It's a bit flashy. The knife first conveyed a feeling of doubt, then as if it understood, the entire knife began to disintegrate into foam. The bubbles entered his right hand little by little until a colorful knife-shaped tattoo appeared on the back of his right hand. People, it's okay. Huo Yuhao glanced at his right hand and could feel that he could summon this knife at any time. I can't take the civil service exam now. Post views, 62. Ch025 Douluo, I, Huo Yuhao, the master of the Spirit Chapter 025. While turning my palms over and over under the bright moonlight, admiring the colorful knife-shaped tattoos, he suddenly thought of something important and looked at the black ash with bloodshot eyes. Oh no, I forgot to lick the bag. It's over. This person was coaxed to sleep by Amaterasu, and the storage soul guide device is probably gone. But since he was already here, he might as well bring something back. He remembered that this person seemed to have a soul bone. I don't know if the soul bone has turned to ashes. Thinking of this, Huo Yuhao began to dig through the pile of things that could perhaps be called ashes, trying to find the soul bone from it. Fortunately, Kagutsukami was able to use it in time, and the soul bone was preserved at the bottom of the black ash. This is a left arm bone, and its inky black color highlights its mystery. However, Huo Yuhao lifted it up and looked carefully under the moonlight, and found that there were several cracks on the left arm bone. It must have been burned by the high temperature of Amaterasu. The soul bone has a little crack, but it should still be usable, right? He was unsure, but thought there should be no problem. After all, a soul bone often circulates in Douluo continent for more than 100 years. Huo Yuhao doesn't believe that the soul bone will not wear out after such a long time. After looking at it for a while, I thought about putting the soul bone into the bag behind me. But he found that the bag on his back was cut by some sharp object. It was probably cut by a sharp piece of iron when he was tracking Zhang Nanan on the beam. Huo Yuhao felt a little embarrassed, so he simply threw away the bag and tied the soul bone to his waist with a rope. I'm probably the only soul master who's in such a mess. I don't even have a storage soul guide on me. Huo Yuhao had no intention of absorbing this soul bone. He looked down upon the soul skills that came with the soul bones. It's of no use to him. Moreover, this soul bone should not be very old, at most 10,000 years old, and it is very likely to be a 1,000-year soul bone. After all, for a wild soul emperor to have soul bones on his body is a great honor. Wanting a high-age soul bone is simply wishful thinking. Of course, Huo Yuhao didn't know that the Black Ash was once a prodigy who could participate in the Continental Advanced Soul Master competition. Yu Hongji was once an outstanding student at the Zhengtian Advanced Soul Master Academy and was selected to participate in the Continental Advanced Soul Master competition. He's a regular player, not a reserve player. At that time, he was full of energy and challenged various strong teams on the field with his teammates. The captain even possesses a pure blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex martial spirit and is the pride of the Tianlong sect. Unfortunately, they lost to Shrek Academy in the semi-finals. Even so, because of his outstanding performance, the Academy gave him a 10,000-year-old Shadow Leopard soul bone. However, due to talent issues, he was stuck at level 69 and watched his former teammates move towards Contra. The younger generations of the past also gradually entered the Soul Emperor realm, but after realizing that they could not break through the 69th level in this lifetime, they allowed themselves to fall into depravity in Xianfeng City. Until he was killed by Huo Yuhao tonight. Huo Yuhao shook his body to make sure the soul bone was tied tightly. I'll find an opportunity to move to a big city and sell my soul bones for some money. Once I have the money, I will definitely buy a higher-end storage soul guide. Before leaving, Huo Yuhao, unwilling to give up, dug a few more times into Yu Hengji's ashes to confirm once again that there was really nothing left. Well. As if hearing Huo Yuhao's sigh, the knife in the right hand conveyed a message to Huo Yuhao. People, return to their positions. Dreams, record everything. A question mark appeared on Huo Yuhao's face, and he communicated with it through his thoughts. Do you know where his storage soul guide is? The knife continues to deliver the message. I don't know, but the dream knows. Huo Yuhao immediately became interested and walked over to the ashes and asked, is that so? Man, summon. After understanding its meaning, Huo Yuhao summoned out the Kenmen sword. Then he grasped the white handle of the knife with colorful waves. Man, wave. Huo Yuhao followed the instructions and gently swung his knife. The power that could wipe out everything reappeared, and a colorful door suddenly appeared in the empty space. The door spit out colorful bubbles to the outside world, and each bubble reflects a strange dream. Huo Yuhao couldn't help but stare in amazement. He felt something behind the door pulling him over until he was called back by the sound of the Kenmen knife. People, don't go for now. Danger. At the door, found, bubbles. Then, accept it. The intermittent way Kenmendeo spoke made him feel uncomfortable, but fortunately he could still understand what it said. Huo Yuhao searched for related bubbles and soon found the bubble belonging to Yu Hengji at a place near the door. It is easy to identify because his appearance appears on the surface of the bubble. After touching the bubble with the Kenmen knife, a screen of light appeared in the sea of spirituality almost instantly. The light screen is recording and playing Yu Hengji's life from a third-person perspective. The more Huo Yuhao's consciousness looked at the sea of spirituality, the more frightened he became. Of course, I was not shocked by his life. That's so detailed. Huo Yuhao was shocked by the detailed information recorded above. From birth to death, everything is recorded, and the light screen automatically segments life and then plays it at an accelerated speed. It is as if a person has been recorded by a hidden camera since birth and will continue to be recorded until death. The power of dreams may be much more terrifying than I imagined. Don't be afraid, people. These are the rules. Can't disobey. After sensing Huo Yuhao's emotions, Kenmendeo took the initiative to comfort him. Indeed, it is useless to think about these things now. One day, I will master the power of dreams, and at that time, all the secrets contained in the power will be revealed to me. Huo Yuhao collected his thoughts and watched Yu Hengji's life as if he were watching a documentary. I learned his name, where he came from, saw his joys and sorrows, and also knew the reason why he was following Zhang Nanan. After the broadcast was finished, Huo Yuhao returned his consciousness to reality. Use the Kenmen knife to close the door and close your eyes to digest the information. The storage soul guide device was placed in the flower pot to the left of the main entrance to the Ruyi brothel in the East District. I plan to run away from the East District after completing this operation. Sun Mu Divine Pill, Xian Shui Pill, and Chen Wen. You almost got away. Huo Yuhao retracted the Kenmen knife, jumped onto the beam without looking back, and left the scorched earth. Leaving behind a piece of land that looked like it had been turned over by an earth dragon. Only the black ash blown away by the night wind knew that a battle had once broken out here, and a once proud soul emperor fell in the dirtiest and most chaotic west district of Xianfeng City. Perhaps only when his relatives and friends come to look for him will people learn of his death, and he will become a strange thing in people's mouths until he completely disappears from memory. After a long time, a staggering figure came over here, and the frail body revealed a beautiful curve in the night. The figure seemed to be looking for something, until he hurried to a corner and picked up a torn small bag. Post views, 63. Ch026 Douluo I, Huo Yuhao, the master of the Spirit Chapter 026. Zhang Nanan was walking normally on the main road in the South District, thinking about what kind of breakfast to prepare for Master Huo tomorrow. The bright moonlight illuminates the road ahead, and occasionally a bustling crowd passes by. Everything is the same as usual, just an inconspicuous night among the thousands of nights in Xianfeng City. But accidents always happen quietly. When she was about to walk out of the South District, her sea of spirituality was suddenly invaded by a strong mental force. That person's mental strength far surpassed his own. Even though he resisted with all his might, he was still unable to make up for the huge level difference between the two sides. Until my consciousness became dizzy and seemed to fall into extreme darkness. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in the clinic, surrounded by his mother and the owner Huo, who were asking about his well-being. Just as she was about to open her mouth, she felt something was wrong. She shook her head at her mother and Huo Yuhao, then walked outside for a while. Everything here is beautiful, but she still finds that there is a sense of incongruity in this world. Every flower, grass, and tree here is so beautiful that it seems unreal. The entire city of Xianfeng is extremely harmonious, there are no disputes, and everyone lives and works in peace and contentment. But how is this possible? I must have been trapped by a soul master in a dream based on my own desires. Zhang Nanan began to try various methods to break free from the dream. But whether it was self-harm or the explosion of soul power, it was like a drop in the ocean and could not cause any waves. Zhang Nanan realized that the other party's cultivation was at least 2 levels higher than hers, and he might even be a spiritual soul master. In despair, she didn't know where her fate would go, and could only keep trying to burst out her soul power to do useless work. Until the whole dream suddenly shattered for some unknown reason, and the sky broke into pieces like glass, making a sharp sound that made one's teeth ache. It was not until the sky completely collapsed and she fell into darkness again that she realized she had fallen to the ground without knowing when the soft moonlight fell on her eyes again. At the same time, there was a fierce noise coming from not far behind him. It was obvious that a battle was breaking out and he was rescued. She wanted to go over and help, but found that she was too weak and her strength was too limited, and she would only be a hindrance if she went over. After the fighting subsided and he did not fall into the dream again, and after confirming that the person who saved him had won, he dared to limp over there to check the situation. Then I saw the land that had been almost plowed, the air was filled with the smell of coke, and there was a cloud of coke in the distance. She looked around and found something familiar in a corner. A damaged small bag. Zhang Nanan hurriedly picked up the bag and confirmed that it was one she had seen before. Because there is an indigo stain on the edge of the bag. This is Master Huo's bag. Maybe Huo Yuhao himself didn't know what was so special about his bag that it was remembered so clearly. During the time Zhang Nanan was an apprentice in the clinic, she wrote down almost everything in the clinic. Especially Huo Yuhao's belongings. Every special trace is remembered in my heart. If Huo Yuhao knew about this situation, he would probably be sweating profusely. Fuck, she's a daughter, now she's in trouble. Zhang Nanan took the bag and looked towards the clinic. Her eyes were particularly clear and bright in the moonlight, like ripples flowing through them. After a long time, she returned home with her bag. Achoo! Huo Yuhao couldn't help but sneeze and scratched his head. He felt like someone was always thinking about him. It must be that inherently evil little Tang San. Oh my god, why is Tang San so mean? I can't believe who would be thinking about me behind my back, so I can only put the blame on Tang San. If there is any bad thing happening on Douluo continent, you can definitely find Tang San, it must be Tang San who did it. No. 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 Without giving it much thought, Huo Yuhao continued on his way to the East District to inherit Yu Hengji's legacy. After getting the inheritance, he went to kill Chen Wen. Damn, he's even targeting the person next to him. If you dare to plot against Zhang Nanan today, you will dare to shit on Huo Yuhao's head tomorrow. This is no longer an ordinary Douluo troublemaker, he must be dealt with severely. After arriving in the East District, Huo Yuhao finally understood what the decadent and reckless life those soul masters in the clinic were talking about was really like. It was clearly the middle of the night, but under the bright lights, it was just like daytime. Scantily clad women are seen soliciting customers on the streets, and drunk passers-by are seen lying on the roadside with no one paying any attention to them. People here are used to this. The gamblers knelt at the entrance of the casino and kowtowed and begged, while the people around them held glass wine glasses as if they were enjoying a performance. Huo Yuhao even saw some ragged, skinny people pulling young children into a small alley. Then there was something in her arms, she lowered her head and walked away quickly, and the child was no longer seen around her. Huo Yuhao stood on a beam, watching the various creatures through the mask's single eye. I couldn't help but lower my eyes. Hehe, this is Douluo continent. A cannibalistic society. As the night wind blew, Huo Yuhao's figure disappeared into the beams without causing any noise. Soon, Huo Yuhao arrived at the Ruyi brothel and, following Yu Hongji's memory, he easily took out the necklace-shaped storage soul guide from the flower pot. He probed his mental power inside, and Huo Yuhao almost popped his eyes out. Oh my god, so much money! Lots of soul guides and medicinal herbs. A preliminary estimate shows that this necklace storage soul guide is worth a lot of money. The space inside is about 36 cubic meters, and it is a soul guide of a high level. There are 8 soul guide devices stored inside, 2 soul guide ray cannons, 4 fixed-type soul guide shells, 1 fixed-type soul guide cannon, and 1 flying soul guide device. As well as various rare medicinal materials that are basically not available on the market, and the Xian Shui pill placed in the deepest part. As expected of a former regular member of the Zhengtian Advanced Soul Master Academy. Even though he has fallen, this level of wealth is still beyond imagination. Huo Yuhao put the necklace around his neck, stood up and went to the top floor of Ruyi brothel, following the images recorded in his dream. After Yu Hongji completely controlled Zhang Nanan, he brought her here and handed her over to him while the goods were delivered. As for whether he would be exposed due to the large number of people in the East District, Chen Wen was not worried about it. He believed in Yu Hongji's mental ability. They were grasshoppers in the same boat, and he would definitely take the initiative to deal with the eyes and ears for him. Moreover, the Chen family has served the Xianming sect for so many years and has gained a lot of benefits from it. This brothel is an asset belonging to the Chen family, and the people inside are all their confidants. Chen Wen was leisurely soaking her feet in the luxurious penthouse, waiting for Yu Hongji's arrival. Huo Yuhao had already begun to slowly walk to the top floor. With the help of his spiritual eyes, no one could stop this one-eyed masked man who looked abnormal. "Ha, your teammates are fighting outside, and you're upstairs listening to music and soaking your feet." Huo Yuhao approached him cautiously at first, but the boy was not alert at all. So he simply took out the white tiger dagger, flashed behind him, and put the white tiger dagger against his neck. "Shh, don't scream." Chen Wen felt a chill on his neck and was about to scream, but he immediately covered his mouth after hearing Huo Yuhao's words. "Please spare my life, sir. Don't kill me. Whatever you want, I'll give it to you." Huo Yuhao patted his face and said, "Turn around and look at me." Chen Wang didn't dare to turn around and said hurriedly, "I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare. I know the rules and I won't look at your face." Huo Yuhao turned the entire sofa over in anger. Only then did Chen Wen see that the person threatening him was a one-eyed masked man, and then he saw a knife pointed at his head. "You should have at least 3 things to say right now." Chen Wen was so scared that he peed his pants. "No. Not a single word, what a hero. All the money is in the cabinet next to you." Huo Yuhao took a deep breath, calmed himself, and said, "Why did you send someone to follow Zhang Nanan? If you can't tell me in 3 minutes, I'll have my head chopped off. At this time, Chen Wen realized that Yu Hongji had failed and his enemy had come to find him, and he burst into tears. Ah! Hey, don't cry. Crying counts as time. He quickly stopped crying and told Zhang Nanan the reason why he was following her in the most fluent and fast words of his life. Huo Yuhao nodded with satisfaction and said, I like honest people. Then Huo Yuhao raised his sword and chopped off his head. I'm lying. If I tell you, your head will move too. Huo Yuhao stepped over his body and found a storage soul guide ring from the cabinet next to it. His initial mental perception revealed that it was even larger than Yu Hongji's storage soul guide. Post Views, 59. CH027 Douluo, I, Huo Yuhao, the Master of the Spirit Chapter 027. A 48 cubic meter storage ring. It really opened my eyes. As soon as Huo Yuhao's mental power entered, he was shocked by the vast space. He originally thought that Yu Hongji's 36 cubic meters were invincible, but there was actually another master. Then, with strong anticipation, Huo Yuhao began to count Chen Wen's inheritance. 10,000 gold soul coins in cash. Blood ginseng, 100-year-old purple fungus, crystal flower, dragon blood grass, and a large piece of 1,000-year-old whale glue. 5 Xian Shui pills, 1 Suanmu divine pill, and 1 Shengun pill. There are also several pills for restoring soul power, replenishing qi and blood, and healing injuries. Bull and Forset. 100 Yu Hongjis combined are not worth as much as 1 Chen Wen. Huo Yuhao was truly dazzled by the dazzling array of treasures in the ring. There are 5 of the Xian Shui pills that I have been searching for, as well as the Shengun pill, a pill with similar functions. Not to mention the even more precious Suanmu divine pill. A Suanmu divine pill was sold at a record auction for a sky-high price of 5 million gold soul coins. This price can buy 3 8th level soul guides or a soul bone that is about 40,000 years old. As for why the Suanmu divine pill is so expensive, it is because this pill can work on soul Douluo. Even if a soul Douluo eats it, it can cleanse his bones and marrow, improve his potential, and increase the chance of becoming a titled Douluo. For example, the Xian Shui pill is for use below level 30, and there is no requirement for the Shengun pill, but generally soul masters will eat it after reaching level 30 to maximize its medicinal effect. A wave of fat. No wonder those bloggers who played search and retreat type games in the Golden Age gaming videos in my previous life loved to attack aggressively. Huo Yuhao was truly delighted now. The main purpose of coming to the Tian Hun Empire was achieved directly, and I could finally improve my physical talents. During this period, because he was worried about not being able to find the Xian Shui pill, he specially bought a large number of human body books, intending to combine it with the Xian Tiangong to derive the human body meridian map. Then, through the meridian map, with the help of the root kingdom, he forcibly widened his tendons and veins. He couldn't stand this damn training speed at all. Of course, he will continue to study the human body meridian diagram. Some of my own ideas are inseparable from the context diagram. Huo Yuhao checked every drawer in the room again to make sure that all valuables were taken away. Finally, he nodded in satisfaction and prepared to leave. As soon as his legs crossed Chen Wen's headless body, he felt something was wrong. Huo Yuhao lifted Chen Wen's body up, then found his head from the ground and slowly put it back. In order to prevent it from falling, he casually took out a handful of gold thread from the storage soul guide. Using the skills he had learned from his medical practice, he quickly sewed up his neck and head. She also tied a bow thoughtfully. After finishing everything, Huo Yuhao stood in front of him and bowed to him. "Sorry, sir, it turns out you are my angel investor. I'm sorry for blaming you. I'll definitely burn paper for you when I have time next time." Afterwards, Huo Yuhao left through the main gate openly. None of the singing girls, old ladies, or guards in the brothel tried to stop him. In their eyes, Huo Yuhao was a frequent visitor to the brothel, and the bloodstains on the top floor were like fine wine that Chen Wen had sprayed carelessly during his revelry. It was not until about half an hour after Huo Yuhao left that screams erupted from Ruyi brothel, resounding throughout the entire East District. They finally discovered that their master had died on the top floor of his house. His death was extremely miserable and the murderer's methods were extremely cruel. These have nothing to do with Huo Yuhao anymore. Even if the city lord's mansion finds a soul master with time attribute to rewind the time of the scene. All they could see was that it was a one-eyed masked man who killed Chen Wen. Now Huo Yuhao only wants to return to the clinic and take the Xian Shui pill to improve his talent. Squeak! There was a familiar sound from the bedroom door on the second floor of the clinic. After a busy day, Master Huo finally returned to his warm harbor. Instead of going to bed, he sat cross-legged on the floor. He took out a dark blue pill from the storage ring, which was decorated with white patterns. As soon as I took it out, I could feel the air in the room become humid. A strange medicinal fragrance filled the entire room, and Huo Yuhao's pores all over his body were dilated, craving for this fragrance. After swallowing, he threw the Xian Shui pill into his mouth and gently bit through the outer shell of the pill, allowing the cool liquid inside to flow into his stomach. He also swallowed the pill shell. Soon, a cool airflow began to flow along the blood vessels in the body. It reaches every part of the body through blood vessels and then continues to spread until it soaks into every cell. All cells were sending out signals of joy, making Huo Yuhao feel as if he was in a cool pool, with every splash of water caressing his tired body. Not long after, Huo Yuhao's body began to exude a black, sticky substance. These substances are metabolic waste deposited in the body, as well as various impurities in blocked tendons and veins. Chi-chi! The birds arrived as promised with the first rays of sunshine in the morning and sang loudly on the beams of the clinic. The foggy earth was awakened by the singing, and more people brought the land back to life again. After hearing the birds singing, Huo Yuhao fluttered his eyelashes and slowly opened his eyes. What reached him faster than the light was the foul smell of body dirt. Looking at the black lumps of unknown substance on his body, Huo Yuhao felt a little surprised. This is the legendary pore-spewing feces. I finally got to experience the fantasy repertoire. Despite what he said, Huo Yuhao still opened the window, walked into the bathroom and started taking a shower. In the bathroom, Huo Yuhao clearly saw that his body was becoming whiter and all the fat on his body had disappeared. The muscles on his arms bulge as if he had taken stanozolol, a muscle-building steroid. This is really like 9 dragons pulling a coffin. Bad news will soon reach the Soul Master Circle. Huo Yuhao laughed at himself a few times. He knew in his heart that this level of elixir had no side effects, otherwise how could it be so sought after in Douluo continent? On the other hand, people in the Sun Moon Empire are addicted to drugs. They basically take any drug that can improve their soul power. Haven't you seen that in the original novel, the genius Xiao Hongchen had a pointy head due to drug abuse in his later years, and later he became just an ordinary person? This is the real bad news from the Soul Master Circle. Huo Yuhao sensed the soul power in his body and found that it had reached a bottleneck. He only needed one soul ring to break through. In addition, the most important tendons and veins were widened a lot, and many disordered areas were adjusted. He secretly estimated that taking 2 more Xian Shui pills should be able to solve the problem of physical talent. Huo Yuhao walked to the window and looked towards the location of the Star Do Great Forest. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly, because his 2 major plugins were about to go online. After closing the window again, he picked up a white coat from the hanger next to him and put it on, then started today's business. Post views, 62. CH028 Douluo I, Huo Yuhao, the Master of the Spirit-Chapter-1-60. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Hiss, it hurts. A young man with a bruised face and nose was sitting on a chair in the clinic. Huo Yuhao pinched his left wrist and when he heard him cry out in pain, he moved it slightly downwards. What about this side? Master Huo, I don't feel anything. Huo Yuhao nodded, picked up a pen and paper, wrote it down in his notebook, and then said to him, my wrist is fractured. The crack isn't very deep. I'll treat it for you right away. After confirming the injury, Huo Yuhao performed a partial reversal technique on his left wrist for treatment. Huo Yuhao is now becoming more and more proficient in using this technique. Initially, the reversal technique could only be used on the entire person, but now it can be used for partial reversal. The physical energy generated after the reversal only acts on one area, which not only greatly reduces the user's consumption but also alleviates the patient's pain. The young boy gritted his teeth and endured the pain of his flesh and blood. A terrible itch that made him feel dizzy and uncomfortable came from his left wrist. This was not his first time coming here for treatment, so he was mentally prepared for it. All right. After hearing what Huo Yuhao said, he was shocked. He gasped for breath and looked at his left wrist over and over again. Hehe, it's still you, the owner, who has superb medical skills. If it were the group of healing soul masters in the fighting arena, I guess this hand would need to rest for a few days before it can fight again. Huo Yuhao felt a little helpless when he heard that the first thing he thought of was to fight. What they said makes sense. You should rest for a few days. The young boy shook his head and said, that won't work. I'm counting on making money through fighting spirits. You know, I'm already level 20, and I'm only one spirit ring away from becoming a great spirit master. This second soul ring must absorb the 100-year soul ring no matter what. Otherwise, there's no hope for even soul master to break through. If I play 10 more soul fighting matches, I'll be able to earn enough money to hire a soul hunting group. Okay, master, I'm leaving now. The young boy jumped up from his chair, put the money on the table, and then excitedly left the clinic and headed straight for the fighting arena. In fact, Huo Yuhao knew that even if this young man absorbed the second soul ring of 100 years, it would be difficult for him to break through to the soul master level. His first soul ring was a 10-year earth attribute soul ring, which was not only too old but also conflicted with his own martial soul attributes. The wind-attributed swift wolf was originally of average strength. The wrong spirit ring polluted the origin of his martial soul. Coupled with the hidden injuries left by years of fighting in the fighting spirit arena, it was basically doomed that he could not break through to the soul master level. Huo Yuhao has already met more than a dozen people in similar situations as him. For soul masters, this situation is a common phenomenon, or in other words, the soul masters who appear in the original works and have the best or even supermodel configurations are rare. At least Huo Yuhao had been watching the soul fighting competitions in Xianfeng City for so long, and he had basically never seen anyone get the best soul ring configuration. Either the first ring is 100 years but the attributes do not match, or the attributes match but the age is low. Zhang Nanan's martial soul and soul ring configuration are the best in Xianfeng City. Or perhaps, this is the original appearance of this world. After seeing off the first customer this morning, Huo Yuhao returned to the counter to sort out medical books, and continued to use pen and paper combined with the practical experience he had gained during this period to depict the direction of the human body's meridians. During this period, Huo Yuhao discovered through the Xian Gong and the human anatomy diagrams accumulated over 10,000 years on the Douluo continent that all soul masters who can practice have 3 meridians that are open. Even if they are not open before the age of 6, these 3 meridians will definitely be open after awakening the martial soul and gaining soul power. Some medical books call these 3 meridians the main meridians, and some even believe that all meridians are derived from the main meridians. Huo Yuhao was extremely surprised when he saw it. It turned out that someone in this world had already found a way for him. When he went to look for the follow-up content with great anticipation, he was told by a bookstore owner he frequently visited that the master who studied this field had been executed by the royal family of the Duling Empire 1,000 years ago. The reason was that the content of the research offended the authority of the royal aristocracy, so not only was the person ordered to be burned to death, but all the books were also confiscated. What Huo Yuhao can see now is what he bought from the Sun Moon Empire. It is said that the Sun Moon Empire at that time was particularly interested in this theory, and Ming Detang wanted to bring people to the Sun Moon Empire but unfortunately failed. In the end, they forcibly sent people to snatch a complete set of the master's works from the Douluo Empire. After reading the entire book, the head of Ming Hall of that generation felt deeply saddened. The entire Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy could hear his curse against the Douluo Empire. It is said that he cursed very dirty and even went to the Emperor of the Sun and Moon Empire to curse the Douluo Empire for a whole day and night. He kept saying that the Douluo Empire didn't know the value of things, and that it had ruined a peerless genius and the best opportunity for the Soul Master world to solve the mystery of the meridians. And the fact is indeed so. 1,000 years have passed in Douluo continent, and there has been no progress in meridian theory. And I heard that the Douluo Empire felt that killing people alone was not enough to vent their anger, and they wanted to scatter the master's ashes at the city gate for everyone to trample on. The head of Ming Hall was really confused. He had never seen such an ignorant country. Ignoring the dissuasion of the Emperor of the Sun and Moon Empire, he flew across half the continent overnight with the 9th level soul guide he developed and a large number of equally indignant soul guides to attack Lingda City, the capital of the Douluo Empire. The Hall Master ran into the palace, pulled the confused Emperor of Douluo Empire out of his sleep, and slapped him in the face several times. Then, after a fierce battle, they snatched the master's urn and brought all his manuscripts back to the Sun Moon Empire. The Douluo Empire dared not speak out and could only remain silent. Then, the head of Ming Hall of that generation personally supervised the printing of the master's posthumous works, hoping to leave the inheritance of meridian science in the Sun and Moon Empire. And wrote a line of words on the title page of the book. Coming later, this book is the greatest regret of our time. I hope you can carry on the torch of your predecessors and successfully climb the mountain of meridian theory. Leave a name, Yihong Chen. Huo Yuhao, who had finally found and finished reading the book in the bookstore, finally understood the feelings of the Ming Hall master at that time. The master almost explained the 3 main meridians and their derived meridians using rigorous methods and diagrams. We are only one step away from deriving the meridian theory to the direction of the 8 extraordinary meridians, and we have even predicted the specific functions of the 8 extraordinary meridians. After he wrote only the title and preface of the 8 extraordinary meridians chapter, the book came to an abrupt end. It made Huo Yuhao feel like he was participating in a Kunzi challenge. The damn Douluo Empire royal family is a bunch of insects. In this day and age, they're still burning scientific researchers to death. When will a soul master become great again if he stays with this bunch of insects? As soon as Zhang Nanan entered the room, she heard Huo Yuhao's complaints and looked a little puzzled. She stood at the door in a coquettish manner, pursed her lips, and held a repaired bag tightly with her hands behind her back. Post Views, 58. CH029 Douluo I, Huo Yuhao, the Master of the Spirit Chapter 029. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Master Huo, what's wrong? Hearing Zhang Nanan's familiar and pleasant voice, Huo Yuhao calmed down his anger at the Douluo royal family's gods. Oh, Nanan, it's nothing. I was just pissed off by a bunch of feudal bastards with underdeveloped cerebellums and completely undeveloped brains. As he spoke, Huo Yuhao waved the book in his hand towards her. Although Zhang Nanan didn't understand what Huo Yuhao said, her eyes widened when she saw the title of the book, On the Meridians of Human Body Cultivation. I've heard of this book. After hearing her slightly excited voice, Huo Yuhao was a little confused. My homeroom teacher mentioned this book when I was in Shrek Academy. She said that a super powerful person in Shrek gave this book a very high evaluation. Therefore, some teachers in Shrek's inner courtyard specialize in relevant knowledge. But I heard that there seemed to be no results. And being criticized by another powerful and influential person for being a fool. He said that soul masters should be down to earth and not delve into unnecessary research. Without meridian theory, Can't one become a powerful being? The corners of Huo Yuhao's mouth twitched. He had just thought that Shrek Academy had some innovations in this area, but it turned out that the research trend had been extinguished by someone. Although Zhang Nanan did not directly state who the two powerful men were, Huo Yuhao could still guess. The person who conducted this research must be Moon, the former dragon god Douluo and the master of Huo Yuhao in the original novel. The one who vetoed it should be Sunzi, Doudi Douluo, also known as Chicken Leg Douluo, the supreme elder of the Holy Spirit sect. Although this is just a joke, just looking at Sunzi's actions, you really can't tell whether it is true or false. You say he doesn't love Shrek Academy, but at the critical moment, he is willing to fight to the death for Shrek Academy. You say he loves Shrek Academy, but he always makes a lot of trouble and treats Shrek Academy as the Sun and Moon Empire. Huo Yuhao could only comment on this: a bad guy's desperate efforts are no match for a fool's sudden inspiration. If the God King Tang saw that his amazing wisdom was inherited in Shrek Academy, he would definitely feel gratified. Seeing Huo Yuhao's somewhat depressed expression, Zhang Nanan clenched her hands behind her back even tighter. She kept mumbling her lips, but she never dared to speak the words out loud. Speak up! You idiot! Give the things to Master Huo! After a long while, Huo Yuhao was still wondering why the sunlight was so dim today. When he looked up, he found that Zhang Nanan had been standing at the door, blocking the sunlight. Looking at the girl's conflicted expression with her hands behind her back, Huo Yuhao's amazing wisdom began to take effect. This scene, and this action, could it be? Damn, I forgot. Douluo continent is also known as the Love Continent. I guess the god of love is exerting his influence. Sorry, sister, you're a good person, but I just want to make progress in my cultivation. I really want to improve. Huo Yuhao had already thought of how to reject her, and just as he was about to speak, Zhang Nanan finally prepared herself mentally. She handed the things behind her to Huo Yuhao with both hands and said, Master! Next time you should not throw things around. You'll be followed. Huo Yuhao forced himself to hold back the words he had prepared, and then he saw the bag in Zhang Nanan's hand that he had thrown away. His brain, which had been flooded with chaotic emotions, suddenly calmed down. Huo Yuhao took the bag and saw that the place where the iron sheet had cut was patched with thread. The technique is very advanced, every stitch is in order, and the cloth used for mending is of the best quality, with a delicate and small rabbit pattern embroidered on it. Huo Yuhao solemnly put the bag back into the storage soul guide and said to her helplessly, It seems you already know. Zhang Nanan nodded seriously at Huo Yuhao and said, Thank you, Master, for saving me. I don't know how to repay you, so I can only sew the bag for you. Huo Yuhao smiled and waved his hand, indicating that it was not a big deal. You are at least an apprentice in the medical clinic. According to the terms here, you can be considered a half-disciple. In that case, if something happens to you, how can I just ignore it? After hearing what Huo Yuhao said and what half of the disciples said, her pretty face flushed slightly and her beautiful eyes seemed to be rippling. She did not deny this statement, but instead enjoyed the feeling of being recognized by Huo Yuhao. Master, please tell me who is targeting me. Huo Yuhao did not hide this from her. Even if she didn't ask now, he would tell her when they parted ways in the future. It's the Xianming sect. Their second young master is supposed to be performing a spirit evolution ritual, and he needs a woman as part of the ceremony. The servants around the second young master couldn't find a suitable candidate, so they had evil intentions and set their sights on you. They wanted to control you and take you away to be the key to the ceremony. Zhang Nanan broke out in a cold sweat after hearing this. She knew a lot about the Xianming sect. After all, they would send people here every year to help children of appropriate age awaken their martial spirits. Of course, this kind of martial soul awakening is charged. Zhang Nanan herself did not awaken her martial soul by them. She and her mother were originally from Tiandu city and later moved here. If they had awakened their martial spirits, they would have been forced to join the Xianming sect long ago. There is no spirit hall in this era. Even if the spirit hall's deacons awaken a child with innate full soul power, they will only ask whether the child is willing to join the spirit hall instead of forcing him to enter directly. Master Huo, please run quickly. The Xianming sect is very powerful. They have at least 5 titled Douluo. Once discovered, the consequences will be disastrous. Seeing Zhang Nanan's anxious expression, Huo Yuhao asked softly, "What about you?" Zhang Nanan shook her head, her eyes filled with anxiety as she said, "I'm fine. After all, I'm from Shrek Academy. This place is not far from the academy, so they shouldn't attack me." In fact, Zhang Nanan knew in her heart that Xianming sect might not be really afraid of Shrek Academy, and Shrek Academy might not stand up for her. Huo Yuhao looked at the girl, who actually thought of others first when something happened, and comforted her, saying, "Don't worry, it won't be easy for them to find me. At least not during this period of time. By the time they find out, I'll be long gone." Zhang Nanan was startled and lowered her head to ask, "Has Master Huo left?" "Well, leave here probably on the day you go to Shrek Academy." Seeing her thoughts that he could read at a glance, Huo Yuhao said, "Don't worry, we will still meet again in the future. Parting is not a farewell, it's just a little waiting. Also, remember to bring your mother with you when you go to Shrek Academy this time. This place is still too close to the Xianming sect and not very safe. Your mother's body is now unable to withstand the long journey." Listening to Huo Yuhao's instructions, Zhang Nanan lowered her head and nodded. She actually hoped that the 3 of them could go together. After hearing the news that they had to separate, her nose felt a little sore and she felt very uncomfortable. "I want to cry, but I can't because I don't want him to think I'm a coward." Huo Yuhao touched her head and comforted the girl in front of him. After a long while, he looked at the calmed girl and whispered, "Nanan, can you give me a drop of your blood?" Zhang Nanan didn't care at all what Huo Yuhao wanted the blood for, and simply squeezed out a drop of blood from her fingertips. Huo Yuhao placed the drop of blood, which still had a hint of warmth, into his palm. Soon, a line of small words appeared on the retina. Human Genetic Information Collection Complete, Special Information, Part 2, Unlocked. At the same time, the power of understanding also reached 5%. Post views, 64. CH030 Dalu, I, Huo Yuhao, the Master of the Spirit Chapter 030. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Understanding reaches 5%, unlocking the branch ability record. Current record, Softbone Rabbit, a rabbit species that lives in the Stardo Great Forest. It's at the bottom of the food chain, but it has evolved incredible survival abilities. Dream-eating tapir, a nightmare that exists in the caves of the Calamity Mountain Range. It prefers to move at night, seeking out sleeping soul beasts and absorbing their spiritual essence. Blazing bulls, they live on the July Fire Plains in the Great Desolate Land. They prefer to move in groups and, over the course of their long evolution, have supplemented their energy consumption by consuming fire. Blood wolf, a common wolf-like soul beast in the Stardo Great Forest. Its entire body is red and it can boil its blood and improve its physical fitness for a short period of time. Vibrating axe, a fantasy derivative of the axe. The concept of the axe was extracted from the sea of human unconsciousness, and through spiritual and blood processing, it was given the concept of vibration. Thus, the vibrating axe was born. Overlord hammer, a fantasy derivative of the hammer. The concept of the hammer is extracted from the sea of human unconsciousness, processed by spirit and blood, and given the concept of momentum. Thus, the Overlord hammer was born. Ho, a Ho fantasy spin-off, by Deep Sea Gold, a metal formed from the essence of the ocean, found 1,000 meters below the seabed. It possesses vast properties. Amber Spirit Gold, a special metal nurtured in amber, with a heavy quality and excellent soul power transmission properties. Sunken silver, a metal condensed after countless hammerings. It is tough and easy to shape. Yuhao was a little surprised to see the newly unlocked ability. He sat behind the counter of the clinic and began to ponder this branch of the power of understanding. This ability called recording seemed to record all the martial spirits and materials that he had seen. All beast spirits are recorded in the atlas as soul beasts, but weapon spirits are more interesting. The sea of human unconsciousness. The information revealed in the catalog is very important. The beast spirit is a direct manifestation of bloodline, and the weapon spirit is actually a processing of collective concepts. And this time, the authority of understanding did not keep him in suspense. The moment the recording ability appeared, he told him that the next stage was 20%. After reaching 20%, the next branch of the understanding authority reproduction will be unlocked. In addition, Yuhao also noticed the word furnace in the lower right corner of the atlas. After contacting the furnace with his mind, a string of information appeared in Yuhao's brain. When the understanding authority reaches 10%, you can combine and forge different martial spirits or materials in the atlas. Use mental power to transmit the forged information to the martial spirit carrier. Yuhao was stunned on the spot and his eyes widened. So this means that after my understanding authority reaches 10%, I can create my own martial spirit. Okay, I won't even act anymore. But what is a martial spirit carrier? This martial soul carrier is very interesting. The only thing Yuhao can think of that can carry the martial soul is human beings themselves. Doubtful. Yuhao clicked on Special Information, Part 2. The gene that holds the secrets of the martial spirit is located on chromosome 8. The gene extracts information, the bloodline makes it powerful, and the spirit gives it possibility. If there is something that can carry martial spirit information and has extremely strong diffusion and replication capabilities, perhaps the information can be grafted onto chromosomes. There's a soul beast in the far north called the ice demon worm. It kills its prey by injecting a virus into them. The virus grafts its genetic material onto specific DNA in the target's body, then shreds its genes. And the ice worm itself is unaffected. Ice demon worm. Yuhao closed his eyes and silently recited the name. He had seen this soul beast in 100 Ways to Die as a soul master. This is the nightmare of the northern cities of the Tian Hun Empire and can stop children from crying at night. It is also the soul beast that soul masters who enter the far north to hunt soul rings fear the most. According to the description in the book, once bitten by the ice demon worm, the martial soul will instantly lose contact with the soul master and even the soul ring cannot be released. The soul master can only use soul power to barely support life. Once the soul power is exhausted, the soul master will die from systemic ulceration. The doctors in Dragon City of the Heavenly Soul Empire gathered a large number of healing soul masters to study this worm for several years, among whom there were even healing soul masters at the titled Douluo level. But the result was that it was impossible to completely heal him. Even a healing soul master at the titled Douluo level could only barely keep him alive, and his martial soul was riddled with holes. Although it is an ice-attributed soul beast, it is still known as the most poisonous in the far north. Fortunately, this worm has a small range of activity and only lives in the southeast of the far north. It is also very afraid of fire, so soul masters still have many countermeasures when they encounter it. The ice demon worm's poison turns out to be a virus. It makes people's martial souls lose contact. It seems that the opponent's virus targets chromosome 8. According to the special information, this virus should be able to be used as a martial spirit carrier. The far north is truly a treasure land. Yuhao realized that he had to travel to this far north. Whether it is the Ice Emperor, the Snow Emperor who is transforming into a human, or the Ice Demon Worm, these are all opportunities that belong to you and cannot be missed. Yuhao held his forehead and suddenly remembered that killing Yu Hongji seemed to give him another chance to draw the lottery. However, I didn't get anything by killing Chen Wen. It was probably because I had no soul power. The lack of soul power led to mediocrity of spirit, which was considered as lack of intelligence, so I couldn't get any chance to draw the lottery. Okay, the lottery starts. Yuhao now has extremely high expectations for the lottery, as the things he won in the previous draws were all useful and good things. As the familiar golden light passed before his eyes, the name of an object began to emerge in the rippling light. Sister Yu's photo album, are you bringing pie, buddy? After watching this, all those love-crazy thoughts will leave your brain. And you will become a cold and cruel training machine. Yuhao put on a mask of pain on the spot. He hoped to concentrate on making crazy progress in cultivation. But Sister Yu's photos are still too advanced. He can even watch Cho in a swimsuit with relish. Sister Yu's photo album is still too trendy. Looking at the unbearable cover of the magazine in his hand, Yuhao felt that the mental impact of this thing was much stronger than Yu Hongji's soul skill. As luck would have it, Zhang Nanan just happened to walk over. Master Huo, we seem to have run out of soul separation grass here. Do you want me to buy some? Yuhao hurriedly put the thing back into the storage soul guide. Zhang Nanan looked at the flustered Yuhao in confusion. Master. Ahem, it's okay. I almost lost my reputation. Yuhao straightened his expression, looked at Zhang Nanan and said. Nanan, come here, I have something for you. Zhang Nanan walked over obediently, and then saw Yuhao handing her a necklace. This is a storage soul guide I accidentally obtained. It has 36 cubic meters of space. I've stored some medical books in there, a book on spiritual cultivation, a meditation method I improved, and some elixirs for restoring soul power and healing injuries. I am half your teacher, so these are just gifts. Zhang Nanan took the soul guide but was not particularly happy. She knew that it was a gift before their separation. Post views, 60. CH031 Douluo Yuhao, the Master of the Spirit Chapter 031. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Time is like a wild horse that has broken free from its reins, running wildly across the wasteland of fate. The summer in Douluo continent is coming to an end, and this period is also the time when all students return to the academy. Shrek Academy is no exception, or rather, the time for returning to school was set by Shrek Academy, and the other schools imitated it. It's like when a poor student sees a good student doing something right. During this period, Yuhao did not hide anything from Zhang Nanan and passed on to her all the medical knowledge from his previous life, including surgical experience. He even stayed up late every night to compile a medical encyclopedia. Yuhao used the knowledge from his previous life and combined it with the local conditions of Douluo continent to write it. Some diseases require medicinal herbs that cannot be found in this world. Yuhao usually uses local medicinal herbs as substitutes and personally tries to adjust the proportions of the herbs to ensure consistent efficacy. In addition, Yuhao also painstakingly studied the inscription structure of the reversal technique. With the help of Lingmu's powerful mental power and super brain, he actually found some tricks. These inscriptions are arranged in order, and each inscription has a unique symbol. Moreover, different arrangements of the same inscription will also show different characteristics. For example, an inscription that looks similar to alpha represents the symbol of distortion. As long as the soul power and mental power are mixed in a ratio of 14:86, and then transferred to the material through a pen made of amber spirit gold, the material will be twisted instantly. What puzzled Yuhao was where the energy to distort the material came from. The vitality of the surrounding heaven and earth has not decreased at all, and it is not driven by soul power. Yuhao could only write this question down in his notebook. Moreover, these inscriptions seemed to involve some kind of authority. As long as Yuhao studied them, his understanding of authority would increase rapidly. At first, Yuhao thought he had discovered the principle of the soul guide by accident. Until he bought a book on soul guides, and then disassembled a soul guide ray gun from the storage soul guide. It was only at this time that I discovered that inscriptions and soul guides are completely two different systems. The core array of the soul guide is more like the integrated circuit of the previous life. No, that's not right. It is an integrated circuit. This thing is exactly what Yuhao is specialized in. As a planetary engine maintenance worker, Yuhao is certainly an excellent engineer. Seeing the core magic array and logic devices on the soul guide, Yuhao felt like he was back home. Hey, it's just like the old Beijingers entering the sewer, it's so authentic. After just pondering for a while, Yuhao compared his knowledge of electrical physics from his previous life with the principles of soul guides here, and was able to replicate a 4th level soul guide ray gun right away. Yuhao felt very relaxed. The most difficult core magic array was a piece of cake with his extreme mental power micromanipulation. The only difficulty is that the materials required for the soul guide are too expensive. There is no concept of chemistry on the Douluo continent. All metals are purely natural without any technology or hard work. The metals here are also quite good, and you can find metals of all kinds of properties. Yuhao discovered a substance called white magnet in a market some time ago. It was a bit curious, so he took it back to study it. As a result, Yuhao was so shocked that his eyes almost popped out. I put this thing on the table and found that it floated up by itself. Who understands the sense of redemption that this kind of material brings up on its own? At that time, Yuhao was in disbelief. He used materials from the Douluo continent to make a battery and some measuring instruments, and then tested the materials. No matter how much current was transmitted, it would not generate heat. Yuhao even found a soul master with the lightning flying dragon spirit who frequently came to the clinic to help him test it. The results show that this thing is the room temperature and normal pressure superconductor that was developed with great difficulty in the previous life. The spirit master with the lightning flying dragon spirit also said, "Master, have you been deceived? Tell me, and I'll teach him a lesson for you. I know all about this stuff. It's a white magnet and it's useless. There's a mountain of this stuff on the desolate gold plains of the Sky Soul Empire. It's just broken rocks on the side of the road. No one buys it." When Yuhao heard his words, he froze. A whole mountain. Broken stone. To know why the Earth was able to launch the wandering plan in the past life, it was because scientists from all over the world gathered together in the early days and worked together, gathering the wisdom of an entire planet to overcome the principles of high-temperature superconductivity and produce superconductors at room temperature and pressure. Based on this superconductor, the Earth mastered thermonuclear fusion technology in one fell swoop, followed by cold nuclear fusion, until the emergence of heavy fusion technology. Not only that, a 550W quantum supercomputer was also born. The space elevator also successfully connects the Earth and the sky through superconductors at room temperature and pressure. To put it bluntly, room temperature and normal pressure superconductors have ushered in a scientific and technological revolution. Thanks to this scientific and technological revolution, the Earth will not be buried with the Sun. As a result, in this world, it is considered a broken stone and worthless. Yuhao could guess what the plane consciousness was thinking. Plane consciousness, room temperature superconductor? Humph, watch me make a bunch for you. Rare metals? Humph, who do you think I am? Metal, I command you to come out of the core of the Earth. Difficult to mine? Don't worry, I'll grow them all into a form that can be used directly. Ha, boys, I'm burnt out. So be it, humans, and rise up. What? You think soul power and internal fighting are more fun? Hehe, now I'm in trouble. Having said that, Yuhao now has no problem making a 5th level soul guide. He hasn't made a 6th level soul guide because it's too expensive, but it should be no problem. Compared to soul guides, Yuhao prefers the inscription system he discovered. After all, as an engineer from Earth, who doesn't have the dream of establishing his own school? Who doesn't want their name to become a basic unit? Yuhao felt like his penis was about to stand up just thinking about it. Yuhao had no idea how to name this system until one day he thoroughly studied an inscription Tao. Yes, it looks similar to the time constant. The characteristic of this inscription is material transformation. Just engrave the inscription on any solid material. This material immediately adds a property self-organization. As long as this characteristic exists, when the engraver writes the inscription, his mental power and soul power will be arranged in order, making it easier to control, and the engraving of the inscription will be easier. The engraved material will also turn golden, almost like gold. So Yuhao named this inscription system alchemy. There is no doubt that alchemy will be the specialty of spiritual attribute soul masters, because the spiritual power of spiritual attribute soul masters far exceeds that of soul masters of the same level. His control over mental power is also beyond ordinary people. Yuhao believed that as long as he continued his research, while his understanding authority would skyrocket, his spiritual attributes would leap to version T0. Only the weak complain about the environment, while the strong directly change the environment. One day, the spiritual attributes of life will override all attributes and elements. Post views, 65. Ch032 Dalu, Yuhao, the master of the Spirit Chapter 032. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. At present, Yuhao's research on alchemy is not particularly in-depth. It is still in the stage of theoretical exploration, and the knowledge discovered is messy and cannot be effectively connected. According to the inscriptions carried by the reversal technique, Yuhao has now completed 80% of its deconstruction. The specific symbolism of the 28 inscriptions was revealed. Among them, 6 elemental inscriptions were called basic inscriptions by Yuhao. They are earth, wind, water, fire, space, and spirit. The earth element inscription represents the medium and force. Without this inscription as a foundation, any combination of inscriptions cannot establish a connection. Used alone, it can change the internal stress of an object to cause it to disintegrate, and can also slightly affect gravity. The wind element inscription represents movement and change. This inscription can adjust the status of other inscriptions. At the same time, it can control airflow, air density, and humidity, and change the speed of moving objects when used alone. The water element inscription represents structure. It can build a dynamic or static spatial model around it and adjust the arrangement in the model to make it an ideal model. For example, water molecules are arranged in a regular tetrahedral structure to form ice. The fire element inscription represents energy, controlling energy transfer and property transformation, converting mechanical energy into internal energy and kinetic energy into potential energy. The void element inscription represents mystery. Without this inscription, alchemy will malfunction or even get out of control. It seems that this inscription maintains the connection between text and authority. The spiritual element inscription represents information. This inscription can control the entire inscription matrix and transform the user's will into information and distribute it to each inscription. The above are the basic inscriptions deconstructed by Yuhao. The alchemy matrix must have the above 6 inscriptions to be meaningful. For example, the reversal spell is composed of these basic inscriptions in different quantities and orders around a core matrix. This core matrix is composed of twisting inscriptions, collecting inscriptions, flipping inscriptions, and balancing inscriptions, and its structure is extremely complex. Even with the help of the spiritual eyes, Yuhao still felt his scalp tingling. Fortunately, there were some results. He could now engrave a monkey version of the reversal spell. Able to reverse mental power and basic elements such as water, fire, earth, and wind. It cannot reverse high-level elements such as dark elements, and the inscription will collapse on its own after using it 3 times. But it's enough. Yuhao put away the alchemy matrix he was engraving because he sensed a familiar person coming here. "Master, I'm coming." Zhang Nanan's clear and pleasant voice was heard by someone who had entered the clinic first. Today is her last morning in the clinic, and she will follow the convoy to Shrek Academy in the afternoon. Yuhao specifically asked her to come earlier today so that he could engrave on her the monkey version of the reversal technique that he had worked so hard to figure out. There was no way, he was still a little scared. Because Zhang Nanan was now a member of his own lineage. There are many dangers in that damn place of Shrek, especially for Zhang Nanan, who will become one of the Shrek 7 devils if nothing unexpected happens. What if the Holy Spirit cult's Grand Elder Suanza leads a team to strangle the evil Soul Master, and is suddenly attacked by the Messenger of Death and his corpse explodes? That would directly become a number in the glorious record of the strongest Soul King. Not only that, there is also Ma Xiao Tao in the inner courtyard. If he loses control and hits her, Yuhao can only burn paper for her every Qingming festival. That's really a case of the old sending off the young. There's no place to cry. It can be said that if something happens, no one can protect her. Damn, this Shrek Academy is like a devil's cave. Therefore, Yuhao had to engrave the reversal spell on her, not for anything else, but just to avoid her death in Mingdu Mountains and at the hands of Shrek. Nanan, come and sit next to me. Yuhao patted the stool next to him and asked her to sit down. Zhang Nanan's face flushed slightly. She gently gathered her skirt with her arms and sat on the stool. Yuhao was not polite and directly picked up her flawless white arm and placed it on the table. She said to her, "It might be a little painful, but I'm engraving something for you." Zhang Nanan nodded. She had absolute trust in Yuhao and would acquiesce to whatever he did. Yuhao picked up the pen made of amber spirit gold, mixed soul power and mental power in a ratio of 14:86, and then began to engrave on her arm. The strange azure inscription appeared on Yuhao's arm without any obstruction. It did not destroy the beauty of the arm, but instead added a touch of nobility and mystery. Zhang Nanan felt her arm getting hot, and the soul power in her body was agitated, as if it was attracted by the inscription and wanted to concentrate on her arm. "Hold on, don't let the soul power come over." Zhang Nanan tried her best to suppress the soul power in her body, pursed her lips and watched Yuhao's actions. She was very curious about the inscriptions in front of her, and felt that they seemed to contain great mystery. Each inscription was filled with an indescribable beauty. One's spiritual power is rejoicing and one's vitality is singing. This time the engraving lasted for half an hour. Yuhao was sweating profusely, with beads of sweat dripping from his chin. When Zhang Nanan saw this, she considerately took out a handkerchief with her free hand and wiped him. "All right." Yuhao raised his head and wiped the sweat off his forehead with his arm. "Come on, Nan, inject your spiritual power into your right hand and sense the information." Zhang Nanan did as she was told, and then her pupils suddenly shrank. With her mouth slightly open, she clearly sensed the information of a soul skill from her arm. Reversal technique. Reversed mental power, basic elements. Zhang Nanan looked at Yuhao in disbelief. He just drew some inscriptions on his arm, and suddenly he gained an extra soul skill. Moreover, the effect of this soul skill is even more incredible, reversing elements and transforming quality. According to the common sense of soul masters in Douluo continent, there are only 3 ways to obtain soul skills: soul rings, soul bones, and self-creation. And now she had seen the 4th path with her own eyes. If the teachers at Shrek Academy knew this, they would probably go crazy. In other words, any soul master would go crazy about this. After all, she knew very well that almost all soul masters had an almost obsessive feeling about becoming stronger. Once the owner of the museum is exposed, it may attract countless greedy people. Zhang Nanan made up her mind that she would never use this soul skill unless it was absolutely necessary, and she would never cause trouble for Master Huo. "Master, this." Yuhao patted her head and said, "I'm giving this to you as a means of saving your life. You should know the information. It can only be used 3 times, so be sure to use it sparingly." Seeing her expression, Huo Yuhao chuckled, "It's okay, don't worry. If I want to hide, no one can find me. Even if they find me, I am confident that I can kill them." Zhang Nanan nodded heavily and said, "The gym owner is the strongest." Huo Yuhao hurriedly stopped her and said, "Invincibility is a debuff, it can't be said." Zhang Nanan didn't care and insisted with clenched fists, "In my heart, the owner is the strongest." Huo Yuhao couldn't argue with her, so he could only obey. She stayed in the clinic until the afternoon, and left reluctantly just as the convoy was about to depart. Under the sunlight, the shadows of the two people stretched very long until they met. She turned around to look at Huo Yuhao and said, "Master, goodbye then. We will definitely meet again." Seeing the girl's tears in her eyes and her voice choked with sobs, Huo Yuhao said, "Yes, parting is just a process of waiting." Zhang Nanan wiped her tears and said, "Master, I will definitely promote your medical skills in Shrek City. Next time we meet, I will be even stronger." Post Views, 59. Ch033 Douluo, I, Huo Yuhao, the Master of the Spirit Chapter 033. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Zhang Nanan left, taking her mother and some luggage that Huo Yuhao had given her with her, and followed the convoy to Shrek City. The convoy was very long, much longer than the convoy of Ding'ai Chamber of Commerce. At a glance, most of the people were ordinary people with their families. These people all went to Shrek City to seek development and future. That is the holy land of soul masters and the center of the continent, so naturally, countless chambers of commerce gather there. The greater the possibility of being able to make a living there. A sergeant who often came to the clinic once revealed to Huo Yuhao during a casual chat that the Tian Hun Empire particularly hated its citizens running to Shrek City. Shrek City is nominally under the jurisdiction of the Tian Hun Empire, but it is independent in terms of legislation, law enforcement, and taxation. To put it bluntly, it is a country within a country, and this micro-country is still siphoning talents from the three major empires. Although they had some complaints about this, several empires did not dare to express them openly. The three empires must give high-ranking officials and generous salaries to students who graduate from Shrek, which has led to many important positions in the empire being controlled by Shrek people. These people would blatantly use their arms to take advantage of others, including but not limited to, once they found children of appropriate age with good talents, they would directly sign contracts with these children, helping them to hunt for spirit rings but requiring them to go to Shrek Academy to study. Huo Yuhao was not surprised by these things. People go to high places and water flows to low places. This is an unchanging truth since ancient times. Among the three great empires, only the Xingluo Empire is indeed changing, while the other two are just dry bones in the tomb, slowly dying. In this case, the Sun Moon Empire is considered advanced and civilized in the Douluo continent. It's pure ugliness. This is Huo Yuhao's evaluation. Douluo continent is a world of comparison. No one is better than anyone else, only who is worse than who else. After Zhang Nanan's figure disappeared on the horizon, Huo Yuhao also packed up his things in the clinic. Put all the herbs, a large number of books, and the most important manuscripts into the storage soul guide. Huo Yuhao walked out of the clinic and closed the door, feeling a little emotional. This clinic was the first property he had owned in his 2 lives. Gently lower the sign on the door and then stick a piece of paper on the door. My name is Huo Kikyang. I will be traveling to the mainland to search for the most delicious fish. My return date is unknown. Please don't worry. After posting the notice, Huo Yuhao did not stay in Xianfeng City for long. He left directly from the south gate of Xianfeng City under the cover of night. As for why I have to walk at night, it is because I can't walk away during the day. That group of soul masters would probably hug his thighs and cry bitterly, not wanting him to leave. If Huo Yuhao left, where would they find such a cheap person with superb medical skills? Huo Yuhao's direction was very clear, which was to walk south and enter the Star-Do Great Forest along the direction of Shrek Academy. The Douluo continent is very dangerous at night. Along the way, Huo Yuhao's spiritual power sensed many nocturnal soul beasts roaming on both sides of the road. As long as these soul beasts are noticed by Huo Yuhao, they will be recorded in the atlas and their related habits and abilities will be revealed. This makes it easy for Huo Yuhao to identify which soul beasts are more dangerous, and when he encounters a more dangerous one, he will generally avoid it. He didn't want a fight to break out at night. Fortunately, Xianfeng City was not far away. They sped all the way. When the sky turned pale, a vast forest appeared like a prehistoric beast squatting on the earth. The branches and leaves of nameless trees are intertwined with each other, layered on top of each other, making the most of every ray of sunlight. Every tree records countless years of history. After entering the forest, Huo Yuhao restrained his mental strength and tried his best not to disturb the surrounding soul beasts. Then he began to wander around the outer circle, recording the types of soul beasts to improve his understanding of power and control, while looking for traces of the Tianmeng ice silkworm. Plop! A splash of water rose from the surface of the river, and Huo Yuhao didn't know how many casts he had made. The nesting materials nearby had long been thrown away. I made so many nests and cast so many rods, but I didn't catch a single fish. If he hadn't seen fish blowing bubbles nearby, he would have suspected that there were no fish in the river at all. It has been 10 days since I came to the Xingda Great Forest. From my initial curiosity about this primeval forest, I have now become almost numb. The scenery here is indeed beautiful, but it is really hard to be here. There are actually mosquitoes in the damn Star-Do forest. Here, in the morning, noon, and night, different kinds of mosquito-like soul beasts harassed Huo Yuhao. Huo Yuhao only then remembered that the end of summer every year was the outbreak period of mosquito-like soul beasts, and he happened to be there by chance. It's so beautiful, the Star Forest. Let's take a look at the world's #1 city, Shrek Academy, in the distance. Huo Yuhao spoke nonsense listlessly and swung the fishing rod again. Meow. Of course, Huo Yuhao was not alone, there was a 10-year-old shadow cat squatting next to him. The bond between the man and the beast came from a grilled fish. The cat was injured and fell in a bush. Huo Yuhao was so bored at the time that he used a reversal technique to cure it. At first, it breathed on Huo Yuhao crazily. He started at 0 frame and instantly transformed into the Spinosaurus form. After that, he ate the Lahuo grilled fish, and the kitten stood at attention immediately. He immediately became Huo Yuhao's lackey and took him to the locations of various rare medicinal herbs. He even took the initiative to lure prey for Huo Yuhao to hunt. Huo Yuhao looked helplessly at the shadow cat beside him, wondering how he should tell a cat that he was empty-handed. Suddenly, the fishing rod moved, and Huo Yuhao became more alert, his spiritual eyes opened. MD, it's finally open. Get up for me. When the fishing rod left the water, a fish not even as big as a palm was hanging on the hook. Huo Yuhao made a well-shaped expression on his forehead and took the fish down. He slapped the fish's head a few times, stuffed a bunch of bait into its mouth and said, "What are you doing out here, kid? Go back. Call your parents over here. The local fish are so rude that they don't even know how to offer sacrifices." Then he threw it back into the river and continued fishing as if he were dead. The shadow cat squatted nearby and became a little anxious. After tugging at the corners of Huo Yuhao's clothes a few times, it jumped directly into the river. Then, under Huo Yuhao's incredulous gaze, he came ashore in just 1 minute, carrying a fish longer than Huo Yuhao's leg. After placing the fish next to Huo Yuhao's legs, he dived into the river again and soon caught 2 larger fish on the shore. Then the shadow cat squatted in front of Huo Yuhao as if asking for credit, wagging its tail and looking at Huo Yuhao with its obsidian eyes. Huo Yuhao glanced at the fish next to him and tightened his grip on the fishing rod. "I'm so angry. When will the fisherman really stand up again?" Despite what he said, Huo Yuhao wisely put away his fishing rod, then squatted on the river bank and started to make a fire to roast the fish. After a while, the unique aroma of grilled fish filled the air, and the shadow cat next to it started drooling. In the distance, which Yuhao hadn't noticed, ripples appeared on the surface of the river. A dark golden triangular pyramid-shaped head emerged from the bottom of the water. What's that smell? Why is it so fragrant? Post views, 58. Ch034 Dalu, Yuhao, the Master of the Spirit Chapter 034. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. A giant turtle-like soul beast with a diameter of about 5 meters slowly emerged from the water. The golden tortoise shell looks sacred and noble in the sunlight. The strange triangular pyramid-shaped head was held high, and its hole-like nose was waving as it swam towards Yuhao's position on the shore. Yuhao had already roasted the 3 fish until they were golden and crispy. The fat dripping from the fish made a sizzling sound as it fell onto the fire. The envious shadow cat next to him lay on the ground with his hands in his pockets, looking eagerly. Soon, Yuhao placed the largest fish in front of it. After all, it was the one who caught all 3 fish, so it should eat the best one. When the shadow cat saw Yuhao put the best and largest one in front of it, it did not rush to eat it. Instead, it walked over to Yuhao's trouser leg and rubbed it. Meow. Then the little guy walked to the grilled fish, stuffed his head directly into the fish's belly and ate like crazy. I was so engrossed in it that I thought I had added some ice to the grilled fish. Yuhao nodded with satisfaction. He had been in Xianfeng City for several months but had never had the chance to use his unique fish roasting skills. Judging from the shadow cat's appearance, I guess its skills haven't declined. Yuhao was not bragging. Even if he did not have soul power, he could still start his own grilled fish empire on the Douluo continent relying solely on this fish grilling technique and some marketing methods. Hundreds of chain stores are opened every year, and Yuhao has already thought of a name for each store, Tian. Then he took out some sweet drinks like milk tea and promoted Snow King Ice City to the other world. Give the people in Douluo continent a little chain store shock. It's a pity that if the plug-in hadn't personally called the troops, I might have done it now. However, if he has the chance in the future, he can try to see if the chain store model can be run in Douluo continent. Yuhao picked up a grilled fish next to him, not caring about the heat, and bit off a large piece of fish and began to chew. Although the fish on the Douluo continent are not very polite, the quality of the meat is beyond reproach. If they were on Earth in the previous life, they would definitely be top-notch even in the Golden Age. Just as Yuhao was enjoying his meal, the colorful knife pattern on his right hand glowed slightly, conveying information to Yuhao. Man, I want to eat too. Ever since obtaining this sword, Yuhao has been feeding it with entropy. It is also growing and spoke intermittently at first. Now you can speak a continuous sentence. Yuhao tried to ask it where it was born, but it just vaguely said that it was born in a colorful sea. It was Yu Hongji's soul skill that summoned it out. If he wanted to find out the truth, he would have to enter the dream door, but he didn't dare to enter rashly without Tianmeng's silkworm and Alex. Can you still eat? Yuhao was a little surprised. It was indeed a bit curious that a knife could be used to eat. However, Yuhao still placed half of the grilled fish on top of his right hand. It's your own knife, and you will enjoy it. Then the colorful knife pattern burst into white light, and a light band came out from it, turning the grilled fish into foam. Tasty! For the first time, the Kenmen sword conveyed the emotion of joy, and then the colorful light band rubbed Yuhao's cheek like a spoiled child. The shadow cat next to him raised its head and meowed a few times unwillingly. Regardless of the oil stains on its face, it came to Yuhao's trouser leg and rubbed it frantically. Damn it, you old octogenarian, you just changed these pants. Meow. After playing around for a while, the 2 idiots beside him finally calmed down. When Yuhao was about to pick up the last grilled fish to eat, a muffled voice reached his ears from behind. How come your grilled fish is so tender and fragrant? There are still experts. Yuhao's hands and feet were numb at this time, and it was a little difficult to keep the corners of his mouth tight. There is a consensus in the Stardo Great Forest that if you hear a human voice when there is no one around, you can basically hold the identification card in your mouth. Because it is either a super soul beast or an encounter with 100,000-year-old beast king. Fortunately, when it enters the range of mental power, the record ability will incorporate its information into the atlas. Golden Hawksbill Turtle, a beast of good fortune, it is a turtle-like soul beast and a king of its kind. It is the uncrowned king of turtles and the pinnacle of defense. It usually grows in places with rich aura in the Stardo Great Forest. This race has an extremely long lifespan, and each individual can grow up to become a beast king of 100,000 years if it grows normally. Because of their inherent luck, they are usually surrounded by powerful soul beasts as protectors. Golden Hawksbill turtles are inherently proud and loyal, and will not actively provoke disputes. After getting the information from the atlas, Yuhao breathed a sigh of relief. If it were any other 100,000-year-old soul beast, he would probably have been skinned alive. The only golden hawksbill turtle that Yuhao could think of that could appear in the outer circle was the one that stole the gold of living beings in the original novel. In the original novel, a 100,000-year-old golden hawksbill turtle, out of greed, dived into the lake of life and, relying on its luck, bit off 1/5 of the gold of life in the spring in one bite. This 1/5 of the living being's gold can be said to be the accumulation of tens of millions of years in the Stardo Great Forest. It's just a mere 100,000-year-old soul beast, it's impossible for it to withstand such huge vitality. Therefore, the gold of life in turn absorbed its vitality, causing it to suffer excruciating pain. In the end, it fell into the hands of Su Sanchi and became his soul. Yuhao felt relieved and turned his head to see that it was indeed a strange turtle-like soul beast staring at the grilled fish in his hand with golden eyes. Yuhao raised the hand holding the grilled fish, and its eyes moved along with it. He looks very silly. But it's also true, if he wasn't tough, how could he dare to attack the lake of life in front of Tian and a bunch of ferocious beasts? Here you go. Yuhao handed the grilled fish to the golden hawksbill turtle's mouth. The golden hawksbill turtle was dazzled by the fragrance. In all its years of life, it had never smelled such fragrant food. Thank you, human. He ate the grilled fish in one bite. And then the golden hawksbill turtle's eyes suddenly widened. The whole turtle was like a cat that had seen catnip. It had lost track of the world and just turned its shell over and lay on the ground. The shadow cat next to him looked at the 100,000-year-old beast king as if he were a bumpkin, with disdain in his eyes. After a long while, the golden hawksbill turtle turned over again, and looked at Yuhao with a satisfied look in his golden eyes and said, "I haven't felt this relaxed in a long time. Human, do you need a spirit ring? I can offer it to you as a sacrifice." Yuhao looked at it in confusion. He didn't believe that pie would fall from the sky, nor did he believe that a grilled fish of his could make a 100,000-year-old beast king voluntarily sacrifice himself. If a 100,000-year spirit ring was so easy to obtain, all the spirit masters in the entire Douluo continent would have started learning cooking long ago. This is not the set of the food anime next door. Yuhao asked, "Why do you want to sacrifice me? I don't believe you made this decision just because of the grilled fish." The golden hawksbill turtle's eyes were filled with pride, and he said in a deep voice, "Of course not. I am still a beast king after all, old turtle. How could I sacrifice myself for food? You've got it, old turtle. I don't have much time left to live due to some problems. Our golden hawksbill turtle clan is a lucky beast that can turn misfortune into good fortune. The first time I saw you, my destiny told me that I must follow you. I believe in the judgment of destiny. This is the foundation of our clan. And a voice is urging me to sacrifice myself to you quickly. That voice is so ethereal, it feels like it comes from the world itself. Yuhao fell into deep thought. He didn't want the first ring to absorb the golden tortoise shell because the Tianmeng ice silkworm was coming. The Tianmeng ice silkworm was being chased by a group of ferocious beasts at this time, and it could not wait any longer. If we were any later, we might be captured by Tian and his men and taken back to the Lake of Life. The golden tortoise shell can still be obtained, so Yuhao hopes that the second ring will be the golden tortoise shell. The first ring is still left to Tianmeng ice silkworm and Ilex, who was attracted over. Post views, 53. Ch035 Douluo Yuhao, the Master of the Spirit Chapter 035. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Looking at Yuhao, who was lost in thought, the golden tortoise's dark golden head turned visibly red. Wait, are you hesitating? Is it because I, the old turtle, am doing so badly, or is it because you humans are developing too fast? Old turtle, I am 100,000-year-old beast king, and also a destiny soul beast. I gave it to you for free as a spirit ring, and you're still hesitating. And you stupid cat, get off my tortoise shell. These days, things are truly outrageous. These young soul beasts have no idea how to respect the elderly and love the young. They have no martial ethics. Yuhao waved at the shadow cat, asking it to come down quickly, and then said to the golden hawksbill turtle. Of course that's not what I meant. Brother Turtle is a handsome man, a beastly talent. No one would deny your power. It's just that my first soul ring has already been chosen, and the target soul beast is not in a good situation. I don't think it will last long. And Brother Turtle, what's that ethereal voice you mentioned? Yuhao was very interested in the ethereal sound it had just revealed. He had a vague answer in his heart, but it was not quite certain. Golden Tortoise snorted at Shadow Cat and said in a muffled voice. I don't know. Fate tells me that offering sacrifice to you is in line with the direction of fate and the times, and I can gain many benefits. But that ethereal voice was very urgent. It kept pushing me, wanting me to sacrifice myself to you. I can't sense the source of that sound. I can only feel a warm and gentle breath. Just like when my mother held me when I was little. Yuhao roughly understood the identity of the owner of the voice. It should be the unlucky plane consciousness that did not appear in the original work. The situation of the plane consciousness should not be very good now. Inside the golden tree of Shrek Academy is a yin, who is usurping the source of life of the plane. It is estimated that with the help of King Tang Shen, Tang Hao is gradually replacing the plane consciousness and becoming the master of the plane. Yuhao looked back at Golden Hawksbill Turtle and said, Brother Turtle, how much longer can you hold on? The Golden Hawksbill Turtle raised its head slightly, looked at the sky with golden eyes, thought for a while and said. It can still last for another 5 or 6 years. In 6 years at most, I, Old Turtle, the handsome and mighty Beast King, will perish completely in this pond. Can't Tian and the others find you? Yuhao was a little confused. During this period, the Star Do Great Forest was considered Tian's back garden. This idiot has taken away 1/5 of the gold of life from the Lake of Life. Emperor Tian will not let this go. The gold of life played a big role in healing the Silver Dragon King's injuries. This time, the golden tortoise shell had finally found the way to Emperor Tian's trap. The golden hawksbill turtle raised its head high and said proudly. Emperor Tian, a mere little dragon is not worth mentioning. Old turtle, I used my luck to conceal my existence. If he could find me, I would even take off my tortoise shell and use it as a urinal for him. Yuhao almost lost his composure. This turtle spoke so arrogantly, but wasn't its last resort still to hide? And could it actually remove its shell? Brother Turtle, can you wait for a month? I'll come find you after I reach level 20. Doubt flashed in the golden eyes of the golden tortoise. A month? Is that enough time? I remember that it takes you humans several years to cultivate 10th level soul power, right? Don't try to trick me, an old turtle, into thinking I'm a sea turtle. As long as it doesn't take the full 5 years, I can still afford to wait. It takes a normal soul master 2 years to reach 10 levels in a month, even if he has full innate soul power. The reason why Yuhao dared to say this was because he possessed the power of the 9 dragons pulling coffin. As long as the Xian Shui pill, Shengun pill, and Suanwu divine pill were used, he could break the mere 10th level soul power on the spot. The remaining Xian Shui pills can help me upgrade 2 levels, the Shengun pills can help me upgrade 3 levels, and there is absolutely no problem upgrading the Suanwu Shen pill to 5 levels. I just hope that after taking the medicine, the top of my head won't become pointy. It's not a lie. I have my own way. Seeing Yuhao's confident look, the golden hawksbill turtle felt relieved. It was still willing to trust the person chosen by its destiny. Well, in that case, I'll wait for a month, old turtle. You must come find me when you reach level 20. You are not allowed to look for other turtles outside. The golden hawksbill turtle seriously reminded Yuhao that in the Stardow Great Forest, the golden hawksbill turtle clan was extremely rare, but there were still 2 or 3 of them. If he were to be discovered by other members of his clan, those slutty bitches would definitely try to find ways to become his spirit rings. After all, the lucky clan cannot give up the express train of the times. They become strong because of their luck, and they will also die because of their luck. Submitting to fate is the way of survival for their clan. After saying this, its whole body radiated golden light, which was so dazzling even in the starry forest during the day. The golden light slowly gathered on the tortoise shell until the octagonal tortoise shell in the middle turned dark gold. Then the tortoise shell fell off, floated by the golden light, and floated into Yuhao's hand. The golden hawksbill turtle was obviously much weaker, and the color of the whole turtle was much darker. Noticed Yuhao's puzzled look. The golden hawksbill turtle said in a deep voice, just like every pure-blooded true dragon has a reverse scale. As the king of turtles, the golden hawksbill turtle also has something similar. This tortoise shell is the reverse scale of our clan, and it is even more precious than that. Only one golden hawksbill turtle can be created in a lifetime. It is a symbol of the origin of the golden hawksbill turtle. Wearing this tortoise shell will make you luckier. It can also be used as a shield when in danger. Mr. Bear, you know what? I'm confident I can withstand its full-strength sky-tearing claw for a full minute. Even if Tian wants to break through the tortoise shell defense, it will take some effort. After saying that, the tortoise shell wanted to fly to Yuhao's right hand, but was directly hit into the river in front by a colorful light band extending from the colorful knife pattern on his right hand. Golden hawksbill turtle. Yuhao. There was silence at the scene. Finally, it was Shadowcat who broke the peace, jumped down from the shore, and picked up the turtle shell that was many times larger than itself from the bottom of the river. Then he placed it in front of Yuhao, walked to Yuhao's trouser leg and squatted down, staring at the big turtle in front of him with his dark eyes. At the same time, the handle of the Kanmen sword slightly emerged from the back of Yuhao's right hand. The white handle with colorful waves exudes an aura of erasing everything to the golden tortoise shell. Sweat immediately broke out on the dark golden head of the golden hawksbill turtle. Is it raining? No, I'm sweating. As a 100,000-year-old beast king, it has seen countless soul beasts and soul masters. The last time it felt this oppressive feeling was when the battle broke out between Xiangjun and Tian used an unknown move that glowed with colorful light. Golden hawksbill turtle laughed and said, "Oh, so that's it. So you have a resident on your right hand. Excuse me, I'll let turtle shell go to the left hand. Wait until the tortoise shell sinks into the left hand, forming a golden tattoo similar to a vortex on the back of the hand." Yuhao. I couldn't pass the civil service exam in the first place, and now I probably can't be a teacher either. Looking at the symmetrical tattoos on his hands, Yuhao always felt that this was just the beginning, and there would be more tattoos on his body in the future. I will rush towards the tattooed warrior. After finishing everything, the golden hawksbill turtle returned to the center of the river. After repeatedly telling Yuhao not to look for other turtles, he returned to the bottom of the river and hid. After bidding farewell to the golden hawksbill turtle, Yuhao continued to wander around the outer circle with the shadow cat, waiting for the arrival of the Tianmeng ice silkworm. At this moment, the Tianmeng ice silkworm that Yuhao had been thinking about was carefully escaping from the mixed circle and heading towards the outer circle. An inexplicable attraction made it slowly approach Yuhao's direction. Finally, I escaped. Oh God! Please, give me some luck and let me meet a spiritual attribute soul master. Post views, 55. Ch036 Douluo Yuhao, the master of the Spirit Chapter 036. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. At this time, Yuhao was strolling in the outer circle with the shadow cat. The outer circle is basically filled with 10-year and 100-year soul beasts, and 1000-year soul beasts are extremely rare. To be honest, these soul beasts are quite tough. After being carefully cultivated by a group of soul masters for hundreds of thousands of years, they can still maintain such a huge size. It will take another 10,000 years for land soul beasts to become endangered. I can only say that this world is too wonderful, worthy of being called an extraordinary world. It is really difficult for Emperor Tian to integrate the soul beasts into one race. It is very difficult to make a group with an internal food chain have a common sense of internal identity. Cannibalism is something that no one except Hannibal can do. Tiger-type soul beasts prey on rabbit-type soul beasts. It is their natural instinct. It is difficult for tigers and rabbits to get tiger-type soul beasts and rabbit-type soul beasts to recognize each other as a group. For example, when the beast tide besieged Shrek in the original novel, the rabbit soul beast and the tiger soul beast stood together. The first thing it had to worry about was not being blown to death by human soul guides, but being wary of the tiger soul beast eating it as a snack. Tian, soft-bone rabbit, go and fight alongside the six-winged demonic tiger. Soft-bone rabbit, ah! Me! Tian, are you awake? In the eyes of tiger-type soul beasts, rabbits are food. If Tian was not so powerful, the tiger-type soul beasts would have eaten the rabbit-type soul beasts first. Tiger soul beast, comrade, it's delicious. Therefore, in Yuhao's opinion, the term Soul Beast Clan is not rigorous at all, and the so-called revival of the Soul Beast Clan is even more nonsense. It's just the longing of Tian, a remnant of the Dragon God era, for the Dragon Clan era. A group that can never unite together cannot make any waves at all. The Shadow Cat is also a vivid example. It would rather get close to Yuhao, a human, and act as a guide than trust other soul beasts. Look! The shadow cat grabbed Yuhao's trouser leg, pointed its little claws at a dense forest ahead, and then kept gesturing. Meow, meow. Yuhao thought for a moment. He had discovered during this period of time that this shadow cat was extremely intelligent and particularly vindictive. It helped Yuhao find the gathering place of the soul beasts that had bullied it before. After Yuhao controlled these soul beasts, it ran into the gathering place and looted all their good things. Then he placed the things in front of Yuhao, squatted down, looked at Yuhao with his obsidian eyes, and waited for his distribution. You mean there's something good ahead? Yuhao looked down at the shadow cat beside him. Meow. After getting confirmation, Yuhao followed the shadow cat into the dense forest. The trees in the dense forest are extremely tall, with thick branches and full of natural and wild atmosphere. The treetops blocked out the sky, making the land exceptionally cool. As soon as Yuhao stepped in, he heard the roar of an unknown soul beast from the treetops. With a slight exploration of mental power, the recording ability was activated. Wind baboon, commonly found in the outer ring of the Star Do Great Forest. It is a wind-attributed soul beast with extremely long arms. It often lives in groups and can release wind elemental energy balls from its mouth as a means of attack. Its bloodline is relatively weak, and Millennium Wind baboons are rarely seen. The meat is very tough and not suitable for stewing or braising. It is recommended to feed it directly to dogs. Huo Yuhao smiled after seeing the message. I ran into an old acquaintance. In the original novel, he was almost killed by the wind baboon. Huo Yuhao released a wave of mental power, and all the wind baboons around him felt the provocation and jumped down from the treetops, trapping Huo Yuhao and the shadow cat in the middle. After sensing that all the wind baboons had arrived, his spiritual eyes opened directly, and his mental power turned into nails that drove into the brains of these wind baboons to control them. The shadow cat slowly passed over the head of a wind baboon and headed straight for their nest. Huo Yuhao could hear the sounds of house raiding from a long distance away. From time to time, the sound of wood breaking could be heard. It seems that this group of wind baboons have bullied the shadow cat a lot. Soon, the shadow cat dragged a large pile of things and squeezed past the wind baboon to come to Huo Yuhao's side. Many of these things are human belongings, probably belonging to unlucky soul masters who were attacked by a group of wind baboons. Among them, 4 emerald green fruits are particularly eye-catching. Huo Yuhao picked up one and examined it repeatedly. Yoho, wind god fruit, these wind baboons have some assets. The wind god fruit is a rare treasure with wind attribute. Ordinary soul masters can directly obtain wind attribute by eating it. If a wind attribute soul master eats it, the quality of the wind attribute can be greatly enhanced. If the number is large enough, it is possible to create an ultimate style. Once this fruit appears on the market, it will undoubtedly cause a bloody storm. Who doesn't want their martial soul to have an additional attribute? Including Shrek Academy's Song Lao, whose martial soul is the blue shadow eagle, and Xian Liner, whose martial soul is the blue flame dragon, will participate in the competition. These wind attribute titled Douluo will never let go of any fruit that can improve the quality of the wind attribute. However, it is of no use to Huo Yuhao. He does not need the wind attribute. If he wants to control the wind element, alchemy can easily achieve it. So Huo Yuhao handed the 2 wind god fruits to the shadow cat. After seeing this, the shadow cat rubbed Huo Yuhao's hand happily. Then, right here in front of this group of wind baboons, it ate 2 wind god fruits, and the shadow cat's originally completely black fur began to have a few more blue stripes. These stripes extend all the way down its limbs. Then a strong wind blew up from around it, raising dust, and several green sharp blades were blown out from the wind and attacked the ancient tree in the distance. The ancient tree fell with a sound, as smooth as a hot knife cutting through butter. At this moment, the shadow cat's aura surged, reaching the level of a 100-year soul beast. It jumped excitedly on Huo Yuhao's shoulders and licked his face. Huo Yuhao took it out of the dense forest leisurely, leaving behind a group of sad wind baboons. Because Huo Yuhao only controlled their bodies and not their minds. They watched with their own eyes as their homes were ransacked and their treasures were stolen. The outer circle of the Star Do Great Forest is very simple, with only a few types of soul beasts. The vast majority of soul beasts are in the mixed circle and the core circle. On the periphery are a group of old, weak, and sick people. Huo Yuhao and the Shadow Cat planned to head towards the Star Luo Empire. After all, the original novel entered the Star Do Great Forest from that direction. However, this place is so huge that you can't see the end of it. Looking for a 7-meter ice silkworm here is like looking for a needle in a haystack. This way. Just when Huo Yuhao was feeling a little annoyed, a voice as gentle as water and all-embracing rang in his ears. The voice was so gentle, nourishing the soul like sunshine. Huo Yuhao almost couldn't help but call out Mom. I wouldn't have hit the tiles earlier. Huo Yuhao had no doubt who the owner of the voice was. It could only be the plain consciousness. It can't be Tang San, right? That would be unlucky. Good boy, go south. Huo Yuhao chose to follow this mother-like voice and head south. But he still kept it in mind. Shenwei was ready. If anything went wrong, he would directly enter the Shenwei space. Fortunately, the voice was indeed the plain consciousness and not a certain god king named Tang. Yuhao clearly felt an unfathomable spiritual source appearing in front of him. The owner of the spiritual origin also sensed Yuhao and crawled towards it excitedly. Until a white jade eye silkworm with a round head, 7 meters long and 10 golden patterns on its body appeared in front of Yuhao. Finally, I found a spirit master with spiritual attributes. My heart is already filled with tears. Are you mesmerized by my charming body? Yuhao raised the corner of his mouth and said, 10 points or even 9 points of beauty. The Tianmeng Eye silkworm's 2 tentacles trembled and said, this child is so scared by me that he can't even speak clearly. Okay, time is short and the task is heavy. Let me go in first and I will explain it to you later. Don't worry, it won't hurt. Post views, 58. Ch037 Douluo, Yuhao, the master of the Spirit Chapter 037. The Tianmeng Eye silkworm leaned forward and pressed its head against Yuhao's forehead. In an instant, a golden light bloomed between the foreheads of the man and the beast. The 10 golden rings on the Tianmeng Eye silkworm seemed to come alive, moving from its body to the surroundings of Yuhao, and then enveloping him. An extremely powerful mental force swept across the outer circle of the entire Douluo Great Forest. All soul beasts and soul masters lost their ability to think under the pressure of this mental force, and could not even perform the most basic trembling of living things. The entire outer circle of the Douluo Great Forest seemed to have stopped in time. However, it is obvious that this powerful mental power also attracted an alien. The originally clear sky of the Douluo Great Forest was swallowed up by the darkness brought by some existence, and a powerful pressure completely different from that of the Tianmeng Eye silkworm enveloped the land. The mental shock of the Tianmeng Eye silkworm only affects the minds of living things and makes them lose consciousness. This pressure directly makes all living creatures tremble. A stream of grey air descended from the sky, reached the back of Yuhao's head, and then quietly penetrated into him. However, the grey airflow paused for a moment when it penetrated, and then an old voice came out from it. Hey! But in the end, the grey airflow chose to enter Yuhao's sea of consciousness. Tianmeng Binkan was shocked when he saw the spiritual soul master he had finally found, but in the end, he was snatched away by someone else. It's like a minotaur in front of you. Tianmeng could not bear it any longer and mobilized his immense mental strength to drive the grey airflow out of Yuhao's body. The result did not affect the grey airflow at all. Brother is so unlucky, someone has snatched it away. Forget it, there's no time left, second hand is fine. I'll take a loss. The Tianmeng Eye silkworm had no time to hesitate. It accelerated the fusion process and integrated all the white light into Yuhao's body. The spiritual power surrounding the outer circle began to shrink rapidly. Then 10 golden white light balls emerged from the remains, and one after another entered Yuhao's sea of consciousness from between his eyebrows. These light balls are the spiritual origin of the Tianmeng Eye silkworm for millions of years. After losing the origin, the remains began to transform into a light golden film and merged into Yuhao's chest. Haha, I'm finally free. Those damn bastards can't find me anymore. Come, let me see if your spiritual sea is developing normally. As soon as Tianmeng Eye silkworm entered Yuhao's spiritual sea, he began to give a victory speech and opened champagne at half-time. He didn't notice at all that something was wrong with Yuhao's sea of consciousness. Tianmeng Eye silkworm came to his senses and began to observe Yuhao's sea of consciousness, and then he was stunned. This is not right. The spiritual sea before him was completely different from what he had imagined. The sea of spirit should be pure white, but why is it the color of flowing starry sky? Moreover, countless star colors turned into air currents and continuously rotated around a dazzling eye above the sea of spirituality. It was an eye containing the starry sky, the pupil burning with a bluish-white flame, and 3 megatamas glowing with starlight were rotating around the pupil. That eye covered the entire spiritual sea like a full moon, and then stared at the Tianmeng Eye silkworm below. The 10 spiritual origins of Tianmeng Ice Silkworm also appeared one after another in the Sea of Spirits. The eyes seemed to have seen the delicious food, and instantly mobilized the surrounding star colors, turning them into chains that wrapped around the golden and white light balls. Etc. What are you going to do? Quack, no, you can't. Tianmeng Ice Silkworm was anxious. He felt that his connection with the source of his spirit was weakening. The ball of light in the sky began to be pulled towards the eye and revolved around the eye along a fixed trajectory. It's like a star has captured 10 planets. Tianmeng Ice Silkworm tried to regain control of its own origin, and then found that it was hard to say whether it could be regained, but this sea of spirituality would definitely be torn apart. After weighing the pros and cons in his mind, he sighed and chose to give up the fight. He has now completely merged with Huo Yuhao, so if something happens to Huo Yuhao, he won't be able to escape. Anyway, Tianmeng Ice Silkworm also planned to hand over the spiritual origin to Huo Yuhao later, just a little bit in advance. Woo woo woo. Brother is so miserable, I can still be bullied by an eye. My million-year-old spiritual essence, which I hadn't even warmed up yet, was snatched away just like that. The hooded blonde child transformed from the Tianmeng Ice Silkworm squatted on the side of the Sea of Spirit, covering his face and crying. But now that things have come to this, there's no turning back. Let's first see how this kid's mental strength is. Tianmeng regained his spirit and used his mental power to feel this strange spiritual sea. He was also very curious about such a unique spiritual sea. It's really a knife pulling the butt. It's opened my eyes. This quality of mental power. This mental strength. If there is an ultimate spiritual power, then this is the ultimate spiritual power. After Tianmeng Ice Silkworm felt the quality of Huo Yuhao's spiritual power, he realized that the spiritual attribute Soul Master he randomly found was a gold card. It's stable. The creation of a god is a sure thing. Outside, Huo Yuhao slowly opened his eyes and saw that a golden soul ring had surrounded his body without him knowing when. The pattern on the soul ring was extremely gorgeous, the golden light declared its extraordinariness, and the vast aura made the surrounding soul beasts tremble. Even the shadow cat who was familiar with him couldn't control his trembling body. Huo Yuhao put away this unique million-year soul ring. Then he found a piece of land, sat cross-legged on the ground, asked the shadow cat to help protect him, and his consciousness dived into the sea of spiritual energy. As soon as Huo Yuhao's consciousness appeared in the sea of consciousness, he saw the Tianmeng Ice Silkworm looking around and stroking like a bumpkin. The spiritual eyes in the sky conveyed joy the moment he entered, telling Huo Yuhao that he had grabbed something good. Looking at the golden and white ball of light rotating around the spiritual eye, Huo Yuhao's mouth twitched. He roughly knew what was happening. Through his spirit eye's martial soul, he felt that an extremely powerful alien spiritual essence was captured. The spirit eyes could replenish the consumption of pupil power by drawing on these essences at any time. It's like getting a super large power bank, the kind that can be used as nuclear fuel. But this is also good news. In the future, I can use pupil techniques more unscrupulously. Susanoo can also be used. No matter how much the consumption is, Tianmeng will replenish it. Just be careful not to let your martial soul reach its limit. Okay, it's decided. From now on, I'm going to grill fish with Amaterasu. Suzuki is right after all. Dojutsu should be used to the point of death. The Tianmeng Ice Silkworm quickly sensed Huo Yuhao's arrival, and then happily came to Huo Yuhao's side and said, I know you have a lot of doubts, don't worry, I will explain it to you slowly. Huo Yuhao shook his head expressionlessly and said, I saw it all. Tianmeng was a little confused. What did it mean to see everything? He scratched his head and said, what does this mean? Huo Yuhao waved his hand, and a light screen appeared in the distance, which began to play the image of Tianmeng Ice Silkworm going crazy towards Ice Emperor. Siha Bing Bing, your body is so beautiful, I really want you to step on me and tear me apart. Tianmeng was petrified on the spot, and then a shadow covered his face. He held his head with his hands and cried bitterly. Looking at the light screen in front of him, for Tian Meng, it was more terrifying and scary than facing those big soul beasts in the core circle. Quack, don't let it go. Don't look. The light screen in front of him was the result of the power of dream. Ever since he used the Kanmen knife to open the door to the dream and read Yu Hongji's memory last time, Yuhao has mastered the ability to read dream records. Just open the dream door a little, use the target's remaining objects as a medium to accurately lock the target bubble through mental power, and then pull it into the sea of spiritual for reading. Post views, 56. Ch038 Douluo I, Yuhao, the master of the Spirit Chapter 038. Yuhao turned off the light screen of the sea of consciousness. Tian Meng lay peacefully in the sea of consciousness like burnt ash, seemingly a little dead. Yuhao summoned the starlight from his spiritual sea and poked Tian Meng on the ground. Okay, take a deep breath and relax. It's just a matter of social death. It's just a matter of time. What's there to be afraid of? Tian Meng patted the scattered stars with his hands, sat up and said in grief. You know everything. Yuhao nodded. There was no need to hide such a thing. I saw it all, including when you fell into the ice crevice and found the 10,000 years mysterious ice marrow, which you ate all the way to 900,000 years. Then he fell into the sea, ran to land, and was captured by 100,000-year-old soul beast. He tried to save himself but failed. They are being thoroughly investigated by the big soul beasts in the core circle of the Star Do Great Forest. The whole silkworm is squeezed dry. Tian Meng's face immediately turned red, and he shouted. It was just a mistake. How could a million-year-old soul beast be squeezed dry? I was just being patient for a while, just because I was afraid of causing too much bloodshed. Hearing his words, even Alex, who had always been insignificant, couldn't help but burst into laughter. The entire spiritual sea was suddenly filled with a joyful atmosphere. Tian Meng couldn't hold it in any longer and quickly changed the subject. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. Now that you've seen my memories, you should know what I want to do, right? Yuhao nodded and said, you want to create a god. And be with Haote forever. After hearing this, Tian Meng said in despair. Well, since you really know everything, let's be frank. That's right, one of the main purposes of my god-making plan is to be with Bing Bing forever. But, I have absolutely no ill will towards you. After all, I am now your vassal. Yuhao still agreed with what he said. Whether from the original work or the fact that he is willing to give up his spiritual origin, the Tian Meng ice silkworm is indeed nothing to say to him. There may be selfish motives in what he did, but so what? No one is a saint unless he has his own selfish desires. As long as he is willing to stand on my side and help me with all his might, I can certainly tolerate his selfishness. Of course, I believe you, brother Tian Meng. I am also willing to help you in every possible way. Tian Meng Binken burst into tears, and then he suddenly remembered that he didn't know the other person's name. By the way, what's your name? I originally wanted to sense some of your memories through your sea of spirituality. But something has completely blocked my mental power, causing me to not even know your name now. Yuhao, my name is Yuhao. Tian Meng nodded, smiled brightly and said. Well, Xiao Yuhao, the future depends on you. I'm putting everything on you. Now, let me introduce you. Those 10 balls of light floating above your head are the source of my spiritual essence. Millions of years of spiritual origin. My essence seems to have been captured by that eye. You should be able to use it directly. Yuhao nodded and said, that is the projection of my martial spirit. It conveyed relevant information to me. Tian Meng Ice Silkworm was amazed. Not only was the quality of his mental power extremely high, but his martial soul was also so special. My spirit ring can give you 4 spirit skills. Because the fusion was a bit hasty, these 4 spirit skills have not yet been generated. If you have any requests, you can tell me and I will try my best to meet them. I can't give you a soul bone, but I can give you a martial soul soulless ice. What kind of soul beast is your first ice attribute soul ring? That's what this martial soul is. But I already have an idea. Yuhao looked at him indifferently and said, it must be the Ice Emperor. In fact, he doesn't care whether he has a second martial soul or not. For him now, the second martial soul is icing on the cake, not a timely help. With alchemy, he has a way to gain control of the ice element, and even use the ice element as a springboard to obtain all elements. The Silver Dragon King is known as Little Yuhao. Tian Meng suddenly felt a little lost. Well, I wanted to give you a surprise. But don't worry, I'm absolutely sure I can help you convince Bingdi. Just watch me perform then. Okay, tell me what you want from soul skills. Hehe, customizing soul skills is something that only a million-year-old soul beast like me, your brother Tian Meng, can do. Yuhao's eyes lit up and he began to think about the soul skills he wanted. The spiritual detection and spiritual sharing in the original work needed to be retained. Mental interference is too useless, and mental sharing can completely achieve similar functions. Soul shock is even more useless, it is not as good as a glare from Tsukuyomi. After a long pause, Yuhao looked at Tian Meng Ice Silkworm and said, Brother Tian Meng, I've always been troubled by the fact that although my mental power is enormous, it remains intangible and formless. Is there any way for me to use my mental power to interfere with the outside world during this period? Tian Meng thought for a moment and said, theoretically, if you want to make your mental power interfere with the outside world and reach a tangible and substantial state. How about telekinesis? This ability exists in my origin records. Although I cannot use it in my main body, I can grant you this soul skill. Telekinesis. This ability can be said to be a panacea, with a high lower limit and a high upper limit, and it can also assist in drawing inscriptions. It's a very good fortune. Oh right, in my origin, there's a record of the extra abilities gained when I became a million-year-old soul beast. Unfortunately, by then, I had been drained dry and couldn't use it at all. This ability is called spiritual empowerment. I bestow my spiritual power upon all things, and then transform them into extensions of my spirit, pseudo-living things, which I then control through my spiritual power. Of course the target must be soulless matter. Yuhao frowned. Oh my god, isn't this inorganic reincarnation? That's it. Brother Tian Meng. Try to give the other 2 soul skills detection types. Tian Meng nodded, indicating that it was okay. Okay, I'll start giving you soul skills and martial souls. In the outside world, the shadow cat squatted around Yuhao and kept vigil, noticing that Yuhao's golden soul ring appeared automatically. Then a dazzling light burst out. And the shadow cat immediately transformed into a Spinosaurus form and began to breathe out, with his whole body on alert. However, after discovering that Yuhao was fine, he slowly resumed squatting and continued to be vigilant against the other soul beasts. It didn't take long for Yuhao to receive the information from the soul ring, and the information from the 4 soul skills appeared in Yuhao's brain. Spiritual detection, spiritual sharing, telekinesis, and spiritual empowerment. Seeing Yuhao's satisfied expression, Tian Meng put his hands on his hips and said, Xiao Yuhao, how is my soul skill? Yuhao's eyebrows lit up with joy and he said, Brother Tian Meng, your spirit skills are the most useful. Humph! Don't you see who I am? With my help, you will definitely become a god. Tian Meng said proudly. At this time, the grey ball floating above the sea of spirituality spoke. God! Haha, this little guy next to you is far away from humans, but very close to God. Half human, half God, no, purer than that. He is a natural high-ranking being. Post views, 66. CH039 Douluo, Yuhao, the master of the Spirit-Chapter 039. Haha, big bug, you've lived for 1,000,000 years in vain. You can't even see Xiao Yuhao's true nature. Tianmeng Ice Silkworm said to the grey ball angrily. Hey, grey ball! What do you mean? I haven't even come to terms with you yet for the robbery. Don't think I can't do anything to you just because your soul is high grade. Brother has many tricks up his sleeve. Huo Yuhao widened his eyes and hurriedly covered the Tianmeng Ice Silkworm's mouth. This guy doesn't have much strength, but his ability to commit suicide is extremely strong. Anyone dares to provoke me? An old voice came from the grey ball. Oh, big bug, when you were young, you were nothing more than food to me. The grey ball emitted an extremely terrifying aura directed at the Tianmeng Ice Silkworm. Sweat began to flow down Tianmen's face, and it was obvious that he was sweating profusely and under a lot of pressure. Speaking of, that's impressive. Now I'm still just a remnant soul, and I still need Yuhao to exist. You don't even dare to tell me your name. After hearing Tianmen's words, the grey ball dissipated the terrifying aura that was pressing towards Tianmeng. I don't belong to this world. After I died, my soul was too powerful and it split open space. I retained a trace of consciousness and was attracted by the spiritual power of the giant insect. My memory is very fragmented. I don't know how long it will take for it to recover naturally. But fortunately, after entering this child's body, that strange mental power awakened some of my memories. Holding the sun and moon in my hands and picking the stars, there is no one like me in the world. I was once the holy necromancer, the scourge of the undead, Ilex. Hearing such a long title, Tianmeng gently protected Huo Yuhao in front of her. Seeing this, Electrolux chuckled and said, Big bug, do you know why I said Xiao Yuhao is born to be a high-ranking being? Tianmeng was getting excited at this time. He was particularly interested in anything that involved Huo Yuhao. Why? The grey ball glanced at Huo Yuhao, confirming that he didn't mind revealing some information, and then said, Because of the rules. The difference between mortals and gods lies in the rules. Ordinary beings, even if they spend their entire lives, cannot comprehend the existence of rules. This is because their life levels are too low to imagine the ultimate of this world. A so-called god is someone who has reached the pinnacle of excellence in a certain area, attained the pinnacle, and gained the favor of the rules and authority over them. You can exercise the power of rules, and to a certain extent, even change the rules. But life cannot fully control any one rule. The throne can only be united with the help of rules and faith, and the authority of rules can be exercised through the throne. And Xiao Yuhao's situation is something I've never heard of. Despite being so weak, 3 rules are intertwined within him, connecting to each other and forming a whole. The 3 rules don't conflict at all, as if they were originally one. Just by looking at them, I can feel the ultimate pressure on my consciousness. And the 3 rules in Yuhao's body seem to have been directly branded with a soul imprint. The 3 rules didn't resist and seemed to accept the relationship. As long as he lives, no one can gain the approval of these 3 rules. Haha, interesting. Others become strong first and then comprehend the rules. He's better. He just owns the rules and then becomes stronger. So the path Xiao Yuhao should take is not to comprehend the rules, but to control them bit by bit. You have complete control over the rules. I don't even know what to call that realm. After all, no one can conquer the rules. Xiao Yuhao is the first person I've ever met. Yuhao is now half god, half human. He has the rules but does not fully control them. Should I call him a god? After hearing what Alex said, Huo Yuhao nodded continuously, and he couldn't hold it back after hearing the last address he made. The family that can come up with the name God must have asked Hakugo. Then again, he actually didn't know what he would become after mastering the 3 rules. At first I thought it was like the gods in the divine world. Now, after hearing what Alex said, I realized that the path I was taking was completely incompatible with the divine system. The group of people in the God realm are very powerful and can interfere with the rules by relying on their status as gods and divine power. I have complete control over the rules and become the master of the rules. After Tianmeng heard what Electrolux said, the whole silkworm fell into a state of confusion. His brain CPU obviously can't process such information. He could only stare blankly at Huo Yuhao. Huo Yuhao shrugged and said to Tianmeng and Alex, as Master Yi said, I do have 3 rules. Understanding, imagination, and dreams. These 3 rules were imprinted on my soul from the moment I was born. I am considered the spiritual master, but I don't have the authority yet. Electrolux couldn't help but tremble a few times and said, I didn't expect that after my death, I would have the opportunity to witness a realm that I dared not even imagine. Hold the truth of the universe with your life. Yuhao, can you allow me to continue staying in your body? I want to see you reach that realm. As a reward, once I recover some of my memory, I can teach you necromancy, which is the field in which I have the highest attainments in my life. Of course Huo Yuhao would not refuse. One of the main reasons for his coming here was Alex. Of course, Mr. Yi, I hope you will take care of me in the future. Then Huo Yuhao and Alex looked at the Tianmeng ice silkworm. Tianmeng, Abba, Abba. When Electrolux saw this stupid bug, he couldn't help himself. A grey airflow hit Tianmen's forehead, making him wake up. Tianmeng Binkan came to his senses and finally realized that he had opened a blind box and got a hidden version. He wanted to hug Huo Yuhao, but Huo Yuhao dodged to the side. Tianmeng did not give up. She hugged Huo Yuhao's thighs on the ground and said with tears streaming down her face, Brother, I knew that God would be kind to me. Yuhao, don't worry. I will definitely help you reach the realm that the grey ball mentioned. Huo Yuhao held down Tianmeng ice silkworm's head with one hand to prevent it from continuing to climb up his thigh. Brother Tianmeng, if you do this again, Yi Lao and I will throw you out of the Sea of Spirit. Tianmeng quickly stood up and said, I was wrong, I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. By the way, Yuhao, do you have any plans for the future? For example, where are you going? Huo Yuhao thought for a moment and said to Tianmeng, let's first find a city near the Star-Do Great Forest to settle down. I can probably break through to level 20 in about a month. When the time comes, go to a place in the Xingda Great Forest and find a 100,000-year-old golden hawksbill turtle to obtain the second soul ring of the Spirit Eye. After all, I've already made an agreement with them. Then I'll follow you to the far north to find the Ice Emperor. Tianmeng was shocked when he heard this, so fast. 10 levels in a month, is that really possible? Also, Yuhao, you also know the golden hawksbill turtle. The golden hawksbill turtle is a lucky soul beast. If it can become a soul ring, the benefits will be huge. Huo Yuhao looked at Tianmeng confidently and said, Brother Tianmeng, have you ever heard of the power of the 9 dragons? As long as the Suanwu Divine Pill and the Shengun Pill launch an attack, everything will be fine. A mere 10th level soul power is more than enough for a month. After finishing the communication in the Sea of Spiritual Energy, Huo Yuhao returned to reality. When the shadow cat saw Huo Yuhao wake up, it jumped directly onto Huo Yuhao's shoulder and licked the side of his face. Looking at the many soul beast corpses lying around, Huo Yuhao knew that it had made a great effort to protect him. Huo Yuhao gently rubbed its head and said, Sir Hao Mao, follow me from now on. If I have a bite of meat, you will definitely have a bite of soup. Meow. The man and the cat began to walk towards the city. At this moment, the all-embracing voice of the plain consciousness suddenly echoed in their ears. Good boy, after reaching level 20, go to the door to the dreamland. I'll wait for you in the sea. Post Views, 59. CH040 Douluo, I, Huo Yuhao, the Master of the Spirit Chapter 040. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. While walking in the outer circle, Huo Yuhao used some mental detection to see how large the range was. You won't know until you try it. Once you try it, you will be shocked. The range of spiritual detection directly reaches a diameter of 8 kilometers, and the one-way straight distance reaches 10 kilometers. It is far more powerful than the mental detection sound waves that I figured out myself. In the original novel, Yuhao obtained the Wangchuan Kai Shui Du, which allowed his mental power to reach the tangible and intangible realm. After his spiritual eyes awakened for the second time, his mental detection range was the entire Sea God Island. That is 2 square kilometers. His current mental power is still invisible and intangible, but its scope has surpassed the second awakening in the original work. This is definitely related to the fact that the first soul ring has not been sealed. When I summon the first soul ring, it is still the golden color representing 1,000,000 years. Otherwise, it would be impossible to cover such a large area with the amount of mental power he had. Moreover, the range of this mental detection continues to expand as his mental power increases. Perhaps when he reaches the realm of formlessness, with the help of Tianmen's spiritual origin, he can use the spiritual power of Tianmeng during its victorious period to cover the core circle of the far north 1/3, and even change the celestial phenomena. At the same time, he also tested the telekinetic soul skills given by Tianmeng. This soul skill is indeed powerful, and it is worthy of being a panacea in various works. Currently, Yuhao's telekinetic interference range is a circular area with a diameter of 500 meters, which also increases as his mental power increases. Outside of this range, the strength of telekinesis decreases severely. In this area, Yuhao can use telekinesis to tear apart all enemies, and combined with mental detection, he can basically attack from all angles. When facing an enemy, one can even unleash telekinesis within the area to create a strong repulsive force and send the enemy flying. It can be considered an alternative Shinra Tensei. As for spiritual endowment, this soul skill is what Yuhao is most interested in. Yuhao injected his mental power into the earth and then gave it spirit. Then almost instantly I could feel the connection between myself and the earth kept conveying a feeling of closeness to me. With just a thought, he can change the terrain and even make the earth stand up to form a rock giant. When Yuhao thought about the enemy's expression when he saw the ground beneath his feet suddenly punch him, he couldn't help but laugh. As a pseudo-living creature, the rock giant can obey all of Yuhao's orders. Not only the earth, but also shadows can be endowed with spirit, and can directly achieve Yu Hongji's soul bone skills. Yuhao also tried to give spirit to elements, such as the most common wind element. It takes much more effort to give spirit to elements, but the effect is also extremely gratifying. The wind element transformed into Huo Xiaozi on the spot, constantly praising Yuhao's kindness, and a humanoid figure condensed around Yuhao. Through this figure, Yuhao can create a tornado at will, create an air wall to isolate the flames, and make an area deprived of air or filled with pure oxygen. It's a beggar's version of a weather forecast. If a priest who goes to heaven saw it, he would probably have a stress reaction. Pure oxygen has special effects against carbon-based organisms. And whether it is the soul beasts or soul masters in Douluo continent, even though they have extraordinary powers that humans in the previous life could not master, they still cannot escape the oxidation process. At most, humans in previous lives have an additional means of resistance, soul power. As for the other basic elements, such as water, fire, and earth, they are basically the same. However, Yuhao is currently unable to give spirit to the advanced elements such as darkness, light, space, time, and thunder. Or perhaps Yuhao couldn't sense these elements. It was like playing hide and seek with Yuhao. He couldn't sense nature and couldn't give it spirit. If one day the spiritual power reaches a tangible and material state, it is the so-called spiritual realm. All elements in this world will become Huo Xiaozi. Silver Dragon King? He was just Fan Long who did not awaken during Yuhao's era. When her spiritual power reaches its peak, if she dares to appear in front of Yuhao, she will show him what a true master of elements is. She immediately started to doubt who was the dragon god's clone. Damn it, if anyone ever slanders Tian Mengai's silkworm's weak soul skills again, Yuhao will smear a bunch of elements on his face on the spot. Do you know whose surname Tian Dao takes? This kind of powerful, domineering, and strong soul skill will definitely give King Tang a big surprise. Feeling the invincible soul skill in his body, Yuhao couldn't help but hum softly. Brother Tian Meng, you are a genuine million-year-old soul beast. At least in terms of soul skills, there is no doubt. Tian Meng in the Sea of Spirit didn't know why Yuhao suddenly started to praise him, and he just laughed foolishly. Hey, as long as you like it. After seeing the soul skills of Tian Mengai's silkworm, Alex also fell silent. He has seen all kinds of abilities, but he has never seen this one. Big Bug, I underestimated you. The soul skills you bestow upon me are unparalleled in strength, even in my world. Giving spirit to all things, this ability touches upon the very foundation of the world. Big Bug, your potential is far greater than you show. Tian Mengai's silkworm sighed and said, what's the point of having great potential? It will still be sucked up by a bunch of ferocious beasts as if it were a treasure from heaven and earth. No matter how strong the spiritual gift is, it arrives too late. I was already exhausted by then. Yuhao shook his head and said, don't worry, I will avenge you. Tian Meng burst into tears. Yuhao. Yuhao frowned and said, don't be so cheesy. It's disgusting. Just as Yuhao was chatting with Tian Meng in the Sea of Spirit, the spiritual detection suddenly discovered two familiar faces. One has short dark blue hair and looks elegant and handsome, the other has long black hair, almond-shaped eyes, and a delicate face. Two people are surrounding and killing a mandrake snake. Obviously, they are Bai Bei and Tanja from the original novel. They did not encounter Yuhao this time, but with the strength of Bai Bei's blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex spirit. It was still easy to deal with a 1,000-year-old mandragora snake. Yuhao was delighted to see the prey and observed their situation from a few kilometers away. He had no intention of meeting these two people. He must be mentally ill to have contact with people from the Tang sect. Watching Tangya end the life of the mandragora snake, he sat cross-legged on the ground and absorbed the purple soul ring. Yuhao couldn't help but want to laugh. The master really did a lot of harm to others, but Tang San was not harmed by him. Instead, the younger generation of the Tang sect was in trouble. Ordinary blue-silver grass would die if it absorbed the snake spirit ring. Tangya was considered to be quite lucky. After being cultivated with the resources of the Tang clan through generations, her generation was able to make the blue-silver grass mutate. I don't know how much resources were spent to make this generation of mutation successful. About a quarter of an hour later, Yuhao and Shadowcat ate some grilled fish and recovered some strength. Tangya also absorbed the soul ring and happily released her new soul skill, the Shaluo snake net. Looking at its weak control and fragile vitality, not only did it not inherit many of the snake soul ring characteristics, but it also did not show much of the plant characteristics. The corners of Yuhao's mouth were harder to suppress than AK. Hold on, don't laugh, it's disrespectful to others. But how can I bear such a funny thing? Yuhao couldn't help but laugh out loud. How could Tang San and Master be so evil? Tian. You really didn't leave any information for the Tang sect. What if you just say you are the Blue-Silver Emperor? This will lead all future generations of Blue-Silver Grass Spirit Masters into a trap. After watching a great show, Yuhao got up and left, heading towards the city outside the Stardo Great Forest. Post Views, 53. CH041 Douluo I, Yuhao, the Master of the Spirit Chapter 041. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Yuhao traveled for 3 consecutive days before arriving at Zillow City, a city in the Tian Hun Empire close to the Stardo Great Forest. This city has a very long history and was one of the first cities when the Tiandu Empire was founded. It has stood firm and withstood the division of the Tiandu Empire and the invasion of the Sun and Moon Empire. This is related to the fact that Zillow City is very close to Shrek City. In fact, there were many cities around the Stardo Great Forest at the beginning. These cities were built to facilitate soul masters in hunting soul rings. Countless soul masters and businessmen flocked to the event to participate in it. This prosperity also boosted the economic development of the entire Tiandu Plain, making Shrek City the absolute center of the continent. However, more than 2,000 years ago, the body sect appeared in the Stardo Great Forest and hunted 100,000-year-old soul beasts on a large scale. This caused Emperor Tian to be extremely angry, and triggered the first recorded large-scale beast tide. Under the command of the extremely ferocious beast in the core circle, countless soul beasts indiscriminately attacked all human cities. The first to be hit is the Tiandu Plain. Countless cities close to the Stardo Great Forest were destroyed by the waves of soul beasts. Only the cities surrounding Shrek City were spared. After this attack, the Tiandu Plain was directly cleared, the original prosperous scene no longer existed, and basically no one dared to build a city around the Xingdu Great Forest. The current urban layout of the Tiandu Plain is centered on Shrek City, with the remaining cities forming a pincer pattern on both sides, surrounding the Stardo Great Forest. To ensure that if the beast tide breaks out again in the future, Shrek City can ensure that the beast tide will not spread beyond the Tiandu Plain. In other words, Tian was too stupid to realize that this was the Douluo continent version of the blockade island chain deliberately created by a certain sea god pavilion master. Moreover, this blockade is currently approaching the Stardo Great Forest as Shrek City expands. This pattern also laid a good foundation for the future construction of the Star Fortress by the Spirit Pagoda. Any soul beast with a little bit of brains would not allow this situation to happen. He had already launched an unprecedented beast tide at all costs. Not to mention destroying Shrek Academy, he would at least carve out a passage on the Tiandu Plain. Otherwise, the soul beast is like a frog in warm water or a dry bone in a tomb. Even if the Spirit Pagoda did not appear, other organizations would have established star fortresses in the future. Maybe the Federation, maybe Shrek. No one would give up the delicious piece of meat on the plate, the Stardo Great Forest. At present, humans remain restrained and do not show their fangs, entirely because Emperor Tian is too strong, uniquely strong. Unless the gods take action, no one can withstand Emperor Tian's dragon claw. Yuhao entered Zillow City an hour before the city gates closed. The gate guards here are similar to those in Xianfeng City. They basically just look at you a few times and then let you in. It's simply useless. They didn't even carefully check whether the shadow cat was a soul beast. It was a pity that Yuhao even used his mental power to disguise it. Yuhao had heard about this situation from a gate guard who came to the clinic in Xianfeng City. The main reason was that he was afraid of provoking a powerful soul master. Killing them for these soul masters is not much different from killing chickens. Each of these guards only gets 5 silver soul coins. The price is relatively high in Xianfeng City. Many places only get 1 silver soul coin. Why risk your life for such a small amount of money? Just take a few appropriate glances, do some superficial work, don't slack off, and shoot a few arrows when facing a soul beast attack, and you will be worthy of the Empire's salary. If you want them to work seriously, that's another price to pay. After entering Zillow City, Yuhao went straight to the prosperous commercial district. This kind of place is crowded and is where information from the entire city converges. Just using your mental power to perceive will give you a rough idea of the power structure of this city. What was a little unexpected for Yuhao was that the class gap here was even greater than that in Xianfeng City. There are 3 classes here: commoners, soul masters, and nobles. Commoners are the lowest class. Although nobles and soul masters are 2 different classes, there is some overlap. There are a large number of nobles here, each one dressed more gorgeously than the other, and each one has more servants than the other. I haven't seen any powerful nobles, basically they are just great soul masters. Instead, many nobles were accompanied by several slaves, and the common people around them had to lower their heads and not look up when they saw them. It's like the celestial dragons shining into reality. Yuhao frowned. He remembered that the Tian Hun Empire had abolished slavery long ago. Why is there more here? What does the Lord of Zillow City do for a living? The laws of the Tian Hun Empire clearly prohibit the existence of slaves. It was a feudal empire after all, so how could it go backwards and even revert to slavery? Yuhao used the same trick again, found the best local restaurant, ordered a few dishes, and collected information through his mental power. Those who can eat here are either big businessmen, soul masters, or nobles. The common characteristic of these people is that they have a lot of information in their hands. Through the conversations of these people, Yuhao pieced together the truth about this city from their fragmentary words. Zillow City is close to Shrek City and is considered a vassal of Shrek City. Every year, a large number of rare treasures are offered to the treasure pavilion in Shrek City, including but not limited to soul bones, rare metals, rare medicinal materials, and whale glue. Because of his ruthless flattery, Lin Huican, a member of the Sea God Pavilion of Shrek Academy who is in charge of the Treasure Pavilion, comes to Zillow City for inspection every year. Just tell some scoundrels that she is in charge of this place. Her existence allowed Zilloban to directly cling to the Sea God Pavilion. In fact, the cities surrounding Shrek Academy are more or less connected to Shrek's top management. Therefore, the Tian Hun Empire did not dare to touch these cities, and even the taxes from these cities were directly given to Shrek City. And because these cities nominally belong to the Tian Hun Empire, a large number of nobles from the Tian Hun Empire gathered here to celebrate the event. Here, these nobles could openly use slaves, open casinos, brothels, and bloody arenas. It was because the Tian Hun Empire did not dare to intervene, and Shrek was too lazy to intervene since it had been paying tribute all the time. Make this place a different kind of lawless place. After collecting all the information and having enough to eat and drink, Yuhao left the restaurant and looked for a place to stay on the street. To be honest, compared with here, Somalia is a country with good political situation and harmonious people. Just by walking on the road for a while, I saw a group of heroes showing off their skills. First, Yuhao encountered 5 pickpockets at the same time. Before Yuhao could use telekinesis to deal with them, they started fighting among themselves. Yuhao couldn't help it, and knocked them all out with telekinesis, then threw them into the stinking ditch. Then I saw a group of robbers on the roadside driving Wuhan cars, with their faces covered with black cloth, robbing a jewelry store. It turned out that the shop owner was a soul master, and he killed one of the robbers on the spot. The rest of the robbers just slipped away, dropped their belongings, and ran away. Then the shopkeeper chased them down several blocks. Then I saw another god who seemed to be drunk, with a red face, catching wild cats or dogs on the street, and then using his scissors spirit to cut off all the hair on his head. The shadow cat was so scared that it huddled on Yuhao's shoulder, not daring to move. Yuhao sighed helplessly, used his mental power to knock the barber unconscious, and threw him into an alley. Then he touched the shadow cat's head and said, "Don't be afraid, you are 100-year-old soul beast. An ordinary person doesn't even have soul power, what are you afraid of?" Then I muttered inwardly, "What is this doing to me? They are simply immortals, as numerous as hemp. Is this Gotham City?" Post Views, 55. Ch042 Douluo, Yuhao, the Master of the Spirit-Chapter 042. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Gotham City is known as Little West Eros. This place is truly blessed with talented people and abundant martial virtues. Yuhao finally found a relatively quiet hotel here. As soon as he walked in, he saw the owner of the hotel wiping the blood off his sword. Based on Yuhao's recent research on soul guides, that knife is definitely a third-level soul guide. Yuhao perceived that the owner of this inn was a soul master. Looking at the boss with a face full of flesh, a tall body and well-developed muscles, who looked like he ran out of the set of Water Margin. He finally understood why this neighborhood was so quiet. It seems that all the troublemakers around were hacked to death by the boss. The boss saw Yuhao standing there in a daze, and quickly put the knife under the counter. He forced a smile on his rough face and said, "Hey, guest, come and stay." Then he stood up and came to greet Yuhao. When he heard that Yuhao wanted to stay in the best guest room, the smile on his face became even brighter. "Guest, good eyesight. My hotel is definitely the safest in these streets. Even if you go out and encounter any problems, just tell me your name. My reputation as the Big Knife King Axe is still quite useful in these streets." Yuhao entered the guest room accompanied by his boss with a frown on his face. After closing the door, I just sat cross-legged on the bed for a while, and then I saw the boss walking north with a knife through the window of the guest room. It seemed that he was going to chop someone. Zillow City is too far from heaven and too close to Shrek. Because it is close to Shrek, there are a lot of soul masters here. If you throw a brick from the hotel, it will hit a few people with soul power. Chaos, blood, and violence are the main themes of this city. This place is only 100 miles away from Shrek City, but the difference is as big as two worlds. I learned from some customers in Xianfeng City that Shrek City is well ordered, with law enforcement teams patrolling the streets every day. Anyone who wants to cause trouble must consider their own strength. And a small town 100 miles away from Shrek City suddenly changed its style into Gotham City. Yuhao shook his head, pulled the curtains, sealed the room with his mental power, walked to the bathroom, sat in the bathtub, and prepared to take drugs. "Come, let me see your strength." Xian Shui Pill, Shengun Pill, Suanwu Divine Pill. Yuhao directly took a Xian Shui pill and immediately felt the familiar cool air flow through his internal organs again. Every cell in the body is rejoicing and actively expelling impurities. After a while, a sparse layer of black substance appeared on Yuhao's body, which was much less than the first time he took the Xian Shui pill. I guess after taking the third Xian Shui pill, it will be of no use. For the next month, Yuhao's daily routine consisted of taking drugs, meditating to digest the effects, and then taking more drugs. Of course, there were also some trivial things that were done during this period. For example, when he was shopping outside, he suddenly met a ragged middle-aged woman who suddenly threw a little girl next to Yuhao. He turned around and slipped away under Yuhao's bewildered gaze. Looking at the thin girl next to him, Yuhao took her out for a meal and found out what was going on. Seeing the girl wolfing down the food, Yuhao was a little scared. People who have been hungry for a long time should not suddenly overeat. When Yuhao was about to take the food back, the Tianmeng ice silkworm in the Sea of Spirits spoke. He said that the little girl had dowdy blood. Yuhao was immediately shocked. He only knew that Xianzi had this thing, but there was actually someone else here who owned it. So Yuhao used his mental power to scan and relevant information appeared in the record. Dowdy Spirit Sheep, an extinct soul beast that once existed on the July Fire Plains. It has dowdy blood in its body and is a super soul beast. Because of constant hunger, they enjoyed hunting and killing all living things. In extreme cases, they would even eat themselves. In the end, they were surrounded and killed by the soul beasts of the July Fire Plains, and became extinct. After seeing the information in the catalogue, Yuhao gently held the girl's hand and then felt her soul power. He had an innate 6th level soul power, was extremely malnourished, and was so thin that he couldn't even activate his martial soul. His situation was similar to Yuhao's at the beginning. But since he has the blood of Dowdy, there is no need to worry about the other party dying of starvation. Only after the girl finished eating did she know what had happened. The girl has no surname, only Sui. She is from the Xingluo Empire and lives in Fala village, but no one knows where exactly. The village was massacred by a group of bandits and all the children were packed up and sold. After a group of human traffickers took over, they awakened their martial spirits and then set a price. She doesn't have a martial soul, but her soul power is at level 6. The group of human traffickers didn't care about this and planned to sell her to a noble in Zillow City at a high price. Yuhao was confused. Why did the woman throw her to him? Before she could answer, Yuhao understood the truth. His spiritual power suddenly sensed that the middle-aged woman and a group of people were anxiously looking for someone on the street. They stopped anyone they met and asked the middle-aged woman to identify their facial features. Damn, these human traffickers, these humanoid creatures without any family, regard themselves as contact persons. Being treated as one of his own by these people who are worse than beasts is a great humiliation to his personal dignity. Yuhao was truly furious. Breathing the same air with these inhuman creatures made him feel uncomfortable all over. So, Yuhao led this group of guys into an empty alley, and with a magic trick, he uncovered all their secrets. Following the memories of this group of people, all the human trafficking dens in Zillow City were eradicated. Based on the information of the hideout, we found their backers 2 marquises of the Tian Hun Empire. One of the marquises was controlled by Yuhao using an illusion while he was out for fun. He was then forced to strip naked, cut off his penis and put it in his mouth, and finally hanged himself on the city gate. When the other marquis saw his companion dead, he realized something was wrong and stayed in his mansion all day. There are 5 soul masters, 2 soul kings and 1 soul emperor guarding around. And it is very close to the city lord's mansion. The mayor of Zillow City is a soul saint, and there are 3 other soul saints in the mansion. It is the safest place in the entire Zillow City. Yuhao did not deal with him for the time being, but directly integrated the underground forces of Zillow City through illusion. Most of those who want to rebel cannot distinguish between the big king and the small king, and once they are burned by Amaterasu, there will be no more opposition. From then on, Yuhao conquered the entire underground forces of Zillow City in just 1 week. A brand new organization was established, Passion. Then a series of orders were issued. Prostitution is prohibited. The sale of addictive drugs is prohibited. Human trafficking is prohibited. It is prohibited to rob and open an orphanage to adopt children. Establish schools to strengthen education. Internal fighting within the organization is prohibited. Provide protection to vendors who are willing to pay 3 gold soul coins as protection fee every season, but vendors are not allowed to violate other regulations. Then Yuhao put a mental brand on all the enthusiastic senior executives. If they disobeyed orders, the brand would directly erase their personality. They placed Sui and other trafficked children in the organization's orphanage and trained them as enthusiastic reserve members. Yuhao took the Black Tortoise Divine Pill at the Zeal headquarters and reached the 20th level of soul power in one fell swoop. Then he used his divine power to come alone to the location of the last marquis. Looking at the magnificent mansion in front of him, his mental power detected that the other party was sleeping soundly. Yuhao placed his hand on the jade wall, and then his million-year-old golden soul ring shone. The spirit empowered the soul skill to activate, and then said coldly, "This is a parting gift." The huge mansion in front of him suddenly began to come alive. The beams were shaking, the jade pillars were twisting, and the entire land was rising. Until a strange giant with a head made of a mansion and a body made of jade stood in the city of Zillow. The enthusiastic members had already received the news from Yuhao and began to comfort the frightened civilians and evacuate the crowd. The strange mansion above the giant's head began to change, and the sleeping marquis inside was pierced like a hedgehog by countless stone pillars and died instantly. His guards were very powerful and had never seen such a scene before, so they ran away long ago. Those who are weak will be buried with him. In the city lord's mansion next door, the city lord Liu Xinjin was also fast asleep. When he heard the earthquake, he was just about to get up to see what was going on. Then I saw an aide stumbling over with an anxious look on his face and saying, "Something terrible has happened, city lord." Liu Xinjin's heart sank as he hurriedly said, "A beast tide broke out." The staff member quickly shook his head and said, No, no, it's the marquee mansion next door. It stood up. Lu Xinjin. Are you awake? Post views, 54. CH043 Douluo, Huo Yuhao, the Master of the Spirit Chapter 043. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Lu Xinjin looked at the staff in front of him, who was so anxious that he couldn't speak clearly, with a confused look on his face. Hiss, Marquee Mansion? This thing can still stand up. Don't panic. I've been the city lord for decades and have seen all sorts of situations. As my staff member, you panic over the smallest of things. I'm starting to question the correctness of letting you join the city lord's mansion. Lu Xinjin picked up a coat from the side, put it on, and walked to the observation deck without even wearing shoes to see what was going on. He originally thought that some soul master was causing trouble, but the scene before him shocked him. One head represents the Marquis's residence, with 2 doors containing blue flames, which should be eyes. The body is made of jade, which is white spirit jade. It is extremely expensive and has good soul power conduction properties. Many soul masters like to use this material to carve core magic arrays. Because this kind of jade feels warm when held in the hand and its white color gives it a sense of elegance, it is sought after by many nobles. Lu Xinjin opened his mouth wide and looked up at the giant in front of him. He recognized at a glance that this was indeed the Marquee Mansion. After all, the magnificence of the Marquis's mansion is unmatched in the entire Zillow city. The giant in front of him did not emit the aura of a soul beast, nor did he even have a breath of life. He was just a pile of moving stones. I've lived for so many years, and this is the first time I've seen this. As far as Lu Xinjin could see, many soul masters were already besieging this strange giant. The strongest one is a soul king, with 2 yellow and 3 purple soul rings, which is considered to be the top configuration for a self-taught soul master. Seeing that this soul king could deal with the giant in front of him, Lu Xinjin roughly understood the level of his strength. Strength and defense have reached Soul Emperor, but the speed is too slow. It's just for show. Watch me break it with my own strength. Martial Spirit Possession. Lu Xinjin threw away his coat and activated his martial soul. His muscles bulged and he grew to 2 meters and 5, and then his body was covered with brown hair. The best configuration of 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black soul rings surrounds the body. His martial soul is the mighty King Kong bear, the same martial soul as Xiao Wuji 10,000 years ago. Then the 5th soul ring began to shine, and the strange giant was directly bound to the spot and unable to move. The white jade began to make a teeth-grinding cracking sound. This is his 5th soul skill, gravity compression. Then his 6th soul ring suddenly shone, his legs began to gather strength, and then he suddenly leaped into the sky. The powerful impact force directly collapsed the entire observation tower. Countless dust particles drifted towards the urban area with the west wind, and Lu Xinjin turned into a brown-yellow meteorite at an altitude of several hundred meters and smashed hard into the strange giant. This is his famous soul skill, the meteorite pendant. No soul master of the same level dares to take this move head-on. The bright yellow meteorite passed directly through the head of the strange giant. And countless precious woods and rare jades in the Marquis's mansion were blown all over the city. This time the Marquis didn't even have a body. The meteorite smashed a huge crater on the ground that was hundreds of meters wide and 10 meters deep. The entire core urban area of Zillow City was reduced to ruins as if it had experienced an 8.0 magnitude earthquake. Lu Xinjin shook the dust off his shoulders in the pit without even turning his head. He was sure that the head and most of the body of the strange giant were directly destroyed by him. If this thing could still move, he would eat all the jade on the ground on the spot. However, he didn't know one thing: the strange giant was a pseudo-living creature created by Yuhao using his spirit to give soul skills. It is not the brain that drives it to act, but the mental power in the body. So even though its head and most of its body were destroyed, the strange giant still did not stop moving. It slapped Liu Xinjin hard with its only remaining big hand. Liu Xinjin's mental power gave a crazy warning, and his pupils suddenly shrank. He hurriedly activated his first soul skill, the body of Akala. There was a golden light on his body, and his two palms were facing the sky, holding off the huge hands of the strange giant. Liu Xinjin was really angry now, and his second and fourth soul rings lit up one after another. Both of these are amplifying soul skills. With extremely high self-amplification, Liu Xinjin directly tore the huge hand of the strange giant apart. Then he watched helplessly as the strange giant leaped towards the city lord's mansion with his only remaining leg. Seeing the city lord's mansion, which he had worked hard to build for most of his life, reduced to ruins in an instant, Liu Xinjin felt that he was no different from being dead. Some people died at the age of 60 and were not buried until they were 120. Ah! My herbs, my treasures! Liu Xinjin knelt on the ground and roared to the sky. His city lord's mansion stored the wealth accumulated through repeated cultivation of Zillow city over the years. Many of them are rare living medicinal herbs, as well as rare treasures such as whale glue. Those stored in the storage soul guide should be fine, but those that cannot be put in are probably all gone. At this moment, Liu Xinjin felt that he had lived in vain for most of his life. He didn't know how long it would take to recover these losses from the civilians in Zillow city. The spiritual power in the strange giant's body has been exhausted, and he has turned into a pile of dead matter again. Yuhao watched all this indifferently from a tall building in the distance. Then he activated his divine power and arrived behind Liu Xinjin. Liu Xinjin sensed someone coming from behind and turned around and shouted. "Damn, can't you see I'm mad?" Yuhao was too lazy to talk to him. "Tsukuyomi. Amaterasu. Just start with the zero frame of Tsukuyomi and cut him into pieces with a knife in the spiritual world. In the real world, use Amaterasu to set his body on fire." Liu Xinjin's body was burning with extremely hot black flames, his soul power was rapidly disappearing, and his martial soul slowly emerged behind him and let out a mournful cry. He is now suffering from both mental and physical torture. Yuhao deliberately used Kagutsuka to control Amaterasu to burn his soul power first instead of his body, in order to prevent him from dying so quickly. Liu Xinjin felt like he was in hell. No, hell was like heaven compared to here. He didn't know what kind of pain made him scream. It could be mental or physical. Soon, he could no longer utter a sound, because his soul power was exhausted and he was unable to resist Amaterasu's burning, and Amaterasu began to burn his flesh. The extremely high temperature instantly burned his vocal cords, which then slowly turned into a ball of charcoal. Yuhao used Kagutsuka to extinguish Amaterasu and preserved his remains as a deterrent. The reason why Yuhao wanted to kill him was because this humanoid creature did all anthropomorphic things. After the enthusiasm was established, many vendors came forward to seek shelter and paid a large sum of money. Even some civilians paid money to have Zeal protect them. Refreshing naturally wouldn't charge civilians too much, only 5 Gintama coins a quarter, and then ask them to help Refreshing deal with some miscellaneous matters every month, and Refreshing would even pay them wages. Through these merchants and civilians, Yuhao learned that the tax system in Zillow City was so strict that the U.S. Internal Revenue Service would have to send people to study it. The taxes here are collected even after 100 years, and there are still a lot of outrageous taxes. For example, rainwater tax, walking tax, sleeping tax, public toilet tax, etc. They find various ways to continuously squeeze the blood and marrow out of civilians and vendors. As for resistance, it's not that no one has tried, but the result is that Liu Xinjin's gravity squeeze is extremely cruel. So whether it's for the passion to thrive here or for my own bottom line, I can't keep this evil creature. As for the other 3 soul saints, Yuhao planned to visit them one by one to offer them warmth. If Yuhao was sensible, he could let him be the city lord. The city lord of Zillow City would be whoever had the bigger fist, and the Tian Hun Empire was just a tool for issuing certificates. Shrek only cares about whether the new city lord will continue to pay tribute. If he is willing, they don't bother to care. Liu Xinjin became the city lord because he killed his predecessor and was willing to pay tribute to Shrek. If you don't know what's good for you, that day is indeed very warm. Post views, 55. Ch044 Dalu, Huo Yuhao, the master of the Spirit Chapter 044. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. After getting rid of Liu Xinjin, Huo Yuhao did not stop at all and directly jumped to the homes of the other soul saints through his divine power. The residences of these soul saints had long been investigated enthusiastically, and it was their subordinates who took the initiative to report them. One of the soul saints was a bit ungrateful and wanted to attack Huo Yuhao on the spot after hearing what he said. Huo Yuhao was not going to tolerate this, so he sent Amaterasu directly to send him to see Buddha Tang. Of course, whether Buddha would accept him or not was another matter, he was only responsible for sending him there. After dealing with one soul saint, take the remains of this soul saint to the home of the second soul saint. The level 72 control-type soul sage named Kong Yang immediately realized that he was no match for Huo Yuhao after seeing the wreckage. Kneel on the ground and say, "Kong, I have been wandering for half my life, and I only regret that I have never met a wise leader. If you don't abandon me, Kong, I am willing to be your foster father." Huo Yuhao doesn't want to be Dong Zhou, and this guy's martial spirit is not the Fang Tian Huaji. However, seeing that Kong Yang was quite sensible, Huo Yuhao decided to make him the city lord. Huo Yuhao told him in advance that from now on, any aspect of Zillow City must give a green channel to zeal and not allow its development to be hindered. Kong Yang nodded repeatedly. As long as he was not turned into ashes, everything was fine. Huo Yuhao couldn't trust this kind of fence-sitter, so he left a Moon Reading Edition mental imprint on his sea of consciousness. This method of using mental power was taught by Tian Meng. It's a bit like a transcription seal. Once he shows signs of rebellion, Tsukuyomi will automatically trigger, torturing him in the spiritual world for 3 days and 3 nights before erasing his personality. Kong Yang felt the restraint in the sea of spiritual energy, and his whole body trembled. He looked at Huo Yuhao with eyes full of awe and fear. Seeing his obedient look, Huo Yuhao nodded with satisfaction. Now that he had found a qualified candidate, there was nothing more to say to the last soul saint. The last soul saint is called Ma Feng Jun, an agility attack soul saint, level 75. Huo Yuhao didn't waste any words with him. He used a combination of illusion and Tsukuyomi to make him kneel on the ground. He was branded with the same Tsukuyomi mark as Kong Yang, so that he could assist Kong Yang in the future. It was obvious that Ma Fengjun was not a tough guy and he knelt down on the spot. He didn't want to die. As a 60-year-old soul sage, he had plenty of time in the future to become a soul Douluo. The highlight of his life had not yet arrived, so how could he die here? Moreover, for him, anyone can be a support. Anyway, he was ordered around by Liu Xinjin before. It was just a matter of changing the person. In one night, this city very close to Shrek City fell completely into Huo Yuhao's hands. The top management is all our own people, and the enthusiasm at the bottom is constantly infiltrating, so we can develop towards surrounding cities in the future. Anyway, Shrek Academy is high and mighty and has always looked down on the surrounding cities, so why not just give them all to Huo Yuhao? Huo Yuhao would not waste these key cities that could strangle the Star Do Great Forest. After finishing everything, Huo Yuhao teleported directly to the Zachun headquarters, a building over 10 meters high, which was formerly a casino. Gather enthusiastic codders through spiritual imprinting. Then he informed that the main development goal in the future was to establish a school in Zillow City, help children of school age to awaken their martial spirits for free, and adopt orphans wandering around. Huo Yuhao vigorously reformed the economy of Zillow City and did not allow prostitutes, casinos, or addictive drugs to exist in his city. The world was so bad before he came, and it's still like this after he came. So didn't he come here in vain? After finishing the affairs in Zillow City, I took a look at the orphanage that was established with great enthusiasm. I saw the girl named Sui take the initiative to join in the enthusiasm and help the director of the orphanage take care of the orphans. Yuhao was very pleased and let Sui stand on the awakening magic circle and personally used his mental power to fully activate her martial soul. A strange beast from ancient times with a sheep's head, dragon horns, tiger teeth, and human claws, and a yellowish-brown body covered with strange patterns appeared behind Sui. It turned out to be the same type of martial spirit as Suan's dowdy divine bull, the dowdy spirit sheep. Yuhao believed that this girl named Sui would become a core member of the ZZ team in the future and support the team's top combat power. Afterwards, Yuhao asked all the children in the orphanage who were 6 years old or above to come to him, and then awakened their martial spirits one by one. There are only 7 children who have awakened their soul power, and the highest soul power is level 5. Yuhao personally explained to these children their future development directions and what kind of spirit rings they should hunt. Yuhao asked the orphanage to continue raising the children without soul power, and let them try to learn a skill from the craftsman under Zeal, so that even if they did not join Zeal in the future, they would have a way to make a living. It's over, Brother Tianmeng, it's time for us to head to the Xingda Great Forest. Tianmeng Ice Silkworm was bickering with Electrolux at this time. This was his daily routine, but he was often almost about to drop his little pearl because of Electrolux's words. The type who is both bad at it and loves to play. That's great, Yuhao. After you obtain the second ring of your spirit eye, I will take you to the extreme north to obtain the second martial soul and the Ice Emperor's soul ring. In this case, Yuhao, all 3 of your spirit rings are over 100,000 years old. This is unprecedented and will definitely never be repeated. Yuhao smiled and nodded. His current configuration was indeed invincible. A 100,000-year spirit ring was no different from a wholesale one to him. Divine power. This time, Yuhao didn't need to walk there, he could jump directly through Shenwei. The Shenwei pupil technique is really super useful. It is connected to a Shenwei space, which is attached to the other latitudes of Douluo continent. Yuhao used the Shenwei space as a transit station to jump to other locations in Douluo continent. This location must be a place Yuhao has been to or a range covered by his mental power. When Alex saw the Shenwei space, he was amazed. He said that this space was a kind of demi-plane. Moreover, it is the demi-plane that comes with the martial soul, and Yuhao is the master of the demi-plane. In a lush green pond on the outskirts of the Stardo Great Forest, the golden hawksbill turtle was blowing bubbles boredly in the middle of the river. He came, he didn't come. He came, he didn't come. Is it true that they were tricked away by other turtles? This kind of thing won't happen until at least 5 years after my death. The golden hawksbill turtle did not notice that a space vortex appeared by the river pond. Yuhao's figure was slowly spit out by the space. Yuhao's face darkened when he heard what golden hawksbill turtle said. This unlucky soul beast is about to become my soul ring. How unlucky! When Yuhao stood completely beside the river pond, the shadow cat on his shoulder meowed at the golden tortoise shell. Meow! The golden hawksbill turtle immediately turned around, and its triangular pyramid-shaped head showed an ecstatic expression. Woo! You're finally here! I, old turtle, am getting anxious. Before Yuhao could say anything, the Tianmeng ice silkworm in the Sea of Spirit couldn't help it. Etc. Is it this golden hawksbill turtle? This guy has absorbed my life force. I can feel my essence within it. Yuhao, cover him with your spirit. I'm going to talk to this bastard. Yuhao reluctantly used his mental power to cover it, allowing the Tianmeng ice silkworm to communicate with the golden hawksbill turtle. Asshole! Do you still recognize me? The golden hawksbill turtle suddenly felt a strange mental power coming from Yuhao's body. It was a little confused at first but soon recognized it. Ah! It's you, the ice silkworm. You actually ran out. It turns out that the first soul ring was talking about you. Tianmeng I's silkworm continued angrily, you also absorbed my life force before. The golden hawksbill turtle felt a little guilty, so he secretly buried his head in the water and said in a muffled voice, I sucked it secretly, so it didn't cause you much trouble. And I paid the price for it. Just look at my vitality now and you will understand. It was only at this time that Tianmeng I's silkworm discovered that the vitality of the golden hawksbill turtle was almost exhausted. I see, no wonder you wanted to offer sacrifices. The golden hawksbill turtle didn't want to explain any further. Its body was already at its limit, and every second it lived was causing it extreme pain. You should have the ability to preserve the essence of your spirit in the Sea of Spirit. Otherwise the big ice silkworm will not be able to communicate with me. Help me seal the essence of my spirit into his body, and I will sacrifice all my strength to him. As for the rest, I'll explain it to you after I, old turtle, enter the Sea of Spirit to rest for a while. After saying this, the golden hawksbill turtle exuded the terrifying aura of 100,000-year-old soul beast, and its entire body was covered in blood red. Then a blood-red light enveloped Yuhao's entire body, and his spiritual eyes opened automatically. The shadow cat quickly jumped off Yuhao's shoulder and stood guard nearby. Although Tianmeng I's silkworm said it was unwilling, it still used its mental power to guide the spiritual essence of the golden hawksbill turtle into Yuhao's body. Yuhao would not refuse something that was beneficial to him. The sacrifice did not take too long, and Lingmu soon gained a blood-red soul ring with 2 golden patterns on it. It is obvious that the golden hawksbill turtle successfully broke through the level of a 200,000-year-old ferocious beast during the sacrifice process. After the sacrifice was completed, the golden hawksbill turtle's body dissipated, leaving behind a large piece of emerald green metal that exuded the vitality of a world. There is also a dark golden skull floating in the air. Alex felt the life force in Yuhao's body, and his spiritual sense probed out, and then the entire grey ball was shocked. What a huge piece of living gold! Unheard of, unseen. This. Ah, Yuhao, you are truly blessed. Tianmeng I's silkworm asked Alex doubtfully, what is the gold of life? Electrolux said in an old voice, the gold of life. That is a world, the essence of the world. If I were to transform your 1 million years of vitality into living gold, I'd probably only get 1 drop. Such a large piece of gold of life, in my world, would probably make all the strong ones risk their lives to fight for it. Yuhao, after absorbing the soul bone, I will help you make the most of this piece of living gold. At the same time, the golden hawksbill turtle finally entered Yuhao's spiritual sea. Ha ha ha, old turtle, I'm finally free. So your name is Yuhao? Hurry and absorb the skull I gave you. This skull soul skill is related to fate. I'll take a break first. I've been so tired these years. Yuhao can absorb the soul bones in a hurry and put the gold of life into the storage soul guide first. Feel the 2 soul skills bestowed by the golden tortoise shell. Spirit Eye's second soul skill, golden armor, the body gathers together like a golden armor, and a spiritual star burns in the chest. The armor maintains its state and has extremely strong defense. A level 20 soul power can withstand the full force attack of the Soul Emperor. Spirit Eye's second soul skill, Sun Wheel Spear, the golden armor explodes, ignited by spiritual power, and gathers into a giant spear of light. The gun body is inlaid with a miniature sun disk, which is composed of elements ignited by spiritual power. It's extremely powerful, consumes a lot of soul power, and has special attacks against darkness and evil. Post Views, 53. CH045 Douluo I, Yuhao, the Master of the Spirit-Chapter 045. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. After the golden armor exploded and was ignited by spiritual power and transformed into a spear of light, its overall defense power decreased by 100%. At the same time, its overall attack power increased by 500%. The Spear of Light can exist as a weapon for a long time. You can also use mental force to guide the compression and bring it into a critical state, so you can throw it for long-range attacks. As the Spear of Light flies, it will continuously absorb the vital energy of heaven and earth and the elements to expand itself until it becomes a torrent that penetrates the enemy. Feel the soul skill information transmitted by the blood-red soul ring. Huo Yuhao couldn't hold back his smile. Golden armor plus the sun wheel spear, isn't this Karna? And the final big move, isn't that the localized version of sun wheel, submit to death from Douluo continent? Only attacks but no defense, the damage is unknown. If you say it's unreasonable, soul skills can indeed be linked to the golden tortoise shell. But if you say it is reasonable, these two soul skills almost perfectly match the treasure that Huo Yuhao remembered from his previous life. Huo Yuhao had always had a hypothesis about soul skills. He had read the book The Complete Collection of Soul Beast Soul Skills repeatedly and discovered that soul skills were determined by three parts: Soul Beast, Martial Soul, and Human Will. The Soul Beast part is greater than the Martial Soul part, which is greater than the Human Will part. The books do clearly record cases where human will distorts the effects of soul skills, but no matter how the soul skills are distorted, the effects of the soul skills can never be separated from the characteristics of the soul beast and the martial soul itself. It must be an extension of the combination of the soul beast's innate ability and the soul master's martial soul. Huo Yuhao roughly felt the level of soul power in his body, because the sacrifice of the golden hawksbill turtle had reached level 25. Theoretically, the sacrifice of the golden hawksbill turtle should allow him to reach level 30 directly. However, in order to preserve the consciousness of the golden hawksbill turtle, most of its spiritual essence was sealed in Huo Yuhao's sea of consciousness. Tianmeng I Silkworm hopes that these origins can help Huo Yuhao overcome the most difficult process from level 95 to level 99 or even break through level 100. But overall, Huo Yuhao was very satisfied with his second soul skill. This soul skill is currently his first percentage soul skill, and it perfectly makes up for his shortcomings in long-range attack. Just by thinking about his skill pool, Huo Yuhao can find a lot of disgusting ways to play. The combination of the Sun Wheel Spear and the guaranteed hit of the Tenrika Hayashi can directly transform you into a nuclear bomb sword fairy and perform a terrifying arrow-pulling man. When the enemy finally engaged in close combat with Huo Yuhao, he had to dodge the slashing of the Kenmen sword while struggling to break the defense of the golden armor. It turned out that Huo Yuhao was covered with a layer of divine power underneath his golden armor. I guess the enemy started laughing while fighting. Huo Yuhao's current evaluation of himself is that he is full of mechanical beauty. The value has not yet risen due to the soul power level. But it can be compensated by the origin of Tianmeng and Golden Hawksbill Turtle in a short time. After receiving the soul skill information, the Shadow Cat controlled the surrounding airflow and slowly brought the golden tortoise shell skull to Huo Yuhao. Mao Mao is just 100-year-old soul beast and doesn't know what soul bones are, but it knows that this dark golden bone is very precious. Precious things must be given to their owners first and cannot be taken away by other bad things. Huo Yuhao was stunned for a moment, then smiled and touched the shadow cat that was squatting next to him and looking at him. You are indeed a great cat. It was not in vain that I raised you all this time. The location chosen by the golden hawksbill turtle was very remote. It was surrounded by 10-year soul beasts only, and not a single 100-year soul beast could be seen. Ever since this old turtle was frightened by Ditian at the Lake of Life, he has been very timid. He fled all the way to the most remote place in the outer circle and didn't even dare to go inside the outer circle. It was afraid that Ditian would discover its scent and then remove its shell to use as a urinal. Therefore, Huo Yuhao was still very confident in carrying out the soul bone fusion here. The shadow cat began to guard the surroundings as usual and drive away all soul beasts. Once it encounters a strong enemy, it will immediately wake up Huo Yuhao and interrupt the fusion process. Huo Yuhao sat cross-legged on the ground, looking at the dark golden skull in front of him and took a deep breath. According to the original novel, Huo Yuhao's performance when absorbing the trunk bone of a 400,000-year-old ice blue emperor scorpion. The soul bone fusion process of this ferocious beast is extremely painful, especially the skull. After preparing himself mentally, Huo Yuhao placed the dark golden skull on his forehead. In an instant, both of them burst out with a golden light. The 200,000 golden tortoise shell skulls slowly turned into a ball of liquid and merged into Huo Yuhao's body. The liquid gently replaced Huo Yuhao's skull bit by bit. There was no pain at all during the whole process, but instead the brain felt a sense of emptiness. It's like a tired office worker who goes home at night to drink a glass of warm milk, do 20 minutes of stretching exercises, and then goes to bed and sleeps soundly until he wakes up naturally the next day. Perhaps it was because Huo Yuhao and this soul bone were so compatible. About half an hour later, the soul bone was completely integrated into Huo Yuhao's body. The soul skills recorded in the soul bone also appeared in Huo Yuhao's brain. Just like what Golden Hawksbill Turtle said, it is a soul skill related to destiny. And there are two of them. Skull's first soul skill, Epitaph, fate keeps secrets, the world conceals the future. After activating the epitaph, you can see what will happen in the next 10 seconds through the fate line. It also blocks the observed fate, making it impossible for others to observe. The user can change the observed fate. Low soul power consumption. The skull's second soul skill is misfortune, fate is ruthless, but it has likes and dislikes. Put the enemy in doom. If the target's soul power level is higher than the user's, the duration of doom will be shortened, but it will never be less than 3 seconds. Huo Yuhao slowly opened his eyes, and his eyes, which seemed to contain the starry sky, were covered with a layer of rose gold light. Shadow Cat knew everything that would happen to him in the next 10 seconds. If Huo Yuhao did not intervene, Shadow Cat would follow this destiny. As expected of fate, it's so strange and unpredictable. Only by experiencing the torrent of fate personally can one understand that this power is by no means something that the brain can calculate. That is the rule, the underlying logic. If King Tang really wants to plan his destiny, then he should just wait for fate's revenge. Huo Yuhao patted his body, shook off the fallen leaves, and prepared to leave the Stardo Great Forest. Gold of Life, he planned to ask Yi Lao to help him integrate it after returning to the Passionate headquarters. The fusion of such a large piece of gold of life may make Tian feel it. He was very sensitive to the breath of the gold of life. After all, he had been in the lake of life for hundreds of thousands of years. Divine power. Huo Yuhao's body began to twist, and then he was sucked into a space vortex and disappeared in the forest. At the same time, in the core area of the Stardo Great Forest, a 3-meter-long, 8-foot-tall, 3-eyed beast with golden hair and 4 dragon-like claws suddenly opened its golden eyes. A man in a black robe with long black hair and 2 strands of signature golden hair on his forehead came over to it, looked at it gently and said, "Little guy, what's wrong?" The 3-eyed golden lion held its head in confusion and lay on the ground, uttering a clear female voice, "How strange! What is destiny drawing me to seek? It's so uncomfortable." A hazy human figure suddenly appeared in the mind of the 3-eyed golden lion. Huo Yuhao had just come out of the divine power space and his feet had not yet touched the ground. He once again felt the voice that seemed to be the consciousness of the plane telling him to go to the door of dreams. Post Views, 53. Ch046 Douluo, I, Huo Yuhao, the Master of the Spirit Chapter 046. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Come to the sea, son. The voice was still as gentle as ever, and could embrace everything like water. Huo Yuhao felt like he was playing Delta's secret aircraft to block the bridge and then playing a few tiles. I feel like I have a mother again. It feels like a breeze blowing through my heart. Then he sat in the secret basement of the Passionate headquarters, and after covering the surrounding walls with a layer of spiritual power, he took out the large piece of living gold from the storage soul guide. He slowly closed his eyes and dived into the sea of spirituality. The spiritual sea is very lively at this moment. The blonde little boy who was Tianmen's incarnation rode on the shell of the golden hawksbill turtle and kept hammering the golden hawksbill turtle's head. "You damn turtle, I'll let you suck my life force." The golden hawksbill turtle had no choice but to endure Tianmen's beating. After all, Tianmen's attacks did not cause any harm at all. "I was wrong. From now on, I'll call you brother, okay? Brother Tianmeng." The golden hawksbill turtle had no intention of resisting at all. After all, it had secretly absorbed some of Tianmen's vitality in the past. Since it was in the wrong, it would be okay for him to hit it a few times. What's more, the spiritual essence of the golden hawksbill turtle was able to be preserved and reside in Yuhao's spiritual sea thanks to the active guidance of the Tianmeng ice silkworm. Otherwise, based on its understanding of the origin of the spirit, it is estimated that at the moment of sacrifice, its consciousness would have completely fallen asleep in the soul ring. We can only wait until Yuhao becomes a god in the future to awaken it. The golden hawksbill turtle is a proud soul beast of fortune, but that doesn't mean it will act arrogantly in front of its savior. Also, I remember that you broke through 200,000 years when you sacrificed yourself, didn't you? Ferocious beasts can transform into human form. Isn't that instinct? Why don't you transform? The golden hawksbill turtle got excited at this time. It moved its body and almost shook Tianmeng off its shell. "What else do I want to ask you? Why do you want to transform into a human form? Isn't the beast form good enough? Brother Tianmeng, have you lost your soul beast confidence?" A cross suddenly appeared on Tianmen's face. This damn turtle actually bit him back. Just as he was about to continue hitting the golden hawksbill turtle's head, he suddenly felt Yuhao's consciousness entering the sea of spirituality. Tianmeng hurriedly got down from the turtle shell and knocked the golden hawksbill turtle's head one last time. The golden hawksbill turtle's expression changed quickly, and he looked at Yuhao with an aggrieved expression. Tianmeng's face turned red immediately, and he almost couldn't breathe. "Aren't you a destiny soul beast? Where has the arrogance of the golden hawksbill turtle clan gone? Good boy, do you actually have a face-changing soul skill in your origin?" Yuhao smiled and comforted the two tenants, asking them not to fight. "Humph, I don't want to bother with a turtle. Yuhao, what brings you to the spiritual sea at this time?" Hearing Tianmeng Ice Silkworm's question, Yuhao straightened his expression and said to Tianmeng, "Golden Hawksbill, and Alex. Do you remember the voice I told you about?" Tianmeng Ice Silkworm immediately said, "Of course I remember. You said that a voice kept guiding you to my side. And I also vaguely felt a sense of guidance." Golden Hawksbill Turtle nodded at the two of them and said, "Me too. There's always a voice telling me to sacrifice to Yuhao." Tianmeng Ice Silkworm seemed to have thought of something, and looked at Yuhao seriously and said, "Could it be that the voice that seems to be the consciousness of the plane is calling you again?" Yuhao nodded, then looked at Alex and said, "Yes, after I broke through level 20, that voice told me to go to the Dream Gate. Mr. Yi, what do you think?" Alex was silent for a moment, and his old yet powerful voice echoed in the sea of spirituality. "My advice is, go. Xiao Yuhao's spiritual sea is too magical. Under the stimulation of that extremely high-quality spiritual power, I have recovered a lot of memories. Plane consciousness? I don't know if this existed in the world I used to live in. Probably not. But since it can be called a plane, it must represent a world. All living things in the world should be considered his children. But now you're asking your own child for something. Something must have happened. It's even a matter of great importance to the safety of the plane. And as the Dream Realm Authority is one of Yuhao's 3 great authorities, I definitely need to go through the Dream Realm Gate. Big Bug, Little Turtle, and Yuhao, I know what you're worried about. It's nothing more than a trap. Ha ha ha. What are you afraid of? If you want to become strong, don't be afraid of the unknown. Challenging the unknown is always the right way to become stronger. Besides, am I not still here? With the gold of life in hand, I can finally use some of my old tricks. If anything really happens, I will get you out even if it costs me this remaining soul. Hearing Alex's old and powerful voice, everyone in the Sea of Spirits fell silent. Tian Mengai's silkworm finally understood why even with 1,000,000 years of cultivation, he could not defeat an ordinary 100,000-year soul beast. He doesn't dare to fight. If we ignore the loss of his spiritual essence and the damage to his body, the amount of his spiritual power is enough to tear the Red King apart alive. This is not nonsense. In the original novel, when Yuhao was in the far north, the spiritual power of the Tian Mengai silkworm could cover 3,000 kilometers, and it could distort the celestial phenomena with just its spiritual power. If the Silver Dragon King does not appear, the Tian Mengai silkworm will be the highest authority on spiritual power in the Douluo continent. Tian Meng was silent for a moment and looked at Yuhao. Although he didn't say anything, Yuhao understood that he also felt that he should go. Golden Hawksbill didn't have so many concerns. He raised his head slightly and said, "Yuhao, without you, I, an old turtle, won't live many more years anyway, so do whatever you want. I, old turtle, support you. After all, you are the one chosen by fate." Yuhao laughed. Since they had no objection, he decided to go to the Dream Gate. He believed that Yi Lao could protect him well, and he also didn't believe that Tang San could make the Douluo continent have the surname Tang at this time. The God realm is still there. And the God of Destruction is still alive. Even if his brain is not working well, he knows how to make things difficult for Tang San. He had tried his best to avoid all the dog chains, and he also had the 3 great powers on him. How could Tang San possibly lock onto his position? Back to reality, Yuhao followed Alex's instructions and stuck the gold of life on his forehead. The gold of life bloomed with emerald light, and powerful vitality surged out of the enthusiastic headquarters, causing the plants in the entire Zillow city to grow wildly, and the residents felt a sense of ease they had never felt before. Fortunately, the enthusiastic members and the city lord's mansion jointly blocked the relevant information in time, and nothing went wrong. The large piece of gold of life turned into a blue-green liquid and entered Yuhao's head. A cyan gold eye appeared on his forehead, and this time, Alex did not transfer himself to the eye of life. For him, Yuhao's unique mental power can sustain his existence better than his vitality. Tian Mengai's silkworm and golden hawksbill turtle were stunned in the Sea of Spirit. The spiritual sea, which was originally as beautiful as the starry sky, now has a new emerald green star. On each side of Lingmu, they began to perform binary star movement. The Sea of Spirituality has expanded countless times. Tian Mengai's silkworm exclaimed in surprise, "Spiritual power is tangible but intangible." Yes, spiritual power is tangible but intangible, or it can be said to be the spiritual realm. Yuhao, Level 25, Ling Yuan Realm Mental Power. Post Views, 53. CH047 Douluo, I, Yuhao, the Master of the Spirit Chapter 047. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. In the era of Peerless Tang Sect, the spiritual power of Ling Yuan realm was undoubtedly comparable to that of titled Douluo or even Super Douluo. It is questionable whether the 3 ultimate Douluo of this period have reached the spirit realm. After all, in the original work they did not show the spiritual realm and thinking concretization unique to the spiritual realm. However, the legend of the Dragon King clearly states that the spirit realm is a necessary condition to become an ultimate Douluo. Yuhao could only attribute this to the soul. The number and age of souls are all linked to the level of spiritual power. At that time, there were no wild 100,000-year-old soul beasts to be found on Douluo continent, and promotion was only possible through souls. The mental power required to advance by absorbing spirit rings is far less than that required to advance by absorbing souls. All we can say is that human beings' desire to become stronger can indeed inspire humans to explore the unknown. It is estimated that after the disappearance of the god realm, the soul beasts on the continent declined. Some geniuses were unwilling to stop at Super Douluo, and developed a mature system of spiritual power training from generation to generation. And in one fell swoop, he deduced the spiritual realm and even the divine realm. Currently, the only person around Yuhao who has reached this level of spiritual power is Alex. Yuhao opened his eyes, the turquoise eyes on his forehead emitted a green light, and the vitality in his body surged continuously. What is certain is that if Yuhao's arm were cut off at this moment, it would be able to regenerate on its own even without the reversal technique. Moreover, the pure vitality of the gold of life can be transformed into the power of destruction through the reversal technique. If Yuhao can fuse destruction with life, he can create the power of creation. But it's very difficult. The god of destruction and the goddess of life have never had any offspring. And the only time he integrated the power of creation was when he resisted the turbulence of time and space. I will send it after I use it. The throne was given to his son and daughter-in-law by the god King Tang, so he was considered completely dead. No one knows whether the destruction and life that have lost their divine position can ever be restored. In addition, Yuhao checked his panel and found that his mental power had reached 5,500 points and was still rising. In the world of spiritual perception, Yuhao clearly saw the colors of the elements: water, fire, earth, wind, light, darkness, space. Except for the color of the space element, which was a bit blurry, the rest of the elements were clearly visible, and he no longer had to play hide and seek with Yuhao. Spiritually empowered soul skills can also be effective against these elements. After checking his equipment, Yuhao sent the shadow cat out of the secret room. He definitely couldn't let it follow him on the rest of the journey. The cat didn't make a fuss, but squatted outside the secret room door, alert to any suspicious movements. His eyes were determined and he seemed to want to join the party. In the secret room, Yuhao summoned the Kenmen knife from his right hand. The pure white handle with colorful waves slowly emerged from the back of his right hand, until the blade reflecting all kinds of bizarre scenes completely appeared in front of him. Yuhao gripped the hilt tightly, feeling the closeness and joy coming from the Kenmen sword. The surrounding elements were constantly being erased, and even the space was making a harsh hissing sound. Several residents of the Sea of Spirit looked at the outside world nervously through Yuhao's mental power. Watching Yuhao slowly swinging his sword, the space was cut open and a colorful door appeared before his eyes. Behind the door was a colorful, indescribable, and strange scene. Yuhao grasped the knife, telekinesis covered his body, divine power was ready, and the golden armor was put on his body. Then he officially stepped into the place where no one had ever set foot. Accompanied by a strong light, Yuhao completely entered the dream. The scene before him made his eyes widen. Not only him, but even the knowledgeable Alex fell silent, staring at those strange things intently. Three-legged ducks, moving headless puppets, infinitely looping staircases, and monsters with eyes that look like Old Testament angels. In the distance, a black dragon is fighting with a stuffed bear. Yuhao even saw a ghost slowly passing by him. From time to time, he would turn his head 180 degrees to look at Yuhao. Then he disappeared into a white mirror. Wow, I've lived for 1,000,000 years, and I never thought there was such a place in Douluo continent. Tianmeng Ice Silkworm was completely shocked by the scene before him. Yuhao! I can sense the immense spiritual power here. 10 of me, no. 1,000 of me plus 1 piece wouldn't be that much. Also, these spiritual powers are so strange and complex, they are completely unusable. They seem to come from countless different lives. Electrolux smiled and said in a strong, old voice, Big Bug, you really think highly of yourself. 1,000. It's just an appearance. According to my divine sense, this place should be connected to all life in this plane. Every living being is unconsciously releasing spiritual energy here. Complex and chaotic, these spiritual forces constitute all the creations before us. Xiao Yuhao, don't think about absorbing this spiritual power, you will lose yourself. Huo Yuhao smiled awkwardly and said, how dare I? Tianmeng I's silkworm got excited at this point and asked, the spiritual power of all life. Is there any iced one? I want to see it. Huo Yuhao was so upset. He had such a love-brained girl next to him, and it was his own soul ring. He felt so unlucky. Sometimes, Huo Yuhao really wanted to show Sister Yu's photo to Tianmeng to save his brain that was poisoned by love. Love is like ice in this world. Once you get caught in it, you're hooked for life. If you want to save him, you might have to try electric shock therapy. Fortunately, Old Yi is worthy of being Old Yi. He is experienced and cunning, and his speed of action is faster than Huo Yuhao. The grey airflow slapped Tianmeng I's silkworm several times. I've lived for 1,000,000 years, but I'm still trapped by love. Is your worm brain all yellow waste? Golden Hawksbill Turtle nodded and agreed, I think so too. Brother Tianmeng, you have lost the confidence of a soul beast. Not only have you transformed into a human form, but your big head is also controlled by your small head. Shame on you. No, lose the beast. Electrolux then made another move, Big Bug, I saw the silkworm slough you left for Yuhao. Hiss, you're really not a female. According to my original world, you should be female. Tianmeng I's silkworm's face flushed red as if its tail had been stepped on. A man's blush can sometimes speak louder than words. Grey ball. Don't slander me. Brother is a man, there is no doubt about it. Huo Yuhao ignored the noise in the sea of spirituality and followed the guidance of the Kenmen sword. Since arriving here, Kenmen knife has been constantly transmitting information to Huo Yuhao. People, this is my home. I know where the sea is. I'll take you there. In the end, the most reliable thing on me turned out to be a knife. Of course, this was just a joke. Huo Yuhao could feel that Alex's spiritual sense was helping him to be alert. Although Tianmeng was making a lot of noise in the sea of consciousness, he still used all his mental strength to guard against anything that moved. Even the golden tortoise shell was ready to activate the tortoise shell on Huo Yuhao's left hand at any time. The world in dreams has no concept of space, or even time. A road may look far, but it may only take a few steps to complete. A short flight of stairs may take Huo Yuhao almost an hour to climb. This made him wonder if someone's martial spirit ability could be to control stairs. What's even more bizarre is that there may be 3 Huo Yuhaos on the same road at the same time, but the 3 Huo Yuhaos cannot communicate with each other, as if they are separated by a whole world. Electrolux didn't know how to explain this. Here, he felt like a rookie. He originally thought that his knowledge was enough to deal with the world's problems. But after only staying with Huo Yuhao for a month, all the unreasonable things he did gave him a severe warning. Let him realize that he still needs to practice. The group walked for an unknown amount of time. Was it a day or a month? No one knew. Time didn't apply here. Chaos and absurdity are the eternal themes here. Fortunately, after Huo Yuhao kicked a chicken with black feet and wearing overalls away, he finally saw an ocean. It was a pure white ocean, with waves and splashes from time to time. The waves contain all the colors that can appear in the universe. They are magnificent but also dizzying. Fortunately, the spiritual power of Ling Yuan realm is enough to resist that kind of dizziness. Yuhao, use my spiritual sense to look carefully. Electrolux made a very serious voice in the sea of spirituality. With the help of Yi Lao's spiritual sense, Huo Yuhao finally saw the essence of those waves. Every splashing drop of waves is the memory of a living being. That sea is the sum of memories. Post views, 55. CH048 Douluo I, Huo Yuhao, the Master of the Spirit-Chapter 048. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. The pure white ocean is so magnificent, and every wave carries countless memories. Yuhao couldn't describe what words he should use to describe that pure white. All the knowledge accumulated in past and present lives cannot be used to describe this strange thing, even to the point of not being able to find a single accurate adjective. Alex's spiritual sense allowed Yuhao to see a lot. If it weren't for the several residents of the Sea of Spirit who took the initiative to help share the burden, the huge amount of information would be enough to make Yuhao stiff. Colorful white. Finally, it was Tianmeng Ice Silkworm who spoke, and he used a more appropriate word to describe the scene before him. The color of this sea is colorful white. Yuhao closed his eyes and let his spiritual eyes actively block out some external information, otherwise just looking at the sea would exhaust Yuhao's mental strength. The essence of the spirit eye's martial soul is the combination of eyes and a brain. After evolving into a kaleidoscope, it naturally has the ability to actively block information. When he opened his eyes again, Yuhao only saw the pure white sea, and no longer received the mixed memories in the waves. Now we've found the sea, but where is the owner of that voice? The golden hawksbill turtle raised questions in the sea of spirituality. It raised its head and looked at the outside world through its spiritual power. It was obviously very afraid of this pure white sea. Don't expect me, the old turtle, to carry you across. Go find another turtle. I dare not touch this sea. Tianmeng rolled his eyes at golden hawksbill turtle and said. You stupid tortoise! I told you you're stupid, but you still refuse to admit it. Let's not talk about whether you can go out now. Even if you can get out, do you think you can fight against that boundless memory with your 200,000 years of cultivation? Even with 1,000,000 years of spiritual cultivation, I wouldn't dare say this. I can feel that as soon as we step into the sea, we will be drowned and assimilated by the memories. Alex continued to scan the sea in front of him with his spiritual sense. He is the only one who can investigate the specific situation here. The spiritual power of the Shenyuan realm is undoubtedly the top in today's Douluo continent, except for the Silver Dragon King of course. That guy is at the first level of Divine Yuan realm, almost the level of a first-level god. After all, it is the other half of the Dragon God, representing his creative divinity and the Dragon God's amazing wisdom. Don't worry about whether it's wise or not, just ask whether it's shocking. Alex sighed, retracted his consciousness, and said to Yuhao and the others. Yuhao, my spiritual sense can only explore the surface and cannot go deeper. If you were to fall into that ocean, even my divine sense wouldn't be able to protect your mind. Yuhao, it's up to you to decide what to do next. Just when the situation reached a stalemate, Ken Mendeo really couldn't bear it anymore. It felt like these people seemed to completely ignore its existence. It was obviously the first one to accompany Yuhao. Man, let me come. This sea is where I was born. After the message was delivered, Yuhao took the initiative to let go of his hand. And the Kenmen sword immediately turned into a colorful stream of light and rushed towards the pure white sea. When it was about 3 feet away from the sea, the Kenmen sword stopped on its own and hovered above the sea. Yuhao and several pendants in the Sea of Spirit all watched the performance of Kenmen sword with their eyes wide open. The tip of the Kenmen sword first burst into an extreme white light. At one point it even overshadowed the color of the sea. The white hilt unfolded and transformed into a colorful ribbon swaying in the air. The bizarre scenes on the blade disappeared, and the entire blade turned pure white. Then the tip of the knife pressed down gently and slowly touched the ocean that Yuhao and others were trying to avoid. Almost instantly, some kind of chemical reaction seemed to occur between the sea surface and the tip of the knife. The pure white sea solidified from the tip of the knife forward to form a white glass-like road. Alex took the initiative to use his spiritual sense to detect the road. After checking, the entire grey ball was amazed. Yuhao, the memories on that glazed road seem to be frozen. The once active memory lost its activity and solidified into a path. No memories will actively invade your spiritual sea along the way. At least in my spiritual perception, this is a safe path. After learning of Electrolux's detection results, Huo Yuhao grinned and said, "Since Master Yi said it's safe, then let's go." After saying that, Huo Yuhao jumped down directly and summoned the golden hawksbill turtle's original tortoise shell from his left hand in mid-air. Then hold on to it tightly, step on it the moment you land, and use it as a skateboard. Ever since he got this tortoise shell, he felt it would be a shame not to use such a smooth tortoise shell as a skateboard. Sliding forward at an extremely fast speed on the glass-like road, using telekinesis to accelerate from time to time. Huo Yuhao still felt it was not fast enough, so he took out 2 small silver-white balls from the storage soul guide. These 2 small balls are Huo Yuhao's alchemical creations, with wind and fire inscriptions as the main structure and acceleration inscriptions as the core composition. During the time in Zillow City, Huo Yuhao did not neglect his research on alchemy. He had successfully deciphered the symbols of 58 inscriptions and a large number of inscription configurations. And the inscriptions are divided into 3 categories: basic inscriptions, functional inscriptions, and auxiliary inscriptions. The inscription configurations are divided into cis, trans, spiral, loop, cycle, interlaced, etc. Unfortunately, there was no gold of life at that time, and relying only on his own high-quality mental power, Alex could not fully recover his memory. "My knowledge system is still a bit incomplete and cannot help me study this inscription system." No matter what, he had to get Alex and Tianmeng's silkworm to help him study alchemy. 2 small balls floated on both sides of the tortoise shell, blue runes shone, and the speed of the tortoise shell began to increase rapidly. Even a Soul Saint level agility attack Soul Master is only worthy of being eaten by Huo Yuhao's tail gas. Alex and Tianmeng Binkan were also surprised when they saw it. They had heard of Huo Yuhao's alchemy system a long time ago. In the future, I also plan to explore this new path with Huo Yuhao. After Kenmen Dao stabilized the road, it took the initiative to fly to Huo Yuhao's side and move forward with him, pointing out the direction of the road. "Quack, no way. This isn't how I use my turtle's original tortoise shell." The golden hawksbill turtle raised its head to look at the sky in the Sea of Spirit, revealing a mask of pain. Tianmeng gloated beside him and said, "Yes. Absolutely. Yuhao, well done. That's exactly what I want to see." Kenmen Dao and Huo Yuhao are now in a state of spiritual connection, and it can also feel the noise in the sea of spirituality. Looking at Huo Yuhao's frown, it proactively released a little breath towards the 2 unknown pendants in the sea of spirituality. The 2 pendants stood at attention immediately, just like students who were playing with their mobile phones and suddenly felt the gaze of their class teacher from behind. Golden Hawksbill Turtle and Tianmeng's Silkworm were immediately sweating profusely. "Sister Dao, I was wrong, Yuhao did the right thing. This is how to use tortoise shell. This is the most authoritative way to use it." Feeling that the sea of spirituality had calmed down again, Huo Yuhao smiled and turned out a little entropy in his hand to feed it to Kenmen knife. Watching it affectionately wrapping a colorful ribbon around Huo Yuhao's wrist, it looked a bit like it was acting coquettishly. Huo Yuhao looked into the distance again on the tortoise shell. The road still had no end, but there was no land in sight behind him. After an unknown amount of time, Huo Yuhao began to feel that he was about to suffer from snow blindness. Apart from white, no other colors can be distinguished. Fortunately, at some point in time, a hint of red appeared ahead on the road. A touch of red suddenly appeared in the white sky and earth, which greatly cheered up Huo Yuhao and all the residents in the Sea of Spirit. Huo Yuhao increased the output of telekinesis, allowing the tortoise shell to continue accelerating, trying to reach the red color as quickly as possible. After seeing the true face of the red color, Huo Yuhao was a little confused. The good news is that the voice was indeed not Tang Fozu disguising himself as a woman and changing his voice to deceive Huo Yuhao. No need to worry about being abducted to the Haoshan sect campus for beatings. The bad news is that it was a little girl in red. Huo Yuhao used telekinesis to break suddenly, put the tortoise shell back into his left hand, and looked at the little girl. Dark eyes, delicate face, petite body, red dress. And that all-embracing gentle expression, with eyes as soft as if looking at one's own child. Huo Yuhao felt a warmth in his heart, and an indescribable emotion arose in his heart. This kind of emotion is easy to understand for those who play tiles. However, Huo Yuhao still complained in his heart, did this plain consciousness go to the wrong set? Shouldn't the little girl in red go to the Ultraman studio next door? Why are you here in Douluo continent? Post views, 52. Ch049 Douluo I, Huo Yuhao, the master of the Spirit Chapter 049. Mom. Unfortunately, in the end, Huo Yuhao failed to successfully suppress the sense of closeness that surged from his heart. I couldn't help but become Was Jr. The little girl in red stood in the middle of the glazed road, the most vivid color in the world. Her delicate little face showed a puzzled expression when she heard Huo Yuhao's words. The Tianmeng ice silkworm and the golden hawksbill turtle in the Sea of Spirit also hurriedly covered their mouths. Because just now they both couldn't help but shout out loud, becoming filial sons of the ball. In fact, no matter who he is, as long as he is born on Douluo Star, when he sees the girl in front of him, he will involuntarily call her mother. This is an impulse from the soul, and it is life's pursuit and love of its origin. Alex didn't feel anything about this. He just felt that the little girl in front of him was sacred. This is mainly because Electrolux is considered a harmless alien species. Of course, in addition to this there is also a harmful invasive alien species. The little girl in red looked at Huo Yuhao tenderly with eyes as black as obsidian. It was a gaze from a whole world, and Huo Yuhao felt that all his secrets had nowhere to hide. Or perhaps he instinctively did not defend himself against her, just as a child would not maliciously deceive his mother. That gaze was extremely penetrating, directly seeing through Huo Yuhao's spiritual sea, but it was not sharp, instead making his spiritual sea feel particularly comfortable. His gaze lingered on the Tianmeng ice silkworm and the golden hawksbill turtle in turn. Tianmeng, the disappointing ice silkworm, left a small pearl on the spot. The golden hawksbill turtle was trembling all over and motionless. It instinctively wanted to retract its head, but its brain stopped it. The brain and even the luck itself were forcibly holding down the body of the golden tortoise, allowing it to bathe in the gaze of the planet's will. Soon, the little girl's gaze shifted to Electrolux. This time his gaze was not so gentle, his sharp eyes carefully scanning every part of the grey ball. After all, Alex is in a remnant soul state, and it is still very stressful for him to face the will of a planet. The airflow around the grey ball instinctively covered its body, and the two balls remained in a stalemate. But soon, the little girl in red smiled and stopped examining Electrolux. Ever since that harmful alien invasive species taught her a hard lesson 10,000 years ago. She has always been wary of these outsiders and will not let anyone in casually again. Of course, if they are foreign refugees who will not endanger the plane itself, she is willing to accept them after assessing their safety. So after making sure that Alex would not pose any threat to Huo Yuhao and this plane itself, she chose to accept him. The little girl took a step forward, stretched out her hand, and then used her toes to try to touch the top of Huo Yuhao's head. Then he found out that he was not tall enough, and a look of regret appeared on his delicate little face. Huo Yuhao looked at her gently, squatted down, and put her hand on his head. A happy smile was clearly visible on the face of the lowly planet Will, and she ruffled Huo Yuhao's black hair. Good boy. The extremely ethereal and gentle voice made Huo Yuhao feel extremely happy. But at this moment, because the ball and the person were very close, Huo Yuhao clearly saw that the skirt, which should have been flawless, was covered with dense black spots. Black spots spread upward from the hem of the skirt, and an ominous and blasphemous aura flowed out from it. Huo Yuhao couldn't help but feel a nameless anger rising in his heart. Not only Huo Yuhao, but also Tianmeng ice silkworm and golden hawksbill turtle saw the black spots on the planet's will through their mental power. They were both extremely angry. It was like a child who saw his mother being bullied and couldn't wait to tear that person apart. Insult. Rape. Even an outsider like Alex couldn't help it. His spiritual sense could clearly feel that those ominous black spots were eroding the will of the planet. Someone or some existence is taking over a world bit by bit. Quack. Who hurt my mother? I'm going to use my mental strength to kill him. Tianmeng Binkan pulled his hair, unable to bear to see that scene. Their Ice Silkworm clan is like America's Black Brothers, who cannot see their parents from the moment they are born. This was the first time that Tianmeng Ice Silkworm truly felt the caring gaze of his mother. At this moment, he finally understood why he was so obsessed with Bingdi. It's because he lacks love and longs for care. He had been hunted by Bingdi for many years. Just as Yuhao had explained the Stockholm Syndrome and the suspension bridge effect, he mistook Bingdi's strength for love. Now that he truly felt the love that was like that of a mother, he realized how wrong he was. Seeing that mother-like figure being hurt, Tianmeng Binkan was extremely angry. Brother Tianmeng, calm down and see what Yuhao has to say. Golden Hawksbill Turtle hurriedly used his body to press down Tianmeng Ice Silkworm to prevent him from getting sick at this time. At this moment in the outside world, Huo Yuhao looked at the black spot on the planet's will with a heavy gaze. He asked seriously, "Who is it? Where are you now?" In fact, Huo Yuhao knew in his heart who was treating the plain consciousness of Douluo star like this. Apart from Tang Fozu, there is no one else capable of doing such a thing. The little girl in red gently stroked Huo Yuhao's cheek and said softly, "Not yet. It's still too dangerous." Huo Yuhao looked into her watery eyes and said seriously, "I'm not stupid, of course I won't go now. At least let me know where the enemy is." After hesitating for a moment, the little girl gently moved closer, and the foreheads of the man and the ball touched slightly. The entire Douluo planet flashed through Huo Yuhao's mind in an instant, until two locations slowly emerged in his mind. One is the Sea God Island of Shrek Academy, where an ancient golden tree stands. One is also in the Tian Hun Empire, not far from Tiandu City. In the core of a mountain range surrounded by clouds, there is an ancient castle, Haoshan Castle or Haoshan Sect. These places did not surprise Huo Yuhao. After all, King Tang's main means are deployed in these two places. No, we should add a Kunwenking Valley. Damn, Tang San was no doubt from Douluo continent who ascended to the god realm. Forget repaying Douluo Xing, why did he use all his dirty tricks on Douluo Xing? In particular, he has an extremely difficult long-term plan. This is really the first lesson after getting ashore. Forget your roots. Huo Yuhao continued questioning her, saying, "Several people are currently corroding you." The little girl twisted her fingers and said, "There is one now, and another one is being prepared. They want to obtain the source of life first." Huo Yuhao nodded, roughly understanding the current situation on Douluo Star. The golden ancient tree should be used by Tang San to gradually open up the treasury of the source of life on Douluo Star. The former Blue-Silver Emperor Yin probably wouldn't dare to seize the life core openly. The existence of the god of destruction prevents Tang San from being able to cover the sky with one hand in the god realm. Tang Hao should be in the preparation stage, waiting for Tang San's instructions. Afterwards, Huo Yuhao hesitated, not knowing whether he should ask her a question that was in his heart. He didn't understand why the planet's will was so good to him. Obviously, I should be an outsider like Electrolux. The little girl in red seemed to see through Huo Yuhao's doubts. She cupped Huo Yuhao's cheek with her small hands and whispered, "Because it is you who gave me form and consciousness. The Lord of the Spirit is, was, and will be." Post Views, 54. Ch050 Douluo I, Huo Yuhao, the Master of the Spirit Chapter 050. What's the meaning? One certificate, one permanent certificate. Huo Yuhao couldn't quite understand this sentence. If the Spirit Lord was always there, then what was his situation? What's up? Are you asking me to cosplay as Yeji? That's fine, just don't crucify him and make jokes about hell next time." The little girl in red shook her head and did not explain anything further. She just looked at Yuhao gently. Looking at her puzzled look, Yuhao blushed a little. "Riddler, get out of Douluo continent." But seeing her innocent look, he could only hold it back. "After all, it is the will of our own planet." After adjusting his mood slightly, Yuhao stood up and looked around. The world was still a pure white world. Time is not defined here and space loses its meaning here. He didn't even know how he was maintaining his life signs here, because there was no air at all. Instead of exploding like a balloon, his organs were able to function normally. God knows what was maintaining his life cycle. Yuhao looked back at the planet Will, who was tilting his head, and said, "So, what exactly is going on in this dream space? Why do you keep wanting me to come here?" This is a question that has always puzzled Yuhao. What exactly is this dream space like? There has never been any relevant information in the original novel. And the planet Spirit in front of me has been urging me to come to this space. The little girl in red lowered her head and thought for a moment, as if she was organizing her words. Alex, Tianmeng Binkan and the others also remained quiet, waiting for the explanation of the planet's will. The Tianmeng ice silkworm has lived for 1,000,000 years. Although its mental strength may not be the best in Douluo continent, it is definitely in the top 3. Obviously he also dreams often, and of course most of the dreams are about Bing Bing. But I have never felt that dreams are connected to such a large unknown space. Alex was purely curious about unknown knowledge. In his original world, he had never heard of dream space, let alone the will of the planet. The silence in the pure white space did not last long. The little girl in red organized her words, gently pulled the corner of Yuhao's clothes, and led him slowly forward. "Relax." The will of the planet gently brushed Yuhao's eyes with its soft little hands. A gentle breath like a breeze flowed into the spiritual eyes, followed the martial soul into the sea of spiritual, and caused a warm breeze to rise in the sea of spiritual. Tianmeng Binkan and the others also felt a sudden coolness in their eyes, and a deep blue light flickered faintly in their eyes. "Hiss, Mommy touched me." "Mom's hand." Tianmeng ice silkworm started to go crazy again. The golden hawksbill turtle was afraid. He was a little worried about the mental state of the Tianmeng ice silkworm. After thinking for a while, he jumped up and suppressed the Tianmeng ice silkworm under the turtle shell. To be honest, it now misses the Tianmeng ice silkworm with a head full of ice. Although the small head seems to be controlling the big head and is like a bootlicker, at least the whole insect's spirit is relatively normal. After being watched by the planet's will for a while, the ice silkworm began to have convulsions from time to time, and its mind was full of its mother. Golden hawksbill turtle believed that it must be Tianmeng ice silkworm after realizing that his love for Bingdi was just a misunderstanding based on a survival crisis. Looking back, I realized that I had wasted most of my life. The entire ice silkworm could not withstand such a great blow and therefore suffered mental problems. Thinking of this, the golden tortoise shell's golden eyes condensed, and he continued to suppress the Tianmeng ice silkworm tightly. "Brother Tianmeng, don't worry. I, old turtle, will definitely find a way to cure you. When I was little, whenever I had a seizure, my tribesmen would use turtle shells to correct me. It always works." The Tianmeng ice silkworm was having trouble breathing under the heavy pressure of the golden tortoise shell. "Get down here, you damn turtle. I'm not having a seizure, I'm normal." The golden hawksbill turtle's eyes became even more serious, because when it was a child, it also used this kind of words when facing correction from its tribesmen. "I understand you, brother Tianmeng." Continuing to increase the pressure of the turtle shell, Tianmeng ice silkworm felt that his head was about to split open. "Asshole, what did you understand? Quack, stop pressing. No, I don't miss my mom anymore. My head is about to split open." Hearing the awakening of Tianmeng ice silkworm, golden hawksbill turtle breathed a sigh of relief and slowly moved away, unable to help but sigh in his heart at the wisdom of the older generation. This tortoise-shell correction method works. Yuhao ignored the noise in the sea of consciousness. After feeling a special aura in his eyes, he looked towards the pure white sea under the guidance of the planet's will. The pure white sea began to become transparent, the colorful waves disappeared, and the pure white world began to become chaotic. Gray energy settled beneath the ocean to form the seabed, blocking all prying eyes, and dead and ominous air currents flowed along the seabed. Yuhao was very familiar with that energy, it was entropy. Deathly silence, decay, disorder, chaos. Entropy is the force that gathers all the most abominable characteristics of life and is the opposite of the symbol of order. And the dream space is actually built on the entropy force that is so thick that it solidifies. Yuhao glanced at the Kenmen knife beside him and said, "No wonder you like entropy so much. This is what your hometown is made of." The Kenmen knife rubbed Yuhao's arm affectionately, and the ribbon tightly wrapped around Yuhao's right hand. The little girl in red then spoke, her ethereal voice echoing in the dream as she patiently explained the nature of dreams to Yuhao. Dreams are a reflection of reality. Joy, anger, sorrow, happiness, and worry. All the desires, dreams, and ambitions in the world converge in dreams. Just as running water longs to leave its mark on the rock, life also desires to leave a small piece of its own will in the void. Nothingness is the canvas of dreams. Life uses memory as a brush to give color to nothingness. Countless colors called memories converge and merge on the canvas, finally giving birth to a painting called a dream. This is the dream. Compared to understanding and imagination, it is closest to the spirit of life. Dreams are born because of life, and life is unique because of dreams. The little girl stood in front of Yuhao, looked at the dazed Yuhao with a smile and said, "This dream space didn't exist originally. It is your birth that gives meaning to this place. This is your kingdom of God. The land of dreams, garden of night. Tianmeng Ice Silkworm and Golden Hawksbill Turtle were both stunned by what they heard and almost drooled. Ah! Is this Yuhao's kingdom of God? Yuhao was also confused and whispered to the planet's will. If this is truly my kingdom of God, why don't I feel any sense of control? The little girl stretched out her hand, pointed at the Kenmen knife and said, "Look, isn't the key right here?" Yuhao really wanted to ask her, "Are you awake?" What was the connection between the key and control? Of course he knew that the Kenmen sword was the key to dreams. This time the little girl didn't act as a riddle teller and said directly, "Because the dream is too chaotic, you haven't yet mastered the authority of the dream. You now only possess the status of Lord of the Kingdom of God. Well, to put it simply, you possess the title deed to the Night Vale Court. But there's not a single house here yet. Without a house, you have no symbol." Yuhao combined this with the requirements for the degree of control over authority in the dream realm, nodded thoughtfully, and said, "I understand. That means I need to build a dream country here. Only then can we slowly take control of this kingdom of God." The little girl nodded. "But this place is too chaotic, and the spiritual energy is mixed. How can we make it peaceful enough to establish a kingdom?" The little girl in red pointed at Yuhao's storage soul guide and said, "Your alchemy. The key can serve as a core." Post views, 52. Ch051 Douluo I, Yuhao, the master of the Spirit Chapter 051. That knife, as the sediment of the Sea of Dreams, is not only the key to dreams, but also the best symbol of dreams. You couldn't find a better centerpiece than this knife. Alchemy is the manifestation of higher dimensional rules. This brand new system was nailed to the world by your person. As the language closest to the rules themselves, inscriptions can help you quell the various anomalies of Night Vale Court. Under the pure white sky, the girl's red dress was so eye-catching, and her gentle and ethereal voice gradually tore away the doubts in Yuhao's heart. After hearing the words of the plain consciousness, Yuhao lowered his head and fell into deep thought. Since discovering the inscription system, he has been working continuously on this path. The results are quite remarkable. So far, a total of 58 inscription symbols, 3 major inscription categories, and 6 structural configurations have been discovered. Yuhao could feel that this system was far more than just that. It is becoming increasingly difficult to reveal the symbolism of inscriptions through research on the 6 basic inscriptions. Yuhao could vaguely discover that all the inscriptions should have a certain connection, and there must be a relationship similar to the periodic table of chemical elements in his previous life. For example, the structure of inscriptions such as acceleration and monitoring is almost a derivative of the wind element inscription. The shadow of the wind element inscription can be clearly seen in every stroke and every stroke of the inscription. Similar ones include the reversed inscription, the reverse inscription and the fire element inscription. The structure of these 2 inscriptions is more like the fire element inscription with some water element inscriptions added to its structure. From this, Yuhao speculated that there must be a periodic table of inscription elements in the inscription system. As long as this table can be derived, the subsequent inscriptions can be found more easily. At the same time, during his time in Zillow City, Yuhao also discovered that ordinary people could not understand the inscription system at all. When they see the detailed structure of an inscription, their brains automatically block out information due to information overload. Yuhao learned from them that if one did not look closely at the structure of these inscriptions, they would appear to be a kind of noble and profound text that would make one want to worship them. It was just like the instinct they had when they saw their noble grandfather before. But if you want to take a closer look at its structure, these words will directly turn into a mosaic, making it impossible for you to see the structure at all. How can you possibly learn this alchemy system if you can't even read the inscriptions? Afterwards, Yuhao asked Tianmeng Silkworm and Alex one after another. Can the 2 of them see the structure of the inscription clearly? Needless to say, Alex was in the divine Yuan realm. He memorized the structure of the inscription with just one sweep of his spiritual power, and there was no situation where the structure was playing hide-and-seek with him. Tianmeng Silkworm is a bit slower, but it can also clearly remember the structure of the inscription. It was just that at that time, Alex was too weak. Tianmeng was too stupid and his mind was all on Ice Emperor, so they didn't pay much attention to Yuhao's alchemy. As a result, the 2 of them were unable to accompany him to study alchemy. Yuhao believed that this situation of inscriptions playing hide-and-seek was related to the level of mental strength. The stronger the mental power, the more inscription structures you can see, and the greater the brain's information carrying capacity. So that your brain won't crash due to the overwhelming amount of information. If one wants to completely remember the structure of the inscription and be able to draw it by oneself, one's mental strength must probably reach the spiritual sea realm. In this era where the spiritual power of the ultimate Douluo is only at the Ling Yuan realm, the Linghai realm is almost a spiritual power realm that only the soul sage can reach. If Yuhao wants to promote alchemy, he must solve the pain point of requiring too much mental strength. What if we could have a base? Yuhao pondered for an unknown amount of time in the center of the colored glaze road. Since there was no concept of time here, it could have been a day, or even a month. He considered the pain points of alchemy and the chaos of the night courtyard. The Tianmeng silkworm and the golden hawksbill turtle did not dare to move in the sea of consciousness, for fear of disturbing Yuhao's thoughts. The little planet spirit also looked at Yuhao tenderly and motionlessly, its obsidian eyes full of love. Finally, after combining his own knowledge system, Yuhao came up with an answer base. If alchemy could be used to create a large alchemy base in the center of the Night Vale courtyard, let this alchemical base straighten out the mixed mental power in these dreams, remove the mental imprints and transform them into pure mental power. These purest spiritual powers can be used to build your own symbol in the Garden of Night. The core part of the base is composed of the Kenmen knife. There is no object closer to the essence of dreams than it. Moreover, it has a strong ability to macro-control mental power. After all, it is the sedimentation of the dreamland. It can even actively disperse mixed mental powers and not be eroded by these mental powers in turn. Once the foundation is established, Huo Yuhao will be able to solve the pain point of alchemy requiring too much mental power. The Dreamland Garden of Night is originally the place where the spiritual power and memories of countless lives converge. Here every life can be connected through dreams. Huo Yuhao can add some permission codes, access programs, and some basic knowledge of alchemy to the alchemy base. If conditions permit, Huo Yuhao can even add special functions such as the internet to the base. There is no need for any satellite, the dream itself is the best and strongest base station. As for the server, Tianmeng Binkan will have to endure some hardship. As we all know, stronger mental power does not mean that the other party is smarter. It is not difficult to see this from the Silver Dragon King and Tianmeng Ice Silkworm. But if the opponent has strong mental power, then his calculation ability must be very strong. If the spiritual power cultivated by Tianmeng Ice Silkworm over 1,000,000 years were all converted into computing power, it would probably not be inferior to the initial version of the quantum computer 550A. Anyway, the other person's brain is either cold all day long or he's always thinking about his mother. He's going crazy beating the tiles. What a waste! Huo Yuhao hates wasting things the most, and he will eat every grain of rice in his bowl. Using the brain of Tianmeng Ice Silkworm as a server is worthy of his cultivation. At this moment, Tianmeng Ice Silkworm, who was in the sea of spirituality, felt his body turn cold, and he was a little suspicious whether Ditian and the others were still thinking about him. As long as a life form successfully connects to this alchemical base, it can obtain access rights to a certain amount of mental power with Huo Yuhao's permission. Similarly, Huo Yuhao has the highest right of interpretation. This access permission can mobilize the spiritual power of the dreamland and view the alchemical information inserted by Huo Yuhao in the base disk. Know what alchemy is and how to use it. Then, by calling upon these spiritual powers, try to use various alchemical techniques. Visitors can even use the base disk to engrave the alchemy they have figured out on the Tianmeng server, and read it directly when they want to use it. No need to redraw, just like a USB flash drive. Visitors only need to inject a little mental energy into the base as internet fee every month to maintain this permission. Anyway, the mental power they mobilized was injected into the dream space unconsciously by life. It is even possible that part of the mental power is originally their own. It's similar to a bank. Of course, banks can provide loans, and Huo Yuhao can also provide mental power loans through his foundation. Huo Yuhao only earned a little platform fee, a little price difference, and some interest. It's all hard-earned money through hard work and sweat. As for whether the base would be unused, Huo Yuhao wasn't worried about that at all. Think about it, if 2 3-ring soul masters are fighting in the soul fighting arena, and one of them is a support type. When the opponent thought he had won, the opponent suddenly connected to the base and called up the previously engraved attack spells through the base to complete the instant casting. If a bunch of skills hit your face, you'd probably feel like the sky is falling. Do you think this person will fall into the arms of the base? Post views, 52. Ch052 Douluo I, Huo Yuhao, the Master of the Spirit-Chapter 052. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. For the Soul Masters on Douluo continent, daily life consists of a few things: eating, practicing, fighting, falling in love, falling in love, falling in love, falling in love. They are just a group of guys who have muscles in their brains when it comes to love. You can't expect them to think about the pros and cons of the base. There may be some strong people who can realize the disadvantages of the base and refuse to use it. Huo Yuhao didn't care whether they needed him or not. One more or one less wouldn't make much difference. If you don't need it, there are plenty of people who do. And even if you don't use it, you will still unconsciously inject mental power into the dream space in the end. As long as the vast majority of soul masters and ordinary people are willing to join the base, Huo Yuhao's goal of promoting alchemy and stabilizing the kingdom of God can be achieved. Those old guys who cling to the glory of past soul masters will sooner or later be run over by the tide of the times as speed bumps. The base can also help Huo Yuhao gain faith, although Huo Yuhao is not sure whether faith can help him at the moment. But it is better to have it than not to have it. Faith seems to be related to the composition of the divine world and should help the plane to be sublimated. Perhaps we can also use these beliefs as a basis to create some cyber gods and cosplay as cyber gods ourselves. Severely punish those bastards who like to play hell jokes. Huo Yuhao stood on the magnificent glazed road and slowly raised his head, looking at the pure white world around him. He now has a specific idea of how to control this kingdom of God, which will be a huge project. It is simply impossible for me to do this with my current abilities, but fortunately Tianmeng I Silkworm and Alex both have good attainments in mental power. How could the three brothers, working together, defeat one of their opponents? Steam. The little planet spirit's bright eyes saw Huo Yuhao raise his head, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. An ethereal and sacred voice resounded on the road. It seems that you already know how to control this kingdom of God. Huo Yuhao nodded at her and said confidently. Well, thanks for reminding me. Then, Huo Yuhao told them about his idea of establishing an alchemy base, and then using the base to stabilize the mixed mental power and promote alchemy. The little girl in red had obsidian eyes that curved into crescents. She was very happy that Huo Yuhao was able to find his own path. After hearing Huo Yuhao's story, Alex nodded from time to time. The grey airflow around him kept vibrating. He thought this method was very feasible. At least the idea is absolutely feasible. Electrolux's old voice resounded throughout the sea of spirituality. Ha ha ha! What a great plan! I haven't been this interested in something in a long time. Alchemy base. Turning countless mysteries into one, I spread the extraordinary at a very low cost. If this idea could really be realized, what would the world be like in the future? Would everyone be like a dragon? Or a boundless purgatory? Yuhao, your foundation will light a fire in this world. This fire may burn the entire world, or it may allow the world to be reborn in the fire. But it doesn't matter. I don't care what the future holds. Yuhao, don't worry. I will do my best to help you realize this alchemy foundation. As for the other residents of the Sea of Spirits, Golden Hawksbill Turtle had no feelings about this. As the bucket of food and the fish in the water in Huo Yuhao's team. It just feels that it is awesome and is forcing it to do so. There is no other way. As a member of the Destiny Soul Beast clan, it can become stronger as long as it eats and sleeps every day. Good fortune has endowed this clan with an extremely long lifespan, with even a few Golden Hawksbill Turtles able to live beyond 200,000 years. The main reason is that luck does not provide an opportunity for a breakthrough. But basically everyone can rely on time to grind to 100,000 years. As for the pressure of survival? That's when I check my wallet at the end of the month, there's nothing at all. No soul beast would have the audacity to hunt down a destiny soul beast. Although the Golden Hawksbill Turtle cannot significantly speed up the soul beast's cultivation speed like the three-eyed golden lion. However, there are still many benefits for soul beasts. Staying with their clan can significantly increase the chance of surviving the heavenly tribulation. Even if there is, it is because I ate too many red beans and felt lovesick. Not to mention whether the opponent can break through the tortoise shell defense of the Golden Hawksbill Turtle. You must know that the Golden Hawksbill Turtle usually has a guardian soul beast around it. Those soul beasts who still hope to break through with the help of the Golden Hawksbill Turtle will tear the enemy into pieces first. In other words, Huo Yuhao's golden tortoise shell was asking for trouble by accidentally touching Ditian's treasure basket. Even the gold of life that could help the Silver Dragon King recover might be more important to Ditian than his own basket. Fortunately, fate did not abandon her eldest son, and at the last moment of his life, he pointed him to the bright path of Huo Yuhao. The Golden Hawksbill Turtle is now complaining about why it is not a spiritual soul beast, otherwise it might be able to help Huo Yuhao. It has some understanding of the water element, luck, and light element, but it knows nothing about spiritual power. So the golden hawksbill turtle quietly retreated behind Tianmeng-I's silkworm and Electrolux, his eyes as clear as a college student who had just entered society. Tianmeng-I's silkworm was quite happy at first. After all, if the base could be created, it would only benefit them and not harm them. It's like Qin Shi Huang touching the electric wire he won. He secretly made up his mind to study alchemy well and contribute to Huo Yuhao's great cause. But soon, after carefully recalling Huo Yuhao's specific ideas, he felt that something was wrong. What is the Tianmeng server? Using my brain as the core processor. Tianmeng-I's silkworm discovered good news and bad news at this time. The good news is that I am indispensable and a key link in Yuhao's plan. The bad news is that he is too critical and may take up a lot of his thinking ability. Quack. Yuhao, you can't do this. I've done something for you. I want to see my mother. I want to report it. The golden hawksbill turtle looked at Tianmeng and quickly used the face-changing soul skill, and his expression changed from ecstasy to horror, and then he started calling for his mother again. It sighed, life is not easy, the turtle sighed. Then he pressed the Tianmeng-I's silkworm back under the turtle shell and corrected it vigorously. Brother Tianmeng, relax, you'll be fine soon. Looking at the Tianmeng-I's silkworm wailing in the sea of spirit, the little planet spirit chuckled and then slowly walked in front of Huo Yuhao. Next, it should be about time. I'm going back to the inside of the planet. This is not my territory. I can't stay here for long. This space has begun to reject me. I hope you can grow taller next time we meet. It's a bit short now. Next, let me give you some final gifts. The little girl in red waved her hand and beckoned Huo Yuhao to squat down. Huo Yuhao naturally would not refuse. He followed her instructions and squatted in front of her, looking her in the eye. The little planet fairy did something that everyone present did not expect. She gently kissed Huo Yuhao on the forehead. Tianmeng-I's silkworm giggled under the golden hawksbill turtle shell. Hey, mommy kissed me. Electrolux's grey airflow froze, then turned into a palm covering the entire ball, expressing silence. This worm is beyond saving. Little turtle, keep increasing your strength. This bug seems to be enjoying it. Upon hearing this, golden hawksbill turtle continued to intensify the correction efforts and vowed to bring back the former brother Tianmeng. Huo Yuhao finally knew what the final gift that the little planet spirit mentioned was. Understanding reaches 10%, the martial soul furnace is activated. Dream reaches 5%, and the initial dream structure is activated. Dream reaches 10%, and dream travel is enabled. The little girl in red took a few steps back, touched the ground with her toes, crossed her legs, bowed her head and said, "This is the final gift. That's all I can do right now. But you must remember that the core of understanding is not reproduction but omniscience. Imagination cannot go beyond understanding. You cannot visualize something that you cannot even imagine. Dreams are the safest, yet also the most dangerous. They are the foundation of the spirit. If you want to imagine a life without worrying about the past, I can help you deal with the past of your life. Goodbye, then." Gradually, the figure of the little girl in red disappeared from the pure white sky and earth, and Huo Yuhao's eyes returned to pure white again. The world is cleaner than a piece of white paper that has been erased. Only occasionally can one hear the sound of a black dragon and a stuffed bear fighting in the distance. Post views, 49. Ch053 Douluo, I, Huo Yuhao, the Master of the Spirit Chapter 053. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Mom left. Tianmeng-I's silkworm was held down tightly by the golden tortoise in the sea of spirituality, and looked at the place where the will of the planet disappeared with tears in its eyes. Then, Tianmeng-I's silkworm turned its head viciously and said to golden hawksbill turtle, "You damn turtle, remember this, you'd better pray that I don't learn alchemy. Otherwise, I'll definitely let you experience the feeling of being pressed down." Golden Hawksbill Turtle looked at Alex and Huo Yuhao with a look of grievance and said, "Brother Tianmeng, isn't this for your own good? Don't I, old turtle, hope that you can get better soon?" Tianmeng I's silkworm's face turned red as she looked at its innocent face. He has lived for 1,000,000 years, but the number of times he has had red fever combined is not as many as in this month. Forget it, get down here. Brother feels that mom seems to have left something for us. The golden hawksbill turtle tilted its head in confusion, but still slowly got off the body of the Tianmeng Ice silkworm. Tianmeng straightened his clothes, put on his white hood again, and used his mental power to conjure a small mirror to look at himself. It was a close call that my spirit body pushed me apart. Then Tianmeng Ice silkworm released his spiritual power in the spiritual sea that was like the starry sky, and found 3 light balls in a corner of the spiritual sea. Tianmeng limped over with the 3 light balls. The way he walked showed that he had been badly disciplined by the golden tortoise shell. The 3 light balls emitted brilliant golden light, and inside the golden light there were countless energy lines intertwined with each other, and even reflections of mountains and rivers were reflected on them. Before Alex could use his spiritual sense to check, one of the light balls rushed into his body. The other 2 entered the bodies of Tianmeng Ice silkworm and golden hawksbill turtle respectively. Alex instinctively wanted to expel the unidentified object, but found that the ball of light was replenishing his remaining soul. When he first came to this world, only a fragment of his consciousness was left. Not only did he have no memory, he didn't even have a physical form and could only remain in the form of a small grey ball. Only after Huo Yuhao's ultimate spiritual power and the nourishment of the gold of life did he barely recover his memory. Now this ball of light actually acts directly on his broken soul, repairing the cracks in his body bit by bit. It didn't take long before the grey ball of Electrolux, which was no longer in energy-saving state, turned into a human form again. A young man with long silver-grey hair and wearing a black and gold robe appeared above the sea of spirit. It was Electrolux in human form. Electrolux extended his hands, shook them, a smile on his face, and said in a voice that was old and out of place, "My consciousness is stable? No, it can now be called a complete soul. Now, I really owe this world a big favor." Electrolux did not continue to maintain his human form. After feeling the state of his soul, he turned into a small grey ball again. He has gotten used to this state during this period. The Tianmeng Ice silkworm below transformed into a beast form at some point. The ball of light turned into a large cocoon that wrapped around the body. And silver-white light continued to emerge from the cocoon like a sharp sword. After Huo Yuhao sensed the movement in the sea of spirit, he injected his consciousness into the sea. Seeing that Alex was in an extremely stable state, he said with surprise, "Yuhao, your soul has stabilized. Also, Brother Tianmeng, are you going to transform into a butterfly?" Alex chuckled and said, "Well, I owe the planet's will a big favor. How can a big bug turn into a butterfly? It's just a silk moth." As soon as Alex finished speaking, the cocoon was torn apart by silver light, and a strange moth with golden and blue patterns intertwined appeared in front of the 2 people. "Well, it really is a moth." Tianmeng was unhappy and transformed into a blonde child wearing a hood and said to Huo Yuhao, "What a moth! Brother, this is called the Heavenly Dream Golden Moth." Huo Yuhao showed an expression of an old man, a subway, and a mobile phone. What a difficult name to pronounce. And isn't that still a moth? Tianmengu blushed and muttered some difficult-to-understand words, such as "don't worry about the 1,000,000-year-old soul beast" and "this is evolution." But soon, Tianmeng shook his head, looked at Huo Yuhao confidently and said, "Okay, don't worry about it. This golden ball of light my mother gave me has allowed me to evolve and replenish my essence. My brother's spiritual power level has now reached what you call the high level of the spiritual realm. I can vaguely sense the birth of a spiritual realm. I will immediately transfer this domain to your first spirit ring. I can't use it right now." Although Tianmeng expressed regret, his hands did not slow down at all. He raised his hand and slashed the knife to graft the new spiritual realm onto the first soul ring. Yuhao soon learned the effect of this spiritual realm. Then the corners of his mouth twitched violently, and he could hardly hold it in. The spiritual realm is a rather mysterious thing, and its effects may have nothing to do with the spirit. For example, Tang Wulin's time reversal field, Gu Yuina's space blockade field, Insi's black hole field, and the 5 elements rotation field of the 5 elements Kailan Tongyu. Tongyu is very interesting. His martial soul was originally a dog with earth attribute. Because of love, he took poison and activated the Kailan bloodline, and his martial soul turned into a Kailan. Yuhao could only say that you really can't grasp the bloodline thing. Even a dog can turn into a Kailan, and I don't know what the similarities are between the two. 4 legs? 1 head? Or both with tails? This thing cannot be studied in detail. All I can say is that unless you push yourself, you will not know how strong your martial spirit is. The spiritual realm of Tianmen's awakening is purely spiritual. It can be regarded as a plus version of the combination of mind sharing and mind interference. After the domain is opened, a space will unfold and cover the reality. The space is filled with mental power, which will forcibly instill a large amount of useless information into the enemy's brain. Make the enemy lose the ability to think. That's right, it is the signature field of Legend 2.5 Wu, the infinite space. Yuhao simply named this area the infinite space. Anyway, no one in this world would ask me for copyright fees. Even in my previous life, the author had long been dead, probably killed in the lunar crisis. In other words, in order to save resources, entertainment was strictly controlled. A large number of novels and comics from the Golden Age were collected as the last resort of spiritual entertainment. Otherwise, Yuhao wouldn't even know about this comic. Yuhao thought about it carefully and thought about what would happen if he put on an eye patch, used the faceless man's mask to modify his body, and added the reversal technique and alchemy. He might be able to perfectly cosplay 2.5 Satoru. Even for the technique with no lower limit, Yuhao, after studying alchemy, has some ideas on how to replicate this technique in Douluo continent. One day when I see Tang-san, I will say, Tang-san, you are the challenger. He did what he said, and when Yuhao returned to the real world, he would study this technique with Yilao and the others. By the way, during the research process, teach them alchemy. Practice plus theory is always the fastest way to learn. Moreover, the technique without lower limits is indeed worth studying, and the effect is indeed good. As for life-saving skills, no one thinks they are too few. Haven't you seen a certain big boss named Song who achieved transcendence 1 year, and he always wants to bring hundreds of resurrection instruments with him when he goes out? This kind of boss must be doing the right thing, and he must have enough life-saving skills. The best-case scenario Yuhao anticipated was that the golden armor was covered with a layer of magic with no lower limit. In the golden armor, there comes another divine power. Even if it's all broken, the reversal technique plus the super large gold of life will surely give the enemy a big surprise. I just don't know if Yilao's undead magic can achieve resurrection. It didn't take long for the golden hawksbill turtle to complete its transformation, and its originally triangular pyramid-shaped head became closer to the dragon's head. Golden dragon horns spread upward from the head, making the tortoise shell even more ferocious. A strange black snake coiled around the tortoise shell, and the two heads seemed to have the same thought. 2 pairs of eyes stared at Yuhao with joy, which made Yuhao feel a little strange. Is there any relationship between golden hawksbill turtle and basalt? Old turtle, why did you turn into a black tortoise? Looking at Yuhao's expression, golden hawksbill turtle raised his head proudly and said, as the king of turtle soul beasts, of course he has the black tortoise bloodline. In the past, you humans were searching for the golden hawksbill turtle clan for this black tortoise bloodline. Of course, the methods used by the soul beasts in the Stardow Great Forest were extremely cruel. Tianmeng Ice Silkworm showed a disdainful expression and said, and then, Just awakening one bloodline. You can't get out now, so what's the point of evolving your bloodline? Turtle, we are Yuhao's spirit rings, be alert and don't lose face. As a proud and fortunate clan, Golden Hawksbill Turtle naturally couldn't stand this kind of ridicule, and said in a muffled voice. Of course Old Turtle, have something for Yuhao. Yuhao, wait. I'll be right there. Accompanied by the golden tortoise shell's dragon roar, the two heads simultaneously emitted a rose-golden light. In Douluo continent, rose gold represents destiny. Then this magnificent and mysterious light burst out from the forehead of the golden tortoise shell, forming a nebula in the mind. The nebula continued to compress until it became a bead. The golden tortoise shell had burned out at this moment, and just before it fainted, it was still breathing proudly at Tian Meng. Tian Meng is really stunned now. I was just saying it casually, you really have it. When Electrolux saw this, he immediately understood. Yuhao, quickly open the Eye of Life. After hearing what Alex said, Yuhao also realized what this was. He hurriedly opened the Eye of Life, and a turquoise eye appeared on his forehead. This small rose gold bead rushed out from the sea of spirituality. Then it goes straight into the center of the eyebrows of the living being's eye. The small bead began to connect with his flesh and blood, and Yuhao suddenly felt a pain as if his forehead was being torn apart. It was like the pain of regeneration through a reversal technique. The flesh and blood squirmed and twisted, and the nerve senses were amplified. The pain lasted for 10 minutes, and the small bead had completely merged with the Eye of Life. The pupils of the eyes on the forehead were now rose gold, and there seemed to be a star burning inside the pupils. There are also cyan gold light patterns around the eyes, representing the vitality of the gold of living things. Yuhao closed the Eye of Life. No, now it should be called the Eye of Destiny. He could feel that the second sea of consciousness had appeared in the Eye of Destiny, which greatly increased his mental strength. If I open the panel now, I estimate that my mental strength has reached 8,000. The abilities obtained through the three-eyed golden lion in the original novel have now been almost gathered together through the golden hawksbill turtle. Fate is indeed never fair, but fortunately he is fate's favorite child. Yuhao imitated Tian Meng and created a small and exquisite mental power and glanced at his forehead. As expected, there was a rose gold diamond mark on it. Okay, now I have a tattoo on my head too. Please bring up the breast and back as well. Post views, 55. CH054 Dalu, Yuhao, the Master of the Spirit Chapter 054. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Originally it was just a suspicion, but now he was certain that he was rushing towards the tattooed warrior. From now on, before fighting with others, take off your clothes first, revealing all the tattoos on your body, and defeat your opponent with momentum first. The rose gold diamond mark on the forehead can be transformed into the Eye of Destiny at any time, and soul skills can be released through the Eye of Destiny. The consumption of soul power and mental power increases significantly, while the effect of soul skills also increases greatly. When the Eye of Destiny is turned on, the range of spiritual detection reaches 18 km in diameter, and the one-way straight line distance reaches 20 km. In short, all soul skills related to mental power have been strengthened. At the same time, the refined control of mental power has also been significantly improved, which is what surprised Yuhao the most. Ever since his spiritual eyes evolved, he had been trying to improve his ability to fine-tune his mental power. In his opinion, instead of simply increasing the amount of mental power, it would be better to improve the control over mental power. No matter how much mental power you have, if it cannot be fully controlled, it is meaningless. Instead, it will hinder one's own strength. Unfortunately, in the Douluo continent during this period, there was no systematic method of cultivating mental power, and naturally there was no scientific way to improve the control of mental power. Yuhao has been improving his precision by using his mental power instead of his eyes to perceive the world and using his mental power to detect his physical condition. Now the appearance of the Eye of Destiny has given Huo Yuhao another way to practice the refined manipulation of his mental power. After Tianmeng confirmed that the golden hawksbill turtle had simply fainted from exhaustion, Huo Yuhao regained consciousness in the outside world. The pure white world looks magnificent and strange at first glance, but if you stay here for a long time, you will feel an indescribable sense of oppression. Maybe it's because I'm still a human being. If one day I become a god, the so-called spiritual master, I will probably be able to endure this loneliness and depression. Huo Yuhao summoned the tortoise shell on his left hand again, stepped on it, and began to slide using telekinesis as power. Come on, Xiao Meng, let's go back to the entrance. The blade of the Kenmen sword trembled slightly, then quickly flew to Huo Yuhao's side and wrapped his right wrist with a colorful ribbon. Like a big hand holding a small hand, they walked towards the entrance together. The way back was not difficult, and there was no time and space disorder as when we first came in. This should be because the control over the authority of dream has reached 10%. Huo Yuhao could feel the kindness radiated towards him by this dream space. After returning to land, I looked up and saw that the black dragon was still fighting with the teddy bear. The two giant beasts fought back and forth like in a turn-based game, with great martial ethics. Huo Yuhao really wanted to say, "Stop it! You can't kill anyone like this." These two giant beasts are probably the absurd dreams of an innocent child. Or perhaps it could be said that most of the strange things in this dream space are the product of children's dreams. Only these children could come up with such absurdities. Those that are more realistic are the dream products of adults. So, whose dream are you? Huo Yuhao looked at the chicken overalls chirping beside his legs with a frown on his face. The black chicken feet kept kicking Huo Yuhao's calves, and a sad and angry expression appeared on his face. It was obvious that it was still holding a grudge for that big flying kick. It can't be mine. Huo Yuhao really couldn't think of anyone else in this world, other than himself, whose dream could give birth to something like this. He chuckled, squatted down, looked at the unique middle-parted hair and said, "Oh, meeting is fate. I'll give you a name, Xiao Hizi." Perhaps it was the special privilege of being the lord of the divine kingdom, from the moment Huo Yuhao named it. The chicken overalls stopped moving immediately, and her originally dull eyes gradually became brighter. A strange connection emerged between Huo Yuhao and the chicken overalls. Through this connection, he can transfer his power to it, or absorb some energy from it. You can also sense its status at any time and even directly erase its newly born intelligence. It stared at Huo Yuhao, then chirped and ran away again. Huo Yuhao ignored it. He realized that as long as he named the dream creature, he could transform it into his own follower. The price was his own mental power. Yes, after naming Xiao Hizi, a lot of his mental power was consumed. With his current mental power reserves, he can transform thousands of dream creatures similar to Xiao Hizi into followers. Perhaps these followers will be the first residents of his own kingdom of God. Huo Yuhao stood up and followed Kenmen knife to the entrance of the dream. The colorful door reflects the scene inside the secret room of the passionate headquarters. You can also see the shadow cat poking its head in from time to time, with worry in its eyes. Jazz cat. Kitten, you can eat grilled fish. When Huo Yuhao saw this scene, he felt that his love for it was not in vain. With one step forward, the boundary between dream and reality was crossed, and an extreme white light flashed before the eyes. When the white light dissipated, the scene of the secret room appeared on the retina. The familiar air filled my lungs again, and the warmth of reality caressed my skin once again. Sure enough, for humans, the real world is more suitable for living. When the shadow cat saw Huo Yuhao return, it jumped up with the help of the wall and threw itself into Huo Yuhao's arms, then climbed onto his shoulder and squatted down. The Kenmen knife suddenly increased the strength of the ribbon's wrapping, causing Huo Yuhao to sweat profusely. "Oh no, I didn't realize this knife seems to be quite heavy. I'm not going to end up like Makoto, am I?" There is no other way but to gently comfort the Kenmen knife and feed it some entropy, He was really a little afraid that one day he would be divided up by a bunch of strange things. It is true that the late emperor died before he had even completed half of his career. Fortunately, after absorbing some entropy power, the Kenmen knife rubbed Huo Yuhao's cheek with its ribbon and then returned to the back of his right hand, turning into colorful knife patterns. Huo Yuhao shook his head helplessly, walked out of the secret room and came to the Passion headquarters. The number of enthusiastic people on this side is increasing, and every aspect of Zillow City is under control, covering basically everyone from civilians to soul masters. The expansion speed is staggering. We can only say that the previous city lord was too inhumane. The people of Zillow City are now welcoming the royal army. As for the nobles, after enthusiastically banning prostitution, gambling houses, and bloody gladiatorial contests, some of them left on their own. Before leaving, he even threatened that Zillow City would fall into the hands of Reeking sooner or later. Huo Yuhao did not take direct action against those who were willing to leave on their own. There were also some nobles who were unwilling to leave and even ignored the regulations and continued to do illegal things in Zillow City. After Huo Yuhao gave the order, a feast was prepared and fed to the other ignorant clowns. This method is indeed effective, worthy of being the wisdom of our ancestors. You can always trust your ancestors. The clowns who had eaten the Fu Lu banquet became obedient on the spot. They knelt on the ground, kowtowed and admitted their mistakes. They gave up their property and left Zillow City that day. As for reporting to the Tian Hun Empire that the nobles were being persecuted here, the Tian Hun Empire has no control over the cities around Shrek City and dares not even utter a word of condemnation. After all, if you dare to condemn and investigate the cities around Shrek today, you will dare to investigate Shrek tomorrow. What's wrong? Does the Tian Hun Empire still want to swallow up Shrek City? Do you know who is responsible for the 21 provinces of Douluo 3 kingdoms? As for reporting it to Shrek Academy, that was even more unrealistic. Shrek Academy looks down upon everyone outside of Shrek equally, no matter if you are a commoner or a soul master aristocrat. Even if you are a noble of the Sky Soul Empire, so what? You are not a noble of Shrek. When the emperor of the Tian Hun Empire came, Shrek had to pay its respects to Yan Shaiji. Who do you think you are? Moreover, Zillow City has been paying tribute to Shrek City for thousands of years. This has not changed no matter who the city lord is. It is considered to be the direct descendant of Shrek City. Even if his direct descendants did something wrong, as the eldest brother, he would say that they were right. Otherwise, what will the other cities think? They've paid protection fees for thousands of years, so it can't be useless. Even after Huo Yuhao had just taken control of Zillow City, Kong Yang, following Huo Yuhao's orders, gave all the treasures of the previous city lord to the treasure pavilion of Shrek Academy. Directly stating his position, Zillow City remains loyal to Shrek. I also heard that Lin Huikan, who is in charge of the finances of Shrek Sea God Pavilion, plans to come to Zillow City in person to visit the new city lord Kong Yang in the next few days. After all, Zilla Cheng is her supporter. So, for Shrek, you actually dared to report my direct lineage, you must be an evil soul master. Shrek must strike hard against the evil soul master. Post views, 54. Ch055 Dalu, I, Huo Yuhao, the Master of the Spirit Chapter 055. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Huo Yuhao walked to the office on the top floor of the Zizi headquarters under the eager gazes of countless Zizi members. At present, Huo Yuhao is still using the pseudonym Huo Kikyang. Now the only ones who know his true appearance are a few pendants in the Sea of Spirit and the little planet Spirit in red. No one knew that the young man in front of them was only 11 years old. People only knew that the man in front of them was the uncrowned king of Zillow City. Huo Yuhao sat in the office and casually flipped through the various documents submitted by the enthusiastic cotters. These documents cover all aspects of Zillow City's taxation, education, economy, and agriculture. Zillow City is definitely not a small city. If all the cities in the Tian Hun Empire were ranked by GDP, Zillow City would definitely be in the top 10. Because this place is right next to the Stardo Great Forest, the soul beast resources alone are enough to make you drool every year. Not only that, through these documents, Yuhao realized that Zillow City was also an important granary in the Tiandu Plain. Yuhao immediately became excited. As an older generation of Earthling, he was really scared of being hungry. When the wandering plan was first launched, the planetary engine needed a large number of engineers to maintain it. Yuhao was among the first maintenance personnel to go to the planetary engine outpost. The temperature outside is -80 degrees Celsius. In Douluo continent, this temperature is called extreme ice. No crops can survive at such temperatures, and only underground cities on Earth retain a few experimental crop fields. The genetically modified plants in these experimental fields carry the responsibility for ecological recovery when the Earth returns to warming in the future. The food in the dungeon is basically chemically synthesized. It is not delicious but enough to sustain life. Some people have previously proposed building nuclear fusion agriculture, such as vertical farm facilities. However, it was ultimately rejected because chemical synthesis was sufficient to sustain the food supply for all of humanity, and there was no need to waste precious energy on satisfying our appetites. Every bit of energy must be used precisely in the operation of the dungeon and the planetary engine. I vaguely remember that the outpost where Yuhao stayed only had a small amount of nutrient paste every month. Occasionally, we would be able to get some dried earthworms from the transport truck, but that would require a bunch of people to gather together and search their intestines. Among that group of people, Yuhao's good brother Wang Dong was the youngest and had just reached adulthood. His parents also died in the lunar crisis. It was said that they were killed by a meteorite. Their death was extremely tragic and even their complete bodies were not found. He himself also lost his memory. Even the name Wang Dong was given to him by the kind director when he and Yuhao were sent to the Hefei No. 1 underground city orphanage. So everyone often saved the most delicious strawberry-flavored dried earthworms for him, and they all ate the original flavored dried earthworms, which were jokingly called poop-flavored. Every time that time comes, everyone will gather together to imagine the past of the earth, the old days when the sun was still bright. Once a group of people get together, there will always be a few idea seekers who will start a topic. There was once an idea king who talked about what the most fertile black soil on Earth was like. He spoke out all kinds of data and even said that there was still some black soil retained in his home in the underground city. It was brought from the surface to the underground city by his father during the Golden Age. It is said to be a family heirloom that will be passed down from generation to generation in the future. Yuhao looked through the documents related to Zillow City's agriculture, and his eyes almost popped out of his head. The black soil that was considered a family heirloom in the previous life is the least valuable here and is the lowest grade of arable land. The vast tracts of black soil around Zillow City were left abandoned without anyone cultivating them, because there was no need to cultivate these wastelands. Yes, the word wasteland is used in the document. Yuhao was very sure that there was no problem with his Chinese comprehension ability. The reason why Zillow City can serve as the granary of the Tiandu Plain is because it has even better land emerald soil. Green soil is a kind of land that is green all over and contains rich vitality. No one knows the principle of the creation of emerald soil, but people know that it can be regenerated. Even if you dig out a piece of green soil, as long as you fill it with new soil, it will become green soil again in just 1 month. However, once the green soil leaves the scope of Zillow City, the vitality it contains will continue to dissipate and become ordinary black soil. The effect of emerald soil is so powerful that if the officials of the previous Earth saw it, they would probably seize it at all costs. Green soil has only one function: to ripen fruits. That ripening function is so powerful that it would have made agronomists in previous lives collapse. As long as the crops do not involve soul power, they will mature in just 1 month in the green soil, and the yield per mu will be extremely high. Normal rice matures in green soil in half a month, regardless of all seasonal and weather factors. As long as you plant it and protect it from being eaten by insects and soul beasts, you can produce 1,000 kilograms of rice per mu in half a month. What kind of concept is this? In the past, this thing would have made the whole world scramble. Zillow City has 500,000 acres of such land, and nearly 6 million acres of black soil. Yuhao was confused when he saw this, because the next document was about the starving people. This really burned out Yuhao's Lingmu brand brain CPU. What the hell? Rice harvests every 2 weeks, and the yield per mu is 1,000 kilograms. We still have 500,000 mu of this stuff. And the starving people. Hiss, how can these words form a sentence? How did these hungry people come about? Even if we eat one portion of this food, and throw one portion away, we can feed the entire Tiandu plain. The entire Tiandu plain has a population of barely 20 million. I have to sit up and watch this. Yuhao shook his head and looked intently at the report on the starving people. His powerful mental strength allowed him to finish reading the extremely thick document in just 1 minute. After reading it, Yuhao couldn't keep his mouth tight. It's a perfect picture of an old man on the subway and his mobile phone. Kui too was almost completely controlled by the nobles, and the peasants could only rely on the nobles and use their land for farming. This is actually quite consistent with the social background of Douluo continent. But these nobles in Zillow City are a bit too anthropomorphic. Farmers only receive 80% of the land tax. There are also a lot of outrageous taxes. In addition to the rainwater tax and walking tax mentioned before, there are also life tax, meeting tax, and other extremely outrageous taxes. These taxes resulted in a large number of hungry people even though Zillow City was blessed with the magical green soil for farming. The veins on Yuhao's hand that was holding the document were bulging. He hadn't expected humans to be so bad. The powerful mental force made the entire passionate headquarters fall into depression. All the enthusiastic members didn't dare to breathe. Realize that your boss is angry. Several enthusiastic cotters ran to the office door in a panic, but no one dared to go in. They all waited at the door with their heads down. Yuhao rubbed his temples and withdrew his mental strength. He said coldly to the door. Zhang Heng, come in. Everyone else leave. Zhang Heng, whose name was called, was a middle-aged man with a square face and a tall stature. His martial soul was the wind-chasing falcon, and he was a level 53 soul king. Because he was steady in his work and was the soul master who took the initiative to join Yuhao, he was made an enthusiastic cotter. Boss, please give me your orders. Zhang Heng bent down and lowered his head, and his etiquette was impeccable. I've seen the problem of the hungry people. How is the harvesting of the green soil and black soil in Zillow City going? Zhang Heng raised his head and said meticulously, Boss, everything is under control. When those nobles fled, they didn't take the land deeds with them at all. It doesn't matter even if he takes it away. No one will recognize the evil soul master's land deed. We have already labeled those escaped nobles as evil soul masters and reported the list to Shrek Academy. I heard from the cotters stationed in Shrek City that Shrek Academy has sent inner court disciples to clear them out. We don't have to do anything later. Hearing his words, Yuhao sat up straight. He really didn't expect that Shrek could be used in this way. They had no suspicions. Zhang Heng said confidently, Boss, don't worry, this isn't the first time. Previous city lords used this method to eliminate many enemies. Shrek doesn't care whether the other party is actually an evil soul master or not. As long as they are on the list of evil soul masters, it will be fine. The key to being on the list of evil soul masters is how well the report is written. As long as our report is well written, with rich arguments, complete structure, and beautiful language, and with a little bit of insignificant evidence, it will make sense to Shrek. They will be on the list of evil soul masters. And we have the best talent in this area. This trick always works. I guess the Sky Soul Empire has already received this list, and no one will protect them. Huo Yuhao nodded thoughtfully and said. Well done. Shrek is quite useful. Go and tell Kong Yang to release some food to help the hungry people. And get rid of all those damn taxes. Let these farmers get back to the land. I don't want hungry people in my city. Be careful not to play word games with me and drive the hungry people away. Taxes must be levied according to the laws of the Heavenly Soul Empire. Anyone who dares to increase taxes privately will be thrown into the frying pan. Huo Yuhao opened his spiritual eyes and locked onto Zhang Heng with his powerful mental power, scaring him into a cold sweat. He knew his boss's methods too well. As a soul master who took the initiative to surrender, he was not mentally branded. For those codders who have been mentally branded, if they have any thoughts of disobedience, the brand will really make their life worse than death. He didn't want to have another mental mark on his brain. Yes. Boss. Huo Yuhao nodded, withdrew his mental power, took out a wind god fruit from the storage soul guide and played with it in his hand. Zhang Heng's martial spirit was immediately activated, and he recognized at a glance that it was a rare wind attribute treasure, the wind god fruit. He couldn't help but swallow his saliva in his throat. It was the instinct of his blood. Huo Yuhao looked at him and said, I'll leave the matter of the starving people to you. If you do a good job, you will receive this wind god fruit as a reward. Zhang Heng suppressed the ecstasy in his eyes, bowed deeply to Huo Yuhao and said, Boss. I will definitely complete the task. Then, at Huo Yuhao's signal, he left the office, and almost as soon as he left the headquarters, he activated his spirit and flew straight to the city lord's mansion. Post views, 55. CH056 Douluo I, Huo Yuhao, the Master of the Spirit Chapter 056. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Yuhao, wait a moment. Brother, I feel like this quittle looks familiar. You damn turtle, come over here and take a look at the message above. When the golden hawksbill turtle heard the call of the Tianmeng ice silkworm, it slowly came over, and its two heads concentrated on reading the information above. Hiss, brother Tianmeng, don't say that. It looks familiar. Isn't this the effect of the gold of life? Old turtle, remember that the land next to the lake of life in the core area of the Stardo Great Forest was this color. But the effect is much better than this thing called emerald soil. Even spiritual herbs only take a year to mature. Huo Yuhao immersed his consciousness into the sea of spirituality and asked Tianmeng ice silkworm and golden hawksbill turtle. You mean to say that there is the gold of life beneath that emerald soil? How is this possible? The gold of life can only exist in the lake of life. It cannot be produced anywhere else. All the living gold I know about so far is related to the Stardo Great Forest. Emperor Tian will never allow these important resources to flow out of the Stardo Great Forest. Tianmeng also fell into deep thought, as he had been severely investigated by a bunch of ferocious beasts in the Lake of Life for 10,000 years. He knew very well how much Emperor Tian valued the gold of living beings. All the ferocious beasts know that the metal in those springs is very helpful for cultivation, but no beast dares to touch it except the stupid golden hawksbill turtle. Tianmeng thought for a long time and finally shook his head at Huo Yuhao, indicating that he had no ideas either. The last old voice echoed in the sea of spirituality. Okay, there's no point in thinking about these things. Wouldn't it be easier to tell if you saw it yourself? Yuhao, please lend me your mental power. Huo Yuhao naturally wouldn't refuse. Use whatever you want. Electrolux appeared in human form in the sea of spirituality, his long silver-grey hair moved without wind, and his black and gold robe showed his strength. Alex's spiritual consciousness began to combine with Huo Yuhao's mental power. Huo Yuhao felt the power of the legendary divine Yuan realm's spiritual force. That is a vastness and grandeur that is simply unimaginable in the Ling Yuan realm. Even the most microscopic particles resonate in the eyes, and the trajectory of each particle's movement appears clearly in the brain. The extremely high level of mental power allows the brain to quickly process huge amounts of information that would cause a supercomputer to crash. Then this mental power began to spread rapidly, almost instantly covering the entire Zillow city, and then continued to extend outward. The outer circle of the Stardo Great Forest is in sight. Yuhao felt that this mental power could continue to expand, but Alex stopped on his own initiative. Because he felt that the core circle of the Stardo Great Forest seemed to have an extremely powerful spiritual origin. If they rashly probe, they might alert the other party, and they are currently no match for them. Electrolux concentrated his mental power on the green soil area, analyzing every area underground bit by bit. Even if it's just a bug, he will use his mental power to slap it a few times to make sure there is nothing wrong before letting it go. Hey! Electrolux seemed to have discovered something, and he showed a puzzled expression in the sea of spirituality. Yuhao, Tian Meng, and the others immediately became excited, because this meant that Alex must have discovered something. However, Old Yi had a serious expression on his face and did not answer their questions immediately. He continued to use Yuhao's mental power to conduct a spiritual scan. It's a corpse. The source of the vitality of that land is not the gold of life. They are several very large corpses. I'll send you the footage. Soon, a projection of mental power appeared in the sea of spirituality. Yuhao and others saw with their own eyes the corpses of 3 extremely large unknown creatures wrapped in thick mud. Alex's spiritual consciousness moved along the corpse little by little but was unable to penetrate the bones. The only thing that can resist a divine sense scan is a spiritual force or a physical body of the same level. This corpse has long lost its breath of life, so it's impossible for its spiritual power to exist. This can only mean one thing. After hearing what Alex said, Tian Meng murmured to himself. That's God. Electrolux nodded and said, that's right, Big Bug. These corpses must have been gods when they were alive. Yuhao seemed to have thought of something. There was only one possibility for the corpse of a god-level expert to appear on the Douluo continent. That was the Dragon God War. The Dragon God wants to upgrade the Dragon Realm to a divine star and complete the dimensional upgrade. But what he didn't know was that this universe hates those beings who want to upgrade their dimensions the most. Because they would hasten the end of the universe. So, under the influence of the rules of the universe, the Space Dragon King and the Time Dragon King disrupted the ceremony, leading to the death of the Dragon Prince. The Dragon God went crazy on the spot and killed every dragon he caught. 6 of the 9 Dragon Kings were killed on the spot, only Tian's parents and the Water Dragon King survived. Then the Water Dragon King was killed by the Light Dragon King, and then he and the Dark Dragon King perished together. Poor Tian never knew until his death that the reason why the Dragon Clan and even the entire Soul Beast clan fell into decline was because of the Dragon God's momentary madness. The Dragon God he admired most personally ended the prosperity of the Dragon Clan and personally issued a ban on soul beasts, prohibiting the appearance of gods. If the truth about the Dragon God War were revealed to Emperor Tian, the effect would probably be no different from the ultimate insult. Yuhao thought for a while and asked Alex. Mr. Yi, can you take a look at the head of this corpse? Alex nodded and scanned faster with his spiritual sense until he found the heads of the divine corpses. Oh, it's true. The ferocious dragon horns, the sharp teeth that exuded a terrifying aura, and some traces of dragon scales on the bones. It turned out to be the mythical beast that once belonged to the Dragon Clan. Master Yi, can you identify the energy characteristics of these corpses? Electrolux laughed heartily in the spiritual sea and said. How difficult is this? Just a few corpses. The spiritual consciousness slowly comes into contact with the remaining energy in the bones and analyzes the energy characteristics of the other person when he was alive. Yuhao, one of the energy signatures lying on either side is wind, and the other is earth. The one in the middle is space. The energy is too huge. It has clearly fallen for millions of years. That energy level makes my heart palpitate. These energies formed a special space underground. If it weren't for the fact that my mental power has become divine consciousness, no one would be able to discover their corpses. Yuhao nodded and said, no wonder Tian didn't discover these corpses. He's too bad. Alex continued to say to Yuhao, the energy levels of these corpses indicate that they may have been royal members of the dragon clan in their lifetime. Their remains probably left behind a lot of good things. Yuhao understood the meaning behind Alex's words. He held his chin and began to think. The identity of these corpses was already very clear. Emerald Dragon King, Earth Dragon King, Wind Dragon King. Even if they are not these Dragon Kings, they are still the top powerful ones among these three tribes. The Earth Dragon King is suspected to be the Daudi from the Dou period and the source of Xianzi's bloodline. Note that the Earth Dragon King is not the Mountain Dragon King, they are two different races. The value that the three dragon corpses could bring to Yuhao was immeasurable, so he naturally was unwilling to give up these opportunities. If we can locate the dragon tomb through these dragon corpses, we will make a lot of money. There are good things in the dragon tomb. The dragon tomb of this period was still attached to the outer space of Douluo continent, and it contained a bunch of artifacts such as the sky-burning divine pestle, as well as a large number of real dragon soul bones. A dragon tomb even directly created the Tian Long star, allowing the life of an entire planet to evolve towards the dragon clan. Yuhao naturally didn't want to waste these things. He couldn't let the Longma galaxy get away with it again. Post Views, 57. Ch057 Dalu, I, Yuhao, the Master of the Spirit Chapter 057. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Just as Yuhao was thinking, Alex suddenly felt that his consciousness was bounced away by some force. A piece of information so broken that it seemed like it would disappear at any moment was transmitted from the dragon corpse to Alex's consciousness. Leave. Dragon, do not humiliate. Alex's eyes narrowed, and his consciousness quickly locked onto the remains of the giant dragon in the middle, whose energy characteristic was space. I felt a trace of broken spiritual consciousness at the location of the dragon's head. That spiritual consciousness was even more broken than when Alex first entered this world. It's like a candle in the wind. It is estimated that within a few years, it will completely disappear from the world. Alex immediately said to Yuhao. Yuhao, unexpected situation. The Space Dragon King in the middle still has a fragment of his consciousness left in the world. It is estimated that it still retains a vestigial ability to think. Yuhao was a little surprised. He remembered that the Space Dragon King was the main force behind the death of the Dragon Prince and was torn to pieces by the Dragon God himself. Can you still retain a trace of spiritual consciousness in this situation? Can I continue the conversation with him? Electrolux nodded and said, I'll give it a try. It requires a ray of life force. Yuhao nodded, he believed that Mr. Yi was confident. Soon, Alex tried to transmit a life force from the gold of life to the broken spiritual consciousness. This life force can slightly stabilize his broken consciousness, at least allowing him to have a normal conversation. Electrolux was a little surprised because he felt that the vitality was rejected by the other party. Even if this strand of life force can help his broken consciousness continue for more than 10 years. Thanks. Don't want. I am guilty of. No, save me. Universe, trap. Let me die. A sound similar to Morse code was transmitted to Alex's ears and then shared with Yuhao. Only the last sentence, let him die, is a complete sentence. Everyone in the Sea of Spirit looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Electrolux shook his head and said in an old voice. You don't have any spiritual consciousness after all. That last sentence was shouted out by him burning the fragments of his spiritual consciousness. Death, will and regret filled every corner of the other party's consciousness. He's determined to die. He's not worth saving. Yuhao, don't go over there for now. The other party is too crazy, and there's no telling what he could do. After this burning, the other party's spiritual consciousness will completely disappear from the world in a year. At that time, these 3 dragon corpses will no longer pose any threat, and we can use them without any worries. I can even turn them into undead creatures. Okay, since there's nothing else to do, I'm going to study alchemy. As soon as Ilex finished speaking, he turned into a grey ball again. Grey air currents swirled around him, and his consciousness fell into a state of contemplation. Yuhao returned to reality. Since Alex said so, he would wait for a year before digging up the 3 dragon corpses. I have no shortage of time at the moment. Looking at the pile of meaningless documents on the desk, Yuhao simply engraved all of them with his mental power and threw them to the Tianmeng Ice Silkworm in the Sea of Spirit. After Tianmeng evolved, his mental power reached the spiritual realm, and his thinking speed and calculation ability increased exponentially. It is more than enough to handle some basically repetitive paperwork. It's just the right thing to do to offset the worry that has been plaguing my mind lately. Yuhao used his mental power to seal the office, took out his alchemy notes from the storage soul guide, and used his mental power to carve a copy again and gave it to Tianmeng Ice Silkworm. Then I began to study the unlimited techniques. Tianmeng saw a pile of documents falling from the sky in the Sea of Spirit, as well as an alchemy notebook. The whole person turned grey. He put on his hood silently, as it was the only thing that could give him some warmth. Then he used his mental power to divide his thinking ability into 2 halves. One half was used to process documents, and the other half began to ponder alchemy. The golden hawksbill turtle lay in the distance, watching Tianmeng pulling his hair from time to time, and then attacking his right hand with his left hand. For the first time, he had his thinking ability split in half, a bit of his left brain attacking his right brain. The golden hawksbill turtle now felt that it was quite good that his parents did not inherit any spiritual attributes from him. At least it doesn't have to be used as a computer. Golden hawksbill turtle laughed, felt a little sleepy, and fell asleep next to Tianmeng. Tianmeng felt that fate was indeed unfair. He had to study alchemy and think about documents at the same time. And this damn turtle, the bucket of food in the team. The fish in the water. He can actually sleep next to me openly. Tianmeng couldn't help but pull down his hood again to cover his eyes to prevent the little pearls from falling suddenly. I've really taken on too much. You damn turtle, just wait for me. I'll learn alchemy and the first one I'll punish will be you. Also, why are these alchemy notes so messed up? Some of this is completely off the mark. What do these garbled characters even mean? Tianmeng put on a mask of pain and studied while organizing his notes. There was no way around it. The alchemy notes Yuhao wrote were for himself to read. I never thought of using this notebook to teach others. Many parts of it were written down on a whim. As a result, it often happens that the previous page talks about the 6 basic inscriptions, and the next page suddenly becomes a collection of the detailed structure of the inscriptions. Tianmeng can only suffer a little longer. Yuhao will remember his contribution. A technique with no lower limit. Yuhao tapped his head with a pen. In order to realize this technique, the inscription structure must be based on the fire element inscription and the water element inscription as the framework. One improves energy conversion, and the other constructs a spatial model. However, the core inscription is worth pondering. Collect inscriptions, flip inscriptions, compress inscriptions, isolate inscriptions, cut inscriptions. Yuhao wrote down the inscriptions that appeared in his thoughts on paper one by one, and continued to arrange them. Then the Lingmu card brain performs calculations to find the optimal arrangement structure. Sometimes when the computing power is insufficient, the data is directly transmitted to Tianmeng Ice Silkworm, asking him to allocate some of his mental power to help with the calculations. Tianmeng Ice Silkworm is really useful, and its computing power is definitely not inferior to the quantum computer 550A. Being able to monopolize an entire quantum computer is like heaven for a researcher. Tianmeng Binken felt that he was now a ruthless calculating machine. his mind full of numbers and formulas. It's either 0 or 1. He felt like he was almost becoming 0. He could even clearly feel that all his emotions began to fade in the face of these numbers and formulas. The Bing that I once loved slowly disappeared from my mind. There is no room in his brain now to think about those meaningless love affairs. Instead of spending time thinking about how beautiful Bing is, it would be better to use this time to calculate an inscription or process a bunch of files. Tianmeng Bingkan now feels that these formulas and data seem quite beautiful. He understood. Emotions are but a burden to life. Formulas and data are the ladder of evolution. Post views, 96. Ch058 Douluo I, Huo Yuhao, the Master of the Spirit Chapter 058. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. At this moment, Huo Yuhao has already deduced the configuration of the existence of a technique with no lower limit. The configuration obtained through calculation is a bit strange. However, no matter how weird it is, Huo Yuhao will not doubt that the configuration is wrong, because mathematics will not lie. It is the most honest and ruthless existence in the world. First, the fire element inscription is listed next to it in a cis structure, and the water element inscription corresponds to it in a trans structure. Then use the wind element inscription in the middle to connect the fire element inscription and the water element inscription in a spiral structure. The elemental inscriptions on the outer shell ensure the establishment of mystery. In fact, in alchemy, what Huo Yuhao couldn't understand the most was this empty element inscription. It's so strange, it's not like the basic inscription can be engraved alone, but once this inscription is lost it's like a sentence losing punctuation. The alchemical formulas may fail or even get out of control. Huo Yuhao had tried to engrave a reversal spell on a piece of heavy silver in the past. Then remove the empty elemental inscription of the reversal spell. Then put it together with a piece of sunken silver that was completely engraved with the reversal spell for a comparative experiment. Huo Yuhao pulled out a serious criminal from the prison in Zillow City. This guy is quite a character to be able to become a serious criminal in Zillow City, which is known as Little Gotham City. Relying on his power as a soul master, he often broke into homes and molested elderly women, resulting in the deaths of many people. During the torture, he even said the incredible words that women become more fragrant as they age. It just so happened that Huo Yuhao liked this kind of talent the most, so he immediately selected it as a D-level personnel and brought it here for experiments. Huo Yuhao asked him to inject soul power into the two pieces of sunken silver respectively, and after that he could consider reducing his sentence. If you're lucky, you can achieve his freedom in one step. Huo Yuhao himself stood on a high platform 1 kilometer away from the experimental site, quietly waiting for the experimental results with his spiritual eyes. Seeing that the clown was still testing him, Huo Yuhao became fed up with his performance and cast an illusion to make him quickly inject his soul power. The reversal spell without the missing void element inscription was successfully activated, and no problems occurred with the D-class personnel. Huo Yuhao felt a little regretful. Soon after the piece of heavy silver that lacked the void element inscription was injected with soul power, it immediately began to run wild. The sunken silver, which should have shown transformation properties, directly turned into a metal bomb. With Chen Yun as the center, it madly absorbed the surrounding heaven and earth vitality, and that's not all. It even snatched the soul power from the D-class personnel and converted it into energy. Huo Yuhao opened his spiritual eyes wide and saw that Shen Yun in the distance had reached its limit, and then exploded with a bang. An energy ball composed of various elements enveloped an area of 100 meters. The poor D-class personnel screamed and went to see Tang Fozu. Yes. I opened my eyes wide just to see a scene like this. Later, Huo Yuhao analyzed the reason, which was inseparable from the efforts of several other D-level personnel. Although they lost their lives, Huo Yuhao gained knowledge. They will definitely burst into tears when they see the Buddha of Tang dynasty. In short, after losing the void element inscription, in the reversal technique, the collection inscription and the distortion inscription are directly connected into one, and the symbolism instantly changes. It then exhibits predatory properties until it reaches its limit and explodes. From then on, Yuhao used the void element inscriptions as the peripheral structure of alchemy as if they were free. He didn't want to be blown up to the sky by his own magic one day. After Yuhao finished the peripheral structure of the unlimited technique, he wrote the core matrix in the notebook. Then transfer the core matrix and the researched peripheral architecture to Tianmeng Binkan, and use his Tianmeng processor to help run it and see if it works. As soon as he entered the sea of consciousness, Yuhao was frightened by the Tianmeng ice silkworm. Because Tianmeng took off his hood at some point and sat on the back of the golden tortoise. Countless streams of information flowed through his black eyes, and there were several brain projections around him. Each projection calculates different data. And brain projection is still increasing. Processing speed is visibly improving. Tianmeng seemed a little strange at the moment, like a machine without any emotions. Brother Tianmeng. How are you? Tianmeng stopped calculating a brain projection, glanced at Yuhao and said. I feel so good now. I seem to have found the meaning of my existence. I have revealed the truth of the world. All the secrets of this world are contained in 0 and 1. Brother is 0. All 1 will be revealed by me. Yuhao wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead. He was sweating profusely. As long as you are happy. I have a configuration here, can you help me run it? Tianmeng once again activated a brain projection and said, just pass it to me directly. Yuhao passed the configuration of the unlimited technique and its core matrix to Tianmeng. After Tianmeng successfully received the information, it immediately began to calculate, and the calculation did not take long at all. Hit back. There are 5 unreasonable places on the core matrix. According to the calculation, if you engrave this lump around your body, you will be instantly squeezed into thin slices by the surrounding space. I've already sent you a summary of the calculation process. Find the problem yourself, then modify it and come back to me, and I'll run it for you again. Yuhao nodded quickly. The Tianmeng ice silkworm was now terrifyingly powerful. Oh, right. I've organized the alchemy notes you sent me. All categories have been categorized. For some unsystematic parts, I've added some insights from Master Yi and me, which may help explain them. I'm currently calculating the alchemical inscription periodic table you mentioned. I can't find a suitable method, so I can only exhaust them. Find connections between inscriptions through exhaustive search. Yuhao did not continue to disturb Tianmeng to calculate the data, but returned to reality to continue modifying the unlimited technique. After repeatedly watching Tianmenfa's calculation process, I found that there was indeed no problem with the configuration of the no lower limit technique, but the core matrix was extremely wrong. Having almost confused the symbols, Yuhao continued to rearrange the core matrix. This time he didn't feel a thing and relied entirely on mathematical calculations. Only when the path calculation is successful will the inscription be written. Before we knew it, a ray of morning sun appeared on the distant horizon, and the gentle sunlight awakened the sleeping earth. Zillow City has also regained its former vitality, and the residents here have found that life seems to have become a little better since the new city lord came to power and the organization called Passion appeared. At least we don't have to pay the public toilet tax and can collect rainwater at will. I heard that in December this year, someone will awaken the martial soul for children over the age of 6 for free. Many civilians heard about the existence of martial spirits for the first time and hurriedly asked what they were. Yuhao only realized that he had unknowingly stayed up all night when Shadowcat walked into the office with a lunchbox in its mouth. He patted Shadowcat's head, threw a silverfish into its lunchbox, and walked to the window to look at the city outside. The enthusiasm headquarters is very high, and you can directly see Shrek City in the distance from here. Yuhao, I want to ask you a question. Tianmeng Ice Silkworm stopped calculating at some point and asked Yuhao. Yuhao, do you really need Bingdi? Post views, 106. Ch059 Douluo I, Huo Yuhao, the Master of the Spirit Chapter 059. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Huo Yuhao paused his fingers, raised the corners of his mouth slightly and said to the Tianmeng Ice Silkworm. Why do you think so? Tianmeng put on his hood again, straightened his clothes, slid down from the golden tortoise shell and said. Because the ultimate ice means nothing to you. You don't need a second martial spirit at all. Your spirit eyes are powerful enough, and the extreme ice will only slow down your cultivation speed. You can obviously control the elements through alchemy. Extreme ice is not a problem for you. Perhaps alchemy has made me a little smarter. I've carefully considered the plan of heading to the far north, and it seems you won't be able to obtain anything useful. Huo Yuhao smiled, glanced at the world's #1 city, Shrek, in the distance, then closed the window again, returned to his seat, poured a cup of tea, and said. Of course it works. I didn't expect that the person who persuaded me not to go to the far north would be you, the one who proposed this plan. Instead, I have to persuade you to go over. I'll show you something and you'll understand. After saying that, Huo Yuhao stood up and walked to the archives management room. Here is the information of the entire Zillow city residents, which Huo Yuhao asked everyone to collect enthusiastically. Huo Yuhao gently flipped through the file bag until he paused on the 2 files for a moment, then took them out. Returning to his seat, he gently opened the file, which contained 2 identity information. Tianmeng Ice Silkworm used his mental power to read the 2 documents in front of him. Name, Sukuna. Age, 10 years old. Identity, a member of the Zillow City Orphanage. When Sukuna was 1 year old, his family was killed by an evil spirit master while they were away. He was orphaned and raised in the Zillow City Orphanage. He has an arrogant and cold personality and loves freedom. The martial soul has not yet awakened. Details: developed finger deformity at age 1. At age 2, the number of fingers increases, and the number of fingers increases every year thereafter. When I was 3 years old. Name, Bai. Age, 10 years old. Identity information, born in a small village next to Zillow City. The village behind was massacred by evil spirit masters. I was rescued by the Zillow City guards and brought back to the city. I grew up in an orphanage. She has a sunny and cheerful personality, enjoys making friends, is responsible, dares to rebel, and has a strong dislike for Sukuna. Martial soul has not awakened. Note, can be developed into a passionate member in the future. When I was 3 years old, I met a kid with golden red hair named Maid Emus because I helped a little girl. Tianmeng Ice Silkworm was a little confused and asked Huo Yuhao doubtfully. Yuhao, what does this mean? Is there anything special about these 2 kids? Huo Yuhao slowly put away the 2 files, carefully stuffed them into the drawer below, and said with a smile. Brother Tianmeng, these 2 children are not real natural people. Do you remember my imagination authority? They are human beings I imagined. Memories, life, soul, body, spirit, everything about them is just a figment of my imagination. The hardest thing about imagining a life is never making it appear. But let him continue. This requires that when imagining a life, one also imagines the other person's record. Simply put, imagine a true history and possible future. With my current control over the imagination authority, I simply can't do this kind of thing. But the will of the planet helped me. She took the initiative to help me with the history of my life. The little planet spirits directly used their authority to add the pasts of these imaginary characters to the planet's records. Let them not be rootless duckweed and be able to continue here. These imaginary characters are my dependents. Just like the followers of the Dream Authority, the followers derived from the Imagination Authority are also under my control. I can give them power, or I can cancel their existence and make them disappear instantly. The only difference between them and real humans is that they must depend on me. Tian Meng was shocked at this moment. He had never thought that Yuhao could create a life out of thin air. The authority of fantasy can actually reach this point. What can Yuhao do if he completely controls the authority of fantasy? Imagine a world? A future? A destiny? Tian Meng felt his scalp tingling just thinking about it, and an inexplicable excitement rose from the bottom of his heart. He was extremely looking forward to how powerful Yuhao would be when he had complete control of power. Yuhao sat in his office seat, added a fish to the shadow cat, and fed it some rare fruits. Okay, brother Tian Meng. There is a drawback to my current fantasy, which is that I can't imagine a martial soul yet. These imaginary humans have no martial souls or bloodlines. If I want to understand the secrets of the martial spirit, I must personally experience the entire process of the martial spirit's birth. Hioi is a perfect opportunity. I don't care what the second martial soul is. Even if it's a pig, I can make it a god. So, if we want to give them martial spirits now, we can only rely on the martial spirit furnace of understanding authority. The soul crucible can give them a brand new soul. And the information generated by the martial soul furnace needs a carrier. I've found the carrier. It's the ice demon worm from the far north. So, I must travel to this far north. Tian Meng fell silent, then took off his hood and said to Yuhao. Yuhao, no matter what you do, I will support you. Don't worry, the far north is my home turf. Forget about the Ice Emperor. Even if I face the Snow Emperor now, I'm confident that I can convince her to be your second martial spirit. Yuhao took a sip of water and said, Of course, I believe you, brother Tian Meng. Tian Meng burst into tears at this moment. He felt Yuhao's unconditional trust. By the way, Yuhao, I just noticed that you have been looking towards Shrek. Any ideas? Tian Meng I Silkworm has no good feelings towards Shrek, because one of the guys who hurt his mother is in Shrek, where the planet's wool is sent. Yuhao looked at the mist rising from the teacup and said softly. I'm thinking this Shrek might not be able to have the last name Huo. Oh, it might not be possible in other periods, but in this period, it is highly feasible. Do you know what Shrek's biggest problem is right now? Tian Meng I Silkworm scratched his head. He didn't know much about Shrek and didn't know what was wrong with this giant. Yuhao continued. There's a gap between the old and the new. Shrek can't find the next ultimate Douluo now. Dowdy Douluo Suanza likes to play tricks, killing a bunch of inner court disciples, and even though he knows he's wrong, he refuses to change. I guess there will be more to come later. Mingfeng Douluo Yan Shaiji is short-sighted, his cultivation is stuck at level 95 and he can't make any progress. The dragon god Douluo who is still alive won't live much longer. After he dies, Shrek will be handed over to Xianzai. I'm sure Moon is extremely reluctant to do that. And yet Shrek's younger generation can't find anyone who can carry the banner of the times. My teacher, Moon, whom I've never met, is probably having a headache over this. And talent is what I have the most of. Shrek likes monster geniuses, I'll send it to them. I will personally create someone who perfectly matches Moon's vision of the next generation leader of the Sea God Pavilion. Tian Meng I Silkworm seemed to have thought of something. Is it the kid named Bai? Yuhao nodded and looked out the window, saying, Yes, he is the next generation successor that I carefully selected for Moon. If my teacher, whom I've never met, knew that I was helping him with his worries, he would probably be so moved that he died. Who made me a kind-hearted person? I already have an idea of Bai's martial spirit. Sukuna, I plan to send it to the Benti sect. There are other forces, and I will slowly insert some people into them. With fantasy combined with the will of the planet, no one will doubt it. This Douluo continent, given time, might be able to be called Huo. Post views, 125.